Hello and welcome to the Terrace Scottish Football Podcast. My name is Craig Telfer and right now, very now, I am joined by my close associate Shaughan McGuigan.
Hello there.
And you know what happens when the Daniel Carruthers and Adam Graham of the Terrace get together. That's right, we are going to get very drunk. We're going to chop down the historic Sycamore Gap tree at Hadrian's Wall. We're going to have a right good laugh about it in a text message exchange. And while we're serving 4 years and 3 months in prison, we're going to talk a little bit about the Scottish lower leagues.
I'm glad you offered up an explanation. I wasn't 100% who they were.
I would describe that as foolhardy, what they did.
I do think 4 years in jail seems a wee bit harsh.
It does, when you see some other sentences that are being dished out willy-nilly around the country.
They've just chopped down a tree. A nice one.
A nice tree, yeah. But
it felt harsh.
Yes, it did feel harsh. But, you know, listen, when Daniel Carruthers and Adam Graham get together, something destructive happens. At this time of year, when myself and Shaughan get together, something very constructive happens. That is right, this is the Terrace Scottish Football Podcast, big preview of the lower leagues for 2025-26. Shaughan and I will analyse all 30 teams from the Championship, League 1 and League 2 in extraordinary detail. We will be starting with the Airdrieonians. We will be finishing with Stranraer, and we will be discussing every single player, every manager, every transfer in detail, and bring you everything you need to know for the season ahead. If you want to impress that Elgin City fan at your work, but you're not quite sure what to say to them, stick with us, and very soon we'll be discussing that. Mark Gallagher, Miko Vertanen access, and how Josh O'Connor and Kane Hester might operate up front. Do not worry, we have you covered. Now, Shaughan and I have been working on this podcast since late April. I have, no joke, got around 30,000 worth of notes right in front of me. The breadth and depth of our research is simply unmatched, and this is the very best podcast in the business.
I would like to think so. It's interesting because like you start to put this together, and it's always better to start as early as possible. The problem is everything changes as the season approaches, so things that you maybe wrote or thoughts that you had 2 weeks ago might already be out of date because of a signing that somebody's made or whatever.
See, trying to keep up with what Partick Thistle were getting up to over the summer. My goodness, that was very difficult. There was a lot of rewriting involved. Now, everything that Shaughan and I are going to be talking about in this show is based on a number of factors. It's last season's performance and final league position, every club's transfer business, both in and out over the summer, results in pre-season friendlies, League Cup group stages, general vibes, and perhaps most dominant of all for our analysis, our own biases and prejudices. Yep. Now, this podcast is being recorded on Sunday, the 28th of July. Everything we'll be talking about in this episode is dated up until that point. All the transfers, all the team information and so on. So I hope nothing worthwhile happens between now and when the season kicks off on Friday, because otherwise we're going to look like a right pair of jackarses. And I think it's important to point out that last year's podcast was somehow 8 hours long. That's a disgrace. That cannot be allowed to happen again. So I think around the 8 hour mark, if we haven't wrapped it up by then, we'll just need to finish.
I like the fact that so last year, as you say, it was 8 hours, 8+ hours, because we had a couple of breaks in there as well. So we recorded reasonably late into the night, but rather than maybe look at that and say, is there anything we can tweak, we've just started recording the podcast much earlier.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, don't maybe a lack of self-introspection. That's it. Less self-introspection, more logistics. That's exactly what you and I have shown here.
Start at 10 a.m. and maybe have enough time for supper.
I think so. I like the idea. If it's 8 hours and if you've not finished it by then, then tough. We're just talking about how you think Stefan Skugel's going to get on at Alloa.
We get to Forfar. That's it.
That's it. And I think it's important to point out, Shaughan, you and I have been working with each other for more than a decade.
Yes.
In Telling and the Terrace, and I think that since then we have tried to have a laugh. You know, it's something that we've always strived to achieve. It's something we've yet to be successful in. However, over the summer, I've got a joke I've been workshopping. I'd like to give it a go. What happens to former St Johnstone midfielder Kevin when he's had too much to eat?
He's a full moon.
He certainly is. Yes, excellent. You heard that one before? I thought that was a new one for you.
A really topical joke. Well done.
He's not kicked a ball in about a decade either.
I mean, it was topical the first time you told me. About 8 years ago.
Now, Shaughan, we will start this podcast by looking at the Championship. Last year's competition was terrific fun. 10 teams, all of similar standing. I think every side went into the campaign thinking they could have challenged for the top four. But it was Falkirk that ultimately prevailed, and they've returned to the top flight after a 15-year absence. And this is the first time on this podcast where we will not be discussing the Bairns.
I will miss them.
Don't worry, man. I think the 26-27 season, we might have a good chance to reacquaint ourselves with him, but I'll certainly miss him. You know, we think that's something you and I have long spoken about, is we're going to do a Banter Years podcast with Falker. We'll get round to that at some point in the future.
I must admit, I more miss discussing them when they're not very good. But discussing when they were good for a couple of years was different. I suppose I didn't dislike it.
Yeah, I'm much prefer though when you got to talk about Martin Rennie, and then when Kenny Miller took charge and a tubby Lee Griffiths waddling over to take the corners and the free kicks. Those were better times. But if we're saying cheerio to Falkirk for the first time, then we're saying hello to St Johnstone for the first time, because this is the first time in 16 years where they have dropped outside the top flight. So that's interesting in itself. And I think on the whole, this season it feels like, if last season felt quite unpredictable, this time around I think that you can look at teams and band them with what their aspirations are. I think it's going to be a bit more fractured. Some teams will be challenging for promotion, some teams will be trying to look and see if they can get that final playoff position, some teams will be doing well to avoid relegation. But before we really get into the nuts and bolts of it, Shaughan, could you give us an overview of how you see this season championship looking?
Pretty much exactly as you said there. I probably have it split up into three, as you say. I've got three teams who, certainly on paper, I expect to be in those top three spots. I think you then have below that three, maybe four at a push that then have that last playoff space to aim for, and then beneath that, I do think the bottom three spots, certainly on paper, are probably nailed on in some semblance of order.
Yeah, I think that to try and predict the top four, I think there are two absolute stick-ons. I think there are a couple of teams that you can make arguments for and against. And then the further you come down, but likewise, if you had to give me a team that I could say for certain who I think is going to finish bottom of the table, I actually find that a wee bit tricky. This time around. But that's good. That's the degree of excitement. And I think once we wrap up all 10 teams, we'll try and see if we can make a prediction and put it in order. And one thing I do want to do, because we talked about doing this last year, never did it, but revisiting this podcast around Christmas time and just seeing if our predictions are consummate with what's actually happened. But we can save that for
we generally struggle for Patreon ideas, so that's there's at least one or two in there. Perfect.
Please don't let us recycle which manager you most like to go for a pint with. That is really sort of like 4 a.m. chat. You ever seen the meme of those guys like in a party that's absolutely crashed out? It's like, bell them girls again, la. That's the same sort of energy that we had when we were coming up with that.
I mean, generally speaking though, you will message me on a Tuesday afternoon and say, what will we do for a Patreon tomorrow? My reply will always be, I don't know. And then we cobble something together. You do generally at the last minute.
Yeah, this thing, just lists. That's they're easy. You don't really need to think about them. Listen, you don't need to know our thought process, what's involved in the Patreon. You do want to hear about our thought process for all 10 teams in the championship. And Shaughan, let us begin by talking about the Red Diamond. This is last season, I think, was the very definition of a mixed bag for Airdrieonians. 12 months ago, a number of experienced, high quality players moved on, and they were replaced by a number of inexperienced, lower quality signings. It took them a wee while to integrate into championship football, and on top of a horrendous injury list that they had, Airdrie picked up just 6 points by the midpoint of last season, 10 points from safety, and seemed certainties to go down. However, from mid-January onwards, they went on a superb run. Key players returned from injury, the others got up to speed with the demands of the division. And if you look purely at the final 16 games of the last season, Airdrie took 23 points, which was the fifth best in the championship. Now, mathematically speaking, they still would have finished bottom of the table had it not been for Hamilton Academical's points reduction. Airdrie ultimately finished in 9th place, cruised past Stenhousemuir in the playoff semi-final, and they got the better of Cove Rangers in the final to maintain their championship status. Now, there's been a number of changes both on and off the park over the summer. Perhaps off the park, the key thing that's happened is that the Diamonds are no longer involved with Concilium Sports. That was Jackie McNamara's recruitment agency. I think about 2/3 of the playing staff at one point were signed to them. The partnership did work well in 23-24 when they finished in 4th place. Not so well last season, but it'll be interesting to see what they do when they've actually need to put a bit of thought into signing the players. But they'd had an impressive run in the League Cup, could have qualified for the knockout stages had they held on against Alloa Athletic, lost an 89th minute winner. But how do you think the Diamonds are shaping up for the season ahead?
I always seem to call Airdrie incorrectly. So that's maybe good news for Airdrie fans. So 2 years ago I thought they'd struggle. As you say, finished top 4. Last season I was really impressed by their 8-0 win over East Kilbride. I was like, wow, this team is going places. And they were rubbish. And I do think there was probably like two schools of thought from Airdrie fans last season in terms of certainly where the first part of the season went wrong. Had a horrendous injury list. And in terms of recruitment, I think they brought in a number of players who probably lacked experience, and I think what you saw over certainly that first part of the season, they probably lacked a bit of quality as well. They seemed to rectify that in January. I thought bringing in Alex Bannon on loan from Burton, I thought was an excellent signing. They brought in Lewis Strapp as well. So certainly defensively, they were considerably better. I think that they have kind of made moves, the club and Rhys McCabe have made moves to rectify the recruitment error that they've done last summer in terms of bringing in players who have experience. The only thing I would say is I don't know if they necessarily have the quality to push them into the middle of the pack or even going for the top 4 again. I think they've lost a number of key players who can push them up the table in the second half of the season. So I don't think they're as right now, I don't think they're as poor as how they started last season, but I also don't think they're in as good shape as how they ended last term.
I think you're right. When I was looking at Airdrie's recruitment, the players coming in, players going out, and I was thinking they look stronger in some areas but weaker in others. I think maybe perhaps you could look at the defence and think there are perhaps a couple more sure things in there. In the midfield, I think perhaps with like Adam Frizzell leaving, I was on holiday and came back and was just like checking through the list of transfers. I actually couldn't believe that he had departed to, I think he's got away to somewhere in Ireland.
He is away to Derry.
Derry, I knew it was Derry. I knew it was Derry. I'm not just saying that. I just didn't have it written down. There you go. 30,000 words of notes. 30,001. Put the fucking word Derry. And but he'll be a massive loss for them. I wouldn't have expected him. I thought he'd be at like Airdrie for the best part of his career, and he is a huge loss because he could do a bit of everything. I remember when he was at his best, you would see games where he would just pop up almost everywhere in the park to collect the ball. He could play in front of the defence, he could play off the striker, he could peel wide to get the ball. There was sometimes really, really difficult to pin down, and I think that because you had a player of Frizzell's quality, it allowed you to be quite tactically versatile in what you do. And in terms of the players that have come in to replace him, you might be looking at someone like Alex King, who's coming from a spell in Northern Ireland, Jimmy Barjonas, who's joined from Hamilton Academical. Good players, flawed players, good players, but I think Frizzell's going to be a massive loss for them.
And I think in general perception of Frizzell is that he's maybe more attack minded and maybe more creative, but actually there is so much more to his game than that. Like when he's off, when he's not in possession, he just kind of harries opponents, and you're right, they'll absolutely miss that. And you've mentioned two players, and you're right, you've summed it up really well. King and Barjonas, they have their attributes, but King has been kind of hit and miss wherever he's been, and not just in the championship. I mean, even he had a loan spell at, I think it was at Clyde, and done okay. But again, I don't think Clyde fans would necessarily have rushed to welcome him back.
I think that the general perception of him, I remember we were covering Clyde at the time we were doing the podcast, and I'm sure there was a game, I can't quite remember what it was, but he scored the goal from about 25 yards. He's got an incredible left foot. He's got an absolutely incredible foot. He can thump the ball. He can really, really hit it, and he can do that. Left foot can do things that no one else really can. However, the offset of that is he can be a wee bit like lazy out of possession. I think he's a sort of player that can maybe switch off and let boys run off him. And I think that the whole idea of when he was loaned from Morton to Clyde in League Two, the whole idea was to like toughen him up and give him the experience maybe against like a lower calibre of opposition, maybe a slower calibre of opposition. It'll be interesting to see if he's learned from that. His spell in Ireland as well, but on the ball, very good. And Barjonas, I don't really think he's ever kicked on. Remember that excellent loan spell when he was at Kelty Hearts in League Two under Kevin Thompson's Kelty Hearts, to give him the proper title. I just don't think that we really see enough of him. When you think of, if I was to ask you what's Jimmy Barjonas best at?
It's funny, when you were talking about Barjonas, I think, what is he really good at? And I think he's a kind of, you would almost describe him as a jack of all trades, but very much master of none. There was rumours when the Kelty board arrived at Starts Park. There was rumours that Barjonas was going to be one of Raith's first signings, and I was like, I'm not entirely sure he's what a team that is aiming for the playoffs require. He might be fine for a team that's trying to stay in the division, but I think even in League One, there was games that would generally pass him by, and that's in like a good League One team. There was games that would pass him by. You can just not notice him at times, and that's not what a team requires when they're probably going to be in a relegation fight this season.
When you think when he was at Kelty, it was because he was playing a team who were dominating pretty much every game, and he was getting on the ball a lot. And it's how they find that balance to try and free him up. I'm going to assume that if you've got somebody like Bar Jonas and Alex King there, somebody like Gavin Gallagher and like Liam McStravick will be doing some of the donkey work to try and free up the space for them. But it's an interesting conundrum, and I think that like we don't want to spend all the time talking about a player that is departed, but Adam Frizzell is a big loss. But if they're a bit weaker in midfield, I do think they're stronger perhaps defensively with some of the guys they brought in. And what I'm going to say, you're making a face here, I want to say that like Sean McGinty can be a bit of a maligned figure.
Absolutely,
right?
Yes.
And I don't know if you saw the highlights from the game against Alloa Athletic.
I've not watched them yet. No watched them yet.
He gets out jumped for Foster's goal, for Alloa's goal. He gives away a penalty by fouling Curtis Roberts, and it's his the best reckless pass that allows Stephen Buchanan. I mean, there's still a bit of work for Buchanan to do, but it's his pass that ultimately sets up Buchanan for the winning goal in the 89th minute. I think that McGinty, if he is tasked with just keeping the ball as far away from the goal as possible, I think he can do that. Anything else though, and he might struggle with. So I don't know if McGinty, what the best thing to do, because we're looking at the way Airdrie were lining up in their pre-season games. They've gone from playing with a back four to sometimes playing with a back three. I think McGinty's capable of playing in both roles, but I think he might be better at the three. If you imagine he's got some like more technical players, like maybe like Craig Ross, who's coming from Stranraer, and I want to say absolutely delighted for someone like Craig Ross who can spend a couple of years down playing League Two football, and he was a good player. I always quite liked him for somebody that wasn't the tallest centre back.
Yeah, he's good in there.
He was good in there. It's great to see him get his chance to move into full-time football with Airdrie. And I think that having like McGinty in the middle and maybe having like Rhys McCabe and Craig Ross either side of him, you cover up his deficiencies. You got two guys that are good in the ball. But you kind of screwed your face up there when I said that defence might have improved.
The only reason I screwed up my face is because you could be right in terms of they might have a better balance. But right at the start, I mentioned the fact that Bannon was the one that kind of made that kind of world difference, as did Strap, I suppose, last season as well. So if you have McGinty and Ross and Strap, and I'm trying to think who else would be, maybe Dylan McDonald at right back, that feels okay, but it still feels like that their best defender from last season isn't there anymore. I think there was an interesting comment as an Airdrie fan who presumably hasn't seen too much of McGinty, and it was maybe one of the first games, whether it was a friendly or one of the first League Cup games, but he said he felt that McGinty would be able to play football from the back. No, he absolutely can't. Yeah, just
are you new here?
just tell him to get the ball as far away as possible from goals, and he'll be fine. So you're right. I think that McGinty gets a hard time, and I think the majority of the time it is unwarranted. But I don't know if they're necessarily stronger at the back than what they were at the tail end of last season.
That's always the difficulty, though. I think that the guys they were able to bring in, like an Alex Bannon, who for whatever reason wasn't faced into fit at Port Vale, having gone down there 6 months earlier. And I think that from having spoken to players who are out of favour at their clubs, all they want to do is just play football. Yeah. So I know it might be seen for him as a step down to go from Port Vale back up the road, tail between your legs, to a team who at that time bottom of the table. But if you're saying, listen, you're going to play every week, you'd probably just be like, well, that's fine by me. You enjoy your football again, and then hopefully you come back and you've got a renewed sense of vigour when you go down to Port Vale, and hopefully that gives him his shot at Port Vale. The other key player that Airdrie have brought in is Ewan Henderson, able to take advantage of Hamilton Accies' decline. Somebody who very hard working, very enthusiastic. He's already got 3 goals in the 4 League Cup games, albeit 2 came from the penalty spot.
Again, this potentially, like I remember when he was at Alloa, he really, really impressed. And I thought, he might be a bit of a player here. Player hasn't really replicated that anywhere else so far. You're right, he definitely has his qualities. Whether that's an upgrade on, I know again Ben Wilson was a forward who was maligned last season. And ended up with about 17 goals in all competitions. Not a lot of league goals, admittedly. I think he scored about 5, and even in that 5, I think he had penalties as well. I do think he had other attributes. Eventually in the Championship, he felt a bit isolated in the first part of the season. Then the longer the season went on, it felt like he was able to run the channels and hold the ball up and bring others into play. Henderson may be able to replicate that. Again, whether that is an upgrade on a player who, I mean, bear in mind they got 6 figures for Wilson over the summer.
I'm surprised at that.
Again, not sure that's and the forward positions there in a better position than they were last time.
You know something, and this is perhaps one for the listener, is see anytime we mention the words could do it more firepower up front, because I think there's about like 20 teams in here that you could maybe say the same thing. But at the end of this podcast, please keep a tally of the number of times we say they look a bit like up front, they could do a wee bit more. And you're right, I think though that Henderson will give you quite a lot tactically. I think he's quite good at following instruction. If you say to him, listen, I just want you to run up and down the line all day, he'd probably do it. If you don't need to tell him why, but he'd probably do it because you think he's just quite a low maintenance kind of guy that will just get on with his job. And I think that because he's quite selfless for the team, that allows you to play on the front foot a lot. You know, we're seeing it a lot now in football right across the board, from the very top down to the very bottom. I mean, PSG, for instance, I don't want to compare. I don't want to compare Ewan Henderson to Ousmane Dembele, but if you've got someone that can start the press from the front, then that just allows you a greater degree of versatility. But the point you're making about them not having a lot up front, I think you're right. The fact that this thing is Chris Mockery,
they've essentially had to almost put him far further forward. Yeah. And to be fair, they kind of done that last season as well. Maybe not as a forward, but certainly at times he was almost as far forward as Wilson, I suppose. And actually, he seems the better for it. Like I've always seen him as
like a 10.
Maybe a midfielder who is happy to get forward. But actually, the further forward he went last season, the better he seemed for it, and the better, like the more Airdrie got out of him, I suppose. And he almost seems to be an auxiliary forward. Now, how long that lasts maybe depends on how recruitment goes between now and September. But certainly, he's fine there, but whether that's just a stopgap or whether he's there the whole season, not sure.
Because it's the sort of position, if you're going to, because Mockery's quite a delicate player, and what I mean by that is just that he's got a lovely touch and he's quite velvety in the way that he plays, like a pressed flower. But I think that when you're say you're coming up against him, just trying to think like a big centre. Say you're coming up against like Jack Baird and Morgan Boys, or you're coming up against like Paul Hanlon, someone who is going to want to shove you about a bit. Can you play with your back to goal? Can you like lead the line and bring us into play? Can you challenge for headers? It's not something I would normally associate with Chris Mockery, but that's something that he's going to have to learn. So I think that false nine, maybe that's the kind of role that he'll be playing for Airdrie this season.
Yeah, potentially. But I think that's fine. But it definitely it shows exactly where they are lacking at this moment in time, that you're having to already play players out of position, I suppose.
And one of the players that I'm interested to see how he gets on, Cade Melrose, the goalkeeper. I think that when he came into the team, it very much felt like a stopgap. Like we don't have anyone else. Remind me who started in goals for Airdrieonians last season.
He certainly, I don't know if he started, but certainly replaced Kieran Wright.
That's right. That's right. Who's signed a new 1-year contract at Rangers? Just bizarrely, bizarre. Like he's never going to leave. He's like one of those. You know, when you were at high school, and like when all the badly behaved kids left at the first opportunity, and then they would spend their time skiving off school. As soon as they left school, they'd come back all the time and just hanging around the gates. That's Kieran Wright at Rangers.
Because how old? Like, is he 25?
25. He's in his mid-20s. It's like you can just imagine like Russell Martin turn up. Kieran Wright's got his room, he never comes out, he just spends all his time gaming, Twitch streaming and all that, and Russell's like, he needs to get out there and get a job and get a girlfriend.
He's maybe scared to make his presence known in case folk eventually caught on to the back. What are you doing here?
He's just really polite, really well married, and he's absolutely terrified every time someone asks him, sorry, who are you? What are you doing here? Anyway, good luck to him. Good luck to him. I'm going to assume that he's still sticking about at Rangers because he filled some sort of quota for a third choice goalkeeper, like a homegrown, and he's good for the European squad.
I presume so, although I don't know if he was listed in the European squad. I never checked.
Well, you never know. Listen, he could be playing for Scotland at the rate that we are going at. Sorry, Cade Melrose. We were talking about Cade Melrose and we got distracted. I think that he has got his qualities. I think he's like a good shot stopper, quite confident in what he does. I think when you look at goalkeeper, the first thing you judge them on is their size, and I think it's Melrose's lack of stature that leads them, and you're like, oh, I'm not sure about you. However, he does have his qualities, but by the same token, there are times last season, I think particularly over the latter part of the season, that he was quite susceptible for some goals. He was directly responsible for a couple of them.
To a degree, I mean, you're right in what you say. I didn't think that Airdrie would start the season with Melrose and goals. In fact, I'm sure there was, I think it was a friendly, Andy McNeil who's on the books at Starks Park. I think he played as a trial. I said it looks like they haven't decided to follow it up. And to be fair, I can kind of understand why. I don't think McNeil's quite a championship standard goalkeeper. It's interesting. Maybe it's just recency bias and you don't remember other similar scenarios. I think there's a number of teams in the lower leagues this season that are going to be relying on teenage goalkeepers. There's maybe about 4 or 5 examples the further we go down. I suppose generally you wouldn't. That's not something you want to bank on. For some reason, having a teenage goalkeeper is not something that strikes you as being a positive. I suppose, though, and I forget his name. I mean, Queen's Park had one, was it 2 seasons ago, that obviously done really well for Cal McKenna, and then went down south. So we have examples where actually it does work, but it's unusual how many young goalkeepers there is right now, potentially as first choice throughout the lower leagues.
I'm thinking off the top of my head, and we'll come down, I'm going through notes like Alloa, East Fife, East Kilbride, all young goalkeepers that they've got in. Granted, to be fair, 2 of them are on loan, and I don't know if getting a young loan goalkeeper. Remember, this is something that Dick Campbell used to do at Forfar. He had a really experienced defence in front of him, like guys who are quite literally in their 40s that were playing in front of him, and it was young goalkeepers that they would take on loan from bigger teams and develop them. I don't know what the thinking behind that is, but I think that it's been quite tricky for a lot of teams to recruit and try to sign like a good goalkeeper who. I think it's been a difficult thing for McCabe to come into contact with.
I think quality-wise, Melrose is perfectly capable. You just wonder if, so you mentioned a couple of mistakes at the end of last season. If he does make 1 or 2 mistakes in 2 or 3 weeks, does he have the kind of mental capacity to put that to one side and not let it bother him? I suppose we'll potentially find out. But just in terms of quality, I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good. I suppose that's the best thing is to, if you want to make him get better, learn from the mistakes. And I'm sure that the mistakes that he did make last season, it sounds like we're being quite negative on him just off the back of like a handful of goals that maybe he could have done better with. But these are things you'll learn from, and he'll be in a better position, which makes him better, which makes the defence better, which ultimately makes Airdrie better. And we've mentioned him, but I suppose Airdrie's key asset and someone who's really been their central figure over the past 2 seasons, past 3 seasons even, in fact pretty much since he came into the job, is Rhys McCabe. And I think there were perhaps points last season where going into Christmas, going into the New Year, 6 points in the league, rock bottom of the table, certainties almost to drop out of the division, where perhaps a more antsy board might have made a move to get rid of him. But I'd say he did well to weather the storm, but I think in other circumstances was perhaps a more impatient board, he would have been gone. But I think that McCabe has packed a lot into his managerial career already at Airdrie.
Yeah, I mean, he, in terms of getting them promoted, in terms of taking them to the playoffs, they won the Challenge Cup under him as well. So he had a ridiculous amount of credit in the bank, but like any club, if you've won, I think it was 1 league game by the time you get to Christmas. It was the first game of the season against Raith. Then there is definitely going to be calls for him to be sacked. But certainly it was clearly the right decision to keep him in there. You wonder how much credit he still has with fans. I wonder how his relationship with the board will see him in good stead if they get off to a difficult start again this time around. I don't think they would necessarily pull the trigger, even if they were doing poorly.
No,
come Christmas again.
No, I think that in terms of, and we'll come on and talk about some managers. When in my skull, I was ranking the managers based on safety, and I had McCabe quite far towards the top, and that's maybe less so to do with McCabe and more to do with the Airdrie board. They're just really, really patient. But McCabe has packed a lot in, as you mentioned there. There's a lot of success in those early spells, and he did have to ride a lot of challenges last season, to go through part of the campaign where it's like just young, inexperienced boys that have been pulled out of the academy because the guys that you have spent a lot of money in investing in the idea of making the team better, guys like Aidan Wilson didn't kick a ball much last season, and he looks as though he scored at the weekend, in fact, against Alloa. He looks as though he's going to come on to again and make the team better, but there was a lot invested in him to make the side better last season. You couldn't use him. You're going to have to use inexperienced guys. The team has to be all moved around. It's that problem solving that will hold him in good stead. But even so, if there is a repeat of last season, I can still see him being fine. I think he's in a very good place at Airdrie.
I think I think it would be even more pressure on him if they're essentially repeating what they saw last season. But no, I think you're right. I think it would be. I think the pressure wouldn't come from above; it would come from the stands.
And I think as well on McCabe, you know, it's easy to look at a manager and be like, wow, he'd be in a really good position to step up to a bigger team off the back of success. But he's also gone through that difficult period. He's learned resilience, and I think now he is a more complete manager than he would have been 12 months ago, even off the back of that success, because I know it's a bit of a cliche, but you learn more from defeat than you do from victory, and a lot of defeats last season, he will have learned a lot. I mean, that's the whole thing about managing, isn't it? It's not just about, it's easy just to pick all the players with the greatest ratings in FIFA and just stick them out, but it's like, when these guys aren't available, how do you work around that? How do you keep these guys motivated when, I mean, you think about it as a fan, you know, when you hear like one of your really good players is not available, how does it feel like if you're a teammate, it's the guy that when you look up, this is the guy that you always want to try and find the ball to. If he's not available, how do you deal with that? So I think he's navigated that skill and charybdis there, to want to use a bit of Greek mythology.
Oh, that's very good.
That's the Odysseus had to do that. He was navigating his way between a whirlpool and a monster that wanted to pick off his men, and he managed to steer the ship. Through that, and so that's what Rhys McCabe managed to do last season.
That fits really well. That does fit really well. Fair play. The thing about another interesting aspect to McCabe is when his stock was very high, and he was linked with other positions.
Who was he linked with? Do you remember who was?
Was he mentioned in terms of maybe Dundee United? I'm sure there was a suggestion about Raith. It was certainly teams that would, I suppose, be above Airdrie in the pecking order, if that makes sense. But one of the things that you thought may have stopped him taking those positions is, at that point, it was maybe 31, 32.
Still wanted to play football.
So he potentially wouldn't have taken him on if he still wanted to play. I suppose he's now coming to a point in his career where he will be thinking about calling it a day, albeit I still think he's a good championship player. So if they do the opposite, I suppose, that we've maybe suggested that could happen to them this season, they actually have a really good championship season, his name is going to get linked, and maybe he is now at that point in his career where he is more likely to accept an alternative position.
Yeah, and I suppose he's got a bit of catching up to do as well, or making up for last season, because he himself was one of the players that was injured. I mean, you've got Rhys McCabe in the team, you've got somebody who's terrific delivery from set pieces. That's, you can get a lot of goals from set pieces, and somebody who was very important to how the team build from the back. It'll be even more important if you've got Shaughan McGuigan getting the ball rolled short to him this season. So if we had to talk about Airdrie's prospects for the season, you talked about your three bands for the teams. Which band are you putting Airdrie into?
Oh, very much that bottom tier.
Bottom tier. Yeah, I can't see. I'm looking at Airdrie. I can't see any obvious reason why I think they'll struggle. But then, by the same token, I can't think of any outstanding reason that they're going to challenge for the top four.
Yeah, there's one. I say I've got three bands. There's one that could potentially float about. So that I think there's maybe one other team that they could reel in potentially, depending on how well that team does. But no, I still have them as a potential relegation candidate.
Yeah, I'm lower mid-table. That's what I'm going for.
Okay, I just have low.
Okay, there's only 10 teams, so lower mid-table it's quite euphemistic.
Actually, now that I think of it, no, I do also have them lower mid-table.
Yeah. I mean, there's only, like they say, when you think of lower mid-table, it's at 7th or 8th. That's upper mid-table, 5th or 6th, in the playoffs. That's it. As easy as that. So it's really, when you use those, when you're being quite euphemistic, it's not really two positions that you're talking about, and they will kick themselves having lost out in that League Cup group stage to
I must admit, I thought it was very funny that I think it was the first League Cup result when they beat Dundee.
Yeah.
And the fans were like, wow, we beat Dundee, we beat a Premiership side, we must be class.
Everyone's been
Dundee's tripe.
when you're getting bodied off the Whitehill welfare admin, And by the way, we were kind of joking about Falkirk next season. Competition for next season. Anyway, we'll move on now to Arbroath. There we go. We're 35 minutes in. 35 minutes. And listen, do never say that Shaughan and I ever shortchange you, because, like we say, this is you get your. I mean, I don't know if you're paying for this, but you do get your money's worth. If you were paying, you'd be getting your money's worth on this podcast.
I think we are potentially already in line to be longer than last year's podcast.
Listen, let's not get like I tell to I was going to say, like I say to all the girls, let's not get hung up on length. Let's just enjoy the quality.
You know what I thought was very, very funny? You know how last year you put a word in at the end? So if you get all the way through the podcast, say it was Albatross, wasn't it?
It was it was Buzzard, it was Haddock, I think, last year.
I thought it was Albatross and Haddock was the year before. Regardless. And then after we done the podcast, and the days and weeks that followed, people were sending us that word. It was maybe start of March or the middle of March.
Got Haddock.
It's taking you 9 months.
It's like that Japanese soldier that crash landed in Papua New Guinea still thinks he's fighting the Second World War. The year's 1956.
He must have just been rationing himself to 15 minutes a week.
That's, listen, if you want to do that is fine, because it'll keep you going.
There's no right or wrong way to listen to this podcast.
We'll move on to Arbroath, the League One champions, and what a season it was last year, because 12 months ago Jim McIntyre's relegated side began the campaign with a miserable defeat at Stenhousemuir. Now that it feels like they're in a great place both on and off the pitch. I think they're going into this new season with a degree of confidence. Going back to the start of last season, or maybe even the tail end of the season previous, Jim McIntyre never really seemed like a good fit for Arbroath, and he was ultimately sacked in August after a terrible start to the season and replaced by David Gold and Colin Hamilton, two popular long-serving players, and the pair arrested the club's form, well supported by the board, who allowed them to turn over the team, get rid of some of the duds, strengthen in those key areas, and they showed exemplary form over the final third of the season, cantered towards the title and secured it by mid-April. I think there's a wee worry that a lot of the squad, certainly the spine of the squad in the latter part of the season, was made up by high calibre loan players like Sam Stanton, Fraser Taylor especially, Andy Winter up front. But I think I look at the business they've done, I'm quite impressed by what Arbroath have done, and I think they are lower mid-table. It's just the sort of position that I quite fancy them to go in for. I think they seem to be. The club just feels like a good place. Lost its way maybe in the latter part of Dick Campbell's time, and under Jim McIntyre it feels though they've bounced back and they are in as good a place as they were when they went up into the Championship the last time around.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they are still, Arbroath fans seem pretty happy in terms of the position that the club are in right now. I don't think that's just on the park and the players have brought in, just in terms of off the park. Like, you often kind of see or read people talking about the fact that nowadays you walk through Arbroath and there's loads of kids wearing Arbroath strips, which is never the case whether 10 years ago or whatever. Definitely a brilliant kind of link between the club and the town, and certainly a position that part-time clubs would very much aspire to be in. It's easier said than done, but regardless. And I think in terms of what they've done over the summer for a part-time club in the Championship, they've probably done as well as you could expect, and I think Arbroath fans are right to be pleased with who's come in. But I do think you've made a brilliant point in terms of the second half of that campaign. As much as the squad done well, you look at, like, Sam Stanton kind of landed on their lap, I suppose. And you look at that midfield, so you had Stanton, you had Fraser Taylor, who I thought was possibly the best player in League One at points last season.
It's great to see him getting a chance with St Mirren.
Now, those are two players who the calibre of which I don't think you normally see in League One. I think both of those players might have got a game for Falkirk, for example, when they won League One. They're not there anymore. And as much as they've been replaced with players who are good, I don't think they're at that level. So they're probably, again, similar to Airdrie, I suppose. They are starting this season, I think, a wee bit weaker than how they ended the League One campaign.
Okay, we'll come on and touch on. You made two points there. I'll touch on the first one there when you talk about the good feeling around the club. I saw this poster in Pine Bovril. It was basically, if you buy a season ticket for Arbroath, these are the benefits that you get with it.
There's loads.
Absolutely amazing. Like the people behind the scenes at the club who were able to to work with all these community businesses within Arbroath. Fantastic. It's all stuff like if you go into this shop and you've got a season book, you get 10% off your purchase. You go to this restaurant, you get 10% off your food. And I think there's a builder's merchant or something that's a principal sponsor. If you spend more than it's like £900,
you get your season ticket back.
I mean, I can't imagine there's many normal punters that have got the need to go and spend £900 at a builder's merchant. But the fact that the club are putting these deals in place with the community is fantastic, and it really is a model for all other part-time clubs. I mean, it's easier said than done. You know, Arbroath, I think since the pandemic, they made with those grants from James Anderson, made a lot of money from that, but then subsequently very successful during the period when they were challenging to get into the Premiership, and be very easy to give Dick Campbell that money to spend guys on from the 9th tier of English football, these strapping big boys that he's bust up that my God look like incredible players, but they can't trap a bag of cement. You could easily have done that, but instead you've invested in infrastructure at the club, and now Gayfield is like a fantastic place. I mean, it's always been a good place to go and watch football, but it's like a fantastic place, but it's got like a modern twist to it. So in terms of that, the club feels in a really good place, and credit to the board members for getting those deals in place, because as you said, like going into a town like Arbroath and seeing people wearing Arbroath tops, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. That sense of esteem, that sense of community, it's like a soft power. I don't want to compare the Arbroath to United States delivering aid packages to sort of like some poverty-stricken countries, and folk have got a good sense of esteem about the United States. But you can see the parallels. You can see the parallels here. The second point, so I'm not talking for long, is that yes, while they might have not as good individual players like Fraser Taylor and Sam Stanton, like Taylor, as you said there, it's great to see him getting a shot at St Mirren. He was excellent in their 8-0, 8-2 win over Annan Athletic, but I mean, those threaded passes he was playing, I'm putting down the fact that Annan are fucking terrible, you know. But it's great to see him getting his chance off the back of that. And Sam Stanton, there's a degree of fortune in that. But as you said there, I think that Gold and Hamilton benefited from the fact you had a board that were like, we will put our hands in our pockets to get this team up over, like, no outstanding teams in League One last season. So it came like to cover his entire wage packet, I don't know, £800-900 a week, however much he's getting at Raith Rovers, to cover that. That's a big commitment to do that, and ultimately paid dividends, because Sam Stanton did them ultimately a really good turn. However, I look at the players that they've bought in, and I think the squad is stronger than it was last season. I think the business, you're raising your eyebrows. I do think the squad is stronger than it was last season.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I do think, particularly in the middle of the park, they've got more options, sort of attacking options. Whether or not that they're good, I think like up front there's maybe question marks. I think they're kind of broadly similar profile of player. But I do think that Arbroath are in a good place for the season ahead.
I think you're right in terms of what you're saying in terms of the squad, because I've got like a note down here of like maybe like probably what you would expect their starting 11 to be, and then a note of key players that they would have on the bench. And you're right, that there might be 6-7 players who you could swap in, and it doesn't necessarily make that team weaker. And I think somebody like Harry Cochrane, for example, that's come in, somebody who was always seemed to split opinion in Dumfries, and obviously they kind of emerged in the scene at Hearts. Looked like he was going to have a great career. Scott Brown then killed him, and he was never quite the same. But I think he will be somebody who Queen of the South fans might miss him now he's not there, if that makes sense. So yes, he feels like a good acquisition. Ross Callaghan has barely played for a couple of years.
That's the big thing. I mean, that's the thing about Callaghan when he's playing it. Like in terms of I think that if you could design, like get a bunch of scientists together to design the kind of player that Arbroath need to survive in the Championship, Ross Callaghan's the kind of player they would come up with. Somebody who is incredibly fit, somebody who's like quite tactically disciplined, someone who can chip in with like 4 or 5 goals, but someone that will absolutely knock his pan for the team. Ross Callaghan's the kind of player they would come up with. However, as you say, I think he made one appearance last season. Motherwell missed the entire campaign with a hamstring injury, and on top of that, it's not just that Callaghan's just returning from injury. He is returning from injury at part-time level. So that's the big thing. It's a transition from, he's come out. It's not just like he has played a full season of full-time football and then he's dropping part-time.
It might be what his body needs, though.
Yeah,
maybe just training a couple of times a week.
Yeah, just about to say that. So I've got a high-ish hopes for Ross Callaghan for the season?
Same. But again, I'm as much as I think they've done well, and as much as I think for a part-time club to be able to attract these types of players, so like Aaron Muirhead, for example, I think bringing him back, I thought he had a really strong end to last season. I think wherever you point to in their team, I think I'd say, that's pretty good. In terms of keeping them away from the relegation zone, no, I'm not so sure at all. And definitely, so you've mentioned up front, that's one area where I do think they'll struggle. And if they're not keeping clean sheets, they need somebody to score goals. And I don't know if any of their forwards are capable of doing that in the second tier.
Yeah, I'd made a note of the forwards. That's perhaps something that I'd be a bit wary about, because I'm thinking like Callum Gallagher and Gavin Riley, when they joined the club, you're thinking, my goodness, that's like an absolutely superb part-time forward line. I think that
which it is.
But
once you get to this kind of rarefied air, suddenly it's not quite as impressive looking.
And then Nikolai Todrov's come in, and I think that, you know, big back to goal striker, the kind of player, somebody who's going to get shoved around by centre backs wanting to shove them back, somebody who can just bring other players into play. Guys like Finlay Marshall, who's come in from Aberdeen. He had a really strong season last year with Cove Rangers. I think they were really disappointed that they weren't able to keep him around for another year. If you've got somebody that can play with back to goal, that can facilitate these players, and that's good. Todorov might be that guy. Gallagher, I'm not disappointed. I think that Gallagher probably maybe reached that stage. He was getting a wee bit older, and he's not got the same degree of impact. I mean, he was a great player when he was at Airdrie, and I think am I right in saying the only reason he didn't stick around at Airdrie is because he's a full-time job and was only training part-time, and Airdrie were looking to move completely into full-time. Same with Gavin Riley. Maybe they might struggle. For God, you're talking me.
The thing about Todorov is he has. I mean, he's never been prolific. He's been fine in the Championship, and as you say, can bring others into play. I think his best season at Inverness, to be fair, I never looked this up, but off the top of my head, it might have been about 8 goals. Now, see if he can chip in with something similar and kind of facilitate goals in amongst the rest of the team and the players that maybe start behind him. Fine, that might be good enough. But if he doesn't, I'd like they've already struggled for goals apart from against Annan. They really struggled for goals.
Annan.
In the League Cup so far, and that's a worry. That's a real concern. So that's, if they can suss that out, if they can bring in a couple of loan players, forward-thinking loan players between now and end of September, fine. I would give them a far greater shot of staying up. But at this moment in time, I do think they're a wee bit short.
Maybe that. So I think I said that a bit up front. You've kind of got a bunch of guys that are all broadly, they're all like good players in their own right. But is this we're a team who are going up to try and consolidate their place in the Championship? You might need a wee bit more. However, around the rest of the team, I mean, I'm looking at the back. You know, you've got a good goalkeeper in Aidan McAdams.
Yep.
He was generally very good last season in League One. Thomas O'Brien made his 500th career appearance during the League Cup group stages. Phenomenal player. Maybe not quite the season that I think this is very eye-catching. The season when Arbroath were going for the league title, everyone was like, it was Thomas O'Brien and like Mikey McKenna, and like, wow, why is this guy still playing like part-time football? And it's when people say, it's like, you don't really understand how it works because he's got a really good job outside of football. I'm sure, like, if you want them, you're going to have to basically pay how much he's getting. Now he's in a 5-year contract at Arbroath. You're going to have to basically pay how much he's getting at Arbroath, which I'm going to assume is a very, very good part-time salary, and then which is like a pretty good wage outside of it. Well, you're going to have to pay that. Who's going to afford to pay that? Hearts. Do Hearts need Thomas O'Brien? No, probably not. Like if you've been serious, but Thomas O'Brien, maybe not quite as imperious as he was like 2 or 3 years ago. Still a very good player, and still very important to the way that Arbroath play, where you've got someone that can. I mean, central midfielder earlier on in his career, but someone who's like a big. I remember meeting him at name drop at Danny Denham's wedding. You're actually surprised at how big a boy he is, because he doesn't look that big in the pitch, but he's a big, broad shoulder, a big strapping boy. But somebody that can play football and start play out from the back. That's really important. Put him next to Aaron Muirhead. The pair of them dovetailed well at the tail end of last season, as you mentioned. Jack Wilkie at fullback, he developed into a good fullback. At right back, they've brought in.
Felt like a decent sign-in.
He was all right though. I watched with Craig Watson. I think it was against Ayr United. Didn't they look too clever?
But I suppose in terms of again, I know I've mentioned it a few times, but in terms of a part-time team, I felt like I thought it was a canny signing.
Yeah,
to get them a step down to part-time, I thought it was decent.
I mean, we're judging these guys who we've spoken hell of, and he didn't track a man for a goal against Ayr United, one of the teams who might win the division. Hell mend him. But he's good. And then you've got Aaron Steele in there as well. And I've got to say, fair play to Aaron Steele. I think he was at the Stenhousemuir AGM. I'd asked Gary Naismith, he'd said there's a strong rumour that he was going to return to the club. Earlier in the evening, Gary Naismith and Martin Christie, the head of recruitment, had said that, just because of Stenhousemuir's financial situation, we'll come on and talk about that in more detail, we're going to have to be more creative with the signings that we bring in. We're not going to be able to sign household names. So here's me, fucking smart arse, putting my hand up to ask a question. You mentioned about not being able to sign like household names, but is there any chance of Aaron Steele coming back? There's a word in the rumour that he was coming back. It says he was very, very close to coming back. Very, very close. Since he had been on loan at Stenhousemuir from Arbroath, since the day he had gone back to Arbroath, Gary Naismith and him had been in constant dialogue with each other about him coming back, and it was all lined up for him to come back, and he changed his mind at the last minute because he felt he'd get more game time at Arbroath.
Have you revealed on a podcast that Gary Naismith was tapping him up?
No. I mean, this was said in the AGM. This was said in the AGM. So I'm not. There's notes of this. There are minutes of this. So he was not being tapped up. I mean, how many managers are texting for this? Goes, well, if he's there, I mean, that's the classic deflection there, isn't it? Like, I remember when I was in my 6th year at school, I got sent home from a snowboarding trip for getting drunk and getting in a fight. And
how did you get back?
Oh well. It was up in outside Aviemore, and me and the other boy that we got in the scrap with, both our parents were phoned. His mum and dad drove up to collect him. My mum was like, stick him on a train, send him up the road. I'm not coming to get him, stick him on a train. But I remember, just because you're just a wee fanny and you're angry that cause, I mean, I wasn't the only person that was drinking. I was only one of the only two. There was only two people that was fighting, and to be fair, the pair of us were dealt with. But put on the train up the road, and I remember sitting with one of the teachers and being like, I can't believe there's loads of other people drinking. I feel like I'm being made an example of. And I always remember the teacher saying, well, there's two ways you can look at this. Yeah, you can say you've been made an example of, you can get really upset about it, or you can just put your hands up and say, I was caught drinking, I'm going up the road. And I remember thinking, yeah, that's probably the more mature way to look at it. So that's the way I'm going to look at this about managers tapping up players all the time. I'm not saying anything. However, the point I was going to make, I think that Steele maybe had lost the trust of Golden Hamilton when, it was quite early doors. He was loaned out to Stenhousemuir. I think he had an injury as well, which they weren't able to facilitate game time. I don't think Arbroath were really in a position to let anyone get up to speed, but Stenhousemuir needed cover for Nicky Jameson. It worked out quite well there, and I thought that he might have lost their trust, but he seems to have won it back. I think he started most of the games. Just it was great to see. Ultimately, I think with every single player we're going to talk about over the next couple of hours, I think it's just you want to see players play at as high a level as they possibly can. If that's Aaron Steele playing the Championship, that's great. Another player a couple of players to talk about with Arbroath as well. Guys who had really strong seasons last year. Scott Stewart, thought he had one of his best seasons with Arbroath. Watching him bomb down the right, and I think he might have suffered in the past by being played at fullback at times. Much better, just let him go forward, let him supplement the strikers. And Ryan Flynn as well in the middle of the park, who came in from St Mirren, right in saying, and just someone who is just unfussy. Just really unfussy, just will sit in front of the defence, not necessarily bomb around the place, but always seems to be in the right place at the right time to break up play and give the ball on to more talent like Fraser Taylor, who's not going to be there.
But I think in terms of Flynn, I think you saw how important a player he is to Arbroath. I didn't see if he played yesterday, but I think he's missed either all of the League Cup campaign or the vast majority, and I do think that has kind of compounded their issues and led to some of the poor results that they've got in that competition.
Because he would be ideal, and thinking the Championship ideal, him and Gillespie Callahan. I know that Flynn's 35, coming for 36, Callan's 32, so they are slightly like older, but that doesn't diminish their quality. And for having somebody with a degree of experience that Ryan Flynn has in the middle of the park, difficult. I've not seen these guys on experience. A lot of these guys have played Championship football in the past, but you know what I mean. Someone that's just gives you that composure on the ball. I think that Ryan Flynn's the kind of player, you give him the ball, not really likely to lose it. You know.
And in terms of Stuart, the only thing I was going to say about him is I think he's probably a player who, I don't know what he does away from football, but
He's a teacher.
I do think he,
He's a teacher.
but therefore part-time is ideal for him. But I do think he probably does have the ability to go a wee bit higher and to get into full-time football.
Maybe earlier in his career. And I think as well that's something that as well Golden Hamilton managed to do well. Is just I've got down here like the players they're able to shift out, just guys who were signed on I think it was 2-year deals, some of them, and just like not quite good enough for what Arbroath are looking for. I think guys like Liam Callaghan, Quinn Coulson, Robbie Hemfrey. Saw another podcast apparently described as a big loss for Arbroath, despite the fact that he played a couple of games and was on loan at Clyde for the last season. They were trying all summer to get rid of him, but it seems like there's some of the dead wood has been shipped out, and it feels like and I think it's important for the manager, especially if you're inheriting a team. I mean, that's been in the job now coming up for a year, but it really does feel like all their players, like guys that they've played with in the past and trust, are guys that they've brought in.
I was impressed with a couple of things that they did. I mean, the fact that when they took over they were bottom of the league and then they ended up winning it, but it was quite interesting how they kind of dealt with things in the January transfer window, because I think when it got to January they were either a couple of points clear or maybe just off the top. I've got it in my head that they were top of the league, but there's still that massive turnover in players. They got rid of a number of players, brought upgrades in, to be fair, but I still thought that was quite a bold and brave thing to do. They obviously felt that they had to do it, and ultimately they were proven to be correct, but they certainly didn't. Loyalty didn't get in the way for what they wanted to do in January, and the team was the better for it. So no, I thought that was really impressive with the two of them. Yeah,
definitely. I do. I think we've said since they took over at Arbroath, I really like David Gold. I'm fond of Colin Hamilton.
Less impressive on interview duties.
Aye. That's I'd like to hear more from David Gold, please, in future. And I see as well Arbroath they've taken away the commentary for their Arbroath TV. They've changed the commentator. I think it is. They've changed the commentator.
So we won't get rhyming slang going forward.
It was funny. Well, see, I'd never found it funny actually. I never found it funny, but then it just became when it just became every time. Oh, he's kicked I don't know, man. He's kicked the market stall, the ball, you know.
I've never ever approached watching highlights with such trepidation, just in terms of, God, I hope this doesn't hit the post at any point in these next 12 minutes. I hope nobody hits the post in this game.
It's like clicking on to the Arbroath highlights, the same degree of trepidation anyone watching the video from the ring for the first time. Fermarinas crawling out the television after 8 days
towards a berry picker.
No, I think that Arbroath, I think they've probably got enough about them to stay up.
Maybe I have them slightly lower mid-table.
Right, you got them 9th or 10th.
I've got them 9th.
Yeah. I suppose you know something as well that's going to colour a lot of this podcast. It's just unfortunate that this is really the only time that you can do this for the beginning of the season. The week between the League Cup finishing and the league season starting, I think there'll be a lot of business done there. I think we'll see the full-time teams will have a far better idea the players are going to be taken forward for the season ahead. The part-time teams who have maybe still got a wee bit of money to spend will be in the hunt for players. I think that could be the same with Arbroath. There might be a striker that comes up that they're able to sign, but I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of anyone.
You're also adding, I suppose we'll discuss the teams that we know it affects as it stands, but the cooperation agreements, like it feels like maybe another one or two of those will still happen, but it also feels like the ones, or certainly some of them that are already in place, they've not found the quotas of players to join the lower league clubs, so that could have an impact the next week or two as well.
Yeah, imagine that you're a manager struggling to fill your bench. You get a cooperation agreement, you get the Bash Street kids sent round to you.
A 16-year-old from Aberdeen, great.
Yeah, cheers Aberdeen. This is exactly what we signed up for. So you're going for 9th place for
I've got
Arbroath?
this 9th, yeah.
Okay. We will move on to talk about, as we're legally entitled to call them, Scott Brown's Ayr United. On last season's big preview podcast, Shaughan, I backed the honest men to win the championship, and although they started well with 5 wins and 3 draws from their first 8 matches, the second quarter was bad and the third quarter was good, but the fourth quarter was bad. And the Honest Men ended up finishing the season in third place, and they ended up never really putting much of a challenge with Falkirk and Livingston at the top of the table, and then they ended up losing to Partick Thistle in the Premiership playoff quarter final. So I do think Scott Brown is coming into this season with a better degree of pressure. However, I think he has been well backed.
Yep.
I think the calibre of players that they've been able to bring in has been pretty impressive, and I think that they're perhaps one of the sides who you're expecting to finish second or up there challenging to get out of the division.
Yeah,
I think.
Agreed. It's funny, I think probably because I'm not an Ayr United fan, I would put what they done last season as a kind of reasonable success, I suppose. The problem is, if you're an Ayr United fan, what you remember from that season is the defeat in the playoff.
Yeah.
And the fact they probably weren't able to run Livingston and Falkirk a wee bit closer. But ultimately, they finished third. There was a point where, I mean, remember they were 2-0 up against Falkirk, and then they squandered it and ended up drawing 2-2. That seemed to be the point when it's like, right, actually, Ayr United don't quite have enough about them to challenge for this title. The challenge I thought very much was, you have seen teams in the past that have done really well in the Championship. Raith a couple of seasons ago, Arbroath. But quite often those teams that do reasonably well and maybe are quite close and running the title winner reasonably close, they don't build on that. They tend to slip away. And I did wonder about if Ayr United could progress on last season rather than regress. And in terms of the signings that they brought in to start with, I wasn't 100% certain. However, I do think that the longer the window has went, the more impressive their signings have become. And I actually think they are a better looking outfit now than last term.
Certainly goals will not be a problem for United this season. Certainly, unfortunately, they're recording a playing St Mirren this afternoon. We're going to miss that game, but I mean, God, poor Annan. every time we're mentioning Annan, I'll get this. But 6-1 against Annan, 4-0 against Arbroath, 3-0 against Forfar. Now, actually, the number of goals is actually coming down. they ran out of puff against Annan, but certainly the game against Arbroath, very, very impressive with some of the football that they were playing there, and I think there's goals spread throughout the team. That forward line, if you think about like Curtis Main, George Oakley, not Jay Henderson's away up the road, sorry, like guys like Jamie Murphy on one side and Dom Thomas on the other. There's a lot of goals in that team and there's a lot of creativity, and I think that perhaps of all the signings, are certainly one of the most high profile, not all the signings, but this is perhaps the most high profile signing, and someone who has hit the ground running straight away, and not that there was ever any doubt that he wouldn't. Dom Thomas coming in from a 6-month spell in Derry City. Yeah,
he's just a really, really good player, and he will not only will he score goals, he'll score brilliant goals. He will create assists for others, and when you've got a forward line, and so whoever they pick, whether it's 2 from 3 or 1 from 3.
And Anne Dowes is coming back as well from
probably
injury, so hopefully
back
we'll see him
from
back fit.
September. But if remember how many goals he scored? He might have scored about 9 or 10 before picking up that injury, and he picked up injury quite early doors. If he starts anything close, you would imagine he won't, but if he gets anywhere close to reproducing that kind of form, you're right, there is goals there. But I think at the other end of the park, I was a wee bit worried defensively, and maybe their goalkeeper as well, but I do think they've made one of the best defensive signings towards the end of the summer, and Kevin Holt as well. So wherever you look in that squad, I think they're pretty impressive.
We'll take a look at the signings then, and we mentioned Thomas there, and Thomas is just a terrific player. He has maybe he doesn't have the fitness or the temperament to have made it as a top flight player, but I don't think his talent's in doubt. Talent's never been in doubt. When he was at Queen's Park, especially when he was at Queen's Park, I remember when they had, I think it was Josh McPake, Grant Savoury, Dom Thomas and Simon Murray playing up front for them in the first half of that championship season, before they sold Murray to Ross County. I was going to call him Simon. Before they sold Ross Murray to Simon County, but before they sold Murray to County, that Queen's Park team were super scintillating to watch, and Thomas really was the fulcrum of that. And you're seeing the impact. Not that there was ever any doubt that he wouldn't have a huge impact at Ayr United, but you're just seeing how good he is. I mean, he scored a couple of goals already this season. One of them was against Annan Athletic, and it's like the most Dom Thomas goal, where he's comes in from the right onto his left foot. You know what he's going to do, and he drops his shoulders, space open, and he curls it. And it's one of the ones that when the thing at the highlights, it looks like it's going over the bar and just dips in. It's a beautiful goal. And then against Forfar Athletic, I can't remember the fullback he's up against, but he takes him on, he takes another, and he's clean through and goal, and he shoots and scores. And I think that when he's going to obviously come against a far calibre of defender this season rather than some League Two dumplings. However, we know what his output's like. I mean, even when Queen's Park were really, really struggling at the start of last season, he was still playing to a high standard. It felt as though that being the captain, there was a lot of pressure on him to take that team forward, and something that he was ultimately able to do. Sorry that he had to go to Derry, and I don't know exactly what happened there or why it didn't work out, but Derry's loss is certainly Ayr United's gain.
I think there's a suggestion that some of the teams in Ireland now, because they play on a Friday night, and I think a lot of the players would then travel back for the weekend. Yeah. But I think a number of teams in Ireland are now getting guys in for a kind of recovery session on a Saturday. So suddenly a Saturday isn't a free day, and they're not able to necessarily do that commute.
He's got a family and all that.
So it's interesting that a number of Scottish players have started to come back. So I think that might be the reason.
Well, there's certainly some that Ayr United have benefited from, because Kevin Holt is another player that's done that. But just on Thomas, when I was watching the highlights back of the game against Forfar Athletic, Dom Thomas scored, and the stadium announcer played the theme tune from Thomas the Tank Engine. Now, I actually thought, that's quite funny. That's quite a wee quirk. But then I was reading through the thread and pine Bovril, just as you do, to try and suck in a wee bit more about what's going on around the teams that we're discussing. And I read that the stadium announcer also played a comedy cartoon sound effect when a referee collided with a Forfar player. And perhaps even more egregious, and this actually literally fucked me off, he played the theme from Laurel and Hardy when Curtis Main missed an easy chance. Who do you think you are? That's so cheeky.
We've had like similar conversations before, but nobody goes to the game to listen to somebody playing tunes.
You know something?
Apart from yourself, when you done it at Stenny, of course.
But see, when I did it at Stenny, it's like a wee bit young and realised, maybe a wee bit of fanny. Like saying, do you think Stone Cold Stenhousemuir can whoop Annan Athletic's arse? Give me a hell yeah, to complete indifference. That's been a wee bit of fanny. But I can look back and see that now.
But you weren't trying to embarrass anybody.
No, not trying to embarrass him, but the idea your own player. Yeah. Like, imagine that echoing around the PA at Somerset Park after a player. Curtis Main's not trying to miss or trying. I mean, he's just fluffed the chance. These things happen. But to be embarrassed try to be embarrassed by the stadium announcer.
The thing is, judging from what I read, there is United fans are unanimous in the fact that they would not like this person to be involved in a match day, I suppose. But it sounds like, I think it's David Smith that owns it. It sounds like he is a fan, which is ultimately why he's kept around. I'm very surprised that Scott Brown is okay with that kind of behaviour, and maybe he wasn't. Maybe there's been words exchanged since last weekend. I'm not sure, but it's that's not why people are turning up on a Saturday. It's not about you.
I quite like the idea of Graham Matthew going into the boardroom and David Smith off from a chair, and he goes sit down and he goes, he pulls the chair away from him. Those are the sort of pranks that go on.
You don't have to be mad to work here.
But it certainly helps. I just think that's just really cheap. Like it's one thing, entrance music and goal music. I'm not a massive fan of them, but I can understand they've got their place. But keep it to like Zombie Nation or Bits and Pieces or like Amarillo. Amarillo, you can only really do it if you're Falkirk. you only really on specific team can do it. But sound effects, like take the piss. Has this guy got like a bank of like a mixing desk with a bank? It sounds like
he thinks it's the ice hockey. Like if there's a fight or something, they start playing a tune. It isn't the ice hockey.
It's not the ice hockey.
No. Just leave it.
Just leave it. And maybe don't play the Thomas Tank Engine. It was the sort of thing I was like, that's quite funny. But then the more it is like, I shouldn't have laughed at that. Yeah, I felt a wee bit bad for laughing at that. We talked about the defence of Kevin Holt coming in. He is augmented by Sean Want is coming from Larne. Liam Dick is coming from Raith Rovers. They both joined on the same day. There was the Want Dick patter on social media. Sean Want, a former Hamilton Academical player. I don't know too much about him, but Liam Dick's certainly someone you do know from a couple of years at the Rovers. Surprised he actually. I don't know the circumstance. I thought Rovers would want to keep him.
They did. So they offered him a deal. And the thing about Liam Dick is he was ideal for Raith Rovers because he is a perfectly capable left back and he's a perfectly capable centre half. But Raith Rovers probably, whether they do or not, I'm not sure. But I certainly think that Barry Robson had a belief that he had three centre halves that were better than Liam Dick and a left back who's better than Liam Dick. But you want him to stick around because Lewis Stevenson might not play every weekend. There will be injuries and suspensions to the centre halves. Liam Dick still would have played a large number of games, but I would imagine that I think he's from the West Coast, so probably it's a bit easier in terms of travel, and I would imagine that Scott Brown has probably suggested that he will start more games at Ayr than he would at Starts Park. But he's essentially somebody who can play two. He's one player who can play in two different positions. So I think he's ideal for this season for Ayr.
And I think as well with him coming in, Paddy Redding leaving, I think the consensus seems to be that Paddy Redding's time as a United player had reached its thanks for your service, but that's enough.
The thing is as well, like Redding was somebody who always got a fair amount of stick from Ayr United fans, but actually his last kind of season or two, he seemed to be reasonably serviceable, but ultimately it was definitely a position that they could upgrade.
And David Mitchell has come in after leaving. You're making a face there, coming in goals after leaving Partick Thistle.
It was the big. That felt like that was Scott Brown. Well, it wasn't his blind spot, as he just kept changing goalkeepers. He was very much aware of them.
Here's a quiz question for you. Can you name all 5 goalkeepers that Scott Brown used last season?
I don't think I could. Have you got them in front of you?
I do. That's why I'm asking the question.
Clark could have been one of them.
Yep, Josh Clark.
I was thinking to myself who was first choice, but then they had so many I'm not entirely sure. Tell me.
Right, so it was Josh Clark.
Yes.
Jack McIntyre.
Robbie Much.
Liam Russell.
Oh yes.
And Harry Stone.
Of course. He was the first choice.
He was the first choice.
He was the first choice.
Then he conceded a goal, and then that was him. So I mean, I'm sure David Mitchell can look forward to 3 games playing in goal before getting binned off.
But he's already he conceded, was it a free kick or a long range effort in one of the? It might have been a friendly actually.
Right.
And I must admit, and as much as it wasn't an absolute howler, but just because of how much chopping and changing Scott Brown done last season, immediately I was, despite the fact there was a friendly, I was like, well, actually you might be in a bit of bother here.
Totally. I was the exact same. That's
but the thing is, Mitchell I don't think he's a bad championship goalkeeper, and we actually spoke last season about the fact that probably the standard of goalkeeping in the championship wasn't great, but I don't think he's one of the better ones. So I suspect that Mitchell will have, for depending on how long he gets as the number one, will have a number of games where you think probably could have done better there. And Brown certainly seems to have something about him where he just won't stand for that. So again, we'll see how it goes, but that might be their weak spot again this season.
Yeah, they've also, as well as they've upgraded the defence, they've upgraded their attacking options, they've also augmented the middle of the park. Stuart Bannigan has come in from Partick Thistle. He had a loan spell with the club 15 years ago, but he's, certainly, when I think of Stuart Bannigan, I think yellow cards is the first thing that comes to mind. However, I think that I'm sorry to see him go from Partick Thistle, and I feel as though Partick Thistle feel a bit different without Stuart Bannigan and Brian Graham. I'm going to have to learn more Partick Thistle players' names for a start. So that's perhaps the thing I'm most disappointed in. But with him coming into Ayr, I think he's just like a good, experienced player. He's not the flashiest of player, he's not the fussiest, but he's generally can do the simple things quite well.
Banning's an interesting player, and I was pretty tough on him last season. I thought he was poor, but then Partick Thistle fans watch him for 90 minutes every week, and they thought he was the best central midfielder that Partick Thistle had, albeit that was probably quite a low bar. But you would imagine the truth is somewhere in between. He probably wasn't, maybe he's not quite as good as Thistle fans made him out to be. He probably wasn't quite as bad as what I made him out to be. I'm not entirely sure he'll start loads of games.
Oh, which means I don't think he's kicked the ball so far this season.
I mean, you would imagine Dempsey in there, although I think Dempsey is injured as well. I think there was a suggestion he was in a moon boot, and depending on how Brown wants to play. But you've got Marco Roos in the middle of the park as well. I
remember at the start, when we were doing this 12 months, we were like, oh my goodness, who's this guy? I don't really think his form dipped a bit, lost his place in the team.
And then they do have this cooperation with Celtic. I think, is it Jude Bonner? I don't know much about him. Obviously,
scored an absolutely superb goal against Arbroath. Just really the sort of thing where you think he jinked past the man, and it was like for 25 yards melted it into the top corner. Really good goal.
So I think there is competition for places in the middle of the park and in midfield in general, which is obviously great for Ayr. Maybe not quite so good for Bannigan, but again, another position where it just feels like they're strong.
Quite like the idea. You've got like a guy who was a Celtic captain for like a decade or so. Like, can we get some of your players? I know, bother, Scott. That's fine.
He's probably just going to ask for 3 goalkeepers.
I just quite like you. You know, you ever seen Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade, where they're trying to the Nazis are trying to appeal to the Sultan to get his camels and his soldiers and so on. So look at these, like fantastic jewels donated from all the fans in Austria. And he's like, no, just
wants some
Phantom
more.
Rolls Royce. Like Scott Brown just look at these goalkeepers. We'll take them.
Exactly that.
Exactly like that. But even when we're looking through I'm looking at the players out that have left the club. I think Mikey Devlin he had done quite well, but you can't quite trust him because of his injury record.
So Kevin Holt will be a fit Mikey Devlin essentially,
which is great because we all know how I think we've kind of brushed over talking about Kevin Holt, but everyone knows he's just a really good defender. He's a big laddie as well, big strong laddie, and I think that Kevin Holt probably suffers from the John Baird, the Paul McMullen syndrome, where you're right good playing the championship, but you just can't quite kick on and do it in the top flight. So listen, if he does the job for Ayr United for the next season, then fantastic. But as well, we talked about the defence there. Like Scott McMahon is still at the club, and it'll be interesting to see where he's played. He played at centre back for spells last season. Will we see him being utilised as full back?
Dylan Watrett as well.
Of course,
he was a player who, remember at the start of the season, we were like, this guy is definitely going places. I mean, I think there was suggestions that like Man United and big teams and down south were looking at him. His season seemed to kind of peter out a bit, but then he is a young player, and maybe you would expect that. So again, it feels like it could be another big season for him, but I think there is quality throughout that team.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, we were kind of joking, but like Celtic, you will have access to some of the best young players in the country through this cooperation agreement. So you're probably getting some like hyper talented youngsters. We've seen like Jude Bonner. I mean, it's only need to see him in action for being there. I think it's Ayr versus Arbroath was the first game on the Friday night. So we'll probably get to see him in action then. But already looks like he's caused a bit of a stir. And if you're able to bring in players similar calibre, like across the pitch, be it goalkeeper, be it wherever else, that's fantastic. It's just that with Brown, the impression I got from him was that he never really seemed to take any responsibility, or not so much that, but it was almost very quick to blame the players when Ayr United got a bad result last season. Like I'm thinking, and to be fair, he was quite right, but when they lost to Kilbride, for instance, in the SPL Trust Trophy, they weren't great that night, but it was like the players got a kicking for it, and a lot of the time when they would lose, like it was the goalkeeper's fault for not doing something. They sort of like name specific positions that he wasn't happy with, and I just wonder how that leads to morale. Because I mean, I'm thinking the game against Partick Thistle, that last game of the season, which you kind of sucked in, it was like Thistle were down to the bare bones there. They were there for the taking. You couldn't take advantage of it.
No, I agree. I don't think Brown always comes across particularly well post match. As a lot of managers don't.
But he's great. After a defeat. See, actually, just after he's brilliant. Like a lot of the other time, I think Scott Brown, like again, name drop, but having met him for working for the Scottish FA, he's a really really funny guy. I think as well what he benefits from. I mean, I think it's no secret that he grew up a Rangers fan and then goes on to play for Celtic for so long. So maybe that you've got to develop that sense of humour when you're in that kind of environment where you kind of realise that football's all a bit silly. When you've passionately supported this football team, you go and play for their big rivals, and then you're kind of like, well, it's all just a bit daft, isn't it? So I think that he's developed that sense of humour, and I think that he generally tends to come across well, and he's quite funny. But just his post-match interviews, it's you're kind of like, come on, mate.
Remember the one that's quite near the start of the season where they went to Falkirk and I think they lost quite convincingly. It was maybe only 2-0, but certainly Falkirk won quite easily. And he said that I actually thought my players were spooked today by the big crowd. And it was like, well, that's quite an odd thing to say. And as much as you're right, I don't think he always comes across well, but I do think that and maybe it goes back to that comment about his players getting spooked. It feels like he knew that he needed to get maybe bigger personalities and experienced players in there, and it feels like he's been backed to do that over the summer, and he's managed to potentially plug those gaps. So it's all set up to have a successful season, but whether they will or not, who knows?
Third place.
I think that they will finish at least third, And obviously there is two teams that we expect to be a wee bit better than the rest. If either of those don't do as well, Ayr will be able to capitalise on that.
I'm really the game on the. I'm really looking forward to Arbroath Ayr United, first game of the season. Obviously, it's a repeat. They played each other, finished 4-0 quite convincingly to Ayr. Remember, was it the first game? Was it the first game 2 seasons ago? Was it Arbroath versus Dundee United at Gayfield, and Dundee United absolutely destroyed them. Yeah, so, I don't want to see such as a one-sided match again. Finally, before we move on, do we get to the bottom of what happened to Jamie Murphy's golf clubs?
No, I certainly didn't manage it.
It's been 2 years. They went missing around the Annie's Land area of Glasgow. If anyone knows what happened to Jamie Murphy's golf clubs, get in touch with Jamie Murphy first.
He's not playing golf for ages.
He's just pacing up and down the house, angry, wondering. Please get in touch with Jamie Murphy first, and then let Shaughan and I know what happened to his golf clubs. Now we'll talk about Dunfermline Athletic. Last season, very pathetic from Dunfermline for long spells. After floundering in the early stages of the campaign, James McPake's stale, rote, sterile possession-based football became far too much to bear, and he was dismissed. And results did pick up very briefly under the interim management of Lanzarote John McLaughlin. He once played for Hamilton Academical in the 1980s, if you weren't aware. And after a long-winded and protracted negotiation, they signed Michael Tidser from Kelty Hearts, and it turned out to be probably the worst managerial appointment of the season, which funnily enough would actually be topped by Kelty replacing Tidser with Charlie Mulgrew a couple of weeks later. And Tidser's brand of football was really no different to McPake's. It was still wanting to keep the ball despite not necessarily having the players to do it. Fans just did not take to him at all, and he was binned off after just 11 matches. Neil Lennon replaced Tidser in mid-March, rumoured to have been given an enormous bonus to keep the club up. Signed Victor Wanyama, who fell over at Somerset Park. And just of interest, can the owner of a Kenyan flag please speak to a steward? Your flag's been handed in. But Lennon did just about enough for the team to finish in safety. I think a lot of players this season have been signed using data and analytics. A lot of players last season were signed using data and analytics. Not all of them had a big impact. And they were the lowest scorers in the entire SPFL, just 28 goals in 36 matches. And basically, if Chris Kane wasn't scoring, Dunfermline weren't scoring. They do look in a lot better shape now going into the new campaign. Like 3 strong results in the group stages, qualified for the knockouts as well. Lost to Hearts. I think it was actually quite unfortunate. Yeah. They gave a good show themselves in the first game against Hearts. But I think that although recruitment had initially been slow, it's picked up a bit of pace coming into it. And I think Dunfermline look in good shape. And I think Dunfermline, I'd maybe put Dunfermline in that top bracket of teams that are looking to try and get promoted.
Not the top bracket.
Oh, the mid bracket.
The mid bracket.
Your middle bracket. So I'm trying to work out what I'm mind reading here. That's not my opinion. I'm trying to figure out what it is you're saying.
I found their summer quite confusing, I suppose.
Okay.
Because I think it's been good, to be fair. And I think the last couple of seasons we've sat here and I've felt that Dundee United haven't recruited particularly well and we're going to struggle. And that's more or less been the case. Been a really poor couple of seasons for them. But when you appoint Neil Lennon, I presume at that point that Dunfermline really mean business.
Yeah. Lennon's not going there for a kick about.
No. And you think they've got money to spend. And then it sounded like that they made a couple of offers for Dylan Easton, and it sounded like they were offering quite a bit of money, 6 figures. There was a suggestion it was maybe 120, 150 grand. If you're willing to spend that money on Dylan Easton, then you do have money to spend, but it doesn't feel like, and the names that have come in, I don't really see that kind of big. They haven't spent a lot of money this summer, is what I'm getting at, and I find that surprising.
Well, I think what had happened was that they might have been in for Dom Thomas as well. I think there was talking maybe going for him, so they were very keen to sign like a superstar attacker. I think with Dylan Easton, and if you're right, they're looking to pay like 120,000. Other teams will know this. Other players will know this, that they're absolutely chucking money out. So straight away, like I wouldn't normally want to go to Dunfermline, but if you want to sign him, tell him I want to sign for like $3,000 a week, and then straight away Dunfermline are like, no, we're not paying that. So I maybe think that the recruitment has initially been slow because they've targeted a kind of player, and as other teams, agents know that they've got money to spend, so they're whacking up the demands, and Dunfermline are balking at the prospect of signing some of these guys. So they've perhaps been a bit more esoteric in some of the transfer business that they've made.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But I think that I do think that some of the players that have come in, especially that, albeit I've only seen them in highlights, but Alphonse, I think it's Alphonse Ahmed in the middle of the park that they've got for a team in Bulgaria. He's a destroyer, but there's a lot more to his game. I mean, it looks like he's got a decent range of passing and can play football as well. I've been impressed with him.
A good degree of pedigree, and he played in Germany, played in Belgium. Belgium, sorry, it was he signed for the Bulgarian top flight. That's right. Yeah. Capped 13 times for Mozambique.
And I think before that, he'd played at every single age group for Germany up until maybe under 21. So definitely, as you say, a bit of pedigree.
A lot of pedigree. I think that you're right. He was. I was reading the articles that on the club website, or certainly in the Courier when he signed. He was apparently convinced to sign for the Pars by Dapo Mabudi, their former player, who I think he'd spent a time in Belgium. On loan there. I don't know if necessarily if their paths crossed.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. He played. I can't remember what team he played. He played in the top flight in Belgium.
Yes, right. So there he was convinced to come up from that. And here's a quiz question for you. He required a visa to join the club, which held up his move. Who was the last Dunfermline player to require a visa?
Wanyama?
Vitas Kasputis. Lithuanian international, made 18 appearances between the 2021 and the 21-22 seasons.
Where did you find that nugget of information?
The Dunfermline website. Didn't have to go, honestly, mate. Didn't have to go looking for it. But that's class. I think that was something that they could be quite guilty of last season, was that they just wanted to play quite like nice football, didn't necessarily have the personnel to do it. Whereas if you've got a destroyer in there, someone who has got a bit of pedigree, someone who can break up play but also carry the ball. I mean, sometimes the further down levels come, sometimes players are just good at one thing. You know, sometimes you've got a guy that can sniff out danger, but he's not much a football player, or somebody that can carry the ball but doesn't like the rough stuff. If you've got someone that can do all these things, that's a huge benefit for you, and that sounds like he'll be a really important player for this team going forward. Yeah,
agreed. And as much as maybe some other signings have been young players and maybe projects, for want of a better expression, I do think that Lennon has had a positive impact on the players that were already there, like Josh Cooper. Like he's had, he signed a new deal, I think at the end of last season.
A 12-month contract.
They've already given him a new deal because he's been so impressive in the League Cup stages. I think they've given him, a 3-year deal.
Summer 2028.
Yeah. So he seems to have kicked on. And I think there's also potentially a kind of decent crop of young players coming through. Certainly it's Andy Todd and John Todd.
Yeah. Oh, do you see they combined for a goal against Hamilton Acton? It was brilliant. Like John Todd put the cross in for Andy Todd to score. And I think that going back to podcasts last year, during his loan spell at East Fife, I think we were saying this. Andrew Todd, Andy Todd's his dad. There's a Dunfermline, so that's a class thing as well. The fact that his dad is a really, really popular Dunfermline player.
Did you see the picture from yesterday?
No.
There is a picture taken from, I'm guessing it's behind the goals, and Todd has just scored, and he is looking up at the stand, and his dad's looking down on him, class. And he's just like beaming because his lad who scored. It's class.
I think people want Andrew Todd to do as well. He wears glasses. So I know that sounds like a stupid thing to say, but the fact that he looks like a kid out there, like. I'm trying to articulate my thoughts here, but the fact that he kind of looks like a wee bit like a nerd, you know. But on top of that, we mentioned there about him playing East Fife. We said he looked really good at East Fife, and we said we hoped that he could go and offer Dunfermline something. I think he got injured. He got an injury. He missed a lot of football over the sort of the towards the middle into the end of last season. But him coming back looks a great option. He looks like a really sparky wee attacker. So, I mean, he got a decent leap in him as well. Somebody that can, a space penetrator as well, like the way he plays. And it's great. It's really exciting. And I think as well, the fact that fans want him to do, well, you tie in, like, he wears glasses, and the fact that he's got that familial connection with the club. This is someone you are absolutely going to be rooting for. And I think that's something that Dunfermline, they did really well to build it when they won League One. It felt as though that team, there's a real strong connection between the players on the pitch and the fans in the stand, and I think they lost that over the last couple of years, especially with remember that statement that the German owners put out there saying that, we wanted to put more money into the club, but we're very unhappy with some of the feedback we were given.
I don't know why you've put a phone like the shape of a phone. Bear in mind it was a statement they put on their website.
Yeah, so it's like it was a Dr. Evil sort of thing when they're speaking there. So I don't know why I did that accent. I don't know why I did that accent. But basically, if it really felt there's a sense of disconnect here, and that coming into the new campaign, it feels like with the new owners, and particularly someone like Neil Lennon, I think when the going's good, Neil Lennon, you talk to people that have worked alongside him, when the going's good, Neil Lennon's one of the best people in the world to be around. When the going's not so good, Neil Lennon's a difficult person to be around.
I don't know if you saw his behaviour when they scored at Tynecastle to make it 1-0.
I was thinking about
very funny.
John Wilson watching at home, absolutely fucking fizzing that he wasn't there to get in there and sort them out.
He team maybe just like bamming it up Hearts fans for a good 6 or 7 minutes following the goal. It was tremendous. You are right though, and I do still have this thing about Lennon where when he has a far bigger budget than everybody else, it goes very well, as you would expect. There are question marks when that isn't the case, and I still think as much as like there is a suggestion that United, that Dunfermline are really well back now financially, but you've probably yet to see it on the park. It still might come to fruition, and so because of that, I still think if you want it to be glass half empty, I suppose, that you could ask question marks about whether this is Lennon's ideal situation.
Probably not. I think Neil Lennon would want an absolute superstar in there, maybe like a big top quality centre half. Have a top quality striker. I mean.
Yeah, no, agreed, absolutely right. Funny enough, when you mentioned centre half, I'm going to mispronounce this. Jeremiah Chilicola-Mullen.
Fucking hell,
he's going to go places. My goodness, he's good.
Right. I remember seeing him. Remember when I went in that voyeuristic game to Aki's to watch to sit right in front of the dugout to watch John Rankin get shouted at. So this guy stands out. This Jeremiah Chilicola-Mullen, because he's tall and he's got big like curly hair, and it's just watching him play, and it's like, fucking hell, this guy's really, really good. Like, he's an absolute unit, but he can shift as well, and he can dribble. I mean, he set up the winning goal against Hamilton. I think it turned out to be it was Lee Kildare own goal, where it was his cross that came in. But he turned the full-back inside out before slamming the ball across the face of goal. And that's a centre-back that's doing that. And it feels he won't be there for long. He won't be there for long. Somebody of his... It's funny when you see me, like, how on earth do you end up in Dunfermline in the first place? And I think that although it wasn't a particularly good season for Dunfermline last year, he's one of the few players that emerged with a wee bit of credit in the bank, and I think fans are looking forward to seeing what else he can do in a better side with a better manager. Yeah,
agreed. He's a real standout.
So I was taking a sip of water there, expecting you to say more about Jeremiah Chilicola-Mullen there. The other guys that have come in, Keith Bray has joined the club from Inverness Caledonian Thistle. He actually signed in January, but he spent the latter part of the season on loan back at Kelty Thistle. I thought he was really good. at Kelty Thistle, and I had really high hopes for him coming to the season. He's not really been seen much.
I don't know if there really is a position for him in this team. Like playing a back three, I think they might struggle to fit him in. And it's like Inverness fans absolutely talk him up. I can understand why. I thought he was really, really good, and he's a good player.
A local boy. Oh no, he's not local. He's Stornoway or somewhere like that came over. So certainly, but he came through. I think he came through their systems. There is a lot of that way where you might. And I'm not saying this is the case with Bray, because I do think Bray's a good player, but because he's one of your own, you talk him up more than you would other players.
Because he didn't get in the. And to be fair, it was a good team, but he didn't get in the League One Team of the Year.
I was surprised at that.
But it did make me wonder if, and of course they watch him for 90 minutes every week, so they know far better than me. But it did make me wonder if he was being talked up as a slightly better player than he was. And I think Inverness fans were suggesting he would make that step up to Championship in Dunfermline, no bother. I wasn't entirely convinced.
I think as well, then the circumstances at Kelty Thistle was then when, going into administration, almost like going out of business. And it's these young players that are saving the club, and on top of that, they'll have made money off Bray. So his profile becomes greater and greater than it may actually be. I thought Bray would make the step on no bother. I was excited by him.
I think he still might, but I never thought it was going to be a doddle for him.
I thought he might be. I thought he'd be seen more game time than he would at the moment. But they've For the other player they brought in for Kelty Thistle, Charlie Gilmore, had come in. I liked him last season. A very useful ball player. I think he's a local boy to Inverness as well. I think he had done his time at the club, and I think in fact I think it was his second spell with them. I think it just for his own good, moving on to Dunfermline, being part of this project. And I do think he'll offer something with the park. I think him and he'll the pair of them will do well.
He feels like a far superior Joe Chalmers, who kind of stunk the gaff out at East End Park for a while.
I was looking at the boys that they let go there, and it's like Aaron Comrie, I think might wanted to keep hold of him, but then guys like Craig Whiten, like spent the tail end of last season alone at Montrose, like doubts about his fitness. Michael O'Halloran, who somehow might be talking about him very shortly, and then David Witherspoon and Joe Chalmers, guys who have been good players in the past, but maybe just the drop off going for the championship, and just probably guys in decent wages as well, that you can maybe just like go. Though the player I was probably sorry to see go, Lewis McCann, who left the club.
But it'd been there for so long now. It was
never really kicked on.
When are you going to kick on? And possibly he is somebody who has been not mismanaged, but maybe he just hasn't had the. I mean, there's a number of players who haven't really impressed at Dunfermline over the last, whatever it is, 2-3 seasons. So maybe he's been a victim of that. Maybe he can go somewhere and get a manager or a coach who can, whether it's getting him in the right position, but it feels like he's played everywhere for Dunfermline, and it's not quite worked. But in terms of his physicality, physically he is absolutely cut out for championship football. Whether it's a lack of quality, whether it's confidence, whether it's not having an arm around his shoulder, don't know. But you're right. I hope he goes on to get fixed up somewhere.
It's really interesting to jump back a step to Josh Cooper. Did you watch his interview after he signed the new contract on YouTube? No, really good. He came across like a really nice guy, but he was asked about, I can't remember who he started his career with. I think he was a full-time player. It might have been St Johnstone, probably, but anyway, he went part-time with Stirling Albion, and he was asked about going part-time because the boy who interviewing him said that, you did well at Stirling Albion to get the move back to Dunfermline. A lot of time, like, boys just go part-time, and that's really the last you hear of them. What about you? He said, I believe in myself, always knew I was a good player. And it's just getting the chance to do well at Stirling Albion, get the opportunity to go back in full time, and he had to be patient. I think he only started 4 games last season. I think he made something like 26 appearances. Only 4 of them were from the start, but done very well with his goals that he's got. I mean, he scored against Hearts, brace against Dumbarton in the League Cup. Lennon's obviously taken a shine to him, and I think there might have been the decision, a 3-year contract when he still had 12 months run. I mean, let's not get carried away. Let's see how he does into like 10, 12 games into the season. But Lennon obviously really likes him and wants to protect his value and thinks that he can maybe kick on even further. And the point I'm bringing in is that Lewis McCann, because of where he is with injury and so on, it might suit him going part-time. I think there might have been talk of him joining Kelty Hearts at one point, whether or not, I mean, it's not come to fruition yet, but it might benefit him if it's a local team where you can maybe let your body recover, go and play there, show everyone that you're a good player, and then you might get the opportunity to go back elsewhere.
I actually thought I wouldn't have been surprised if Barry Robson had made a move for him, just because it feels like the type of player who Robson wants up front, somebody who is physically good and pretty much able to run for 90 minutes. But you're right, he has had injury worries in the past, but it feels like that hasn't come to fruition. I think where Cooper might become really important this season is, still feels like they haven't solved this issue up front. It's still Chris Kane or nobody. But if they've got Cooper chipping in with goals, then that certainly helps on that front. But it still feels like they are a striker short, and maybe there's another
one for the tally marks there. I suppose Chris Kane's, he likes to drop really deep as well. He's almost like not quite a false nine, but he wants to come in and link play a lot. So maybe if you had an orthodox centre forward to go up there, or maybe it's why he drops deep, Josh Cooper pushes up, but his goals have been really well taken. He's been in the right place at the right time. And one player who left the club, Victor Wanyama, we were joking about him at the start. I think it was last week, Lennon was discussing whether or not he was going to bring him back. Given that he's missed the entirety of pre-season and the League Cup group stages, it seems unlikely. I mean, I know they had that absolute nightmare against Ayr United when he fell over the ball and slapped it away to stop a counter-attack. I mean, did we see anything from him last season that suggests he was worth keeping on?
No, I mean, Lennon, and I don't know if Lennon was just being nice, but he said something along the lines of, he played really well against Morton. in the last game of the season now. A, it was a dead rubber. B, Dunfermline lost 2-0. And from Dunfermline fans' comments about the game, he didn't actually play that well. And I saw the interview a week ago from Lennon, and I looked at the headline and I was like, oh, please bring him back, because usually, like, he hasn't had a summer, a pre-season at all. But the headline didn't quite marry up with the text. I don't think he will be back, unfortunately.
You know, just on the, I'm kind of going through my notes. We talked about needing another striker. Forgot about Connor Young,
who now is he fit at this moment in time? Because again, he
scored in the friendly against Kelty Hearts. So I think it's tentative him coming back into action.
Because I haven't seen. I don't think he's had many minutes at all in the League Cup.
It's frustrating. I just remember at Edinburgh City, the whole thing was get him through the middle and basically just set up chances. We spoke about it a lot on last season, so that's what James Stokes, his strike partner, was so good at. Do all the heavy lifting for him. Somehow force the ball into him in space, get onto his left foot, because he is ruthless. He's a marksman in front of goal. And I remember seeing him that game that we were talking about there against Hamilton, where he was playing out wide on the right with the intention of coming on to his left foot. And I was thinking, no, just why was he so good at Edinburgh City? Because you put him in positions around the box where he can get shots off quickly and he can score. Don't ask him to do something that he's not good at. I mean, I suppose it's that idea of football. You're going to have to be versatile, but it's not like you sign, like, imagine Scott Brown signs David Mitchell and plays him in front of the defence. You know,
the last thing that Connor Young needed was to be moved further away from goal. Like, just get him closer to goal, the best. I suppose though, Kane is their focal point. But I thought, I was really annoyed that Dunfermline signed Young. I thought it was very much somebody who I hoped that Raith would go for. And as much as obviously I hope Dunfermline fail miserably, I do hope that Young kicks on and has a good season. Yeah. But I do wonder if he might go out on loan rather than play a role for them this season.
He might do. Maybe the same with Bray as well. Like we say, this is the period where their teams are figuring out who they want to keep and who they don't, and just maybe it's the lack of forward options that will keep Connor Young, but you're not going to see much game time. So you can't the cooperation agreement. Don't think they'll be able to do that because he's not their academy player, and I think he's too old for it.
He'd be too old for that.
He's too old for it anyway. Well, there goes that dream. But it does. I'm trying to see if there's any other players. Tashan Oakley Booth, he's been kept on. Got flattered. Obviously, he's got a bit of pedigree, but I think flattered to deceive at points last season, but seems to have started the season really strongly. Again, another player where I think maybe working with Neil Lennon has had a really positive impact on his performances so far. I suppose if you're talking about, we've mentioned the fact that they are lacking a forward and might struggle, especially because Chris Kane feels like somebody who needs to manage his minutes quite carefully. They also haven't solved the issue with their goalkeeper. The fact Dennis Mehmet's still there.
Dennis Mehmet seems to be their only option at this moment in time.
I've got down my notes here. Not the most highly regarded goalkeeper in the division. But I was reading that the Pars, again, and this is a difficulty about recording the podcast at this stage, they've got
Mason Munn.
Mason Munn was one they've got from Rangers. I think he actually played for Rangers at one point last season in the first team. I'm sure someday, if you're a Rangers fan, and actually no, if you're a Rangers fan, go and listen to someone else. We don't want your sort here. But I'm sure he actually played the first team game. This is for lower league heads only. This is for the lower league heads only. They say they've got a list of options for a goalkeeper. I think Mason Munn might be one of them, and I think he had played for them at points last season. Who's the boy there? Is it Toby Oluwayemi?
Yes,
I liked him. I thought he was quite good. Quite good for them.
He was on loan from Celtic. I don't know I don't know if he's still at Celtic and what they're looking to do with him. I know Dunfermline fans would certainly want him back, but for some reason that doesn't seem to be in the offing.
Scott Brown's already got him. That's why. I mean, it feels like we talked there about it feels like there's a degree of optimism coming into the season. I mean, they've sold more than 3,000 season tickets for the year ahead, and given how bad last season was, that takes some doing. So I think the people at the club, the fans, they deserve a bit of credit for rallying behind the team for the year ahead. Yeah,
and I think in terms of a manager, they probably have the ideal person to kind of rally the fans and get them behind the team. You're right that there is a feel good factor about it, despite the fact that I do think in terms of the players that have come in, that there hasn't been the splash that you expected. But regardless, I think the fans are right to be optimistic, and I think they will be certainly challenging for that. I'd be surprised if they don't challenge for a playoff spot, put it that way.
Yeah, so in top 4.
I don't
upper mid-table.
I don't have them finishing top 4, but I think they won't be far away.
Okay, yeah. Fair play. Now we will go to Clyde and we'll talk about Greenock Morton. And last season, much like every other recent season, was a very Greenock Morton season. A poor start, a thrilling middle, and a poor ending. A 6th place finish. I'm trying to think the high points got assistant manager Andy Millen was let go right at the end of the season. I think it might have been something to do with an altercation with then Raith Rovers CEO Andy Barrowman.
Yes, I believe that was. I don't know details about it. I believe he may have behaved poorly, judging by the fact he was let go. Presumably that is the case, but yes, there was some altercation.
But I don't think there was certainly don't think Dougie Emery he'd have been very happy to have kept him around.
I've always got the impression they were close, so you would imagine he was pretty disappointed at that. Yeah.
Now, I'll try and summarise this as briefly as possible. There was issues at boardroom level which became public knowledge towards the end of the season. There was problems with the Morton Club Together group in Dalrada, the club's main sponsor. That seems to have sorted itself out. I mean, if you want to know more about it, there's a really good Patreon podcast recorded with Craig Fowler and Craig Dunning that goes into this issue in far greater detail than we can afford. I mean, this is a long podcast, but we draw the line at going on about Morton's boardroom shenanigans. Perhaps the wackiest thing that happened at Morton last season was the club were placed under a FIFA-issued transfer embargo. There was an email pertaining to the registration of Jack Byrne, a player who they signed from Liverpool, had been sent to the spam folder of someone no longer working at the club. So a double whammy, into the spam folder and a former employee. And Dougie Emery was only informed out. I think there's people working behind the scenes had kept this quiet from the manager, but he was only informed about it when he tried to sign a goalkeeper. And the embargo's since been lifted, but it was certainly an embarrassing episode for the club administrators. I don't know if it's connected, but the general manager, Dale Pride McDonald, left. I think he's gone for an opportunity in Northern Ireland. And judging by the response on social media, his departure was quite well received by the supporters. But perhaps, I mean, that's a lot of big news. Perhaps the biggest news I'm saying everyone's big news, but this is bigger than everyone else.
This is bigger.
Billy Davis has joined the club as a technical head coach. Now, I've never heard this position. I don't know if it's a sort of a...
It's made up, isn't it? It's a made-up term for somebody who doesn't want to be known as an assistant manager.
Now, if you want to know more about Billy Davis, I'd highly recommend reading an article in The Athletic from Daniel Taylor from 2019, where Billy Davis believes that PR firms have been hired to smear his name on internet message boards. I mean, it's been over a decade since he was last in frontline management. And I think that he has been certainly over the past year or so really keen to get himself back out there by appearing on podcasts. And really, when you think of Dougie Emery and Billy Davis, they're the real Fred and Rose of lower league Scottish football.
You're saying he wants his name out there. He was supposed to come on the show.
I was supposed to come on a View from the Terrace, but unfortunately we couldn't quite make it work. But nevertheless, I mean, that's all the stuff that's happened off the park, just to keep you up to speed. It's actually been a really successful League Cup group stage campaign, because so. I mean they lost 3-0 to Motherwell, who ultimately went on to win the division, but very handy against the lower league opposition in that group. 3 wins out of 3, and they've qualified for the knockout stages. What can we expect, Shaughan, from the Ton this season?
See if we wanted to shave time off this podcast, we could probably do it with Morton, because I know exactly what's going to happen. They are starting the campaign as usual with a squad that doesn't look like it's quite up to par for the Championship. I don't mean in terms of maybe getting relegated, but it doesn't look like a squad that is going to challenge for top 4. They will, after 7 games, they'll probably be bottom of the league with 4 points. They'll then go 18 games unbeaten. We'll be sitting 4th. We will be talking about Dougie Emery, how good a manager is, how he manages to eke out these performances from players.
Is the Dundee job the right one for him to take?
You will link him with teams in the Premiership. Then they will win 1 game from their last 11 or 12 and finish 7th. As is their way.
Brilliant. So we'll move on to talk about Partick Thistle. No, I'm kidding on. Probably. I feel like just the way that I don't know if it's changed, and I don't know if it's changed given that Dalrada, I think Dalrada have increased the amount of money they're putting into the club. Is it something along those lines?
So obviously, like the controversy seemed to be that they wanted to. Yes, we still want to give you money, but it almost felt like they wanted a bit more
controller from the MCT.
So it still feels like they are backed reasonably well by them. I think where the concern is going to come from Morton is it just feels like Emery is consistently having to dip into this well of getting performances from players that you wouldn't. Like, I don't think that squad's very good, but I don't think they'll get relegated. But one of these seasons, it feels like maybe they won't finish 7th. Maybe they will be in bother at the bottom of the table. This starting poorly, ending poorly, but having a good middle, like that can continue to happen. And it might not happen this season, but I don't see too much from this squad to necessarily be that positive about. And in terms of the signings, they've brought in a number of unknown players, a number of young players. And although they still have Adeloy, so I think they'll probably still have goals in that team, and they'll probably be kind of minging enough to play against that they'll grind out results. But it might not be a season at Capello where it's laugh a minute, I suppose.
Yeah, it was a great feeling at Capello, a feeling of indifference at Capello once again. Yeah, and you wonder for Emery the number of times where you can keep on just putting everything into it and just getting the same thing. It might be the stage where you want a fresh challenge.
He must get fed up at some point.
I suppose, we've talked about it on previous podcasts with Dougie Emery, though, he's perhaps like just simply not a fashionable manager and will get overlooked. You applied for the Inverness Caledonian Thistle job, and I think who would you much rather had, like Dougie Emery or Duncan Ferguson? And I think Duncan Ferguson's the more rock and roll, sexy appointment, but that didn't end well. Dougie Emery would have probably got Inverness Caledonian to 6th place in the championship. Started the season badly, finished the season badly, but that run in the middle, those 18 unbeaten games, unbelievable. I think that the summer started quite badly for them because they lost quite a lot of like decent players all in one go. I mean, they lost 2 centre backs to St Johnstone, Jack Baird and Morgan Boys. They lost Ryan Mullen to St Mirren. Mullen's a really good goalkeeper, and I suppose if he can maybe overcome the injury issues he's had, he could be an asset to St Mirren. And they lost Aaron Lyle, who went and joined Ross County, and they inexplicably didn't get any compensation from him because they hadn't filled in the relevant paperwork in time.
Oh, Morton.
It's
so Morton, isn't it?
Oh, that is so Morton. Yeah. So the guys that have come in, it's a small squad of players. I think there's quality in some areas. There's perhaps areas that could do with a wee bit of freshening up. Yeah, the guys that have come in, the only player who is any real championship experience is Jackson Longridge. He's coming from Hamilton Accies, and I think he'll be playing at centre back for this year. I didn't know Jackson Longridge was a centre back. I always thought he was a sort of full back wide player.
I don't think he is a centre half, but this season he may have to be.
He's been partnered alongside Chris Moore.
Leeds.
But he's a unit. He's a big boy. I think that's what we're seeing for a lot of these guys who are playing like English top flight academies. At the very worst, they're going to be absolute units, guys that can play a bit. And I think that what Moore will need to learn to deal with quickly is just like the physicality of it. You hear that a lot of the time, isn't it? Guys that have been used to being playing at a reasonable tempo where they get plenty of time in the ball, and you're coming up against Dodd Oakley, who's going to want to decapitate you. And it takes you need to have bollocks like a bulldog to try and if that big ball's coming out and you see Oakley beginning to back in towards you, you're going to be in for a fight. It takes a certain kind of man to know how to push back. But I mean, that's Longridge is the only player of repute, and I've no doubt that Emery has gone out there and tried to sign some experienced players that he's probably lost out to rival clubs just because Morton can't afford to bring them in.
I suspect they'll have one of, if not the lowest budget in the division, potentially. Maybe even including Arbroath. The fact that we are starting another season and they're still going to be reliant on, I'd imagine Ali Crawford will play a lot of games. You'd imagine Grant Gillespie will play a lot of games. You'd imagine Cammy Blues will play a lot of games. And all three of them might have decent seasons.
Players, yeah.
But again, that's a lot to ask over and over and over again. And I still think they'll be fine, but I'm struggling to see too many. Unless some of these young guys that they're bringing in are exceptionally talented, which they might be, I just struggle to be too optimistic about.
Yeah, his boy Cian Taylor has come in to add to the midfield options. He was at Preston North End. I think he left the club in January. Even played a couple of matches in the club's first team. Had trialled with the club over the summer. Scored in a friendly win over Annan Athletic. That doesn't really count, actually. Yeah, sorry, Keane Taylor. We're taking that goal away from you because it was against Annan. We don't know if this guy's any good. Certainly, the goalkeeper James Storer, they've brought him on loan from Wolverhampton Wanderers. He's now again, like all these boys are coming from Premiership teams, English Premier League teams. He is an absolute lump of a boy. I saw him. I actually went to Capello for Morton beating Stenhousemuir 3-0. And yeah, there's a difference and so don't want to read too much into it. Stenny ended up finishing the game with 10 men because of injuries, and they only had 2 outfield players on the bench. However, I thought Morton were pretty good, and Storer made 2 really good saves when the score was 1-0. He made a good save to block Corey O'Donnell when he went through and goal, and Kinnelly Billum had a long distance shot that he did well to save. And I think if it wasn't for the fact he was such a big guy, the shot might have gone in, but he's got such an impressive reach. I always wonder about like really, really tall goalkeepers when it comes to saving shots. No, that seems like at the very base level.
In terms of getting down low.
In terms of getting down low and stuff like that, that's the thing. I mean, it's easy enough to like jump out and come for crosses when you're that size and fill out the goal and stuff like that. But when it comes to saving certain shots, you might struggle. So I'll be keen to see how he gets on. But I do think he's made a pretty decent impression so far.
Was it Wolverhampton Wanderers that your old friend Jack Ruddy came up the road on loan from? Yeah. So maybe don't have a fantastic track record in sending loan goalkeepers north.
I tell you what, I will not be doing. I will not be clipping any of James Storer's egregious errors on social media. I'll tell you that for nothing.
I think a lot for this season might come down to, because I think as it stands they'll probably be fine, but you do wonder how that dynamic between Billy Davies and Dougie Imrie, how it will work. Because obviously he clearly had a really good relationship with Andy Millen.
Yeah.
Now he has Billy Davies, a man who, I mean, presumably he is comfortable being the number 2, and I think there's a suggestion that he isn't an assistant manager. There is more required from him in terms of his role at Morton. But it's still important that they work well together, and it just feels like they're a bit of the odd couple, but we'll see.
Because having spoken to people that have worked alongside him, like Andy Millen gets like glowing reports from anyone that's come across him and said he's such a super enthusiastic guy, such a positive influence to have around the place. And like, I mean, I saw a wee while ago, but Billy Davies was described as someone that could start a fight in an empty room, someone that's like really, really combustible. And I just don't see what's. I mean, for Davis, it's good that you get your foot in the door back in again with football. And for Morton, you're tapping. It's been a long time since Davis was involved in management. Say we got someone who's got a load of experience, someone who has had a great degree of success. I think it was Derby County that he was especially good at.
Yeah, Derby,
Notts
Forest. I don't know if you saw. It literally just popped up, I think, on my Twitter yesterday, and it's an interview with, is it Ryan Bertrand? That was it. Is that how you pronounce his surname? It was at Chelsea, and he was speaking about the Champions League final when they beat Bayern Munich. And I think he was asked, how did you prepare for that game or whatever? He said, when I was sitting in the dressing room, the only thing that was going through my head was a team talk that we got that I'd been part of ages ago from Billy Davies.
Really?
He was talking about how don't play the occasion, play the game, something like that.
Yeah.
But he goes, I just kept repeating that over and over and over again. It was just advice that I got from Billy Davies years before. He goes, and that really helped. And I just thought, that's pretty
incredible.
cool.
I mean, the guy's his reputation isn't particularly well thought of. You know, given it his long out of management, given some of the, like you say, like I think there's a PR company being hired to smear his reputation, but you don't manage at that level unless you've got some degree of quality. And I think that is a motivator. And I'm going back to this Athletic article that I've read, which was certainly seemed fair in terms of like giving a profile of the man. But in terms of like as a leader of men, something he is very, very good at, and that just leads back into what you're saying there with Ryan Bertrand, just remembering a comment when he was a teenager, when he was on loan at a club. But yeah, it does seem like a weird dynamic.
It just seems I don't know the best word to. He seems a strange individual, and as much as he's obviously had success in the past, I do wonder if he is still relevant. Isn't the right word, but I do wonder if he's able to motivate a dressing room in 2025.
It's just like at Ross County with John Robertson coming in. You know, like you'd say, like I can't remember the last time he was at Inverness.
John Robertson feels more normal. Billy Davies. I don't know how else to describe that.
Yeah, he's probably and were you in the episode of View for the Terrace with John Robertson?
No.
Was that no? No. Now he's really interesting. He was talking about motivating and people, and I can't quite remember what he was saying, but it was all quite interesting. I'm not quite big on like high motivation podcasts and stuff like that. I'm quite. Don't like that. I think that it's a natural thing, and I think if someone's coming into like a guidance coach or someone or a motivational coach, I think that if you're put in that situation, I think it's bullshit and I'll just switch off it. But if it can be done in a subtle way, I imagine I'm quite susceptible to it. And it was stuff that John Robertson was talking about that it was like, wow, that's actually really impressive. How to get a group of people to pull in the same direction as you.
I know it's a different situation, but we were obviously at the Edinburgh City end of season awards, and John Robertson was a speaker there. So
he was,
and I thought it was excellent. I thought the way he kind of just held the room and the way he spoke, I thought it was excellent. So I can imagine him being somebody who can hold a dressing room and can inspire. Whether Davies can, I don't know.
We'll see. But certainly, if you'd said that Morton would finish runners up in a group that included Motherwell, Stenhousemuir, Peterhead, and Clyde, you probably
probably should.
That actually sounds right. Fair play. The couple of other players that I wanted to touch on as well. An interesting boy they brought in, Zach Mackay, who a bit of a wild card signing from Cumbernauld Colts.
Yeah, always interesting to see how players can make the step up. Again, don't know too much about him, but like you always want people to succeed.
Of course,
when they make such a leap.
He had a loan spell at Stenhousemuir. Not a loan spell, but he'd left Rangers and joined Stenhousemuir. I think it was like the tail end of 2023, and basically he made 3 appearances coming off the bench. And he was let go in January 2024, and Gary Nason said basically this is when Stenhousemuir were in the middle of that 12-game winning run, and so very, very difficult to try and get into the team. And he basically said it was just he couldn't give him games, so he didn't think it was fair to him for him to be here when he can't guarantee him games. So he dropped down, played for Cumbernauld Colts. Apparently he's obviously done very well. I think he trialled at a number of clubs. I think he trialled at Queen of the South as well. Obviously chosen to go to Morton. It's a big step up to go from the Lowland League to the Championship, but
I could be getting mixed up here, but did he play potentially as a trialist for Queen of the South against Morton, do very well, and then Morton, I think Morton then kind of pinched him?
Oh, that's an interesting quirk. I didn't know that.
I think that was the case. I might be getting mixed up. Apologies if so, but I'm sure that's actually what happened to him.
Very interesting. But he started off as a fullback in his career, and he's moved, weirdly enough, it's like the inverse. He's probably like 20. So I hate to think he's dropped at between the ages of 18 and 20. He's dropped from centre forward to centre back. But he started as a fullback, wing back, and now he plays as a forward. And like, I'm not sure like how good a player he is. But in terms of like physicality, he's like stocky, he's strong, and you can see one of the things he was good at in that game against Stenhousemuir, and albeit it was against the boy Archie Graham, who's at Queen's Park's Academy that's coming to join the Warriors, backing into him, his big backside and big legs, and just being able to like arse him out of the way and get the ball in and pop it off. So I think he'll definitely give them something in attack that I'm not sure if that will necessarily translate to goals, particularly for him, but it's something that can maybe play off Alloa and give them a wee bit different.
If it is who I'm thinking of, and I'm fairly certain it is, I'm sure Skyline Drifter on Pine Bovril said that he wasn't overly impressed by his overall game in that match. However, he still scored 2 goals. So if that's what he's doing on a week-to-week basis, pop him up with a goal, but maybe not doing that much else, that's still fine. That still sounds all right.
I mean, I think there was at one point during the summer, like when J. Emmanuel Thomas was released 10 months into a 4-year sentence, going back to right what you said at the start of so those guys that chopped down the tree got the same length, got a longer sentence than J. Emmanuel Thomas did for drug trafficking.
It's a really nice tree.
That was a really nice
in Robin Hood.
Tree, yeah. There you go. It's in 28 years later as well.
Oh yeah,
for very briefly. But JML Thomas, when he was released from prison, posted on Instagram on his stories him wearing a Greenock Morton top. I let you guys down big time. Hopefully you can forgive me. If the chance comes along, I will right my wrongs, but that will be up to the club. If it does not, I wish you all the best. And I think very quickly Morton took that out of his hands and said like, nah, it's all right. Now he's playing for AFC Totton in the National League South.
Is that the 6th tier of English? I saw he'd signed for Tottenham, but I didn't know who it was.
I don't know, but I do know the former Rangers striker James Beattie is our director of football.
Wow, there you go. Small world, isn't it?
It's a small world. That's if Wikipedia is anything to be believed. But you've got unfortunately we won't get to see J. Emmanuel Thomas back in the blue and white anytime soon, but up front you do have Tommy Adeloy, who if it wasn't for his injuries, probably wouldn't be playing a team like Morton. He's a very capable striker.
Yeah, and I know he was a forward who I think a number of forwards have had this problem at Partick Thistle where Brian Graham was the main man, and then everybody else would kind of get minutes when Brian Graham went off. But Adelai's scoring record in terms of his goals to minutes at Thistle was exceptional. It might have been the best in the league, and I know he's had other spells where there might have been, there was suggestions about his attitude or his work rate or whatever. But I think he's a massive talent. I think in terms of that squad, I think he's probably the best player that they have, and I think as long as he has a good season, they will be absolutely fine. But I think he will, whether it's a dozen, 15 goals, something like that. As long as he gets a kind of decent supply, I think he'll have a great season.
I'll get 2 against Stenny, and I think for the combined total of 5 yards out. But it was just his good positioning and knowing where they've been able to read the ball and read what the defender's intentions are, and just putting yourself in the right place to do it. You've spoken as well, Shaughan, about some of the existing players they've got. I think that Ian Wilsonstein is a big boon. I think there was, he passed up the opportunity to join the Lithuanian side. Zalgiris?
Vilnius? Is it Zalgiris Vilnius? I think that's one of their better teams.
Well, they were playing the Champions League.
There you go.
But he chose to stay in the Scottish Championship. What a player, though.
Yeah.
What a player, though. I mean, again, he's another player. If it wasn't for injuries, he'd probably still be playing for Kilmarnock.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that the building him. I mean, he's almost like built out of boxes. He looks like, you know, if a boiler was given human life for 24 hours, his shoulders are so square.
Like something out of Minecraft.
Yes, he does. He does. What's it? Is it the Money for Nothing video with Dire Straits? He looks like one of the folk off that. But he's such a good player.
Yeah.
He's such a good player. There was times like at that game against Stenny where somebody like motored by him and just this big leg comes out and just pokes the ball away from him that one of the defenders was able to sweep up, and just the building him, just the way he saunters around like the middle of the park. I think he's fantastic, and again, just I hope that he can have an injury-free season, because he's such a big boon to Morton.
Ditto, but you know what it's like, he'll probably play, if he plays 20 games, that probably feels like quite a lot for him. Yeah, unfortunately.
Aye, and I think they've got and Cammy Ballantyne and Zach Delaney, perfectly good fullbacks for that level. So what are we saying then for Greenock Morton? I think that I know we're joking about it, but I can see like mid-table maybe. I
have them. If they can stay injury free, then maybe they could aim a wee bit higher. I also think if that squad is beset by injuries, and potentially the dynamic between the manager and technical, whatever he is, isn't great, then I also think maybe some of those bottom 3 teams would eye them as somebody who they could finish above. That said, I'll go for 7th.
I think we'll get to the final game of the season, and it's the Friday night, and all 9 teams have got something to play for, apart from Morton, who are just going to finish in this wee island in 6th place. Right, we'll drop down alphabetically to talk about Partick Thistle. Now, bear with me while we try and recap what's happened at Firhill, man. Last season, probably all rightish for Thistle. You know, I thought they'd be challenging for the title, but instead they pottered around the playoff places, and that's something that ultimately cost Chris Doolan his job midway through the campaign. He was replaced by the interim management duo of Brian Graham and Mark Wilson. Graham was coaching the men's team, the women's team, and captaining the side too, and the pair ultimately maintained Thistle's top 4 status with a 4th place finish. And Graham and Wilson took a half-fit, patched-up team into the playoffs, and although they did very well to sneak beyond Ayr United in the quarter-finals, pretty easy for them, easy for Livingston in the semis. But if the most interesting thing that happened last season was changing the manager midway through, they made up for it over the summer. So Mark Wilson was appointed the club's new head coach, and that necessitated that Brian Graham left. I think it was after the Livingston defeat in the playoffs. Yeah. Brian Graham gave an interview where he said that if he wasn't going to be made the manager, it would be very difficult for him to stay around, because he's such a big influence in the dugout and in the dressing room that a new manager might come in and might not want him. turns out the new manager was his pal Mark Wilson. And there was an interview with after that decision had been made, there was the chairman was interviewed where he said that Brian Graham had been given the chance to join the management team but declined, and said that Wilson was more of the brains of the duo,
it's a weird interview,
and
wasn't
that Graham was the alpha male leader type. And you're thinking, right, well, that's really going to encourage him to stick around.
No, that's just it, because
he was still a player at the time.
It felt like an interview you can maybe get away with if Graham was already away, but to make that interview when he's on the books, it was not great.
So it's a bit of a shame, because Graham has left the club. He stepped down from the women's team, won't be managing him, and he's joined Falkirk, and I think that fair play to him. I think he, maybe not for me to say, I get the feeling he's a Partick Thistle legend for the number of goals that he scored. It's very rare that someone pitches up at the 100 goals that he's got for them, and I think he'll be a big miss, and it'll be I'm really interested to see how he gets on in the top flight with Falkirk. But Mark Wilson, interviewed by James Kearney in the Herald, and it said that his willingness to give youth a chance is a key factor in his appointment. He'll be using a lot of players from the under-18s that he's previously managed. We saw like Jamie Lowe being part of the team against Ayr United, a really impressive game there, and so we'll be integrating them into the first team responsibly. Alex Ray has come in as the assistant manager, as long as it keeps him off the television. I'm all for it. But I mean, we were kind of joking about Ray there, but I mean, very experienced coach. Has worked in like England, worked in Belgium, was part of Philippe Clement's backroom staff at Rangers, and I know it didn't necessarily end well for Clement there, but you know, be part of his coaching staff if you're a total dummy. Obviously knows Wilson through their time together and Clyde Super Scoreboard, and there's a joke on Twitter saying that it's Gordon Duncan joining as the kit man. And then, sorry to keep on going here, but Ian Barraclough a couple of months ago was appointed the club's sporting director midway through last season. He suffered extensive back and neck injuries on holiday that required immediate surgery. Thankfully not life-changing, but hopefully he makes a full recovery. And then on top of that, there was tension between the Jags Foundation and the board. There was a statement published on the website about where the club were unhappy about a Jags Foundation survey. Then later that day, they published a second statement saying someone called Stuart Callison was stepping down. There were statements. I think there was 4 statements posted over the course of 2 days. Very difficult to keep up with. However, 4 wins out of 4 in the League Cup group stages, so on the park at least, things appear to be an even keel. That have summed up everything that's happened at Partick Thistle over the summer there.
Yeah.
Right. Talk.
Before the League Cup group stages started, I was very much of the opinion that Partick Thistle, like, it feels like every summer we get here and we go, I feel like they've regressed a bit. Like, they always seem to have issues with, like, there was a suggestion last year that they were skint. And I thought they brought in a number of big names and good players last year. So that, ultimately it was fine. This year, however, I know they've brought in Tony Watt. Who's a big name, who's a good player, who'll command a decent fee. Everybody else, though, it feels like everybody else does feel like a downgrade, or it is a young player, or it is somebody who maybe isn't necessarily tried and tested at this level.
It's when I saw they brought Cammy Logan in from Forfar Athletic, and I don't want to say this is no shade to Cammy Logan, no shade, God, I'm like a sort of like 15-year-old black American teen here, saying stuff like that. But not to be cheeky to Cammy Logan, but like part of the Forfar team that finished in 9th place last season, and he's jumping up from there to the championship. A team that's expected to challenge for the top 4 there. Great for Cammy Logan, and I hope he does really well. But when I saw that's the kind of market they're in, thinking, this might be a wee bit of sticky time for them.
Yeah, I think so as well, and I think it's essentially going to be last season's squad minus Bannigan and minus Brian Graham with the addition of Tony Watt. And I actually think the core of that squad that they have left is pretty decent. I think once you step away from that, though, I don't know if there's much depth on the bench. Then you're relying on, I suppose, on the manager. And I think in terms of in the dugout, Chris Doolan was obviously dismissed. I think they were maybe 4 or 5 points clear of 5th. Yeah, so they were 4 or 5 points clear of 5th place, whoever it was at the time. I thought Graham and Wilson done the kind of bare minimum. I mean, bear in mind they only they needed to win their last 3 games to get across the line. And fair play to them, it was Falkirk and it was Livingston
the final day of the season.
Can't remember who the game before that was. 3. I'm sure it was 3 wins. Certainly impressive, great wins over Falkirk and Livingston. They also barely had a shot in either of those games, so it doesn't matter. It got them across the line, and they had a really impressive win over Ayr in the playoffs. Albeit again, Ayr could probably have argued that they were the better team over the two games. Wilson's managerial CV doesn't necessarily strike me as somebody who you'd really want leading your team in the Championship. I think he's landed on his feet in terms of this position. I'm not entirely sure about that managerial situation. I think they've got a squad that could challenge. Whether they have the best man to lead that team, I'm not entirely sure.
He's certainly given a good account of himself so far. Because that was 4 wins out of 4 in the League Cup group stages, including a 3-1 win away at Ross County. And I think that Ross County, obviously talk about them in more depth, I'd have them as favourites to win the division. And I think to go over there, and I mean, they've got their issues. I think most of that's in the dugout, but they've to go up to Dingwall and turn them over. I think that's really impressive. And that sounds like a marker down. It's like going into prison and beating up a gang leader. You know, just to let everyone know this man isn't to be messed with. So I think they've done that. I think that's quite impressive. The signs they made, I think we'll talk about the players that have let it go, because the two big ones, it's like Brian Graham is a huge loss. What I would say though is that it might be like a burden has been lifted for
it might
some
give
players,
a freedom for others.
I'd read something, I can't remember if this was on Pine Bovril, but it was a player had been interviewed and they said it was about like making mistakes, and they feel a lot more, if they make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. They're not going to get a bollocking if they give the ball away or a crush, they shank across or something. And I think when Graham was there, he was judging by this, he might have been quite quick to get on players' backs. I mean, that's because Graham's got high standards. I mean, you don't score that many goals. You don't get the chance to play for Falkirk in the Premiership at his age unless you've got really high standards. So I'm not criticising Brian Graham. And on top of that as well, with him moving, and I felt really bad for him. See, like Rico Dyack, thinking he might get a shot this season. I know he's hurt himself. I think he's got a shoulder injury or something, and he's not going to be able to play. But it opens up the door for other players like Tony Watt, for instance. I can't see Tony Watt having the same, playing every week to the same extent that Brian Graham does. I think there'll be a lot of money invested in Tony Watt, but I think it's not just Brian Graham's going to be starting up front all the time. There will be maybe a bit more tactical versatility. Maybe you'll see a different shape or something. So
that's what I thought was quite interesting in terms of bringing in Watt, because that Dundee United team who won the Championship a couple of years ago, I mean, Tony Watt, I think Tony Watt, somebody mentioned it on Pine Bovril and I agreed, Tony Watt will probably give you 12 games where he's tremendous, 12 games where he's fine or good, and 12 games where the game might pass him by. But what he does give you is he can play it wide. Like at Dundee United, Moult would lead the line and Watt could play it wide. Brian Graham wasn't going to really do that. So him leaving,
he stays between the posts. Brian Graham will just stay between the posts,
and that gives a kind of degree of flexibility and fluidity in the forward areas that they probably haven't had for the last few years. We're talking as if Brian Graham was a bad thing. He scored 100 goals.
I know.
There are now alternative ways of taking teams on, and I think that they have, in terms of maybe players that would be behind Watt or behind a striker, I think they've probably got 3 or 4 really good options. And I think what is encouraging is, I think like Aidan Fitzpatrick, for example, who I think is a really good player. I think he's a bit of a pain in the arse. I think he's a yap, but a talented player. Last year, I didn't think he looked fit at all, but he seems much sharper and leaner at the start of this season. So things like that are encouraging. So there is enough there. Certainly in the forward areas, maybe the further back you go is where question marks would be raised potentially.
And we'll come on and talk about them in a wee bit. One of the players that though, like looking through the players' sign, but a guy who I think has had a good start to the campaign's Logan Chalmers, who's playing as a false 9. I went to see them against Edinburgh City. Wasn't much of a game at Meadowbank. I missed the 4th goal because I was getting a juice from the kiosk, which was really annoying. But he was playing a false 9 and a big mismatch between the sides. But he looked really, really, really good. You know, playing in I'm not 100% sure. I don't think he's necessarily a position that he's fulfilled in the past. But that dribbling and that running coming from deep as well, Edinburgh couldn't really match. And then you've got 2 talented wide players either side of him.
Lawless. Lawless on one side and potentially.
So that opens, that's another option. So you could maybe have Watt playing wide and Chalmers coming through the middle, which just adds a different degree of attack. I think that's quite a difficult attack to try and pin down. On Watt, I think everyone will want him to do well. I mean, when he was even warming up, there's a group of Thistle fans who were around over the other side of the running track next pitch. We're all just chanting his name, and he came on. He had a really good effort that Mark Weir saved. and I think everyone's really wish he'd scored, because I think that he's the sort of guy. Impression, I don't know Tony Watt, but I think he needs to be loved. I think if people want him to do well, he will go out there and try to fulfill that for them. Whereas if people are indifferent, he might be a bit indifferent and
yeah, I totally agree. I can imagine if things are going well, then Tony Watt's presence and personality just adds to that. But I can also imagine that if he's in maybe a bit of a funk or a bit of a slump, or he's maybe not happy at elements of the squad or the manager perhaps, he would probably be quite a difficult person to have in the dressing room potentially.
We've seen his vlogs, but seriously, this isn't just like speculation. We've seen the vlogs that he filmed when he was at Dundee United, and
I'd find him annoying.
I would find him annoying. Did you see my tweet to Logan Paul? No, I didn't. Sorry, mate. I didn't. I wish I had. I mean, he scored a smashing goal against Stranraer. Really, really well taken finish, and I think he's got that degree of technique. He's probably, like, I'm making a direct comparison, not different kind of players, but I'm going to make the comparison anyway. Probably a better player than Brian Graham, just in terms of like his technique and all that. Brian Graham, fantastic forward, great instinct, but fellas ever need to be quite precise. Remember, like, just a typical. I remember watching the BBC Scotland game, and it was a typical Brian Graham goal, and it was scored from outside the box. It's like, no, that's not a typical Brian Graham goal. A typical Brian Graham goal is a tap in for 6 yards or a header. Brian Graham was a great player. I just think that it does open up like a sort of degree of a different degree, and it's how you can do that, because if you've got one player who you can basically with Graham, you can boot it long to him, and Graham can link up the he's not just like a target man, but it's how you compensate for that with somebody where he's like, you're under pressure, just get it long, and Brian Graham can control it and bring it down, hold off the defenders, wait for the rest of the team to come back, and you've gone up just that punt at the park, you've carried it. I'm not sure if Watt or Chalmers or Dyack, if he's back playing, have got the same skills as he does.
I think that there's been points. In fact, there's been points. I think all through Watt's career, people have probably asked questions of him. I remember with that season that they were going for the league with Raith, he started. It was the second game at Tannadice, and I was like, how good is this? How good is this Watt character? I'm never entirely sure about him. Don't know if you remember the goalie he combined with Molt. I think Molt maybe chested it or kind of just flicked it.
Oh, we did a podcast
he laid it off
about
to him,
it.
and Watt's finish was absolutely tremendous, and that's the kind of quality that he has. And I'm not saying he'll be able to. Like, Molt was obviously a very different player from probably anybody else that Thistle have in their forward areas. But if they can get somebody to combine with him, then he'll absolutely do the business this season.
Yeah. One of the players though, well, what's the most interesting player? The player that I want to do, the player in Scotland who I want to do the best this season, and I don't know if you saw his interview after he signed.
Seemed really nice, really happy.
This is Sonel Sosa, the boy who they have signed, central midfielder who they signed from Celtic's youth academy. He played in the Lowland League with their B team, had a spell in Belgium with Lommel. I'm not sure how much like senior football he has played, but after watching his interview, I just like, here's this new guy they signed. I thought, like, he's got quite an interesting name. There's apostrophes in it. Let's see what he's got to say for himself. And my goodness, see, by the end I was punching there. He is the player that I want to do outside of Stenhousemuir, the player that I want to have the best season in Scotland.
I know nothing about him. I don't think I've seen him play at all. I'm trying to think if I saw him, any clip of him other than the interview. I don't think I have. So I have no idea how good a player he is, but you're right. I hope he has a smashing season.
He came across as $1 million. He's so super enthusiastic to be at Partick. I'm so grateful to Mark Wilson and the club to have the opportunity to be there. Wants to do well. Just wants to impress people for having shown the faith in him. And he's like smiling. He's giving these really long, interesting answers. And he scored already for the club. I mean, like it was a tap-in. Like, I mean, all credit has to go to Aidan Fitzpatrick, to be fair, against Queen of the South, running through the defence and then just squaring to him for a tap-in from 6 yards. But he described himself as energetic, athletic, aggressive and passionate. And I think that is the kind of player, if you describe yourself as that is the kind of player who's going to succeed in Scottish football. Like James Kearney at the Herald was very effusive in his praise of his performance against Queen of the South. And I think that fans have really taken to him already. Now, how can you not after seeing something like that? Imagine, like, the guy, I mean, let's be honest, if you're a Celtic B, your probably ambition isn't ever to play at a team like Partick. You want to play at the highest level possible, but to get there, if you've got to take a step back to take a step forward, you've got to put everything in there. And for somebody to speak about your club so passionately, you must be like, I can't wait to see this guy. I can't wait to see this guy in action.
That Queen of South was interesting because, right, okay, they beat Edinburgh. Looked good against Edinburgh. I didn't think they necessarily looked great against Stranraer, and 2-0 might even have flattered them to a degree. And I wondered if they might, if they would have found the Queen of South game quite sticky. I thought that's quite an interesting challenge for them. But actually, they should have won by more.
Yeah.
And then obviously the game at the weekend against Ross County. So they've. I was going to go quite hard on Partick Thistle. I didn't fancy them at all, and I know sometimes League Cup games are no bearing whatsoever in terms of the league campaign, but you're right, they've been very, very impressive.
Yeah, and brought in 2 goalkeepers as well. Lewis Budanaukis has joined from Rangers on a permanent transfer. He was on loan at the part of last season. I quite liked him at Stranraer. Really liked him at Stranraer.
Same.
And I think he'll be the number 1.
I don't know. I think he'll start number 1. I don't know if he's necessarily quite ready for Championship. The problem is they've brought in Josh Clark, and to be fair to Clark, Ayr United fans were very critical of him, and understandably so, because the chances he got last season, he didn't impress. But I thought his first spell at Ayr, he was okay. If he can replicate that again, then fine. But I certainly don't think he's. I don't think either are particularly inspiring, if I'm being totally honest.
I know more about Budanaukis having watched him at Stranraer, and I liked him, but Clark, I think he might have suffered from Scott Brown's whack-a-mole approach to goalkeepers. There's a video clip where Brown once said he's very posh for a goalie in an interview.
Exactly what you want, I suppose, from a custodian.
Just him coming out, excuse me, and pulling it down from there. But you said that you weren't too impressed by their options further back. Talk about your misgivings.
Middle of the park. As much as I wasn't overly enthused by Bannigan last season, we've already touched on him. He probably was the best midfielder, and certainly in the centre of the park. I'm not sure about Robbie Crawford. I think Luke Macbeth, who might play alongside them, has his uses and is a decent player. Again, are those probably the players to anchor your midfield for a team that's going for or hoping for promotion? I'm not so sure. And then at the back, again, I think there might be some issues there.
Dan O'Reilly and Lee Ashcroft.
I think I quite like Daniel O'Reilly. I was hoping that Raith would be able to extend his deal. I think his shortcomings, I suppose, have been exposed to a degree. And I know sometimes he can get moved to maybe, I think he sometimes plays left back on occasion. Maybe that just doesn't suit him. Maybe if he just plays every week in the middle of the defence, he will have a better campaign. And again, don't think that's a back four or a goalkeeper of a team who ultimately will get promoted.
Yeah, it's Paddy Redding and Cammy Logan at fullback as well. It just seems like, from going for like you'd Harry Milne in there at one point.
Quite the downgrade.
Yeah, aye. You can't compare everything to Harry Milne. You just be like you went away really good.
Harry Milne was
at high school. And
he was such a good he was such a good attacking outlet as well. He was just a really good defender. Like so many of their goals or opportunities came from him bombing down the left. You're absolutely not getting that from Paddy Redding. He might be a passable defender at left back. He certainly isn't creating chances.
I on Friday night I caught a bit of The Omen before I went to bed, and you know the bit where Damien's in the car and they're driving up to church. And when he's about to get taken into church, he starts having a tantrum, and the car drives around. That's like Paddy Redding crossing the halfway line. In the middle of the park as well, expect more from Kyle Turner this season. He's quite muted. Last year not quite the rock and roll performances we've come to expect from him.
Again, though, was sometimes kind of shunted from pillar to post, and they always play in the middle of the park. You would expect maybe that will be the case, that he'll be allowed to play in there this season. So you'd like to think you'll get more from him and that he'll be able to impress. I think sometimes he's played as a wing back at points. I'm not entirely sure that suits him, but even just his delivery for set pieces was probably a wee bit lacking at points last season as well. So there's definitely, I think there is scope and room for him to play in the position that he prefers. but he needs to kick on from what was a disappointing campaign.
And Scott Martin will be back in March after it's been a really difficult time since he's moved from Hamilton Accies to Thistle. He got injured it was an ACL injury or something like that. So hopefully we can see him back, because anytime we spoke about Hamilton, it was always Scott Martin's the player who a lot of the good stuff happens to. So hopefully he can come in and add into that midfield alongside likes of Ben Stanway, Robbie Crawford, Kyle Turner et al. Thistle has spent the last few seasons being there or thereabouts. Are they going to be there or thereabouts again? Can they go one further?
I think they will be there or thereabouts, but I actually think they'll go maybe a place back. I can see them not getting in the top 4 this season. I think I might just miss it. I think they're in that group that is going for that last playoff spot, but I don't see this team as being a better one than last season or the season before that. It just feels like they're, generally speaking, slowly going backwards each and every season. I think it'll be the case again this season.
Well, at least their away kits are phenomenal.
I quite like them.
Very nice.
I quite like them.
Very nice, something nice in the SPFL. We'll stay in Glasgow and we will talk about Queen's Park, and brace yourself, Shaughan, because we have got a lot to cover. Seems like, well, a lot of these teams, we have a lot of ground to cover, and I know that the listeners will be like, why bother? It's like, because it helps contextualise everything. And my goodness, Queen's Park need a lot of contextualisation. Real season of two halves for the Spies. I think in the first half they were absolutely fine, playing in the top half of the division and challenging to get into that final promotion playoff spot. And the second was disastrous and full of humiliations, although punctuated by arguably the greatest result of their modern history. The club defeated Rangers at Ibrox in the Scottish Cup 1-0, with Seb Draws scoring and goalkeeper Callum Ferry saving a penalty in injury time. But it wasn't enough for Callum Davidson to keep his job. He was replaced shortly afterwards by Stevie McLean, but that had absolutely no impact on the team. They stunk out the joint in the league and lost the SPFL Trust Trophy 5-0 to Livingston, and they followed it up a couple of days later with a stinking 5-0 loss at Hampden to Airdrieonians. Probably the worst performance I saw from a side last season. Now, I was positive they would be relegated via the playoffs. However, because of Hamilton's points deduction, they concluded the campaign in 8th. So a reprieve, much like Airdrieonians getting a reprieve because of Hamilton Academical's decline. But if that's what happened on the pitch, let's talk about what happened off it. And Shaughan, please do jump in at any point. They lost a wall during the renovation of Lesser Hampden. They sent a questionnaire asking supporters if they would be in favour of drums being in the ground, perhaps the most leading question ever committed to print. And then, perhaps worst of all, the club are looking at ways to cut almost £5 million from their playing budget between now and the end of the season. Lord Willie Haughey has withdrawn his patronage from the club. The City Group will no longer provide sponsorship, although there's no explanation as to what that patronage actually meant or why he is withdrawing his sponsorship. And it's incredible.
But it may have been to do with the pub quiz name.
Apparently so. That's one of the reasons. All that money spent in the club, and outside of a League 2 title and a promotion to the Championship, they really don't have much to show for it. Graham Shields, the president, spoke to Queen's Park TV. He looks a bit like Henry Spencer from Eraserhead. The current expenditure at Queen's Park is £5.7 million, and the expenditure without Lord Willie Haughey's involvement is £1 million. So this is towards the end of May. They identified half of the savings, but they've still got a lot more to go. The Elite Academy is set to close, and again begs the question, if Willie Haughey's so keen on youth football, why pull the club plug on the academy? The under-17s and under-19s, under-17s will remain. They're contemplating changing the ownership model of the club. They'd also contemplated crowdfunding, which is a bit of a hard sell when you've just been sponsored by one of the wealthiest men in the country. They'll be playing their games at Hampden. Lesser Hampden this season. It's got a capacity around £900, which just isn't big enough for the Scottish Championship. The club have been using the tagline "Lesser is more" on social media, which actually feels like some kind of sick joke. They had investigated increasing the capacity of Lesser Hampden, but it's too expensive for the club to consider. And so Sean Crichton has been appointed the new head coach, was previously the head of the B team, and well known around the lower leagues of Scotland. I think he'd managed Stenhousemuir briefly when Stephen Swift was bulleted at the tail end of 2023. Listen to him in the Spiders Talk podcast, comes across really well and about how he wants the club to play. Jim Duffy has come in as his assistant manager. Duffy said it would right out the blue, work together at Greenock Morton, another well-known figure in Scottish football. Darren O'Donnell, the unpopular director of football, has left the club. Don't think he'll be particularly missed by supporters. And bringing all these things into consideration, there's a degree of trepidation going into the new season, but recent performances in the League Cup, apart from against the Spartans, have been reasonably promising. So trepidation mixed with a sort of a kind of optimism where your voice goes a wee bit high at the
To a
end.
degree. I think based on what I've seen,
That's everything. That's everything that's
I'd
happened.
like to think so.
That's
Surely,
everything
goodness,
that's
it's a lot to squeeze in, but it is. I think you've summarised it well. I had completely written. See, when all of this was developing from the end of last season all the way to the start of the summer.
When I watched Graham Shields' interview, I said they're going to get relegated.
I'd completely written them off. But I do think that there is some sensible signings in there as well. And even some of one or two of the players that I was unfamiliar with have started the season really, really well. I think I would I think maybe the first signing was Aidan Connolly.
Yeah, that was the same. I've got that down here.
Yeah.
I was like, I wasn't expecting them to be able to sign somebody like Aidan Connolly.
Same, and I think most Raith Rovers fans would like him to have stuck around, albeit didn't have a great season last time around, but also didn't get too many opportunities. And when he did, probably took them, to be fair. Rovers fans hoped he would get more minutes. Sometimes was given an opportunity and the game passed him by. But regardless, that felt like a sensible signing. Then Ewan Murray came in as well. And again, Ewan Murray is one of those players where if he does leave your club, or saying this is how it felt, it was an example of where you go, right, well, I'm fine with that, but you still need to replace him with somebody. It feels like a player you could upgrade on, but at the moment Raith Rovers haven't. So there's probably Raith Rovers fans thinking, I would have preferred if Ewan Murray had stuck around. So at that point, I thought the recruitment over the summer was much better than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Then they brought in 3 players from Dumbarton. Now, don't get me wrong, I'd like Mikey Ruth. We've spoke about him glowingly on this podcast before, and I'm going to mispronounce his surname. Pignatiello. Again, has looked really good for Dumbarton, albeit in League One. Not entirely sure about the third of the trio in terms of making that step up. So that concerned me a wee bit. That felt like the level of recruitment that I did expect from them. I suppose the one that fans are excited about is Josh Fowler, who has made that kind of that well-trodden path from west of Scotland to Dubai to the Championship. But he looks like he could have a really good season. Somebody who's essentially coming out of nowhere and has a great season and then maybe gets snapped up by somebody down south or in the top flight. Been impressed by him so far. Whether that's going to be enough to keep them away from the foot of the table, not sure. I mean, they are a club there is so much kind of flux off the park. You kind of feel that eventually that starts to kind of impart on the park, and I do think that will probably be the case.
It's when I think that was a lot of people when you watched Shields' interview and he said you're basically going down from 6 million to 1 million. Your eyes are popping out. It's like, how on earth can you possibly make those cuts? I think a lot of the money was invested in their youth academies, and there's a lot of coaches, and it's just shit that a lot of people are losing their jobs. That's really not on. And I don't think that's what this version of Queen's Park here. This isn't what anyone would have signed up for when they went professional. If they'd have known this is what it's going to turn out like, I think people would have been like, oh no, actually don't really fancy that, where the club's effectively been taken out of their control, and it's Willie Hoy, is he involved, is he not involved? He's just withdrawn his sponsorship. Why is he withdrawing it? What does that look like? There's still a lot of questions that haven't been answered, but it's funny, that was in the summer, coming off the back of a horrendous season where, as we mentioned there, had it not been for Aki's points deduction, they'd have finished in ninth. I'd have guaranteed they'd have been relegated, because they were absolutely floundering. The team were absolutely floundering. It does feel there's a degree of positivity around place. This is all going to rumble on in the background, unfortunately, and that's going to be a difficult thing for Shaughan Crichton to deal with. But if he can successfully basically put all that to one side and just focus on the here and now, because we don't know, will Queen's Park go part-time? Can they afford to stay a full-time club? Will they? What will that look like if they get relegated? Will they revert to part-time? Will they run a hybrid squad? We don't know what that's going to look like. So Crichton has a really difficult job to try and negotiate that. On the whole, I think there's still gaps in that team. I think central midfield is somewhere where I would worry about. But on the whole, I think it's far better than I expected. Same with yourself when they signed Aidan Connolly. I thought that's a step up. Played with the club previously, and then all the building blocks have come in place. And you're like, actually, that's all right. And then being able to keep like Charlie Fox, Callum Ferry. He might not be here by the end of the window, but Callum Ferry's been a very good goalkeeper for Queen's Park. Wasn't he great actually at the tail end of the season? There was a lot of mistakes he was making, but the building blocks are in place to have a good season, and I'm really keen to see how Crichton can navigate his way through these very, very choppy waters.
And obviously they have lost so many players, albeit I think the majority of them are young players that were probably involved in their B team, essentially.
The guys who have moved on that you probably want to keep a hold of, Sean Welsh. I think Sean Welsh was probably at the stage, he's gone part-time with the Spartans, so you're probably at the stage of his career where he's got one eye on the future and he's looking to wind down. Cammy Kerr didn't play a lot of football over the tail end of last season, but had a big personality. Surprised he's gone to Livingston, if we're being honest.
Not as surprised as I am that Zach Rudden has signed for Livingston. But again, as much as I think he is I think he's a limited player, but he scored a lot of goals for Queen's Park. I mean, he was a success. As much as I'm not a fan of him, you have to say he was a success at the Spiders last season.
Jack Thompson will be the biggest loss. He signed a pre-contract. He had signed a pre-contract with Kilmarnock. He's joined them now. I missed a lot of football as well. I mean, that was another thing that Queen's Park had terrible luck with injuries. There was that photo that was taken at the SPFL Trust Trophy final of the Queen's unstripped Queen's Park players just sitting in the stand. You think all of these guys would have started and come into this team. So in terms of guys that have gone out, there are a couple of losses there, but I think they've done quite well to plug them. The most intriguing sign you've touched on there, Josh Fowler, looks really good. The goals that he scored, he's a good finisher. He's really clever inside the penalty box, and if you can put chances in for him, I think him and Ruth will work really well together. Ruth's the kind of player. Ruth's not going to score you that many goals. I think Ruth will probably get you 6 goals this season, but that's not what Ruth's game's about. We saw it at his best for Dumbarton. You would say that why is a guy who's only scored, like, I can't remember how many goals he scored last season, but a guy that's only scored like 8 goals.
Nobody in the division will work harder than him this season. I'd be very surprised if anybody works harder than him.
It's the thing is as well, it's not just running around for the sake of it, it's all clever runs and knowing when to put the players under pressure. You can see if the defender shifts the ball or there's a heavy touch, he's right on top of them. He can really create something out of nothing just through sheer force of will. And I think that him and Josh Fowler will work well together in attack. So that's exciting. That's really exciting. How can you not get exciting by a guy that's spent time, who's gone from Beef to the Gulf to Australia, back to Dubai, back to Glasgow? You know, that's some journey. There can't be many players that have ever had the same journey.
See on Ruth, now I forget who we compared them to, but it was when they played, it was a game against Spartans. Remember Spartans had brought in former Scotland striker whose name escapes me,
Mark McNulty.
Yeah, and we're talking about the fact that McNulty had kind of essentially dropped down to Spartans and was probably looking to use that to get back up to a team far higher up the pyramid. But we spoke about them in that game. It was Dumbarton versus Spartans. We said, based on that, which forward in this game would you expect to go from here and play for a better side? And it was very much Ruth. So I'm glad he's got that move. Whether Queen's Park is the team for him, because I do think they'll have a very difficult season, so it maybe isn't the greatest platform for him, but then I suppose he will be guaranteed a game most weeks, if not every week, so maybe it's the ideal opportunity for him. But I'm delighted he's got this opportunity. Yeah,
definitely. And I suppose the other striker that's going to complement them is Seb Drost, who got that goal against Rangers. It's an incredible moment, but it's so he scored that goal. What else has he done? You know, I think he's a good dribbler. He's quite fun to watch when he's in full flight. But
I don't think he's bringing too much to the table. I think he's very much the third choice of 3.
I can't imagine he'll play. He'll play very often, but I was looking if you're going for like Shields will play. I think it's left wing back, left back that he'll play. I think it's Henry Fieldson might start him. So it's interesting to see how Shields gets in. I was a bit surprised to see Shields get a move into Fultonville. Pignatello, no, maybe because he's a good football player. I mean, listen to Fraser Clark talk about him. He's again, effusive.
I can play in a couple of different positions, which
so if
helps
you've got a small
well.
squad, then he's great. If he can play, I think he can play all across the back, can play in centre midfield as well. So he's a really useful addition to have. But if you've got Ruth and Fowler up front, then if Grant Savoury can come back and fit, I think he had played a wee bit at the tail end of last season. I think that he
it's kind of went all quiet there. I don't know if his kind of rehabilitation is going how you would want it to go. I suppose
if he can get fit, if he can stay fit, that's I know it's a total cliche. It's like a brand new signing, because we talked about that Queen's Park team. We were talking about Dom Thomas, but him being in there, he was terrific as a number 10. Really good, such a clever player. Really good, really fun to watch. Just a really clever pass. Just such a cute way of using the ball. And if they can reprise that, that'd be amazing. Well, hopefully he's back playing. And you've got Tim Scott as well, come through youth academy. Aidan McGinley played a wee bit towards the end of last season. These are decent attackers, all quite physically slight. That's the only thing that I don't think their talents in doubt. But is can you learn how to play the game and make up for that lack of physicality in a way that Queen's Park can get the best from you from. There's a lot of stuff there. In the squad there's some players really high potential, but it's how Shaughan Crichton can develop that in difficult circumstances with a team who will probably be down the lower reaches of the division.
I know age isn't necessarily an issue when it comes to management. Ultimately, whether it's a young manager or an older manager, ultimately is.
That's what you've got with Crichton and Duffy.
How good a manager are they? I think it's good that he's got Duffy with him, because I think it's a very, very difficult kind of first job for him, because
managing up the way as well, I think that's going to be difficult for him,
because as much as we've kind of mentioned positives in that team that we didn't necessarily expect them to have, I think they've done as well as they could expect. I think this will be a really, really difficult campaign.
I want to say though, for Crichton, again, when we spoke, Shaughan Crichton is a name who has come up numerous times on this podcast over the years. I really like Shaughan. I don't think that we necessarily saw the best of him on the pitch at Stenhousemuir. I think that he was on a decent contract. I don't necessarily think we got value for money from him, because I think he was quite ordinary. And I think that when Gregor Buchanan came into Stenhousemuir and he moved to Dumbarton, Greg Buchanan, like, wow, that's a centre back. However, Crichton is a captain and as a personality, as an ambassador for the club, somebody I really like. He's really good looking, right? I know that's a weird thing to say, but he's a handsome man. He's tall, he's strapping, he carries himself well, he looks good, smells good. All these things,
all these key attributes for a manager.
I think these things are important. If you're like, I know they're like they're soft things, but just the wee little things that all add up to create a good impression of someone. And I think Crichton's got that. I like listening to him being interviewed. I listened to the interview he did in Spiders Talk podcast. It must have been about early June, I think it was. They'd gone to a press conference, and I think Enzo from the podcast, which is really good, by the way. If you please do go and listen to him over the course of the season. He speaks so well. I don't want to sound like Kenny McIntyre there, but he said that he wants to. I mean, I think this is something that everyone will want to, but he wants to encourage attacking football, developing players at the same time, and he wants to make Leicester a special place for the fans. That's but you can't go in there and say, "Oh, Leicester's rubbish. Don't bother coming." You've got to say that you've got to make these positive things, and if they can, and turn Leicester into a fortress. I'm trying to think what's down from a fortress, a mound, a fort, yeah, something like that. If you can do something like that, a citadel. I don't know.
I think though that see some of the things that Crichton has said. It is what you want your manager to say, but they're also quite easy sound bites.
Yeah,
but I think he has a really steep learning curve, and Jim Duffy might be the kind of ideal right hand.
Jim Duffy's seen it all, man.
Well, an ideal right hand man for him. But I think it's a steep learning curve, and I think he'll need to learn very quickly. And I think saying things like, playing attacking football and developing players is...
Anyone can say that. Everyone wants to do that.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to do that. I mean, I went to their game against the Spartans where they lost the match 2-1. And the big concern that I would have about this Queen's Park team is that, just as mentioned there, the middle of the park, it was Louis Longridge that was playing in the middle of the park. And weirdly enough, when they signed Louis Longridge, they a weird sentence that was on the club statement. Now, under the watchful gaze of club president Graham Shields, he's committed his future and says he's raring to go when pre-season resumes in Sean Crichton's new regime next week.
The watchful gaze.
The watchful gaze.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Aye, that's. I can imagine sort of like someone like some failed state, like all the posters of these despotic, autocratic leaders. That's the sort of thing that would that would be there. But see if you compare like Longridge, who's like a decent player. But see if you compare him to like Sean Byrne, for instance, or Ian Wilson, or like Ben Stanway. You'd say, like, what's Longridge's speciality? You can look at those players and say what they're good at.
Yeah.
But what would you say? Longridge's speciality is?
Pass. And I don't mean passing. I mean, I'm not 100% certain.
Sure. Aye. And so they had him, I think it's Jamie Bradley in the middle of the park, who'd been on loan at Clyde last season and had shown up quite well. But for this, when I saw the Spartans, it was Sean Welsh and James Cragen were in the middle of the park, and Sean Welsh and James Cragen were a lot better than them. And I think ultimately, like, Queen's Park have had a decent go of it in the League Cup group stages. You know, beat Cove Rangers, Brecon were the whipping boys there, and they gave Falkirk a good go. It's just that defeat at the Spartans really sour that they conceded a penalty late on it. They shouldn't. I thought that a draw would have been a fairer result in that match, but that's the kind of match that where it takes a wee bit of shine off the work that's been done.
There's no, when it comes to League Cup group stages, there isn't really any margin for error. Like if you do get beat by the top seed, you then need to beat everybody else. You're not going to get through with 8 points. You're not going to get through with 7. Mm-hmm. You need to win all 3 games. And I suppose that missing out on that, I mean, regardless of the Falkirk result, they should have got 9 points. They should have beat everybody else. And the fact that you had Brecon and you kind of rack in a few goals, suddenly your goal difference should be pretty good as well. And the fact that they've missed out on that has absolutely hamstrung them in terms of maybe an extra 50 grand, or if you get Celtic or Rangers away, allows you to bring in 1 or 2 players. So that's definitely a blow.
Aye, and it's just the state of the club as well, because we haven't heard. There was a lot of talk at the end of the season, and that's where a lot of my notes are. When I started working this podcast, started working at the end of April, so Queen's Park were one that you were, and there was something happening a lot of times. So that's why there's a lot of stuff to mention in there, and we haven't really heard anything since then about off the field stuff. So we're going to presume that they're still looking at ways to cut the budget. They're looking at how the team, just stuff we're repeating ourselves here, but how the team's going to be shaping up for the year ahead, and that's just really disappointing. It could have been stuff at Queen's Park with Lesser Hampden. It's like the biggest missed opportunity in Scottish football. You could have had a fantastic wee stadium there, and instead you've got a ground that's just 900 capacity for Championship football.
For Queen's Park to be whatever it is, 6 years down the road with Willie Hockey at the helm, and to now have a club that used to have a great youth system, now doesn't have a youth academy at all, and used to play at Hampden, and now has this tin pot stadium, arguably the worst in Scotland. I know Meadowbank gets a hard time, and rightly so. I think Lesser Hampden is every bit as bad as it, because of the opportunity that it was. It's a pretty poor state of affairs, and as you say, I don't think any Queen's Park fan, as much as they're now in the Championship and they might stay up again this season, I don't think any Queen's Park fan would have substituted their old scenario to what they have now on the park for what they've lost. Yeah,
it's just like the idea of we're going to tear up the old constitution and we're going to become like a professional club. That's class. But we're going to have a full-time super club, and we're going to have the best youth academy in the world. And it's like, whoa. We just don't want to get relegated in the Lowland League. Yeah. You know, you could be happy if you're trying to get a good club to base yourselves on.
Arbroath.
You could
be the best part-time team in Scotland.
You could look at what Arbroath are doing, and given where Queen's Park's location is, you're on the south side of the city, which is such a cool part of Glasgow, such a culturally diverse part of Glasgow as well. You can tap. I mean, there's another thing that Queen's Park do really well is give out tickets to schools. I don't think there'll be space for them. You know, there's space. I know, like Queen's Park themselves have got a small support, but say there's like 600 fans there, and you're taking on Dunfermline, who easily, Dunfermline on a good day could fill out that stand themselves, but you're balloting fans there. Where do these kids go? Yeah. You know, I remember we would sort of talk about when they were playing at Oakville View. that would have been the best time to get into Queen's Park and trying to develop a new fan base. But when the team are playing like 25 miles, 30 miles down the road, difficult thing to do. This should be a great time to do it, but you just don't have the room for it. And it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. There's a lot of this stuff with Queen's Park, just like from the outside looking in, you're just like banging your head and thinking, what's that scene in the movie Interstellar? You know, when Matthew McConaughey sort of revisits and he can see himself in the past and he's... That's Graham Shields when he's seen himself signing that deal with Willie Hoy.
You know how they say, essentially the numbers don't add up for us to build another stand or even a temporary stand at Queen's Park. I don't understand how the numbers... It doesn't make any sense to not build a new stand. If you add another 500, 600 fans to that every fortnight, you'd think surely it makes its money back.
Yeah, that's right. So you say it's like you could build 500 fans, 15 quid. That's my 5,000 plus. There's a lot of money there. Sorry, my mental arithmetic. You phased me. I was thrown off guard there. So you're talking about like 5,000, 7,500 pounds. If that's filled at capacity, obviously there'll be a attendant cost that come off of that.
But I mean, it would. I mean, all you're doing is taking the capacity and moving it to 1,400. They would get that for every home game.
I've no doubt Queen's Park will have explored it. I know that's us saying that, but I'm sure that's an issue that's been explored and just like it's too expensive for us to put in. But it's a shame, and I just worry. I had Queen's Park at when they stayed up this season. I had them pegged bottom, right? I'm now not as sure. I think they'll be doing well if they avoid relegation, but I don't think they'll be finished like dirt last. But then I think it's difficult to pick a team that's going to finish like absolute bottom.
I agree. I thought they'd finish 10th and be quite a bit away from whoever finishes 9th, but I still have them as 10th.
Right. Okay. We'll move on, Shaughan, to your boys, Raith Rovers. Finally. Disappointing season last year for the Rovers. They failed to build on the previous season's second place finish, and it seemed like there was a degree of turmoil behind the scenes. Ian Murray surprisingly sacked after an opening day defeat to Airdrieonians. Neil Collins came in, certainly didn't win your approval.
No.
There for 3 months, disappeared back to California, to Sacramento Republic, and then Mr. High Achievement podcast himself, Barry Robson, came in and he improved the defence, tightened things up, didn't necessarily improve the attack, and despite a late rally towards the end of the season and an unlikely challenge for the final playoff place, the team ultimately finished in 5th. Now, Raith's pre-season preparations were disrupted when a friendly against Stirling Albion was cancelled because of road closures for an orange walk, and maybe that's why they chucked it away against East Kilbride in the League Cup. 2-1 up going into injury time, ended up losing that match 4-2. And what a racket, what a sound of boos, what a cacophony when that 4th goal went in. So it's been 2 wins over opponents from the Highlands, 2 defeats, 1 seagull removed from the pitch. And Shaughan, as always, I don't have too many notes for the Rovers. As per, I'm just going to ask you questions and get your thoughts on them. But how are you feeling coming into this new campaign?
I am tentatively encouraged from what I've seen so far. I up until maybe just before the League Cup campaign started, I'd kind of looked at who had come in. So there was about 5 guys had come in, and like Paul McMullen was the big name. I was like, well, I'm not entirely sure how he fits in terms of how Barry Robson sets up his team, but regardless, he's a good player. Too good for the championship, no good enough for the Premiership. I thought that was a really good signing. Jay Rowe is coming from non-league football in England, right back. Far better going forward than he is defending. But he's already scored 2 goals. And I presumed that, I think he scored about 10 in maybe the 6th tier in England last season. And I presumed it would be his goals would come from getting forward and maybe being in the right place at the right time, but being a good finisher. But actually, both his goals so far have been headers. I mean, he's really good in the air. So that gives you another option from set pieces. All encouraging stuff from the friendlies. But then Barry Robson gave an interview just before the League Cup started, and he said that he won't have the luxury of having a squad of 22 or 23. And I was like, 22 doesn't sound like a very big squad. It sounds like quite a skinny squad. So if you're not going to have 22 players, that kind of sounds like you're maybe not bringing in too many more permanent signings. So that concerned me. But then at the same time, it's like, right, so let's say they've got whatever it is, 21 players as it stands.
I had a look back, and generally speaking, Raith will bring in 4 or 5 loan signings every year. Goes, right, well, that will supplement it. And if they're decent loan signings, fair enough. Was reasonably impressed against them, against Elgin. I mean, it was, at one point, I thought it was going to be kind of 6, 7, 8 as St Johnstone managed at the weekend. So that was fine. And even against East Kilbride, if you want to be glass half full,
should have been out of sight.
Should have been out of sight. Yeah. The collapse the capitulation was concerning.
Yeah.
I mean, you go 2-1 up in the 87th minute, that's game done. Yes, you're playing a very good League 2 team in East Kilbride, but regardless, those last 3 or 4 minutes should not be happening. So that was a worry. Fans were getting a wee bit antsy, I thought, about the St Johnstone game. I thought Raith were okay.
Yeah. You've only seen the highlights for a look like St Johnstone were. I think the goals, particularly Gullen's goal, I mean, that's just I think Barry Robson was quite dismissive, describing it as like a punt up the park. I thought it was just it was a good pass, and it was a clever run and a really good finish.
Rovers defended poorly. St Johnstone looked like they had another gear that they could have went into, and in terms of how the substitutions went across that game, it was an example of the fact that St Johnstone have got a far bigger squad than Raith Rovers do. So no, St Johnstone deserved to win, but I didn't think Raith were that bad, so I wasn't worried about the St Johnstone game. And again at the weekend against Inverness, against a team who will fancy their chances to either win League One or get promoted. Again, Raith impressed. So I'm okay as it stands, but that squad is absolutely wafer thin. I mean, some of the guys on the bench are boys who are nowhere near good enough really at this moment in time to be.
Is it academy players that are filling up the...
Well, we didn't really have an academy.
Oh, right.
And I think that's part of the issue with Raith, where they have, even if they have a talented young player like, so you saw it with Lewis Gibson last season, I mean, he's just turned 20, didn't really get an opportunity, and he wasn't really, they don't have a big enough squad to loan him out, but then he wasn't really getting a chance at Raith. So these guys are kind of stagnating a bit on the bench at Raith, and that's one of the issues certainly at Starts Park. But there is a suggestion that there is going to be a link up with Rangers. Whether they have enough good young players that can go to a championship team and make a positive contribution, I have no idea. You'd like to think that they do. But it's funny that 3 weeks ago, say, because that idea with a cooperation agreement with Rangers had been mooted, most Raith fans were dead set against it.
Because it's Rangers.
Because it's Rangers. I think they'd rather have a link up with Boko Haram. But one poor League Cup campaign later, I think most fans are going to say, actually that'd be all right. Actually, they've maybe got some good young players. So I think you go back a week or so, and Rovers fans are starting to lose the run of themselves. I think they're in an okay position, but definitely need reinforcements to do what they want to do.
You know, looking at the business that was done over the summer, it felt like quite minimal turnover. Sort of like, I think they've got some big names like Aidan Connolly, Liam Dick, Jamie Gullen, Ewan Murray, Sam Stanton. I think Sam Stanton's a bit of a different case. I think we all agreed that was best for every party that he moves on. And in terms of the players that have come in, Josh Ray's come in, Ricky Chin, Jai Rowe, Paul McMullen. What have you made of the business? We'll start with the players out, the guys that have been shifted out. Were you in favour of that, or would you have liked to have kept a hold of them?
I mean, they made, as far as I'm aware, they made offers to Gullen, so they wanted Gullen to stick around. As you can imagine, St Johnstone were able to offer him better terms.
He's looking all right so far for them.
He started the season really well. I mean, he's had 5 spells at Raith Rovers, believe it or not. He's still quite a young player.
He'll be back.
I'm looking forward to his 6. I thought he made a difference in the tail end of last season, and although he maybe didn't score too many goals, he brings so much other different things to the team, I suppose, in terms of work rate and bringing others into play. I've already mentioned him. Liam Dick leaving is an issue because he is essentially 2 players in one, and they want to play with a back 5. They only have 3 centre halves on their books, and they've only got 1 left back, which is why Liam Dick was so important to what Barry Robson wants to do, and for the duration of the season, you want a dependable backup.
Yeah.
So I now feel like they still need a left back, and they need a central defender. So Liam Dick leaving was an issue, as was Jamie Gullen. The rest, I was kind of okay with everybody else that kind of departed Starts Park over the summer. The problem is there was a lot more players left than have come in ultimately.
Yeah, and the guys that have come in, Paul McMullen seems to be the headline signing. He was a spell in Derry. I've always had a soft spot for him. A loan spell at Stenhousemuir over a decade ago. He's a really fun player to watch. He was really twisty, really, really good dribbler. I'm not sure if he is a striker. I'm not sure what his best position is, if he's a striker or in behind the striker or out wide.
I am very much of the opinion that you play him on the right hand side of the midfield. And that's certainly where you get the best of him. I'm of the opinion he probably can't play anywhere else. But Raith so far, he has been kind of like the right hand side of a front three. I don't think it's necessarily suited him.
What formation playing is like a 5-2-3 then?
It's been like it sometimes goes to a 4-3-3, but then sometimes it can play central as well. I don't think it suits him. He's certainly drifting in field a lot. Whether he normally does that, I'm not sure. Whether he's been asked to do that, I don't think it necessarily suits him. But whether it's a 5-2-3 or a 4-3-3, I don't think either of those formations necessarily suit him. Mm-hmm. I thought it was an odd sign-in based on how Robson wants to play. And I thought, maybe they are going to play 4-4-2. They haven't so far. And so there's been bright points from him during the games. He was involved in the goal at Perth, but we've definitely not seen the best of him so far.
And one of the other key signs was effectively a swap deal with St Johnstone. Sam Stanton went to McDermott Park. Josh Ray has come in on a permanent basis. I think that was one of the first things that Barry Robson did when he took charge, was effectively go out and try to sign another goalkeeper to replace Kevin Dabrowski. Ray's come in, made a mistake at McDermott Park. It wasn't too clever for one of the goals, and I felt as though that was a bad place to do it, because you just get St Johnstone fans going, we told you. Are you happy to see Ray back for a second spell?
I would say so. Obviously he replaced Kevin Dabrowski last season, and I would Dabrowski didn't have a good second season, and you could argue he had some real egregious errors in that first campaign as well. Ray is a far more level-headed goalkeeper, far less flappy at crosses, for example. And it was clear that the players, that defence was far happier playing in front of Ray than they did with Dabrowski. There was definitely points last season with Ray, though, that you think, I think you maybe could have done a wee bit better there. Definitely seems to be an issue with defending his near post. And I thought the East Kilbride's equaliser.
That was a bigger part. It wasn't St John's. No, there was
both. There was both.
Aye, the one against St John, the one against East Kilbride. I remember seeing that. How have you let that in?
Yep.
Like watching the highlights and how on earth did that go in?
And I thought he was positionally. I thought against St Johnstone, and then the fact that he got to Gullen's shot, but then kind of fisted it into the net. It just didn't look great. I didn't think it was a clanger, but it didn't look great. So he hasn't started the season particularly well. But I still think he's an upgrade on Dabrowski, and clearly the players in front of him seem to enjoy playing in front of him, which makes a massive difference.
And what about Ricky Chin? Sounds like a boxer from East London. Rapid.
He is really, really quick. The only, I think what's been quite disappointing is, and you could kind of label this with Barry Robson during his entire tenure so far, albeit quite a short tenure. In terms of his use of substitutions, he seems to have a starting 11 that he wants to play each and every week, and he essentially runs them into the ground until one of them gets injured, and he has to play somebody else. So Chin hasn't got very many minutes at all. He did come on against him. I wasn't at the game yesterday, but he came on, and apparently it was quite encouraging. But certainly remember I used to describe Mark Stewart as like a speedboat without a driver.
This is a driver without a speedboat.
No. I get the impression that he probably has a lot to learn,
right? But
definitely he has
got the
abilities to cause bother. Put it that way.
So he'll probably be an impact sub then, yes, at some point to run at tiring defences. What position does he play?
He is a winger, but I think Robson will look to use him like he used Finlay Pollock.
Okay. So
Finlay Pollock was a winger, but essentially got converted to a striker, and I think he will want to do that with Chin.
Okay, and what about the rest of the team then? We'll look at the constituent parts. You talked about the defence, how you're quite light on numbers there. You're going with a back three, will be Fordyce, Stevenson and Hanlon?
Yeah. No, it'll be Matt Doherty. So it'll be Doherty, Fordyce and Hanlon.
I beg your pardon, so Stevenson will be playing over at left. I was wondering if he had been playing as like a left-sided centre-back.
He's been playing he hasn't been available until the St Johnstone game. He missed all the pre-season for what I could gather.
Okay.
So he's still getting up to speed.
How's him and Hanlon been in the hole? So there's one season.
I thought Hanlon was very good last season and Stevenson was decent.
Right.
Obviously there was concerns about their age. I don't think that's really. They're just the two of them are just really good players. So I don't think that came into the equation at all. I think Stevenson played every single game last season. I think the game he missed in the League Cup was the first game he's missed so far. But no, they've been really good. The problem is though, it's pace. I mean, that is such a slow defence. J. Rowe makes a difference. He is quick, but in terms of awareness defensively, I'm concerned about that. If they are to bring in another centre half, I think they're looking at Darragh O'Connor.
Oh,
who was at Morton
Falkirk. Didn't really play much at Falkirk last season, did he?
No, I think they brought him in because Luke Graham went back to Dundee,
and
then Luke Graham came back from Dundee, so his opportunities were limited. I think he's a decent.
Play for Morton as well.
I think he's decent. I don't think he's necessarily quick, which is very much what they're lacking, but he's a name that's been mentioned certainly.
And in midfield, solid options, maybe lacking a bit of spark. Guys like Scott Brown, Ross Matthews, Shaughan Byrne.
Yeah, I think that Scott Brown and Ross Matthews are just very, very similar. And not only do they want to do the same thing, they want to do it in the exact same areas of the park. It almost feels like they follow each other rather than... So what you'd really hope to happen is Brown can maybe get forward a bit more and Matthews will sit in front of that defence and just protect it. They sometimes seem like a bit betwixt and between. Like it doesn't feel like they have a great understanding. It's always felt like, even last season, that Barry Robson did not want to play Shaughan Byrne for whatever reason. We've discussed it before. I think Byrne's a better player than Matthews, but less. He doesn't get around the park as much. It was interesting that Matthews dropped out yesterday. Shaughan Byrne came in and they looked better. They looked like there was a better balance. Byrne doesn't want to run. Byrne just wants to protect the back four.
Let him sit in front of the defence.
And Brown was able to bomb forward a wee bit more yesterday. Whether he just done that because it was a dead rubber, or whether it's given him food for thought in terms of Byrne playing more this season, I don't know. I genuinely had the impression that because you're not even bringing him on as a sub, you get no minutes at all. And I actually wondered if he was doing that in the hope that Byrne might just move on.
Yeah.
Don't know, no idea. But I do hope that yesterday's performance means that Byrne will have more chances this season.
That's good. Yeah, I like Shaughan Byrne. I like Shaughan Byrne. I was surprised that he doesn't get used more often, even if he isn't the most mobile. And further forward, you've got one of the best players outside the top flight, and Dylan Easton. Wonderful player to watch when he's on his game. Hat-trick against Inverness, Caledonian Thistle on Saturday in the League Cup group stages, albeit two of them were penalties. And the other goal was actually really well taken, really good shot. What are your expectations for him this season? Because he could have easily been a Dunfermline Athletic player had the transfer.
You would imagine if you're on the board that starts back, you were tempted by that. And I think if they'd come from any other team, I mean, if you're getting offered 6 figures for a player who will be 32 before the end of the season.
6 figures? Sorry, I just choked on my water. No connection between Easton's transfer fee.
Then you must have been tempted to take that. The problem is it was just how that looks. Selling your kind of talisman to your local rivals, it's not a good look. So I'm guessing that's why they didn't take it. I think he will be key to everything that Raith Rovers do. I think what will be different this season is there was times last season that Easton essentially had to do everything. Normally you want him to be the creative player who will score goals, but provide chances for Vaughan and Hamilton. They weren't there last season. They missed almost all of the season between them. It's a massive question mark. If they can stay fit, that takes a wee bit of pressure off Easton. But no, he certainly started the season brilliantly again.
Good. Yeah, good. A player really like. I like he's grown out his hair as well. Really suits it.
So funnily enough, I dislike his new. I wish he would get cut.
Okay, well, let us know, listener. What do you think? Are you thumbs up for Dylan Easton's new look? Or are you thumbs down for his new bob?
It does hide his ears a wee bit. His ears aren't his best feature, so maybe that's why he's done it.
Maybe he's heard you slagging him off, and that's why he's grown it. Because you've upset him, you've embarrassed him. And up front, there's a kind of pool of sort of attackers who have got their qualities but have got their weaknesses. Guys like Jack Hamilton, Lewis Vaughan, Callum Smith.
Yeah, I mean, that's
a prompt for you to come on and discuss them.
I think that is a capable forward line. However, as was exactly the case last season, Smith. I think Smith is good but limited. But that work rate is something that Barry Robson will really, really appreciate. Now, I don't know if he worked with him at all. I think he got injured under Coach Collins. I think he might have been the manager at that point. Vaughan started the season really well. I think there's a lot of people in the Raith Rovers support that don't rate Hamilton and that have been disappointed, and understandably so. I mean, there was such high hopes for him when he came in. but I think he's had an ankle injury pretty much his entire duration of his stay in Kirkcaldy. Again, he started the season really well. His ability, he gives you a focal point that Vaughan and Smith won't do. And it was interesting again that that was his first start yesterday against Inverness, and probably just everything round about that forward area gelled a wee bit more, and others were able to get involved in play because of him being there. So interesting to see how he gets on, and hopefully, because this will be his third year at Raith, never really caught the imagination as much as we expected him to do. So another big season for Hamilton, but I'm a massive fanboy of him, so delighted to see him back.
Yeah, I remember when he was on loan the second half of our Arbroath blockbuster season. Like, this guy's really good. You think, well, Joel Newbley, never heard of him. Jackie Hamilton's a good player. What about Robson himself, though? Because the only time I've really seen this season, it was after the post-match interview after the St Johnstone game. I thought, wow, you've really not taken that defeat well. And again, going by the highlights, it's like what I was seeing to what he was saying just weren't commensurate with one another. That's my only interaction with him. But your club's managed by him. What have you made of Barry Robson? How are you feeling about him going into this season?
I think I managed to separate the art from the artist. So I find them very difficult to take to. I don't think you've kind of hit on the head there. I often watch a Raith Rovers defeat, and what Barry Robson describes isn't what I've just watched. And I was quite embarrassed by what he was saying in midweek. Like, he was really dismissive of St Johnstone to quite a weird degree. He started the interview by saying he wouldn't blame the referee, then spent 3 or 4 minutes blaming the referee. He's done 2 interviews since and blamed the referee in both, and it's like, geez, move on. But regardless, you cannot deny the fact that he improved that team. It looked like they might get sucked into bother at the bottom of the table, that whatever it was, a goal or 2 away from finishing top 4. So I don't think you can deny the job he's done, but I don't think he's the most, I don't think he's easy to like.
And you've got one of the best away kits in the SPFL this season.
I'm a keen on that.
Oh, it's nice. It's nice. That sort of Bayern Munich sort of tribute kit.
It's okay.
I really like it.
I quite like the home shirt. No, I don't dislike it, but I think the sponsor's a bit weird. I thought it was really cool that Danny Lennon was there.
I was going to say
really
that's really cool. That is really cool. That, I like the long hair and stuff like that. It's cool. I think that's something that clubs should do more of, is get your legends into wear. And you've got plenty of legends as well that you can tap on. And who better to have a Bayern Munich inspired jersey than getting the man himself in to do it. So where are Rovers finishing then?
Have them in that kind of clutch of teams that won't win the league but will very much be challenging for 4th. I wasn't keen on them at this. I remember 12 months ago that was pretty cold.
You were.
on
actually,
Raith's
I
chances.
thought they could win the division. Actually, I was miles off it.
I am more upbeat about them this season, and I'll put them down for 4th.
Yeah, I'm solid mid-table.
I think they can be anywhere between 4th and 6th. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't finish top 4, but I'm probably more enthusiastic about them than 12 months ago.
Just frustrating not being able to build on finishing second and getting to the final of the playoffs. You always want your team to try and go one better the previous season. Ultimately, that can't happen because just the way that the leagues are set up. But to have gone from finishing second, getting to the playoff final, and then dropping off till you're very vaguely involved in discussion, like toward the right at the end of the season. That's
if you look at that squad when they finished second and then compare it to last season and this season, you can tell that the budget that is available is considerably smaller than a couple of years ago. It feels like that the board that came in, I don't mean to put all their eggs in one basket, but it feels like they kind of front loaded in terms of budget, and since then they've very much pulled back, and that's not a bad thing as such, but it certainly makes success that much more difficult.
Well, we're talking about modest budgets to the biggest budgets in the country. Yes, we're talking about Ross County, the first of 2 sides relegated from the Premiership. County, great to have you back with us. They appeared to be in a good place going into the final few games of the season, but suffered a horrendous loss of form at the worst possible time. 7 consecutive defeats and 2 draws saw them finish in 11th place. They took on Livingston in the Premiership playoff final. Quite fortunate to have drawn the first leg. took a 2-goal lead in the second leg, but ended up losing 4-2. How embarrassing. Don Cowie was given a vote of confidence from Roy McGregor in late May. He will lead the team in the Championship. I'm not entirely sure just how popular he is amongst most county supporters at the moment, but John Robertson, as we mentioned earlier, he has been appointed the assistant manager, former boss at County, loads of experience in the game. And although they had a disappointing run in the League Cup group stages, they probably should have won their group on paper, only collected 7 points. They will certainly, at very worst, be looking to challenge for promotion, and I think they are probably the favourites to win the division. Based on the business that they've done, a lot of quality has come into the club. Big question marks about the man in the dugout, though.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you look at I wondered when you saw the list of players that Dundee United were getting rid of, I was like, right, surely Ross County and maybe St Johnstone would be all over that. But I presume that Ross County would be able to, as much as I'm sure St Johnstone's budget is high, Ross County can essentially do what they want. I thought Ross Docherty and Declan Gallagher were two great signings, and it feels like over the course of the summer, I don't think all other signings have necessarily been, I think they've signed names. Mm-hmm. I don't think all of them will work out. I'm not sure about Gary Mackay-Stephen, for example. I think he might already be injured. But
Nicky Clark's the other one.
Nicky Clark doesn't come with the best reputation in terms of the tail end of his stay in Perth. I thought that was confusing. If I was a Ross County fan, my concern with the Nicky Clark signature would be, have you brought him in because Ronan Hale is potentially off?
Yeah.
If they can keep him around, I still fancy them for the league. The one thing, but as you say, I have far more faith in the quality on the pitch than I probably do in the dugout.
Yeah, we'll go through the players they signed. That you mentioned there, Declan Gallagher and Ross Docherty. Declan Gallagher, strong, experienced centre back. Scotland International has had a couple of setbacks throughout his career, but has always seemed to responded well. I think that I'm right in saying he lost his place laterally at Dundee United.
I think he played the majority of games, but you might be right in terms of towards the end of the season.
But I think that when you sign a good centre-back, someone who can play a bit of football and someone that's happy, is a big strong boy that can head and kick the ball, you've got a great base to build on. And I think him and Akil Wright will form a really strong partnership. Behind them, I know Jordan Amisa is a bit of a blow having left the club I've left the club, but Ross Laidlaw is a good goalkeeper coming and do well to replace him. Ross Docherty, I was sure he was going to go to India or Singapore or somewhere exotic like that. So I was very surprised to see that he'd wind up in Dingwall. And I suppose the only question marks about Ross Docherty are how fit he is, because there's times that you're guaranteed he's probably going to miss about a quarter, a third of the season through injury. Based on ability, though, he's a smashing player. Someone who, again, can just steam around the middle of the park, set the tempo, set the standard as well. It's quite telling that Jim Goodwin signed him for Partick Thistle, made him captain straight away. Because he is set high standards, a good personality, good person to have around the place. And I think that's strong with bringing someone in like Dean Cornelius. Hard-working player, not necessarily the flashiest, but I remember when he was it Motherwell when he was coming through, I think that limited but incredibly hard-working, and sometimes for the Championship that can go a long way. Aaron Lyle, one of Morton's better players last season.
I was surprised at that, but I think it makes sense.
It makes sense. I was surprised, but it makes sense at the same time. Somebody who's quite good at working in tight areas, somebody who can good at picking the right pass as well. So I'm hoping that he gets game time. Adam Emsley, who really liked when he was at Cove Rangers last season, and I think similar to Finlay Marshall, it's a player that Cove Rangers will be really disappointed that they weren't able to get back in, and hope he can kick on. And you've got someone like Jamie Lindsay, who's returning to the club after a spell in England. A really popular player in County from his first time there, hard-working, tenacious, industrious. But the worry is that you've brought him in, you've got Cornelius, you've got Docherty. How are you going to get all these players into the same team at the same time?
I suppose you've maybe answered that when you talk about Ross Docherty's
injuries.
I remember when, again, harking back to Dundee United winning the league, but I remember checking Ross Docherty. He'd missed a chunk of the season, and I don't think United, it didn't go all the way to the season, but maybe like a third of the campaign left or a quarter of the campaign to go. United hadn't lost any games that Ross Doherty had started in.
Is that right?
I mean, he was vital to everything that they achieved during that campaign. I think he'll be a really important player again for County. I think another player. I mean, the players have been brought in.
Yeah,
great. But the one player who I think will be important to them because they actually have width this
Jay
time
Henderson.
around. Jay Henderson.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought he started excellently for Ayr and maybe faded towards the tail end of the campaign. But I think he's a brilliant option out wide, and you already know that he is more than good enough for the championship. So I think he'll be again a really important player to them. Whether Cowie can make that work, it just feels like he is. I understand why they've kept him on because I don't think County are necessarily a team that I think they give managers a chance. I don't think
been
they
given a fucking good chance, though. To be fair,
I mean there is not being knee jerk, and then there's maybe giving somebody a wee bit too long, and
having no knees at all.
And I think if it gets to the end of August and they haven't started the season well, I would expect him to be moved on.
I think so. It's when he came in. You remember the circumstances of him coming into the club was after like Derek Adams had been there, and Derek Adams like the 23-24 season, the worst managerial appointment. Because he'd done well at County in the past. Twice he'd managed County and done really, really well with them. And you think to come in and just show a complete lack of respect to your employers and to the division as well. I mean, it doesn't. Scottish football is so divisive, but it really doesn't take much. We say it loads of times in this podcast, not just in the lower league ones, but generally. One thing that will unite people is when you come and slag off Scottish football, especially when you're a creepy weirdo like Derek Adams. So there's two big mistakes. Being weird and then slagging off Scottish football. That will unite people. And it wasn't a surprise to see him go, but County felt like they were in disarray at that period. And having Don Cowie in there, I'm going to compare him to like Sean Crichton, somebody's quite handsome. I think that helps. I think that helps if you're quite suave. And
I mean, we've both agreed that he should probably be sacked.
Listen, I don't advocate for anyone to get sacked. I would like the only times I've ever wanted somebody sacked is when it's in reference to my own club. Like if Ross Kent was shit started saying, I don't care. Honestly, like it doesn't bother me. I would never advocate for someone to get sacked unless it's somebody not doing well like Stenny. Then it's different. But like Willie Gibson gets off to a hard start at Annan. Bothered, man, doesn't he? Makes no material impact in my life whatsoever. But with this, it's like just like last season, just like the degree of negativity. I mean, I would listen to the Top Flight podcast. The few times I would see County, they were just like it's like a team of like just players that want to defend and a couple of forward options. Throwing here on 10 other cunts, for want of a better expression. And it felt like County was just so negative. And ultimately, you finish the season with 7 consecutive defeats and 2 draws. You get what you deserve. You go 2 up. You were crap against Livingston in the first leg of the playoff. You go 2 up against them and chuck it away and lose 4-2. You deserve it. I'd surprised he'd get kept on. But you're already coming into the campaign with like little margin for error, and then you play. You draw with. Stranraer they drew with. They drew with Stranraer down at Stair Park, lost them in penalties. Doesn't really count. But ultimately, you didn't beat Stranraer. You didn't beat Stranraer, a middling League 2 team.
They were very. I watched the game against Queen of South, and I thought they were really lucky to beat them.
Then you take on Partick Thistle, and as always, I would say that particularly if you're not going to win the League Cup, and that's probably about like 90% of the teams. When you're taking on a team in the same division as you, this is the barometer, right? So we're playing Partick Thistle, home to Partick Thistle against a side who will likely be challenging for the top 4, and you get turned over 3-1. It wasn't that difficult for Thistle. That's when the worries are coming. So you're coming into this season with absolutely no wriggle room. The first game of the season, they're taking on Airdrieonians away,
and then it's St Johnstone,
Yeah. So I'm in St Johnstone, a team who they don't necessarily have a particularly good record against,
and it feels like the potential replacement is already there.
John Robertson.
Yeah. So aye.
The signings as well. I mean, when we've touched on it there in terms of the boys that have come into the club. I think when I saw them sign Gary Mackay-Steven, I was like, I'm not sure if that's a sentimental thing. Basically, he can come full circle. He can, I don't know, he's 35. He's going to finish his career at Ross County. It seems likely, but it seems like when was the last time Gary Mackay-Steven was good? You wouldn't even say like Hearts. You'd probably even say when he was like Aberdeen, maybe.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I was surprised at that signing. It's certainly the one that everybody they've brought in, it's the one that probably makes the least sense and probably has the lowest chance of success, I suppose.
And Clark was the other one coming. I remember when he signed Nicky Clark, was thinking, where's he going to fit into the team? And it might be the predicates that Ronan Hale's elsewhere, because Ronan Hale, you'd probably be surprised if he's playing championship football coming this season. But Clark didn't really do much at St Johnstone last season. I think one of the big criticisms were that the pace that covered up for a lot of deficiencies just isn't there anymore. So he's not like a good enough football player to be number 10 and create chances. But then he's not kind of necessarily act as number 9. So you've got to basically play him as a poacher. Can you indulge? Is he the kind of player you want to indulge?
I think towards the tail end of his time at St Johnstone, he was playing a wee bit deeper. But maybe if he's told to get closer to goal in the championship, I suppose there is a kind of line of thought that at a lower level he will get opportunities and he could take them. I mean, generally wherever he's been up until latterly, he has scored goals. But I do think this is probably a season. Well, could have said that a while ago. I think this is a season too far from him.
Yeah, but I suppose then like County might have the opportunity to. I'm not suggesting this be the case. If it goes wrong, County have got perhaps more than other teams more wriggle room to perhaps move on players that they don't necessarily have a use for anymore.
And another thing they have that probably nobody else does in the division, maybe St Johnstone. Let's say, as long as Ross County are still there or thereabouts in the title fight in January, they can go out in January and spend money, and nobody else can probably do that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I suppose though, for County, the bits that when I was actually looking forward to seeing, I thought, wow, you beat Edinburgh City 8-0. Can't wait to watch the highlights. All 14 seconds of them. That is less than 2 seconds per goal.
I mean, I haven't really paid attention to Ross County's highlight output because there's been no need to. We don't talk about them in the Lower League podcast. Went rummaging about for the highlights, couldn't believe my eyes.
Maybe they're the right thing. You know, this sort of low attention, sort of brain rot. This is what you need. Just like quick, efficient, just get to the point, just show the ball hitting the back of the net 8 times, 14 seconds up the road. Are we having County winning the division?
Yes, they should. I think there's a big chance they don't, but regardless, I'm going to go for them as finishing first.
They've also meant to say they also sell someone called Len O'Sullivan, who sounds like the name of a pensioner who's been violently assaulted and is having his case reviewed on Crime Watch. Right, we will finish up the championship by saying for the very first time, hello to St Johnstone. Hello. The Perth Saints' 16-year stay in the top flight came to an ignominious end. The club had been circling the drain for the past few seasons and they were well and truly flushed away last year. They started the campaign with Craig Levine in the dugout. Really should have been moved on in the summer, and that's not even having the benefit of hindsight to say. I think most people would have agreed that. He assembled a lopsided, mismatched group of players, lacking in a number of positions, especially in goal. And Levine was eventually replaced by Simo Valakari, a real contrast to the previous manager. He actually seemed like he wanted to be there. And it brought about an upturn in performances, but not necessarily in results. And the club fell to the foot of the table at the halfway point and stayed there and were ultimately relegated with 2 games of the season remaining. Now, some of the fans are blaming the authorities for awarding Ross County a 96-minute penalty in the game against Dundee at the tail end of the season. I'm blaming everyone associated with the club for failing to build in the cup double of 2020-21. But maybe that's just me. I'm a bit cynical. And I think, similar to Ross County, they will be looking to make an immediate return to the Premiership, and they've got off to a fantastic start so far with 4 wins from 4 in the League Cup group stages. Confident for St Johnstone?
I wasn't. I think their first 3 signings, or maybe the first. I think the first 4 signings would have been Jack Baird, Morgan Boyes. Jamie Gullen and Regan Tumilty.
That's spot on. Yeah, that's the first 4 signings.
That's interesting. Now, you could argue that they're sensible, because as much as I didn't necessarily think that Baird and Boyes is a centre-half pairing for a team that is aiming to win the league. But Morton kept a lot of clean sheets last season, and they played an important part in that. Jamie Gullen was good for Raith Rovers, but again, that feels like a player who will play for a team that is looking for promotion rather than aiming for the title. And Tumulty, I think, is an industrious right back that will get forward. Didn't think he was good enough for a kind of title hopeful. But I do think that since then they've brought in a number of players that you probably do fancy for a team that's trying to win the second tier. Like, I know Stevie Mallon has missed a huge amount of football. I think he'll be a really good signing. I think the Diabate, that's the centre half that's come from Exeter, looks like he'll be a good option at centre half, probably ahead of Boys or Baird, whatever one drops from that team. But no, I've been impressed by them, and certainly in terms of their performances, deserve to beat Raith, who are obviously in the same division as them and supposed to be a competitor. They looked a level above, I would say. So no, I wondered about them at the start of the summer, but now I'm pretty confident about how they'll do this campaign.
Yeah, I was the same. I was exactly the same. It's when they signed Jack Baird and Morgan Boys, I thought, right, are you looking to stay in the Championship? Or are you looking to actually get out of it? Because if it's the latter, then you're really going the wrong way about it. But then everything else is, I think that's sensible signings. Like you can see it's now that they've got the better players in there. You can see actually maybe Morgan Boys and Jack Baird and Tumulty make sense. It's like when I was looking at like Ross County, because I think that throughout over the course of the season there's going to be the direct comparison, the two teams that came down. It's like when you're signing Declan Gallagher and Ross Docherty compared to Morgan Boys and Jack Baird, then you're kind of like, right, well that's the levels we're dealing at. But since then, it's the signings that have been quite interesting. I'm keen to see how they get on. Like,
I mean, we're in a situation with them now where so you mentioned that swap deal with Josh Ray and Sam Stanton. I was like, yeah, he will be, St Johnstone's fans will really enjoy watching him, and he will make a massive difference to that team. They've signed so many players and had players that remained from last season. Stanton, I think that was his first start at the weekend against Elgin. He is by no means now guaranteed to start in that team, and we know how good a player he is, which kind of underlines the kind of strength and depth that they now have in that squad.
Yeah, I think who's the that's really bad. The guy's name's just completely popped out.
So they already had Andy Holt.
Yeah, Jason Holt.
And they've also brought in, they spent money on Reece McAleer.
Yes, of course, he's shown up quite well from Livingston,
and he started really well. So there's definitely options in there.
I'm trying to think of what is the name of the central the central midfielder who's got quite Sprangler. Sven Sprangler. Yeah, I hate listening to, and it's sometimes when you listen to these podcasts, there's who's that? Hear the tapping of fingers. I hate that. So I was really bad that I almost did it. Sven Sprangler. So there's a lot of options in the middle of the park, and it's because there's so many options that I'm really interested to see where Stevie Mallon fits in all this. Now, Stevie Mallon, we all remember him his time. He didn't score a goal in the Championship for St Mirren when he basically picked the ball up at the halfway line, dribbled past a couple of players and melted it in from 25 yards. We all know like the quality that he is on the ball. I think it's important to say on the ball. But I mean, he's been out without a club for over 12 months. Last kicked the ball, I think it's November 2023, after a number of debilitating injuries at Salford. I think that if he can get fit, St Johnstone have got a real asset there, because I'm going to imagine for most games St Johnstone will be expected to be in the front foot, and they've got all the building blocks around them. You talk about like Sprangler and Holt and Stanton, the various combinations. Interesting to see what Valkyrie chooses with those combinations. But then you've got Mallon there as someone who maybe sometimes lacks awareness, can let players run off him, but because of his technical ability and the things that he can do with the ball, I think if you can build that team around him, if you can indulge him, and I'd be interested to see where he fits in, then he's going to be a really good player that St Johnstone have to work with.
And I think he'll be able to, because I think generally even though they have about 5 or 6 potential strikers, I think he prefers to play with one and then 3 in behind and then 2 holding midfielders. So Mallon could probably play in terms of one of the 3 behind the forward. And again, he'll be a player that they'll need to manage quite carefully, because he's had and he's again barely kicked the ball for 2 years. But there was points against Raith where you could tell he clearly wasn't match fit, but there was points where he was on the ball where I was like, you've definitely got it.
You're a wee step up, And you talked about the striking options that St Johnstone have got. I think that I'd actually put down in my notes that Uche Piazza, he's going to be like a brand new signing, having missed pretty much all of last season. However, they're unsure as to whether or not he's going to be sticking around. And the reason I found this out, I was on Jim Spence's Twitter page looking to see if he changed his bio, and I had a time to do, and I saw that he had quote tweeted something from the Courier about Ikpeazu's contract situation. Now, basically, he has a clause in his contract that will allow him to explore other options during the transfer window. St Johnstone tried to tie him down to a contract that basically, stay with us for the rest of the season, we'll remove that clause.
Yep.
He has rejected it. So now there's uncertainty as to whether or not he's going to stay around. And it's a shame because, yes, it's like a brand new signing, but I think a player like that in the Championship would be brilliant. You saw the goal that he scored against Inverness, Caledonian Thistle, and that is classic Uche Ikpeazu, where he is bigger and stronger than everyone else. He's got a big backside. He will park into someone, roll them and shoot. And that's where the goal came from. And if you're thinking of the guys behind him, say you've got Mackenzie Kirk maybe playing one side, you've got Stevie Mallon like him behind him, guys who would feed off really well, like Adama Sidibe, feeding well off these knockdowns. It's just a shame that the club might have to be like, well, you know what are you going to do? Are you staying or are you going? Because we need a decision.
I mean, I do think one will go, because you've already went through some of the options with Sidibe, Kirk. Gullen can play up top, Ikpeazu, and they've also signed Louis Lloyd.
He's an interesting one.
Don't know if he's been registered yet. I think there seems to be some issue there.
Right.
And if he wants to play one up top, that's probably too many options. How do you keep all those players happy?
Yeah.
I think they would probably, in an ideal world, not because they want rid of him, but there's a suggestion that Kirk would command quite a fee if he was to leave. So maybe he will be the one.
I hope not, because Kirk looks like he's really coming on to the game, and it's funny because he did nothing at I can't even believe Hearts are letting him go, because he did nothing at Hamilton. He did nothing at Hamilton only spelling. It's like Hamilton, we're doing all right, and he did nothing at Hamilton, and now he's gone from being like, wow, this guy's actually a real sellable asset. Who is? I mean, he was the top scorer last season. He's already got an excellent goal against the Rovers that he sprinted between two defenders. Really
wasn't
nice
great
finish.
defending. I would add that caveat.
Yeah, well, that's one way of looking at it. I'm going to look at the
But a
fact
good
that
finish.
I'm going to say it was an excellent
Good
goal.
finish.
And then, it was against Elgin City, 10-man Elgin City, but he scored a really, really nice goal there where he sort of came in from the left and crashed it into the top corner. So you would hope that if St Johnstone want to go back up, then Kirk's somebody who keep. I think you'd rather get rid of Ikpeazu than Kirk. If it's a binary choice like that, I'd keep Kirk. I think he's got a higher ceiling than somebody who you missed all football last season. I know it's a funny one, and maybe I'd hate if I'm copying any of Jim Spence's or repeating something that Jim Spence has said. However, it's like the idea that the club stuck by you after you missed virtually all of last season. Stay with us for a year and help us. We helped you get fit again. Help us get back to the Premiership, but it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, no, very much so.
And I think that the big questions there about like Valakari, because I'm not sure how much, it's how expression we use a lot, how much credit in the bank he has, because I think there's a degree of optimism coming into this season, because there were flashes last year that you could see what he was trying to do with St Johnstone, and this where it's like football is, it's quite eye-catching, quite swashbuckling, where the ball's moved quickly in midfield and then progressed up the park quite quickly, and that's something that they didn't necessarily like at all under Craig Levein. It's quite plodding, quite a doer style of football, and I think that because they've had a glimpse of what it could be, that's why there's a degree of optimism coming into this season. I think that the season ticket books have
they've been really impressive. I think more this season than last season.
Aye, I just wonder if there'll be that degree of patience if he doesn't get off to a good start.
And I don't think there would be, especially if like County, for example, were to roar ahead, or they're maybe sitting third in September. And I think Valakari's time in Perth it's been quite interesting. I think I often feel that when a foreign manager comes in, the press can be quite quick maybe to get on their back.
Or remember when Daniel Stendhal came in at Hearts, and was it Graham Spears that said he was quite uncouth because he was in trainers or something like that?
And I feel that almost immediately St Johnstone fans tried to protect him and very much stuck up for him, even when the results weren't going particularly well. But I do think they started to turn a wee bit, because as you say, performance-wise, okay, maybe they did improve. Results maybe less so. So I don't think he necessarily has credit in the bank, but I think I think they maybe enjoy how he comes across.
Yeah,
even though
he's-
there's a strange vibe about him,
Yeah.
but I think he's popular.
No,
and
I-
as long as he's winning games of football, then they'll be fine. But if things, I think if they start the season poorly, then people will be asking questions, and rightly so.
But I think for this season for St Johnstone, and I was actually thinking about this, I would actually compare this to Livingston last season. You remember when we did the pod and we were talking about when David Martindale gave a really positive post-match interview, and he was saying how he was enjoying Championship football because he doesn't need to think about basically we're going to spend the entire time shutting down the opposition and being difficult to beat, where you can go out there and be a bit more expressive. And I think that this is a season that St Johnstone fans, nobody wants to see your team get relegated, right? You always want to see your team play at the highest level possible. But for the chance, for the last 4 years, it's been pretty shite since they won the cup double. And even then, fans couldn't go there to see it. So the football they have been witnesses to hasn't been great. So the fact that you drop down a level, there's the onus is on you to go out and win games. That's more fun to watch, and I think I can see why there's everyone wants the team to be fun to watch. They want Valakari to make the team fun. They want to be able to get behind guys like Mackenzie Kirk and Jason Holt and really have a good season. And I think that they've got the promising in the League Cup. I wasn't too keen on the 8-0 win over Elgin City. I watched the highlights for that before we started recording. It reminded me of, those non-stings where where a sort of somebody who's been accused of speaking to an underage child, somebody who shouldn't be speaking to, is cornered by these pedo hunters, and it's quite interesting watching them get their comeuppance. But then the longer these videos go on, the worse it gets. It's I'm actually really uncomfortable watching this. That's what those Elgin highlights felt like there. But when was the last time St Johnstone watched a team win 8-0?
That's their biggest ever win at McDermott Park, I believe.
Right,
so a long time ago.
Fantastic, and again, you got to put the caveats. There's a team who are already knocked out against 10 men for 83 minutes of the game. But nevertheless, I think there's a good feeling coming into it, and I think that where people want Valakari to do well. I think if you're going to compare and contrast, I think that patience with Don Cowie has pretty much worn thin, especially after the losing to Partick Thistle, especially after drawing to Stranraer. I think Valakari, with those 3 wins, particularly against Raith Rovers, particularly the 8-0 win over Elgin City, I think there's a good feeling at McDermott Park, and I think that is going to lead to a strong season. I just think that County have got bigger levers to pull if it's not going their way. I think they'll be able to sign a superstar striker for the Netherlands or something, whereas St Johnstone will be on the phone to Morton saying, "Owen Moffat available? Can we sign him?" That's the kind of levels that we're dealing with.
I don't think there's going to be much in it at all. I know there was, certainly at the start of the summer, I think the general consensus was, my goodness, Ross County is going to run away with this division. I don't think that's going to be the case at all, and I would not be surprised if St Johnstone could finish top. However, I just fancy Ross County for the reasons you've mentioned. But if they were to finish second, and I suspect they will, I think they'd have a brilliant chance of going straight back up again. I really do. I think they've got a not just a good squad, but a squad where you can make 5 substitutions in a game, and it doesn't really weaken the starting 11 at all. Yeah, and there's very few teams in the Championship you can say that about.
Yeah, it's a good place to be. Hopefully it's hopefully I've no real issue with St Johnstone at all. Hopefully it's a brief stay. I mean, ultimately, you want teams to be successful. You want St Johnstone. I'm sure they will do. So, Shaughan, we're going to get our predictions. We're going to wrap up the Championship. Christ, that's about 3 3/4 hours on the Championship alone. Fuck me. I remember we did one of these podcasts. It was just 4 hours just to go around the divisions.
And that felt long.
So, Shaughan, who are we going for champions?
Ross County.
Okay. Promotion playoffs.
St Johnstone, Ayr United, Raith Rovers.
Okay. 9th place.
What did I say? Arbroath.
Relegation.
Queen's Park.
Now, Shaughan, I think it is important that we leave the Championship and drop into League One. Arbroath ultimately cantered to the title last season, and they recovered from a difficult start and finished very strongly indeed. But the campaign was marred with 2 teams going into administration and suffering 15-point deductions. One of those teams survived, Inverness Caledonian Thistle. The other was relegated, and that was Dumbarton, and they toppled into the basement tier with Annan Athletic. In League One, they've been replaced by Peterhead and East Fife, and I think this is maybe the most difficult division in the SPFL to call. I think there's a case to be made for 3 of the 4 full-time sides to win the league. They're all flawed in their own ways, which we'll come on and talk about. And similarly, I think it's very difficult to pinpoint who's going to finish bottom. Some candidates in there that are perhaps more obvious than others, but even so, I don't think there's a definitive team you can look to and say, you're it. What are you expecting from League One this season, mate?
I thought I would agree. I thought there was 3 full-time teams that could win it. I'm not entirely sure that's still the case. I think news over the last couple of days means we might be able to whittle that down to 2 due to more off-field shenanigans from one of them. I think at the bottom of the table, there's a couple of teams that I thought would be absolutely fine this season, but due to, I suppose, inactivity, or maybe not bringing in the calibre or number of players that I expected that they would, might end up having actually quite difficult campaigns, but I suppose we'll come on to that.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, I think it's going to be between, I would have said that the 4 full-time teams would occupy the top 4 positions. I'm not necessarily think that's going to be the case now. I think there's going to be shenanigans involving one of the clubs that could have massive ramifications. We might see another points deduction coming into this season. But at the bottom, I think it's going to be the 6 part-time teams, and I don't think there's going to be very much that separates them. You never know, there might be a part-time team that breaks into the top 4. We saw that last season with Stenhousemuir, but I'm not quite as convinced. I mean, I've never said, to be fair, I thought Stenhousemuir finished in 8th place last season. Yeah. They absolutely smashed it, so very difficult to call.
Agreed.
And that's where we're going to... excuse me, I was caught with a mouthful of water there when I was just making a point with Shaughan. So we're going to talk about all 10 teams, as you will. You know how this works.
They've got the gist.
You've got the gist of it. You don't need to waste even more time by talking about the gist. You have the gist, it's in your hands. We'll start by talking about Alloa Athletic. Now, if you're to sum up Alloa last season, it would be the sound of an elongated whoopee cushion followed by the losing horn from The Price is Right. Perhaps the least interesting team in the division. Real lack of razzmatazz and spark over the course of the campaign. And the previous year, they had some vibrant, occasionally thrilling young players in and loan. That was not the case this time around. They somehow finagled their way into the final playoff place on the final day of the season, but they lost to Kelty Hearts, and with Stenhousemuir somehow defeating Dumbarton, they leapfrogged them into 4th place. So Alloa just missed out. I think that Andy Graham comes into this season under a wee degree of pressure from supporters. I think they'll be expecting a lot more in terms of result and performance. I mean, he has spoke out the difficulty in trying to recruit players. That might be reflected in the transfer business they've done. However, he's got off to an absolutely superb start. 4 wins out of 4 in the League Cup group stages, including beating the likes of Dundee and Airdrieonians from higher divisions. Topped their group. Alloa, indeed.
You're right. Like, I suppose the bar was raised for Alloa 2 seasons ago, and I'm not saying they were fortunate, but they had 2 or 3 exceptional loan players. How on earth do you reproduce that unless you bring in another 2 or 3 excellent loan players? They didn't do it. As much as Joshua Gentles had a good spell towards the end of last season, they didn't have anybody that came anything close to Taylor Stephen, for example, at the season before. But you're right, last season felt like a slog. And in terms of the players coming in, maybe with the exception of Liam McFarlane, who I was probably surprised went to Alloa. I think that's a really brilliant signing for them.
I was surprised he didn't go back to East Fife. That's it. He was a really good. It certainly came on to a really strong game at the end of last season with East Fife in League 2. I think East Fife would have inquired about him again for whatever reason. They sent him to Alloa, and I think that seems like a sideways move. But regardless, Hearts will have a far better idea of the bigger picture than you and I. But that's a really good starting block for Andy Graham to build his team from. Yeah,
the rest, no sure. Like Daniel Church, left back, generally struggles to play too many games in a season.
You say he played 1 game last season.
So there you go. Calvin Orsi is somebody who, like, nominally is a kind of wide player, but then probably doesn't deliver enough. So sometimes he gets shoved up front, but then his finishing isn't good enough. So you always wonder what to do with Orsi. I think one of their, I mean, they've only made a handful of signings, but Andy Clark was
this is one I'm really interested in.
It's quite an interesting signing. So he's somebody who looked like he was going to go on to have a really good career, went to university, essentially wants to play part-time football while going through his education. So without knowing too much about him, it feels like he might be a player who could be a full-time player, who could play further up the pyramid, but needs to be part-time right now. And Alloa, he feels that Alloa is the ideal club for him. So he could be a really interesting signing.
This was, I think, of all the signings that we're going to be discussing over this podcast, this is perhaps the one of the most interesting. I mean, I can't imagine many people would have heard of the guy, but interesting background. Played for Linfield and Crusaders, played full-time football in Ireland, but I think he's studying at St Andrews. He's doing a medical degree, which is quite appropriate given how many injuries there are at Alloa. Maybe that's the reason why he's saying shite at football, but what a doctor. But he's a midfielder. He's quite prolific. I'm not sure if he's actually played yet for Alloa.
I checked, and I don't think he has so far.
But nevertheless, if he can come in and get up to speed, he's a player that I'm really keen on seeing doing. But it kind of goes to show that when there's like 4 players that have come in, I think Liam McFarlane's a bit of he's stepping up a level. Yeah. Feels like a sure thing. Mm-hmm. Their earns are gambles, really.
On the plus side, though, and this is why I am, there's 2 reasons, I suppose. A, they've had such a good League Cup campaign. But B, they've got players coming back. So I think part of the issue last season was your Curtis Roberts in the middle of the park missed a big chunk of it. Stevie Hetherington, middle of the park, missed a big chunk of it. They're 2 really important players. And when you have a small squad, to be missing 1 player, a vital player is bad, but to miss 2, you're going to struggle to deal with it.
I think Curtis Roberts was a big loss last season. When we talk about Curtis Roberts, we talk about the degree of thrust that he can give Alloa, someone who can carry the ball up the park, quite a strong player as well, quite a strong runner. And I think that when you don't have that, the guys like, Virtanen, who's left them last season, he couldn't quite do it. And it's not really the kind of thing you see from Stefan School or for Stevie Hetherington. In the last 2 games, which was against Dundee and Airdrieonians, by the way, which they won, they were able to have a midfield 3 of Stefan Skugel, Curtis Roberts and Stevie Hetherington. All good players, but all different kinds of players, but all different kinds of players whose styles all complement one another. You'll have Hetherington just sitting, protecting that defence, Curtis Roberts giving the team a degree of verticality, and then Stefan Skugel will add that magic in the final third. And when I was watching the highlights from the Airdrie game, which was a really thrilling game of football, by the way, just that you can see Stefan School, it feels like everything he's doing just like half a second quicker than everyone else, and it's just a damn shame that it's just injured. In an ideal world, he wouldn't be playing for Alloa. He's the quality that he's got, he should be playing full-time football much higher up the food chain, but that's Alloa's gain. And because they've got those combinations in the middle of the park, if they can stay fit, that's a huge boon for the rest of the team to be built on.
Yeah, and I think there'll be very few part-time teams would have a better midfield than they do in terms of that division. I think we've spoken about the fact that McFarlane was, I think he made the team of the year for League 2. You would imagine he'll be able to make the step up, and I think that's a brilliant, as you say, a building block in terms of that defence. I think they'll be fine at the back. We know that we think they're fine in midfield as long as they avoid injury. I suppose it might be the top end of the park where the issues begin.
Even jumping back a step at the in defence, I think that Andy Graham had spoken about the difficulties in signing players, and I think that's why they've had to go in for like Daniel Church. Now, Church had been pretty good at Alloa before moving to Queen of the South. I think it was 13 appearances in his first season, 1 just the whole last year through injury. Callum Waters, his season was disrupted by injury. David Devine, again, he featured in less than a quarter of the league games last season. These are all guys that are being retained. So we were kind of making the joke there about Andrew Clark, but it might actually come to pass. So it's you're taking gambles. That's the problem. Andy Graham's having to take gambles here on players who, if they're fit, they're all really good. We all know the qualities that they can bring to the team, but I think that the team will be filled out with like young guys coming through the academy just to make up the numbers, and there's no guarantees there. That's the difficult thing. Further up the park, you're absolutely. So I've got down here, it's an interesting array of strikers to pick from. I think the best, the pick of the 3 of them, probably Luke Rankin. I think he's got the Mercurial, yeah, I think he's got the potential to really go on and develop into a decent lower league striker. He got 13 goals last season, only 20, and this is his first real season playing at League One after a season on loan at East Stirlingshire previously. I really like him. What I like about him is his range of finishes. He's good inside the penalty box. He's not a shy to have a shot when it's outside. And on top of that, he can get the shots away quite early. He scored a goal against Stenhousemuir. They beat them 1-0 in a game that was broadcast on BBC Alba. Stenhousemuir had been the better side, but just all of a sudden they were in the counter-attack and the space opened up and he had a shot. And I remember at the time thinking, I think Darren Jamieson could have done better than that. But then watching back the replay, it's like, that is just an incredibly precise shot that he has managed to get away very, very quickly, that the goalkeeper's just not been able to settle himself for. So he's a good, I think he'll be leading the line over the course of the season, and it's maybe the other two strikers where there's that, the further down you come, it's like they're good at some things but not so good at the others.
I suppose what they do have is they probably have one of the better forward options to come off the bench in terms of Connor Salmon.
Salmon, 39 in November.
He just keeps going and keeps going. And I thought again he had a pretty good season again last term, and you would expect that to continue. So there is, I suppose there are options, but again it's a really thin squad. It feels.
I know that Salmon Luke Donnelly, who'll be the third striker forward. Attacking players quite difficult to pigeonhole, but there's Salmon and Donnelly aren't to everyone's taste. But you're right, every time I see Connor Salmon come in the park, it's always like, oh no, because he's just going to be there to be a nuisance and just shove people around, and he's still good. I mean, the fact he's going to turn 39 in November, I mean, he's still in phenomenal shape. When you see how broad his shoulders are and just how well built he is, and the fact that you've still got a lust for life at the age of 39, I think it's a really good example to young players. Like, if you're training and you've got a guy there who is nearly dead, and he's still putting the miles in, and he still looks like that, and he's still eating right and still looking after his body. That just sets a great example for the younger players. And he was really good against Dundee in the League Cup group stages as well. I think he played a really important part. And when you're under a bit of pressure, Salmon's a decent outball, because he'll not win everything, but he'll shove the defenders around and give them something to think about and just be disruptive. And sometimes it just takes us be disruptive and the ball breaking favourably, and that's you're out of danger and you can maybe go in the attack. And he's a very useful option. I don't watch him every week, so I don't get the chance to be frustrated with him. So I can maybe appreciate that why folk might not like him, but I can appreciate his merits and what he brings to this team.
You could probably say something similar about, in terms of frustration, and we don't watch him every week, Luke Donnelly, because you know what's going to happen there. He will score a 30-yard volley and at some point, and he'll probably score another good goal in the same game, and then we'll go, wow, just let him do what he wants. This guy, you don't see skills like that in League One, and then we won't see or hear from him again for weeks.
I think when he's at his best, he looks like a cross between Dennis Bergkamp and Dimitar Berbatov. When he's at his worst, he looks like Onslow from Keeping Up Appearances, where he's just, I mean, that is actually not a football comparison, but just someone who's slovenly and just unkempt and not good to look at. There was a goal, in fact, he scored a brace thing against Annan Athletic, and it was just he's the only player that could have done that. He's got those big, long, rangy limbs, and he's the only one that can take the ball down and flick it over the goalkeeper and work the ball into those spaces, and maybe just have the chutzpah to try something like that, because he can get away with it because it comes off. And when you're watching him in highlights, you're like, unbelievable, this guy is so good. But then you kind of watch him for 90 minutes and you can see him kind of skulking around the pitch and all that, and the game sort of passing him by and him not getting involved. And I think that he's not very good in the air for giving somebody his height, and that can put people off. So I don't know how you indulge someone like that. I don't know how you get the...
I mean, you don't. I mean, ultimately, you don't. And I can quite imagine how frustrating that must be. I would love him to, whether it's drop my level or whether it's find a manager who knows how to use him in the same position week in, week out. I would love him to have a kind of 20-goal season where he just has a great time of it. But you would imagine that's just not going to happen.
That level's the West of Scotland 4th Division. That's that level. That is. But that's why I quite like the Alloa attack, because they're all quite frustrating in their own ways. And yeah, Alloa fans will see them more than me, so they'll be more than us. They're a lot more acutely attuned to why these guys aren't starting and how frustrating it is to play with Donnelly. I mean, would I be thrilled if Donnelly joined Stenhousemuir? I don't know. That feels like that's my barometer where I get excited about someone at part-time level. If would I take them at Stenny, and if the answer is yes, I get a wee bit envious, and if it's Donnelly, I'd be like, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. The two guys who I'm looking forward to kicking on this season, I think Cammy O'Donnell and Stephen Buchanan.
Yep.
I think they're now, the 2 seasons ago, they were sort of sidelined by the likes of like Taylor Stephen and Ethan Sutherland. They lost their place to they basically were second pick behind them. They haven't been able to sign as good players that, so now these guys have had to play, and I think it's important that they can both kick on. And
because they're not that young. Well, they're 22 and 23 maybe, so they're no young guys anymore.
So like Buchanan especially though, Buchanan had a really impressive showing across the 4 League Cup group stages, 4 assists, and he ultimately scored the goal that won them the group. And I mean the goal's brilliant. I mean it's a bad pass from Sean McGuigan out the back, but Buchanan picks it up inside his own box and just drives forward. And his shot is really precise, really difficult for Cade Melrose to make. It's just angled very well into the net. Brilliant scenes. And it was great, Andy Graham's post-match interview, speaking about Buchanan and the impact that he can have on the team. He was saying that, you know, he's so impressed by his drive and fitness, and he just really needs to go out there and do it on a consistent basis. But it's a brilliant start to the season for him. And the hope is that he can do it week in, week out, because, you know, I don't know what it's like for a Raith Rovers fan. Your probably aspirations are to get out of the group. I think for a lot of part-time fans, it's just fans of part-time teams, it's basically to just try and do as well as possible. Prepare the season and see if you can make a wee bit of money out of it. The fact that they've able to make it out, that's absolutely terrific.
And then probably now allows them to go in and maybe bring in another 2 or 3 players that they might not be able to do before.
That's the thing. I think Andy Graham in his post-match, was rubbing his hands like that salesman in the Living with Michael documentary. You know, when Michael Jackson comes into the shop in Las Vegas, he's like, got these, you got these, and the salesman is just rubbing his hands. That was Andy Graham when he was talking about the progression. But one of the interesting things that Graham did say is that those League Cup results, he's delighted for the club, delighted for the players. That's the standard for the season. That's what he's saying. That's the standard for the season. They're playing Stenhousemuir for first match of the campaign at Oakville View. It was supposed to be at the Rex, but it's been shifted because they're preparing the synthetic surface. And I think that this is, for both sides, a really, really good barometer as to how the season will go. Last time they played each other, there was 2 wins apiece. In fact, Alloa won both games at Oakville View, Stenny won both games at the Rex. So it'll be really interesting to see how they go.
I think for Andy Graham's sake, that Alloa need to do well.
I think so. I think there's a bit of descent towards the tail end. It was, you know,
they were just dull.
They were really boring.
You wouldn't say fifth was a disaster for Alloa by any stretch of the imagination, but I suppose didn't really feel like there was necessarily a consistency, and even when they were putting wins together, it was never in the most thrilling of manners. He needs to start well.
Aye, and I hope he does. I'm going to use the word for about the 3rd time in this podcast, effusive with my praise for Andy Graham. He's one of the most charismatic guys that I've ever met in my entire life, and I really want him to do. I hope he's a huge success in management, and you're kind of hamstrung by the calibre of the players you're going to bring in when you've got access to, like, even Bobby. We've only mentioned when they had Bobby Wales on loan a couple of years ago. It just allows you to play this really expansive, attractive, fast-paced kind of football. If you don't have them, you can't do it. So you kind of have to make do and mend. Even so, it just wasn't that interesting to watch. But they've got that platform now. That's the standard. Can they go on and maintain it for a successful season?
I think when I looked at who was kind of taking part in League One this season, I thought there might be one playoff position up for grabs. I thought there might be one fallible, I suppose, full-time team. There might even be 2 now. I suppose we'll need to see how that plays out. But I've got Alloa down to finish 4th. I think they can finish in the playoffs now. I do. I think they will.
It's when you go to that game against Airdrie, when you're going, not like Airdrie's a fortress. It's more of a fort or a mound than anything else. But you know what I mean? You're going away to a team who have won all their games as well. So it's basically it's effectively a playoff to see who wins the group. and you can go there and you go behind, but you can still have that resolve to go on and win. That's really impressive. But they said in the commentary for the game, which again Alloa's output is really, really strong. Yeah. They said that he was effectively able to name the same team for the Dundee game into the Airdrie game. Will he be able to do that as the season goes on? I'm not sure. So it's a good start. I think a lot of it will be how he can keep this group of players fit, and if he's got the luxury now to bring in other players, that's a huge boon. I'm trying to think what you'd think they'd need. Maybe another central midfielder just to add a bit of cover.
Centre half, maybe.
Probably a centre half. That sounds about right. Aye, I'm going to go for 7th.
Oh, really?
Aye. No. Sorry, that was my old prediction. 6th.
Aye, okay.
I'm going to go for 6 for the Wasps.
I clearly fancy them more than your good self.
No, that's all right. I just cause I'm just trying to think where does Stenhousemuir fit into all this, and I'll tell you that
I've got a hunch.
Higher than Alloa. I'll give you a clue. Higher than Alloa. Right, we will head up to the northeast of Scotland and we will talk about Cove Rangers. Despite some doubts about the quality of their manager and the depth of their squad and the club's general direction of travel, let's be honest, Cove Rangers actually enjoyed a really good season last year, finished in 2nd place, defeated Queen of the South in the playoff semi-finals, but could not get the better of the Airdrieonians in the final. Paul Hartley and his team did pretty well in the circumstances. I think he was able to get quite a lot from a small group of players, generally the same group of players they've relied on since they came into the SPFL. And since the club came in to League Two back in 2019, felt as though they were really like a supercharged team, quite like, I don't use the word financially doped because that's not fair, but they had more money than you and it was being spent wisely. Since their relegation to the Championship in 2023, it feels like they've been cutting back, which weirdly enough coincided with them moving into full-time football. So it sounds like you spend a lot of money but less money at the same time. And I don't know if this is connected, but in the summer they had to pay a former sponsor £105,000. It was the Ace Group claimed the club was at the risk of being insolvent, which was denied by the chairman, Keith Moorhouse. So interesting times financially there, and on top of that as well, I think there was a great deal of disappointment. They lost out in a cooperative partnership with Aberdeen to Kelty Hearts. I think that surprised a lot of people given the geography of both teams. But small squad of players, but some very good players in there at the same time. How do we think Cove are going to get on?
I think the problem with Cove is it feels like if they do well, or when they win games, we'll be discussing the same players that we've been discussing for Cove for years and years now. And I do think it's interesting over the summer where you talked about them being a kind of supercharged side. It's probably been able to take some of the better players from maybe other teams in the Highlands, for example. It's interesting over the summer. They were losing players to Forfar Martin, which feels unusual. In the past, they've brought in loan players from Aberdeen. It looks like that's not going to happen this summer either. In fact, they've lost one of the better players to Aberdeen in terms of the goalkeeper, Nick Suman.
Yeah, but they might be able to sign players from Aberdeen on regular loans.
Yes,
but the cooperation where it's basically you get like 3 young players, that's a miss. Do you mean sense? Why would you want to send them just to the other side of the city when you can send them all the way down to Fife instead? I know what you mean in terms of like the big departure. You mentioned Nick Suman. I think he's a loss, but I think Ballant Demas and maybe Robbie Much, not as good, but good deputies. It's Connor Scully moving on to Forfar Martin. You know, he spent half his life at Cove Rangers, 567 appearances, and I think he'll be really missed. And not just because he's a quality player, but because it's harder for us because we'll have to learn more Cove Rangers players' names.
But surely Cove wanted him to hang around. And if it's now the case where they, and I appreciate it appears that Forfar Martin do have money to spend, but if they can't outbid Forfar Martin on players, it does suggest that things are a lot tighter at Cove than they were, whatever it was, 2, 3, 4 seasons ago.
I don't want to speculate, but I think Scully's early 30s, 31, 32, 33, might have a young family, might not be in a position where he can go gallivanting around the country and wants to stay closer to home, Wickaway, for instance. They've loaned out Grady McGrath to Brecon City. that just happened earlier in the week, and when I write my notes up for it, I said, we need to see more from Grady McGrath. He got 1 goal last season in the league, and it was a consolation against Stenhousemuir in a defeat. Might be someone Hartley might consider moving on, and so it proved to be the case. Just not quite cut out for the rough and tumble of League One.
I wasn't surprised he was moved on based on his performances. I was kind of surprised because they seem so low in numbers. I actually thought McGrath might get a better or get more opportunities again this season, just because I don't think they've got too many forwards. Like they've brought in the Aguiabor brothers?
Aguiabor, yeah.
And I think is it David that's a striker?
David Aguiabor's a striker.
Justin is a centre half.
Defender, aye.
I think David might have a bit about him up top, so he will presumably lead the line. But no, you're right. I was still surprised that McGrath was let go, because there's not a lot of alternatives.
See if the manager doesn't trust you though.
Yeah,
then that's the thing. I don't think Paul Hartley trusted him. If the manager's kind of looking to maybe say, I don't know, Declan Glass, can you go up front and plays a false 9 while this boy's kicking his heels on the bench? It's everyone's best interest just to be like.
I suppose he's still got Mitch Megginson, and there has been question marks about him, about maybe he's coming to the end of his time, maybe he's not quite up to speed for that level. However, I think he ended last season quite strongly, so maybe you can still get another year or two out of him, to be fair.
Definitely. The other players that came in, this is technically someone that left and came back. Balint Demas, we mentioned there, the goalkeeper. I think he kept 4 clean sheets in a row between October and November, and on paper it feels like the best signing they've made. But it's just he had left the club. I'm sure he'd actually gone and trial at Dunfermline, and then obviously didn't fancy him, so he's back tail between his legs for a lot less money than he was on previously.
And it was interesting that they brought him back because they'd already signed Robbie Much, which you would imagine, isn't it like... I would presume that he was brought in to be number 1. I would imagine that he was put on a salary that is maybe reasonably big by Cove standards, but now presumably he is going to be number 2, albeit I think he'd done really, really well. Was it against Falkirk? I didn't see the game, but I think Much was great against Falkirk, so maybe he will start as number 1, but I would imagine Demas will replace him at one point.
It's a funny thing. I always think that a manager signing 2 good, maybe it's different at full-time football, but this is fag end full-time football. Go all out on a number 1. You're going to spend a lot of money. Get a 16-year-old kiddie in, and then if there's an injury or a suspension, then you get on the phone to Aberdeen or Celtic or Dundee United, whoever, and borrow one of their goalkeepers. I just think that having 2 number 1s, I just don't think it works. Maybe it's the idea of keeping pressure on one another and all that, but I just think that as a wage, especially in this financial climate that Cove find themselves in, just get a quality number 1.
I mean, I presume that wasn't the plan when they brought Much in. It was just identified to them eventually that Demas might come back. And I think he is better than Much.
Maybe Demas is an absolute buttons. Maybe Demas isn't the backup goalie's wage. The other player they've brought in, Leighton Bisland from Arbroath. And I think it's quite telling that as soon as David Gold and Colin Hamilton came in and replaced Jim McIntyre, Bisland was out the door. The most annoyed I was at a game all of last season. It was not involving my own team. It was a playoff match between Annan and East Fife, where Annan were already down 10 men. Scott Hooper had been sent off for the wee tug on Bobby Jones, and then Bisland got Jack Healy had a wee nibble at him, and he kind of pushed him back and got a second red card. And I remember Tam Muir going off his head at him, and I was actually to tell him, what the fuck are you up to? Why are you getting involved with that? Team are struggling, and they were down to the bare bones, and ultimately they went into that second leg with a massively makeshift team. I'm not blaming it exclusively, laying the blame at Leighton Bisland's door for Annan's relegation. 90% of it's coming his way for the red card.
But even that aside, in terms of what he's shown, other than that petulance, in terms of what he's shown recently, I was surprised he got the opportunity to go to Cove in a full-time contract.
I think it's probably just that somebody who was willing to play full-time football for I'm not assume how wages are, because that's just stupid to assume how much wages are. I think it's a pretty modest wage, and somebody who just wants to think, if I do well here, maybe I can kick on elsewhere. But I was surprised. Because I think that he struggled at this level last season, and I've not really seen much to suggest that that's going to be any different this time around.
On the plus side, they still have Fraser Fivey, they still have Blair Yule, but again, how many games are they going to get out of them?
Aye, that's it. Fivey, I'm going to repeat myself. Anyone who's listened to us talk about Cove Rangers, please switch off for the next 5 minutes, because you're just going to be hearing the same sort of stuff that you're used to hearing. But with Fraser Five, he shouldn't be playing League One football at this stage of his career. He should be playing for Aberdeen and just running the midfield. There's times you see him, and it's just for about the first, certainly first half, first 60 minutes, you're like, this guy's just an absolute powerhouse. The way he uses his body, the way he can glide through the middle of the park, the way he can pick a pass, the way he can shoot, he can do everything. The guy, a midfielder that can do everything. But it's just when it comes to those latter parts of the games, he disappears out of them, and that's unfortunately he's just not quite fit enough. Good player, brilliant, amazing player for Cove Rangers, but just has his issues. That's why he's here. And in terms of like Blair Yule, he's a really strong player that can cover a number of positions. I think that the fact he's at Cove, it's geographically convenient for him to be playing for them, but he's a really good player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's funny. I'm kind of looking at this team, and as much as I thought they were the full-time team that I am least confident about, I suppose, like that's still quite a good team. I think they will be. I think they'll struggle with injuries, and I think what is probably a bigger issue, certainly long term, and it might impact on them this season. It might already impact on them in terms of their budget. There's just a lot of street talk about things not being well, I suppose, off the park, and I think you're probably seeing the results of that in terms of the players that have come in over the summer, and you're wondering in terms of how the longevity of Cove, I suppose, in terms of what they're trying to do, in terms of what they are doing when they're only getting a couple of hundred people in the door on a Saturday. I don't know how feasible that is for it to continue in this manner. Yeah,
I'm trying to think who, because there'll be people who have been Cove Rangers fans for years, like well before they came into the SPFL, well before that this money came in. So it must be quite strange to see the journey, or quite exciting to see the journey that the club's been on. But I suppose that if someone's propped up and it's only been propped up by money, it can only go so far. If somebody stops put money, as we're seeing there with the sort of disagreement with the sponsor looking for over £100,000, when that stops, then it's like, then you need to cut your cloth accordingly. And I think I'm going to imagine with the size of Cove's fan base, then that is, if they are still an SPFL club, that's down along the likes of like maybe just above Stranraer, Edinburgh City, in terms of punters are getting through the gates. I think that the fact that they've no longer have the stands there is quite telling. Maybe that is cutting your cloth accordingly. We were talking about Queen's Park, the cost to put temporary stands in there. Maybe that's the same sort of thing as that, where it's too expensive to hire, and we don't really need them when we're at this level, so we can just do away with them.
I think they've always benefited from having a kind of hospitality situation that is generally full most weeks, so I think that helps. I think again, that can only go so far.
I think being in Aberdeen as well, you're at the proximity to like quite wealthy people, like with like oil and gas money. I don't want to speculate on what the economy's like at the moment, but if you're quite wealthy and there's like a lower league football club, you want to chuck that might be quite easy to want to chuck a couple of quid in. But if they could chuck a couple of quid in, could you sign some more defenders, please? that would be incredibly helpful. I was looking, Aaron Darge, he's not a defender actually, he's a midfielder, but he's developing to quite a decent midfielder for an Oxford. His brother, I think, represents Scotland at rugby.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't make a note of his name, but when I went on Aaron Darge's Twitter page, there was a lot of retweets from Scotland Rugby about another guy called Darge. Now I'm putting two and two together. I don't want to speculate, but he's good. Declan Glass, there's another player we've not spoken about. I think he, on the whole, had a pretty good season. Somebody else who's maybe there's injury issues, but like a playmaker, somebody who can pull the strings well. Maybe a wee bit of a tendency to drop out of games when things aren't going as well. But you can't necessarily say about Fraser Five. Fraser Five will keep battling for you, but Glass is someone who can, if it tide's not going in his favour, can maybe disappear a wee bit.
And I think ultimately that's why he's at this level at this point in his career, because it was Cove that he kind of came to prominence on loan from Dundee United.
That's right. And
I was like, my goodness, this guy's going to have a really good career. To be fair, he has, but I expected him, based on that initial first showing at Cove, I expected him to be top end of the Championship, bottom end of the Premiership. It hasn't quite worked out, but at this level, still a real talent.
See, you've always got to caveat it. There's oftentimes that's why football at this level is so much fun. See, if you're talking about like the English Premier League, where everyone's amazing, it's like the best in the world. There's boring, man. You got to come down where it's like the people at this level, because maybe they're super fit, they're just not very good at football, or they're amazing at football but they can't stay fit, or they're brilliant but they just don't have the personality to they like going out at the weekend, stuff like that. That's talking about these flawed individuals. That's what makes it so much fun. But you're talking about people who are incredibly fit. Mikey Doyle played every minute of every game last season.
I think he's 33 now. I mean, it's not as if he's a spring chicken, but you're right, that's exceptional.
I don't want to speculate. Is he the only player in the SPFL to have achieved that last season?
Must have been.
There's no something like maybe a dumpling at Kilmarnock or someone who's played loads of games.
But every minute is quite the achievement.
Aye, for every game, League Cup, Challenge Cup, Scottish Cup. I'm just listing cup competitions here.
And they weren't in them very long.
to be fair, one game. See you later. See you later, guys. See ya. I quite like Mikey Doyle. I think he's his best qualities is fitness, obviously. He's very reliable, but he'll just play it right full back and play it right centre back, and he can just motor up and down.
And I think he's also, like, you're right, he's a good player as well, but I think as far as I'm aware, he's good in the dressing room. I believe he has a decent personality. Although I remember a video at Falkirk,
yes,
and he'd invented this kind of wheel-based game. I thought the game looked rubbish, but regardless, I think he's a good laugh.
I think that it would have worked quite well had they put a bit more thought into the video presentation. It's like, this is the wheel of punishment, and I want to see Mackenzie Lemon hazed. That's the sort of punishments that I want to see from Mikey Doyle's wheel of torture. I don't want to see anyone being hazed. I'm being facetious, but yeah, but a good guy to have around. He once saved people from a burning building.
I think he's a fireman.
No, this was on holiday. This was on holiday. I saved people from a burning building. Keep talking while I look this up, Shaughan.
Well, can you remember where he was?
Michael Doyle holiday fire. This was Greenock Morton footballer turns hero after Magaluf fire. Greenock Morton player Mikey Doyle turned hero to rescue holidaymakers from a burning apartment in Mallorca. He fought back flames before pulling two people to safety. The Scottish Championship defender was later treated for the effects of smoke. The 26-year-old from Glasgow insists it was no big deal and anyone would have done the same. What a guy.
I was going to say it was probably just the curtains that were on fire. However, if he had to receive treatment, it must have been quite serious.
He's got I think he got a tattoo afterwards saying, "Not all heroes wear capes."
He's just a good laugh, isn't he?
Mikey Doyle's wheel of punishment. He has to set you on fire. That's you do not want the wheel to land on that. But I was thinking about Paul Hartley as the Cove manager. And I think that last season, as I said when we introed Cove, someone who has done really well to get quite a lot out of not very much, and I still feel like Paul Hartley's got making up to do at Cove for when he returned to the club, not being able to improve in Jim McIntyre's time, or in fact making it a lot worse, getting relegated, and a pretty mediocre season the season previously, and then finishing in second year. So there has been that degree of improvement. I know he's not to everyone's taste. Andy Rogers won't like him. Anyone associated with Falkirk won't like him. But I think that he's done well to kind of ride out the sticky spells. And you might say that because his father-in-law's quite a senior position in the club. I was
going to say it helps.
That certainly helps. But nevertheless, I think he's done all right at Cove on the whole.
Yeah. There is no denying that I've kind of almost forgotten that they finished second. They weren't that far away from Arbroath. Ultimately, I know they won the league early and then probably kind of tailed off over the last few games, but they won a million miles away and finishing second. That is a success from Hartley. However, I think he will struggle to rekindle something similar this time around. Not all of it will be his fault, to be fair. I think it's because you look at that squad and is it a team that will finish second? I wouldn't expect so. But no, I agree with you. I think he'd done well last season.
Yeah, I think they well. Where are we putting them?
I've got them down for fifth. I think they'll just miss out in the playoffs.
Fifth? I've gone fifth.
But that might depend on Hamilton ultimately, which we don't know. But as it stands, I've got them down for fifth.
Yeah, I think I'm going for third. I'm going for third for them. But again, a lot of it depends. I think I'm going to repeat myself, I said earlier, but this window that's coming up between the fact, or even up to the end of the transfer window, that's the big thing. It's just unfortunate. We don't want to do a preview 5 games into the season because that's stupid. Who would want to listen to that? So a lot of the stuff is you're guessing, you're going in here in good faith, But yeah, I'm going for Cove Rangers for third. So we'll go to East Fife. This is quite a perplexing team to discuss. Now, Dick Campbell's side lost out to the league title to Peterhead in the penultimate game of last season, but they did win promotion all the same via the playoffs. They defeated Edinburgh City in the semi-finals quite convincingly, and then squeaked past Annan in the final, and they returned to the third tier after 3 years away. Now, this should be an exciting time for the supporters, but I don't know, man. There's a feeling that they seem a wee bit unprepared for the season ahead. They had made no signings going into the first game of the League Cup group stages. I think that Hamilton were the only other side that didn't make any signs. They were under transfer embargo. Only one player has joined the club so far. That seems quite unusual for the Campbell brothers. And I'm not sure what to make of them. Now, reinforcements are going to arrive. You know, they're not going to go in just one sign having like 16 signed players. But it just feels like at this stage, a wee bit undercooked for the year ahead.
I don't understand what is going on at all. In terms of how we discussed East Fife last season, for big chunks of the campaign, it looked like they were going to win the league. They were a good League 2 team in terms of going up via the playoffs. I think my impression was good management duo in charge. There is a decent team there, albeit a lot of older players. But as long as there's enough there that if we can add to it, if they're clever in the transfer window, if they can add to that, I think East Fife will be absolutely fine. And I don't know if Dick Campbell is a wheeler dealer, but you kind of get that. It feels like he is, and it feels like he can pull levers in the transfer market to, whether it's bringing an experienced guy down that he's maybe worked with in the past, or he went through that weird spell where he was bringing up unknowns from the 9th tier of England, but nothing's happened at all.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen an interview with, or was it an interview, or was it a Q&A evening that I read about?
With Murdo MacLeod?
No. It was Ian Campbell.
Right.
Ian Campbell was getting interviewed about what their plans were, ultimately.
When was this?
This was maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
And he was asked about Liam McFarlane. And he said, oh yeah, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but he very much said, yeah, we kind of expect him to be back. And if he isn't, we're very much going to have to look at plan B. I don't know what plan B is, but then it feels like you can say that about all of the transfer dealings, not just Liam McFarlane. I mean, surely they've went out to players and for whatever reason missed out. So I do wonder if the budget that they're working with, even though they're up a division, it means that they're just missing out on targets.
The one that McFarlane, we touched on this when we went to Alloa. That's one I was surprised about, because if he was going back out on loan, you'd expect, well, he was good in League 2, you want to send him up a level. East Fife have been promoted, why not send him back to the same place that he had a lot of success last season? So I think that would have been comfortable for him, but then by the same token, I think you send him to a place where it's a different environment, different expectations from East Fife. I think maybe it's like you're challenging to win the title there, you're challenging to get into the top 4 with Alloa. Maybe Alloa have got slightly higher expectations for the season going into the East Fife. So maybe it's a good thing for a young player, just changing his environment and not letting him get comfortable, especially at this stage of his development. Maybe there's a thinking behind that. But when I saw that McFarlane had moved on, I thought, I reckon East Fife would have really fancied him, and I'm surprised that they weren't able to get him.
Judging by that interview, they expected him to come back. But the fact that the season's we're now a week away from the league campaign beginning, surely they will bring players in. But they've brought in an 18-year-old Lewis Latona from Livingston. Don't know a lot about him. I think he's got a decent reputation.
He is the Wario to Kerry Katona. If he's as good as she is, then they'll do all right. But he was a former Hamilton youth player, had gone in the summer, actually had gone from Hamilton to Livingston, and Livingston have loaned him straight out. I know Livingston has been quite a decent pathway to loan players to Dick Campbell teams. Yeah. Joel Newbley, Jack Hamilton are perhaps the most famous, but he adds to just, I'm not sure how good a player this guy is, just adds a bit of depth in the middle of the park, maybe competing with the likes of Conor McManus, Kieran Miller, Pat Slattery. But
the fact that there's so many players and talent, don't get me wrong, talented players, good players, but they're all not just the wrong side of 30, but like kind of like reaching mid-30s. Troughton obviously is even older, albeit I have no doubt that Alan Troughton will have another fantastic season, and he certainly started this campaign really strongly. But I mean, this isn't a situation where you think, well, as long as he can bring in another 2 or 3, they should be fine. like, it hasn't even really started.
Yeah.
Their transfer window. It's weird.
Yeah, I think that Alan Troughton. I think when I think of Alan Troughton, I think of, you know, when Campbell's in the codec to Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid says age hasn't slowed you down one bit. That's when I think of Alan Troughton. You know, like what a phenomenal season last season. You know, 23 league goals. He'll be 40 in November, but you know, he hasn't really had to rely on pace for years. Because it's all just about instinct and being positionally aware and being a good finisher and being one of the best penalty takers in the country. So he hasn't had to rely on it. In fact, there's an errant dentist is the closest thing that's come to slowing him down. I've no concern. I've no real concerns about Alan Troughton, but I do know what you mean in terms of just the step up for a number of players.
But even like the rest of that team, so Brian Easton might be 34, Mikey McKenna's probably 34. Austin, I think, will do well, but he might be 31, 32. Andy Munro, centre half, is he over 30 now? He might be 32.
I don't know, maybe about 30, 31.
Is he? Right, okay.
But to be fair, what I would say about Andy Munro is I think Andy Munro is maturing into a very good lower league defender. I think that he has cut out all the Alessandro Nesta nonsense. He stopped wanting to try and do wee drag backs and wee Cruyff turns and just basically concentrate on keeping the ball as far away from goal as possible. I think now he's eradicated that for that game. I think he'll be a strong asset for East Fife this season.
I mean, I was at their game against Kilmarnock
right.
the other day, and
did you learn a lot from it?
No, not too much. But I tell you who I thought really struggled. I thought Ba at right back had a really poor game, and Ba's not going to come up against anybody like as good as he did yesterday against Kelly. But again, if you are potentially reliant on these players week in and week out, so it's not. I think it's a squad that isn't ready for League One, but there's nobody else to come in. Like there's nobody. It was all kids on the bench. So they need a huge kind of influx of players. It's been a very confusing summer at Bayview.
I suppose the guys that have left them, I mean, Alan Fleming and Stuart Murdoch have moved on. Like Alan Fleming had lost his place to Liam McFarlane, probably at his age. What's he? 40.
Yeah.
He's quite old, but he'll still want to play football. I think he's going to East of Scotland.
St Andrews,
but Midlands League then.
No, that's East of Scotland. Sorry, St Andrews.
Fair play. Stuart Murdoch's gone to Stirling Albion. Didn't play much though last season. Kind of lost his place to Easton and Munro. Scott Shepherd. You know, I thought that was a player they might have kept a hold of.
I suppose. Again, one of those players was like, right, well, we've moved Scott Shepherd on. That's fine. Surely
we're going to bring in someone better.
Somebody better.
Yeah,
and it might happen, but it certainly hasn't happened so far. And Jack Healy as well.
Come on, talk about Jack Healy in a second, because I think he's the most interesting of the departures. But Shepherd, maybe because he wasn't a regular. Like I think he spent most of the time on the bench, and I think he's 20 minutes into a game. You're chasing a game. You need to shut down a game. You chuck on Scotty Shepherd, who can do a bit of running and all that. And I think that him going back to Forfar, I think for him it's a good move, because I think he'll be a useful player for Forfar, and I think that he'll add something. I think they'd have wanted to keep him on because he's probably a low maintenance squad player, but he's in his mid-20s now. He's entitled to play football. Fair enough, but you're right. It's always that way when you look at the players you're going out. I mean, Jack Healy, park him for a second, but like you've let go of Alan Fleming. You've let go of Stuart Murdoch, you've let go of Scott Shepherd, right? So then you're weakening the squad depth in the immediate term, but very soon you're going to bring in a better calibre player. That means we are better equipped to go into League One, and it might happen, but certainly for the moment it hasn't. And so that's the worry. I mean, if you, and no disrespect to Scott Shepherd, because I like him, but if you can't upgrade in Scott Shepherd when you're moving into League One, you must be a wee bit antsy about that.
And likewise, you're talking about weakening the squad. But in goals at the moment, it's Matty Rollo, young guy who's looked okay, but he's certainly not as good as Liam McFarlane. So every facet of that team, maybe with the exception of, with the forward areas as well, because you mentioned Shepherd, it feels like they've regressed slightly. Yeah,
Healy was an interesting one. I remember when he broke through at East Fife, and this is a period that I think it was around the same time that Jude Smith had moved on to Newcastle. And it felt like when you see Healy coming through, you're like, fuck, this guy's actually really good, because he must have been in this like a early teens. He was 13 years old when he was coming on. But Healy, like late teens, early 20s. Like, this guy looks class. You know, looks like a football player. and that the big floppy hair and that, and the tape round the wrists and all that. And he was skillful, and he's quite a wee bit of fanny, like noising
he's gallus,
up. He's quite gallus. He likes
skin of
noising up
players.
people. I'm sure he's a lovely boy. Hateful to watch on the football pitch, but like but that's a bit of personality in that. If you folk don't like it, anyway. I think that he'd stagnated a wee bit at East Fife, and I think that maybe with somebody like Dick Campbell coming in, and we've spoken about it again, repeating ourselves in podcasts here, but when we went to the East Fife, the hospitality East Fife at Christmas last year, which was brilliant, great time. Scott Young, shout out to him for inviting us along. But when Dick Campbell was like, I just want my players to kick it forward and give it to the good players. When he talked about like Adam, and so you pop that in your head for a second. Remember he talked about Adam Laref and he gave the ball away against Edinburgh in the playoffs, and a couple of steps later it leads to a goal. When he's quite dismissive about wingers, doesn't seem to like wingers, and I wonder for like if Jack Healy's development had stagnated. It looked like it was under Greg McDonald. It looked like it was going in quite a positive direction. This guy coming through, maybe stagnated under Campbell. If you've got a guy who's like basically his tactic is like to sub his wingers, he was doing it when he was the Arbroath manager. He'd like take off Bobby Lynn, put Danny Denham on, something like that, or vice versa. Around the same time, half an hour. 60 minutes every game, he's doing the same thing. For Healy, who had so much good stuff out of his game, but so many bits that need ironed out, I'm not sure if that environment's the best thing for him. So maybe him going to East Kilbride and working with Mick Kennedy and Simon Ferry, that's better for his development in the long term.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought that, but that's interesting, because you were right, there was points last year who was quite dismissive of Adam Laref, who was obviously a fan favourite at East Fife.
Oh, great.
And you can understand why, but obviously Campbell was very much suggesting that he doesn't track back enough, essentially. And you're right, maybe he thought the exact same of Healy. But based on how Healy started the season at East Kilbride, it looks like he could be thriving at Kilby. So it could be maybe a better move for Healy than it is for East Fife, but I suppose time will tell.
I think so. I wonder if there's a development fee involved or whatever. I'm not sure, but we will come on and talk about Jack Healy and the impact that he's had at East Kilbride. But it feels like maybe a departure for best for both parties. Maybe best for both parties in that regard. But Adam Laref, I think that he developed into one of the despite what Dick Campbell might have said about him, I think that he developed into one of the most exciting players in the SPFL over the latter part of the season. Yeah. I mean, it was great scenes at that game against Annan when he was held aloft by supporters for his role in
an Argentina like strip. It was like Maradona winning the World Cup.
Brilliant, man. It was great to see, and he's like, I remember watching the highlights of him. I think it was a game that we covered against Stirling Albion. I think they won it 5-0 or 5-1 or something like that. And he was brilliant when he came on. That sort of like the curly floppy hair and that running down the wing and putting balls in. And I always wonder if you're only basing what you see in players from highlights, you're not getting the full picture. Obviously, you need to watch him for 90 minutes. But then go and actually see Adam Laref in a game. Might not be 90 minutes. I think it's when he came on in that game, you're like, this guy's actually really good. He's a sort of like, can you give the ball to Adam? Can you give the ball to Adam? See if he can do something with it. But he's a sort of player that fans are excited about, and I just don't know why you'd be as dismissive of him.
Yeah, it's a shame. Clearly part of Dick Campbell's makeup, maybe in terms of what he thinks. Maybe there's something about I don't know how to describe it. Maybe he's just somebody he admires more basic footballers. Does that make sense? Like a kind of honesty about. I don't know how to describe
in my team.
Yeah,
no peacocks in my team. And speaking of peacocks, great hair, Mikey McKenna. But I think that more will need be expected from him this season. I think that he joined midway through last season from Falkirk. I think that was a move, that him moving from Arbroath to Falkirk, it was a move that surprised everyone. Didn't really work out for either party there, but him returning to work with Dick Campbell, someone who's worked with in the past to a great degree of success, you hope that we might see more from him, because I got the feeling that they couldn't quite find a place to play him, like to try and incorporate Troughton, who isn't out and out forward. Troughton will want to drop into the wee pockets. McKenna wants to sort of play in those spaces as well. It's like, how do you accommodate like Austin, McKenna and Troughton into the same starting 11?
I mean, I went to the first leg of the semi-final against it was the first leg of semi-final at Edinburgh, and I
I was in with the East Fife fans, and it was interesting that you could tell that they weren't happy with how McKenna had started life at East Fife. There was a lot more grumbling when something went wrong at the feet of McKenna than anybody else in the team.
See, I've seen that when someone comes in with a great degree of expectation. You were like one of the best part-time players in the country with that Arbroath team. You have come from a team who, you might not have had much of an impact in it, but you've come from a team who are challenging to get into the Premiership, into League Two. Folk will be like, this is class. The manager you've worked with again, who you had a great degree of success, brilliant, can't wait to see Mikey McKenna. And then stuff's not going on for him. It happens at every single level. I've been like that. I'm quite distrustful about players that drop from a high level to play for Stenny, but there's some people quite early doors who fans just don't take, and I think that might be one of the reasons if they're not too hot on McKenna.
And funnily enough, I can't think of a specific example, but I'm sure there was a couple of times in post-match interviews where Campbell done the opposite of what we've just said about Laref, where he was very keen to stick up for McKenna,
right.
even though he maybe didn't have a great game.
I think we might have covered one of those games as well, and we might have had a discussion about that as well, where he said he was like so happy with his degree of performance. So I don't know. What would you make of Dick Campbell coming into this stage?
I mean, again, this is you think about where East Fife have been now as a club. You wonder if they were going to be in bother, maybe in League Two. Never mind, get out of it. But he has come in. It feels like he's galvanised the fan base. He has turned the club around, and he's managed to lead them back to the third tier. He has been a massive success. East Fife, and I appreciate he isn't everybody's cup of tea, but again, he just seems to have this knack of turning clubs around. But I do think he maybe has a short shelf life at clubs, maybe.
Well, certainly was at Arbroath and Forfar prior to that for a long time. I think it might be that if I've talked to people that have played under him in the past, I think it's there some people just like, I suppose like everything else, some people don't like you, some people do like you, and some people take you in small doses, just like pretty much everyone else. I think that the players that he does, he can get a lot from guys. But I did read something, it was an interesting theory on Pine Bovril, and it'd be interesting to get your thoughts. You might have read the same thing as me, where Campbell has done well. Basically, he kind of not lucked out, but he struck gold at Forfar, and a lot of those players followed him to Arbroath. And he has basically been unable to move past that same group of players, and that's why he might struggle to bring in.
Yeah, because I suppose all of the players he's been relying on in the past have probably retired. We're down to a stage where we're trying to get in Mikey McKenna as a former player, but he's 34. It was interesting when he tried to, even though Joe Nobley wasn't his player, he tried to recreate that by just bringing up a load of jobbers from England, and that didn't work. So you're right, maybe as much as he is regarded as this kind of wheeler-dealer, maybe he does struggle in the transfer market, and maybe perhaps we're seeing that as an example of this season. Yeah,
but it does seem strange that they're coming to this as half-baked as this. Maybe it's that there is money to be spent there. I've no doubt you're not just say like getting Lewis Latona and loan is the aspirations that they're going for. I've no doubt there will be money to spend, but it's.
I mean, they must already have missed out on all of the players they wanted to bring in.
Maybe that's the case, but then you don't want to just go and sign people for the sake of signing people. Like I think Gary Naismith, and I'll come on and talk about Stenny obviously, but I think that Stenhousemuir are going through an injury crisis at the moment. I was kind of told that there's money there, and he just doesn't want to go and spend money to get through an injury crisis, and then having spent money on players that he doesn't necessarily believe in.
But I suppose that's a different scenario, because he was just needing to plug a hole temporarily, whereas East Fife, it feels like they need to
plug holes for a full-time basis.
Just holes.
Just holes. It's just holes. Aye. Yeah. So on that, then it's hard to tell, right? So there will be reinforcements coming in, right? At the moment, I think if they got in, we've not even talked about Bobby Jones. Got another year's contract.
Perhaps that says a lot about how much they've struggled to bring players in. They kept him around for League One.
God bless him. God bless him. Hey, listen, last time I saw him, he was sprinting through that Annan defence. It was, what a sight it was.
Right, but how many times have we, in whatever it is, in the 5 hours that we've been doing this podcast, how many times have we described Annan as doing something horrible? Must be about half a dozen.
Well, for a start, it hasn't been 5 hours because we had a wee toilet break and stopped for something to eat. So get that right. But yeah, I take your point. I do take your point. East Fife, where are you having them?
Right now, I have them down for 10th.
10th. I mean, they did beat Kelty Hearts. I don't know if that's a barometer.
There is quality there, and I don't think there's too much between all of the part-time teams. But based on the fact they haven't brought anybody in, that's wild. No, I've got them down as 10th.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going for. Because then if it's not them, then who is 10th? Maybe we'll come on and touch about them shortly. Right, put the kids to bed, get a glass of ice cold lager and pull up a chair because we are going to recap Hamilton Academical's last season and their summer. Oh my goodness. This was the club's 150th anniversary and it should have been hugely celebratory. Instead, it ended in abject misery. They were promoted to the Championship via the playoffs. They began the season with the worst kits in Scotland, maybe even Europe. There were reports of a player revolt. Scott Martin, the captain, was moved on. There were protests against the manager, John Rankin, protests against Jerry Strain, the director of football, and protests against the owner, Serv Zengen. And some fans even stormed the boardroom and threw a pie at someone, I think. But perhaps worst of all, in April, they were deducted 15 points for breaching a number of SPFL rules, the most serious of which amounted to effectively lying to the authorities about remunerating players for unpaid wages in a bid to circumvent a transfer embargo. The reduction moved them from 7th place to the foot of the table, despite the fact what John Rankin's alternative table said. The club appealed. The appeal was rejected and they were relegated into League One. And it'd be quite funny if John Rankin is still going off the back of this last season's table. He's preparing his side to take on Ayr United instead next season, similar to when Ron Alexander was in dispute with Gretna and pitched up at Fir Park. But on the same day, this is tragicomedy. Tragicomedy. On the same day that appeal was rejected, it was announced that the Ackies would be moving from New Douglas Park in Hamilton to Broadwood in Cumbernauld, 14 miles away from home. There have been long-standing issues between the club and Colin McGowan, who owns New Douglas Park. And at one point, I think the SPFL were looking to block the move in response to hostile fan reaction. That hasn't happened. The football administrator / club secretary, Scott Struthers, had been sacked, despite described as Mr. Hamilton Ackies. I met him when I was vlogging a game at Royal Albert. He was walking around the pitch counting everyone in attendance, and season ticket sales are rumoured to be in the double digits.
Why was he counting people?
I just wanted to see what the attendance was. No. Now, this if last season was bad, this season has started even worse because on just Friday, just a couple of days ago, it was announced the club would indeed be in place under a transfer embargo for the entire season ahead. The SPFL published a statement that read, at a hearing which took place on Thursday the 24th of July, Hamilton Academical FC admitted to further breaches of SPFL rules by failing to settle its tax obligations to HMRC on 3 occasions, and for failing to notify the SPFL that it had been default of its tax obligations to HMRC on each occasion as required by SPFL rules. Following these latest admitted breaches by the club, an independent disciplinary tribunal imposed the following sanctions: a transfer embargo, which will remain in place until the opening of the registration window, which follows the end of the 2025-26 season, and then a fine of £7,500, 5,000 of which is suspended. So Hamilton are in a dreadful place, both literally, Cumbernauld, and emotionally. And they can't sign any players for the season ahead. So basically they are running with a squad of about 14, 15 senior players beefed up by academy graduates. I think worse is going to follow.
Feels
like a lot worse is going to follow here.
It's funny, I don't know if you were the same, but I didn't know they had a transfer embargo on them. There was discussion on it on Pine Bovril, let's say it was about 3 weeks ago. And there was a couple of people that seemed quite certain that was the case. I was like, I'm not sure I've read anything about this. And there was even discussion on the thread, are you sure there's a transfer embargo? Then there was an interview with John Rankin in whatever the kind of local paper is. And
he was hopeful,
he mentioned it, but it was how he described it. He said, well, we're a wee bit hopeful that something might happen. But it was quite vague with the time scale. He said something like maybe 10 days or something like that. And I'm like, that doesn't sound... It sounded like he knew that something bad was coming down the tracks. Now, they now can't register players, and I thought the quality of the squad that they had left, that rump of a team, was really good. I mean, you look at some of the standard players for League One, like Ollie Shaw and Scott Robinson and Connor Smith. Like, there's good players there. And I thought, right, well, if you're bringing in Charlie Telfer and Ricky Lamy, for example, they will win League One. Unless something else terrible happens off the pitch, they will win League One. Well, they're now can't sign those players that had been getting used as a trialist. As you say, they're probably now have whatever it is, 15 senior players. And you're playing now in a situation with Hamilton where you'd be more surprised if there wasn't maybe an administration or a points deduction. Like, you'd be more surprised if that didn't happen than it did. And I don't understand how, in terms of the kind of powers that be, the people that run the club, I don't understand how you can be so inept at running a football club. Like, you and me would be terrible at running a football team. I can't imagine we'd do any worse than the current board at Hamilton. It's a pathetic state of affairs that they've managed to get themselves into.
Yeah, it's an absolute shambles. It's an absolute shambles, and I feel really sorry for the players who, in good faith, have signed for the club and can't be registered. I don't know what happens next if those contracts get torn up. If the PFA Scotland intervenes, I don't know what happens there. So hopefully that they can.
Did Matty Yates go there as well?
Is signed for the Matty.
So the thing about, like, because I've mentioned players who were already full-time players, you would imagine they'll get a deal elsewhere, whereas Yates has presumably given up
his job
a full-time job. So whether he does get a deal as good as he maybe would have had it at Hamilton,
yeah,
you don't know.
So I feel really bad for Matty Yates. I think that it was we knew that he'd be moving on to full-time football regardless of what Stenhousemuir did, and I think that at the end of the season he and Gary Ainsworth sat down, and Gary Ainsworth was basically like, we're not going to offer you a contract. Now, I don't know if that was because they basically couldn't afford to do it, but secondly, I think there was the feeling that Matty hadn't quite hit the heights that he'd done in previous seasons. Well, certainly the previous 2 seasons, which included winning the league, and a fresh start might have been better. So it just felt like it was a thank you very much, like, you've been amazing for us, but go out there and kick on and a change of scenery and that, and go full time. And we're thinking of the possible clubs that he could have gone to, like Queen's Park might have gone from, because he worked with Sean Crichton at Stenny. Airdrie seemed like a good fit. They've done it, likes of like Rhys Armstrong, for instance, or Dylan McDonald. You take guys from part-time football and you bring them up into a decent environment and train them up and so on. Or if he's going part-time, if he's staying part-time, maybe East Kilbride. They seem like a team that have the means to, maybe East Fife actually now, the means to sign him. And so to hear that he, but to see him join Hamilton, it was straight away like, are you sure? Like, are you sure? It doesn't seem like it's the best run club. In fact, it doesn't seem like the best run club. We know that it's not the best run club, and this is just, it's not. So to see this happen isn't a surprise, and I just hope that he can get himself like extricated from the situation and back playing football, because he's too good a player. I don't actually think he's featured in the League Cup group stage. It feels like it's Telfer and Lamy have been the 2 trials. I think at the weekend it was Dean Linus and Dylan McGuigan were the 2 trialists at the club. So it's shite for him. I mean, this is a guy who, I don't know if it's like the agents or whatever have been involved and said, oh, listen, it's fine. I've been talking to the club. Don't worry, we're going to get you registered and you'll be able to play. I don't know if it's agents or the folk at the club have just been like keeping him misinformed. I thought he maybe could have done better with due diligence, but But you
can imagine the people at the club spinning a line about, everything will be fine. Didn't worry about that. And then maybe it was the best financially. It made sense for him to go along, and then you cross your fingers and hope that you're being told the truth, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I feel bad for him. I feel terrible for the supporters, because we were talking about a transfer embargo here. You're moving to Broadwood. You're moving out of Hamilton to Broadwood. Could you imagine like the Rovers moved to, I don't know, where's 14 miles down the road?
So it would be the equivalent. So I'd
Glenrothes.
Well, see, when they moved, so I don't drive, right? So if I was, let's say I was a Hamilton fan and they were moving to Cumbernauld, I checked what the train situation would be, and you would need to change trains, and it would take about an hour. So that would be the equivalent of me travelling to Edinburgh, for example, to go and see the Rovers.
Completely not convenient. And I think that was not talk, again, might just be street talk, but the relationship between the stadium owners and the football club had broken down to such an extent that like, hot water wasn't being turned on, and the equipment, the equipment was faulty and not working properly in terms of to maintain the upkeep of the stadium. Well, Clyde are playing there now in a weird quirk where Accies have moved to Clyde's old ground, and now Clyde are playing in Accies ground. But it's just, how do you prepare for the season ahead? We were talking about East Fife struggling to sign players. That's a situation they can go and rectify it. Dick Campbell will get on the phone and say to someone, "Do you want to come and sign for us?" No bother. He could do that right now. Who wanted? What did Hamilton do? I suppose it's just, and this is, I know John Rankin will never be anyone's favourite at Hamilton. I do think this is where I've got like a big degree of respect for him, because to maintain like be dignified and lead these players and try to galvanise this club. I mean, he's got his faults as a manager and maybe not picking the right subs and picking the right team and all that, but just being able to lead a group of men.
And funnily enough, it felt like, certainly towards the end of last season, I mean, you mentioned that game where you went there ultimately to see him get
a grubby voice,
see him get slagged off. But I felt like he'd won a lot of the fans round, but not just because of results, but because of the scenario that they found themselves in. But also, they did go on a half decent run, and like would have stayed up.
They would have, yeah.
But for the points deduction, so it feels like, I'm not saying he's won them over, but it feels like the fans now have a degree of respect and like for him that maybe wasn't there before, and that's why I'm so disappointed, because we've seen him lead the team from League One before. I absolutely think he could have done that. I don't know if you saw the highlights when they played Dunfermline.
No.
And I
did. Yeah, sorry, I did.
I thought they seemed to. I thought if it wasn't for that own goal, I think they'd done pretty well. And then maybe on another night, not necessarily won the game, but certainly could have finished all square. So I thought there was a lot to be encouraged by. But now, I mean, they're not even back to square one. I mean, they're very much in the kind of negative figures when it comes to where they are now as a starting point. And from, I thought having far and away the best team in that league. I'm now, they probably still have the best starting 11.
There are a lot of good players in there, yeah.
But the fact they have nothing else to draw on, but presumably teenagers, that can't last the entire season.
But that's perhaps been a criticism of Hamilton in recent years, particularly the season they were last in League One, so 2 years ago when they were in League One. It's sort of bringing in like relatively big names to get them through, when there's a lot of good young players, or certainly several good young players come through the academy. I mean, just two, for example, Cian Newbury, who was on loan at Dumbarton. Yep. I think to be fair to him, I think he was going to be coming back from his loan spell at Dumbarton to play for Hamilton, got a really bad injury. There was Josh Lane, who's got on loan to Stranraer. That's the best sign Stranraer have made all season, is getting Josh Lane back. He was really good when he came in at the tail end of last campaign. So you would think that there's young boys there who are good. I mean, Hamilton, remember it was, I mean, you're going back a couple of years now, it was almost like a badge of honour to have come through the Hamilton Youth Academy. It's always like a mark of quality. Like this guy played a couple of games in the Premiership. He's going to be he'll be a decent player.
It was only, did they not win the Elite Youth League just a season or two ago? I'm sure they did.
Well, there you go.
So even recently they've still been producing young players that are as good as anybody else is churning out at that age group.
Now I know that the because of Brexit and so on, that the very good young players, are certainly the most promising, are plucked away at the age of like 15 and 16. But even so, they're still, like, I mean, Josh Lane's not playing for Arsenal or for Chelsea or West Ham. You know, you can play him. I mean, Jamie Smith will be there. He'll be perfectly adequate for them for the season ahead. But then who's going behind Jamie Smith? If Dean Linus is had to play as a trialist, so presumably he's out of contract.
So he can't get registered.
Dylan McGowan can't be registered.
I wonder if there is, I don't know how it works, I don't know if they can maybe recall Lane, which would be terrible news for Stranraer. I don't know if they can recall him. You can't recall him out with a window, but they could probably recall him now. I don't know how the contract, I would imagine that Hamilton have made a pig's ear of the contract and they cannot recall him. Oh.
We need to do a podcast with Skyline Drifter from Pine Bovril where we just ask him questions about football, about rules and football administration, because the big man would keep us right. But I suppose this is the opportunity to use young players if you're in the transfer embargo. Now I don't want to compare the two, but I'm going to. But you remember when Chelsea were under transfer embargo, and so Frank Lampard was the manager and was forced to play, guys like Mason Mount and Tammy Abraham, all guys who have now England internationals, gone into mixed careers and all that, but were at that point really, really promising and did Chelsea like a really good turn. I don't understand why they they can't do the same thing. It would certainly save them a lot of money, and saving money seems to be would certainly go a long way at the moment to avoiding defaulting on your tax obligations.
I mean, I think they're going to have to. I mean, there's no, you can't go a whole season with 14 players, so they are going to be forced to play young guys. I don't know if they can bring in young players on loan from other clubs. Maybe that's.
Are you allowed to sign young players like under 20s?
I thought they could. A bit like Inverness last season when they were in administration, they could still sign. I think it was players that were either under 21 or under 20. I think that possibility is still open to them, but. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, to be fair.
No, I don't know that either. Shame we should have done our homework before coming on. 30,000 words of notes, and you can't tell me whether or not Hamilton Accies can sign players. But the squad that John Rankin does have to work with, and certainly that starting 11, a lot of quality in there, a lot of guys who, I mean, shouldn't be at this level. They are at this level, but they probably shouldn't. They would do well in better teams. I'm thinking guys like feels like a bit of a halfway home, you know, for guys who never quite had a lot of potential, never quite reached it, like Stuart McKinstry, Connor Smith, Stephen Hendry, Ollie Shaw.
Yeah, and probably I'd like a drop down a level. Probably means it sounded like Kevin O'Hara might have a good season again.
Yeah.
Somebody who is probably a good League One forward, maybe not a good Championship forward though. I would imagine I expected him to have a good campaign as well. There's definitely still a really good 11 there.
The big thing is actually, and it's just popped into my head, we talked about Ronan Hale, whether or not he'll be here beyond the transfer window. A lot of these guys, if Hamilton are struggling to pay the bills and cut costs, you could maybe go in there and get like Ollie Shaw for absolute buttons. Maybe you need attacking midfield, you want Connor Smith.
But does it make any sense for them to get rid of these players now? Because, like, I appreciate you would be saving money on the wage bill and you're maybe bringing in 5 figures of some description.
Maybe.
But that is an absolute drop in the ocean to suppose their wage bill and the money that they owe. So if you get rid of those players, there's nobody else to take their place. It would almost feel odd to get rid of any of these 14 senior players now.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. But I just wonder if the clubs will be looking to. And
I would imagine
some of these guys might be available for
kind of low ball offers
for transfer, because there's still a lot of quality there. Like I know, kind of mentioned about like a halfway home for guys that have lost their way. But if you say you've got Stuart McKinstry in the right environment, you know, you don't get a move from Motherwell. You don't start games for Motherwell when you're right young. You get a move to Leeds United unless you've got something about you. Same with like Ollie Shaw. Leanne Dempster doesn't call you the best young striker in Europe for no reason. You know, he definitely does have something about him. So it's the other clubs might be keen on them, but it's whether or not Hamilton want to sell. But when you look through, I just wonder about like central defence now is a bit of an issue for them, because if the trialists were like Ricky Lamy was a trialist, Dylan McGowan's a trialist. You presumably can't sign the pair of them. It's just Lee Kildare. I'm not sure who supplements comes alongside him. You've got
Barry Maguire still there. Could he play? Is he play centre half and the middle
sure
of the
Barry
park?
Maguire has, aye.
Maguire might still be there, but I don't know what his contract situation is. I'm kind of guessing.
He joined them in from Motherwell in.
I think so, yeah.
Summer, so we assumed they wouldn't have just given him a 1 year deal. So maybe we got Barry Maguire at that level. I think that's the thing as well. That a lot of these guys they've got for the level, like Scott Robinson coming into this level, you know, like Stephen Hendry. This level, you guys should be absolutely squishing it. And I think that the big issue is there's how motivated these guys are, and what I mean by that is like either want to win games, but I just imagine the club is fucking miserable to be around. Like absolutely miserable.
And I mean, hopefully this doesn't happen. But you're now at the point where it's like, right, are the wages all going to be paid on time? Because that's the next thing that potentially comes along in these scenarios. And I'm sure, I think you mentioned it in the introduction, I'm sure the players went on strike right at the start of last season.
So they did.
There was a suggestion that wages hadn't been paid on time, and they maybe didn't do training or something on Thursday or the Friday. So you wondered at that point if all was well behind the scenes. Clearly it wasn't. But you hope that isn't the next thing. But it kind of generally is in these kind of horrible situations. So if that was to happen, then yeah, that's when it kind of hits rock bottom, I suppose.
Kits look quite nice.
They're okay. And it was so I think Zerif That's his.
Kurt.
He set up that company to design the strip.
Is it Kurt? Is like Turkish for wolf?
Wolf, I think. Yeah, you're right. I think they're quite nice.
The kits are quite nice, quite clean looking. But on top of that, as well, we're talking about money. Just like I think it was earlier in the week or last week, certainly very recently, they announced the reshaping of their academy structure.
Before, I think it's three or four.
There's five names, four of them who you'll all be familiar. So Scott Leach is coming as the head to oversee it all. Michael Tidser,
yep,
bring your boots. Kevin Harper, bring your boots as well. Darryl Duffy, and somebody called Jason Little. Not as familiar. Jason Little is one I wasn't familiar with, but other guys are relatively household names.
But that must be costing a fortune.
You imagine that for them, you're saying at the very least like 30 grand each for their wages. 150 grand, maybe more, obviously more in Leach's case, given the fact that he's 160, 170 grand. It's a lot of money, man. And for a team that they can't ultimately pay their taxes and players, or they can't remunerate players that were at the club and have moved on elsewhere.
I suppose they can afford them now because the first team squad is tiny.
Oh, that's it. There you go.
You've got money to spare now.
I quite like the idea. We can't sign Charlie Telfer, but Jason Little, we'll get him signed up. And I suppose you've got to a special word for the director of football, Jerry Strain. I always got the impression that he would rather people think he's doing a good job by the stuff that he posts on LinkedIn and the sort of all the business speak that comes along with that, all the bullshit. It gives the impression he's a slick operator and wants to create a buzz around himself. But what are we seeing like in terms of how has this been evidenced at Hamilton?
I mean, I'm not on LinkedIn, but every now and again somebody will post a link or a screenshot or something in Pie and Bovril or on Twitter or whatever, and the absolute bumf that you see on Jerry Strain's LinkedIn, it does not correspond one iota to what is actually happening on the ground at the football club.
Yeah, I think as well. I mean, like when you see his name you mentioned, I think most fans would be more than happy to see the back of him. I don't think he's got the qualifications. Don't think he's quite what
University of Life. I think is where he says he was qualified.
And his spell at Swindon as well. You're forgetting.
During the 93-94 campaign, playing the same team as Frank McAvenny, apparently.
Yeah, apparently so. So what we're saying then for Hamilton Academical, how are we rating their prospects for the season ahead?
Up until a week ago, I had them down as winners. I cannot see that at all. I wouldn't be surprised if they slip even lower. However, I'm going to go third, and I think even that has been quite hopeful. I think third with that group of players and no points deduction.
Right, I'm going to. If it's right, so there's two scenarios, right? If it's if nothing else bad happened, just the transfer embargo, fourth place. Mm-hmm. If more bad stuff, relegation. I think they're going to get relegated. I think something bad is coming down the line in the post for Hamilton.
I wouldn't be even remotely surprised.
Yeah, I don't like saying that. It's the fans I feel sorry for. You remember we were going to talk about it on A View from the Terrace. It was young Ben Patterson that does that runs the social media for the account, where the fans were giving him cheering his name in after beating Partick Thistle at Firhill, and he was sort of doing the Ronnie roar back at them. It was great scenes. And you just look at the club now. It's just everything. How not to run a football club? It's terrible, and it's scary because football's such a seductive sport. But the idea of people who have got money but just no talent, no brains, and just like badness, who want to get involved. I mean, you've had it at Raith Rovers previously, and I'm lucky that's not been the case. Touch wood at Stenhousemuir, but if it can happen to,
and the same person,
it can happen to you. Now we'll head to the Highlands and we'll talk about Inverness Caledonian Thistle. And last season was all about consolidation for them. It started atrociously, but actually probably ended up all right in the grand scheme of things. Kelty Thistle were relegated into League One via the playoffs, and the summer was dominated by stories about the financial situation and a bizarre proposal to move the club's training base from the Highlands to Kelty in a bid to recruit more central-based players, and that was nixed after backlash from supporters. In the background, however, talk of administration grew noisier as the weeks went on, and reports of the club's debts were being made apparent. Ketan Makwana, if you remember him, was close to taking over. Thankfully, that didn't come to pass. But the club went into administration in mid-October. They were deducted 15 points and fell to the foot of the table. Duncan Ferguson, a thoroughly disappointing figure in the dugout for Kelty Thistle. His coaching team left with immediate effect, and a couple of players were moved on too. And long-standing coach Scott Kelleher took charge of the team with support from elderly striker Billy Mackay. And Kelleher galvanised Inverness, Caledonian Thistle. They were a lot more fun to watch, turned in some outstanding performances, including a thrilling last-ditch win at Montrose, and they ended up finishing the season in 7th place. And if you're based on the true table, had it not been for the points deduction, they would have finished runners-up. The club have exited administration. That happened in early June. Local businessman and long-time supporter Alan Savage is now running the club, and you got to say it's brilliant to see the club emerge from such a tumultuous experience relatively unscathed. They'll start the season with 5-point deduction for having entered administration the previous year. However, I think they are in a very good place off the park and a good place on it, and I would have them challenging to win the title this year.
Yeah, very much so. It was interesting. There was a couple of St Johnstone fans discussing Inverness after they went there and won 1-0 late on. And obviously, like, a lot of the chat was about David Witherspoon, because obviously he was such a legend at St Johnstone. There was a couple of them that suggested that it was a really good result for St Johnstone because ultimately Inverness are a championship team playing in League One. Now, I don't think that's the case. I think they've done well over the summer. I expect them to challenge for the title, certainly now that Hamilton appear to be in disarray. Again, though, and I know I've mentioned this for a few clubs now, I don't know if they're in, because you're right in what you said in terms of would have finished second but for the points deduction with that true table. And I'm not entirely sure that they are in a better place now than how they finished last season, and that players that we've mentioned already for going to Dunfermline, so Keith Bray and Charlie Gilmer are away to Dunfermline. I think Bavidge, going back to, obviously he was so good last season, went back to Aberdeen. I think they were probably keen on him to return.
I think there's a lot of eggs in one basket about Bavidge coming back.
Whether that is possible, I'm not sure. And then Diabaga, the goalkeeper. I thought there was a lot of good goalies in League One last season. I thought he was one of the kind of biggest and brightest. I think the recruitment has been good, solid over the summer. I don't know if any of them are necessarily as good as those players that have left. But regardless, I think you're spot on. I think they will definitely be one of 2 or 3 clubs who could win that league. And Kelleher, I think, have what would appear to be anyway an excellent manager.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Kelleher, kind of similar to what we talked about Don Cowie earlier, that Kelleher was the right man at the right time to come in and replace Duncan Ferguson. Now, obviously, the circumstances that Kelleher came into were far more extreme, with the club's like very existence at threat and going out of business. But whereas maybe they were actually similar, because you had somebody who kind of gave off the impression they didn't really want to be there. They were doing like Kelty Thistle a favour. They would even think of going up to, I can't believe that I'm actually even here. I'm doing you such a big favour to be here. You know, and somebody who's quite negative, the football's quite negative. And you got somebody who just, I don't like using this term, but just kind of got the club and got the fan base and got the expectations and understood what was important to them and was able to shape the team accordingly. He was quite fortunate in a way that the players, maybe other than Adam Brooks, who departed for Queen of the South, there weren't any massive departures. It wasn't like Remy Savage and Danny Devine are way up the road, and you're losing like Louis Longstaff and whatnot. But he had still a decent group of players to pick from, and was able to lead them through. Very fortunate as well in a way that you had Dumbarton going into administration as well. You'd a pretty mediocre Annan Athletic side, but nevertheless, the fact that you're able to finish ultimately in second place, quote unquote, that speaks a lot for him. And I think this season, on the whole, yes, there has been some departures. I think Diabaga is the big one. Gilmore is a loss as well. I think they've managed to cover for him quite well. Bray, they always knew he was going to be. He wasn't their player in the first instance. I think they've signed well. I think that on the whole, still a wee bit short. I think striker, as you mentioned, they need another striker in. Goalkeeper, maybe if whether or not Ross Monroe's the right man for the job. But on the whole, I think it's a strong team. It's a big team. Athletic, can all play a bit of football as well, and I think they'll be quite hard for certainly other part-time teams to try and break down in that division. I think Kelleher is the right man to take them forward here.
Yeah, I agree.
Joe Chalmers as well has come in, and as much as he was criticised for his time in the Championship, I think you saw it in League One at Dunfermline, just when he's got a wee bit more time on the ball, he's able to pick a pass, and he's not as harried as much.
He set up a goal for Louis Longstaff against East Kilbride. I went to see their game against Kilby earlier, or last week by the time this podcast goes. It finished 6-2 to Kelty Thistle, and he had something I actually didn't think he had in his locker. He took the ball for a run, beat two players, then played it to Longstaff in the edge area, just like basically like a swung at his left foot, and it went curling right over the goalkeeper and into the top corner. Really nice goal. But yeah, might not necessarily have the legs or the ability to get around the pitch like as much as he'd like to, but we have more time in the ball where it's all up here. I'm tapping my temple as I'm saying this up here. And you've got somebody like Paul Allen next as well, who's developing into a really, really good central midfielder. There's a nice bit of balance there. So I think they're sorted certainly in the middle of the park.
And in terms of legs as well, there was a player that we spoke about at the start of last season in the Championship for Livingston,
Liam Soule.
And he's quick, and he had a couple of chances at the start of last season, and Livingston fans seemed quite keen on him. And then they kind of questioned the fact that they weren't seeing more of him. Now, I don't know what the situation is at Livy, but I do think Inverness have kind of benefited from whatever that situation is. I thought he might have went on loan to an Arbroath, or maybe a higher level, somebody in the Championship. But I think he came on in the St Johnstone game. I watched that game. I came on and he looked pretty impressive. So I think he looked quite a clever signing for them.
You wouldn't, when you look at him, if you were to pick a position from the pitch, you'd probably say like fullback or centre back. You would not think like fleet-footed winger, but he's full of jinx. He's quite, you know what he wants to do. He wants to come in, he's starting left and want to come in on his right foot. You can kind of tell that's what he wants to play. However, it's one thing knowing what he wants to do and one thing being able to stop it, and he's very, very nimble in the ball. He's quite like a wacky waving inflatable tube guy, just the way he plays. And he's quite difficult to pin down, difficult to try and get the better of. And I think that with him and inverted wingers, because Louis Longstaff will come in from the right onto his left foot, but they've got, with those two players out wide, I think what Kelty Thistle will be looking to do is get the balls out wide and get them into the box for Billy Mackay or another striker to finish.
I think there needs to be an other. Otherwise, I really do think that'll hold them back from winning the title.
Like Mackay, there's stuff again going by that East Kilbride game, and it's quite difficult to tell. It's not fair. The first half was really good. First half was very even, very exciting game of football. Second half, there's not much to talk about because everything Kelty Thistle hit went in, and East Kilbride by then was quite shell shocked. In that match, you could see the good stuff that Mackay's doing. He's intelligent, and you can just even see that when there's a long ball coming, just a wee look around, see where the defender is, and then how best to deal with it, whether or not to try and just bump into them at the right time or give them a wee push with his arse so he can basically create that space for himself to get into it. His touch is good and his hold up play is good, but he's not going to run around. Yeah. He's not going to run the channels for you. He's very much, and we'll use the term again, like between the posts kind of striker, just because of his age. And it feels absolutely unfathomable that Duncan Mackay played him out wide at points. That must have just been to take
Duncan
the piss.
Duncan Mackay. That is unfathomable. You're right. Could you play out wide?
God, there's a sort of like put a shift in for a view for the terrace. Something's gone badly wrong there for Duncan Mackay is managing Inverness Caledonian Thistle. Duncan Ferguson, when Duncan Ferguson did it, you must be playing him out wide just to try and take the piss out of him, like to do that. Where somebody who's never played that position, or certainly hasn't played that position for years, you're trying to put him out there
at the age of 35, 36.
At the age of 35,
Madness.
36. Keep him between the posts, but he does need a hand. And I mentioned there about Alfie Babbage. He had done really well during a loan spell last season. Actually got injured in a game against Stenhousemuir. I think it ended his season, and they're really keen to get him back.
But you'd imagine he was so good at that level. You would imagine that Aberdeen are probably wanting to maybe put him in the Championship.
Or he might say he's just come back from a long-term injury. Let's say get him to Kelty Thistle, and a team who, rather than going from a team who are kind of trying to stay away from ball or one over the shoulder, sending a team who are going to win the division, and then
there's an expectation, so it's a different kind of pressure.
It's a different kind of pressure. So they do need that, but that's, I think, every single person. Like Billy Mackay's beloved up in Kelty Thistle, but it's like, you're amazing, but we need someone in there to give you a wee hand.
Yeah, and that's, if they solve that, then I suppose that's one less issue. I suppose the other problem, and it's why I'm a wee bit hesitant about saying they're going to win the league, is the fact that they're starting on -5 points. And I know that I'm sure that they won't be on -5 come week 2 or week 3. It's still a wee bit of a head start for others.
That's exactly what I think it is, because I think going to think it's between them and Queens to win the title, and I don't think there's going to be much in it. And I do think that 5-point deduction will have a massive factor in it. It's one of those things in the back of your head. It's like, we're going to talk about Dumbarton. I think Dumbarton could go and have a decent season, but they've got that 5-point deduction. That could play enormous in where they finish in the table. And I do think this 5-point deduction is going to do the same here. Could you see them finishing 6 points ahead of Queens?
Aye. I mean, you think about we spoke about Queen of South a lot, and we spoke about them negatively and positively last season. And I think as long as they can do it in the second half of the season, then they'll be absolutely there or thereabouts winning the league. But I don't know. I know we're going to come to Queen of South. There's something that I don't know if I quite trust them, Queens, for whatever reason. Whether it's just because Peter Murphy grins all the time. But I do think that 5 points will come into play, and that's why I've went for Inverness to finish second.
You come to a fork in the road with 2 Queen of the South managers, one who always grins, one who always sighs. You can only ask them one question. What question is it? But with Kelty Thistle as well, I think they've brought in a couple of decent fullbacks as well. Like Ross Millen is coming after a spell in the English lower leagues. You quite liked him at the Rovers.
Very much so.
Aye, but athletic player, strong player.
I mean, bear in mind when Raith were sitting top when he fell out with Ian Murray, but he didn't look out of place in a team that was at the top of the championship. I think that's a really, really good sign.
Yeah.
I think he could fall out. I think he could fall out with himself in an empty house. But regardless, I think in terms of on the park, that's a great signing.
Yeah, and Oscar McIntyre's joined from Hibernian in a 12-month contract. I thought he'd had a really strong season, certainly laterally over Queen of South, when Queen of South went on that run over the final quarter that basically lifted them up the table. He is a really good part of it. I said at the start, Ross Munro's the only he
didn't look clever against Raith. I've again only seen the highlights, but like the last goal, he got his hands to it, but essentially just punched it against Remy Savage, and it was just a weird area to kind of palm it into. And I don't think that is a massive drop off from Debaga from one season to the next.
I think that he's from the local area, Ross Munro.
So,
I think he's a Ross County player in his youth, but he's not played a lot of football at all. I mean, hard push to tell the last time he played in loan. But whereas Debaga was probably the success story of the season in League One, given that was only able to actually get a game in the first place because of the administration, and Jack Newman had gone back to his parent club, Dundee United. Came in there and was just great, and I'd like to see him stick around at Kelty Thistle, because I think he could have won the league with them. But I mean, he's got the opportunity to go to Crusaders, as so many other people playing in the Scottish lower leagues have got the opportunity to do. But
Munro's in that situation with goalkeepers that you occasionally find where they're 24 and 25, so they're no young. But actually, in terms of experience, in terms of the amount of games that they've played, it's actually kind of bare minimum.
Yeah.
And Munro is in that situation. So I wouldn't write him off, but in terms of the amount of games he's played in his career, it should be a far higher number for a 25-year-old. So it still feels like he is very much learning, even though he's mid-20s.
There might come the point, I'm thinking, if you're a goalkeeper or you're full-time footballer, there must be the point where if you're playing for a team, you're just waiting for your chance. Goalkeepers tend to mature later on, but it's like you're playing for a team like Falkirk, for instance, you think, my chance is going to come, and it must just be the moment it comes like, nah, it's not going to come, I just need to go and play football. I just need to go and play. It's similar to what we're talking about with Josh Cooper. There's no shame in dropping down the levels to get the experience to go and kick back on again. And speaking of experience, what was Remy Savage doing at the end of that Raith Rovers game when he basically punted the ball in the direction of the referee? Did you see it?
I never saw what he did at full time. It just looked like he was still harbouring a grudge at the second penalty. But it's like, so I know Inverness could still have qualified, but ultimately it was a dead rubber. You've lost 5-1. The game's been lost for ages at this point. It just felt like a very unusual time and game to lose a run of yourself.
I mean, what he did was the the full-time whistle's going and he picks up the ball. He must be standing about 10 yards from the referee and he punts it, but it must just go like flying. It's not at the referee, but it's in the referee's general direction, right. And the referee's kind of like sees it whistling past his face. He's like, fucking, so he'll be suspended for the...
No, I don't think he is.
Will he not?
Unless it depends if it's a straight red, but I think the rules have now changed where if you get sent off, you are suspended for that competition. So I think he'll be fine for the start of the league campaign.
Okay,
apologies if that's incorrect.
No,
but,
I stand corrected, said the man.
I don't think he'll miss any league games.
Brilliant, because it's the Inverness Summer of Hell 2024 derby of the weekend. It's Kelty Hearts versus Inverness Caledonian Thistle. I don't know if such a thing can exist. Probably a snappier title. We can workshop that when we're
there are more rivals in a derby.
Yes, aye.
It's like Falkirk and Dunfermline, but further away.
Yes, aye, that makes sense. I think that with Kelty Thistle, one of the reasons why I think they'll win the division is when I went to see that game against East Kilbride, it was very much like, one, to see how East Kilbride are shaping up for the season ahead, and then also to see what Kelty Thistle are looking like, one, for this podcast, but two, to see what Stenhousemuir are going to come up against. Mm-hmm. And when they locked into their groove in that second half, it was like... Ooh, right, because it's all, I think, trying to think the shortest guy. Billy Mackay might be the shortest guy that's in the part ground. He's about like, he's not exactly a toty wee boy. Like Joe Chalmers is a big guy, like Devine and Savage are big guys. Yep. Longstaff's actually like deceptively like big. He doesn't look like he should be playing in the position he's in. Soul is a big guy. Alan quite can put himself about a bit. So there's all lots of like tall, broad players that can all play a bit. That's what I'm worried about when I come up against them.
Yeah, as you say, I think there is every chance that they'll win the league, but I'm not tipping them.
Aye. On top of that as well, the squad augmented by young boys from the academy, and that's ultimately what you want to see.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hamilton Academical, take note. Live within your means. I'm saying live within your means using Kelty Thistle as a positive example. Fucking hell. Remind us, how did the Duran Duran concert go? Jesus. Right. Well, fun enough, we will move from Inverness to what could have been their training base had Scott Gardner got his way. We're going to Kelty and Fife. And up until the midpoint of last season, it looked as though Kelty were on course for an absolutely stellar campaign. Although largely shorn of the supreme talent that had helped establish them as an SPFL club, under Michael Tidser, they were playing an expansive and dynamic brand of football, and they were actually with a decent shout of finishing in the top four. Unfortunately, when you are a smaller club punching above your weight, bigger teams tend to take notice, and Tidser left to join Dunfermline Athletic in January after a month of protracted negotiations, and Charlie Mulgrew came in as his replacement. Now, unfortunately, Mulgrew's time at New Central Park was a disaster. Former Scotland international left the club after just 11 games, and his final match in charge was a 6-0 embarrassment at home to Dumbarton. And shortly after leaving, Mulgrew appeared on Open Goal to talk about his time at the club, and he said that management was not what he'd anticipated at all. If he'd known what it was like, he would have simply enjoyed the final days of his playing career rather than strive to get a management gig. And of course, while it takes a big man to admit something like this, it's a damn shame that the end of his dreams coincided with the end of Kelty's promotion charge. So centre-back Tam O'Ware took charge of the club for the final few games of the season. Team finished in 6th place, and O'Ware's subsequently been given the job on a permanent basis. He is their new player manager. And Shaughan, this version of Kelty, it feels like the least stardusty since they joined the SPFL. It seems like from having won League Two, it's just it just feels like, well, like taking it Joe Cardle, like Alfie Agaman's away, like there's no Michael Tidser, so last time it's just basically got Tam O'Ware and a bunch of young boys.
But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know what to make of. Obviously, Thomas O'Ware is going in there. Whatever it is, 32, 33. I do think that Kelty is probably, well, I was going to say they're a good club to cut your teeth as a manager, but then I suppose certainly didn't happen with Charlie Mulgrew.
He just didn't fight. That's the didn't fancy it. Kind of.
I know.
Why would you want to cut your teeth if you hate it? I wouldn't enjoy it either.
I think I've been kind of cautiously optimistic in terms of the business that they've done in the summer. I think in terms of like Jack Bryden at centre half feels like a decent signing.
Could be if he can stay fit, he'll be a good signing.
I think in the middle of the park, Craig Clay
suppose is maybe similar to Joe Chalmers. I think maybe the championship was a bit much for him. I think drop him down into League One, he'll do quite well. In terms of coming up the way, Arnett, I quite liked.
He's one of Bonnyrig's better players.
Yeah. Broke through at Raith Rovers, and I thought he might have a decent career, but drifted down the leagues. But now seems to be bouncing back, so hopefully he does well. So I'm encouraged by the business that they've done, but I don't foresee anything similar this time around in terms of, even for part of the season, troubling the leaders.
Yeah, it's funny. I think that this is probably what happens, and maybe this might happen to East Kilbride actually at some point, where there's not the same level of investment, that you kind of reach a level and it's like, this will do us. This will do us. And I think Kelty are very much an established SPFL club now. That's since 2020 they've been into 21. No, because I was suspended. That's right. They suspended the playoffs for 1 year. Everyone's really unhappy about it, but they brought them back for 2021, and they've been. So this is their 5th year as an SPFL club, and feel very much established. It's not like for instance Bonnyrigg, who came up and were sort of struggling a wee bit and then disappeared back down.
But also not the opposite of that, which is a club comes in with money, but then when that money's pooled, they then disappear off a cliff.
Like Edinburgh.
Like that hasn't happened.
Yeah, for instance, it happened at Edinburgh, and it was only through sheer force of will from... I can't wait to get talking about that. But we'll save the good stuff. Honestly, we're going to come up with the good stuff very shortly. It just feels like I was looking at a team that came up for Kelty. We had like Jamie Barr-Jonas, who'd signed from Rangers, and guys like Joe Cardle and Michael Tidser in the middle of the park. Was he at a club at that point? Might not have been. But anyway, it's all guys that really shouldn't have been at that level. And you're like, these are all really, really good players. And it's like a lot of these guys, it feels like you see when teams are making cutbacks, it's all young guys that have been discouraged from elsewhere. And I just worry about the lack of physicality and the lack of know-how that might cost them, even against the likes of Montrose, for instance. I don't think Montrose are going to have a particularly good season, but I feel as though Montrose are just better equipped than this Kelty team. I'm looking at the guys that they've brought in, and I think that I might be right in saying Innes Murray might have been the very first player in the lower leagues announced for a transfer.
I think it was, yeah.
I think it was when he went from Arbroath to Kelty. That's good. I've got that down. I've got that down here. I was keeping an eye on him. I'm sure he was the very first. You know, probably not physical enough for the Championship, decent for League One, capable winger, quite pacey, got a wee jink in him. He'll do all right for them. Bryden, we've talked about. Arnott, we've talked about. The player that I'm most interested to see do is Alex Ferguson.
Yeah, it feels like he, again, a player who burst onto the scene. Was it East Fife?
Yeah.
But then that loan spell. Never really done anything since, and maybe he has a wee point to prove. I suppose.
I think so because he was loaned out to. He was really, really good at East Fife for the first half of that season. Then went on loan to, I think it was Stirling Albion for the second half. Didn't do quite as well. I think that team struggled, ultimately relegated. And then last season he was on loan at Queen of the South, and I can't really remember him sticking out there. So you've obviously got a very distinctive name in Scottish football. You're going to stand out, and I really hope that he can reprise the same level of performance that he showed during that loan spell at East Fife, because he felt like the kind of midfielder that could run a midfield on his own. Yeah. You know, he could get around the pitch, he could pass, he could tackle, he could link up the attack, keep it simple when needed. And I think I think that O'Well have put a good degree of faith in him that he can do it, and I'll be keen to see how him and Craig Clay can link up in the middle of the park together.
Agreed. And I think behind them they have a kind of decent back four. Not necessarily any names, but in terms of like Brodie Patterson has done pretty well at left back.
Scott Mercer on the other side.
Callum Flatman, centre half. Again, has always impressed since he's been there. So I do think they have a basis that would allow maybe more attack-minded players in front of them to get forward. I just think that you can complement Kelty up until a point, and that point is probably, I'm not entirely sure where the goals are coming from.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think up front you're going to get bags of energy. I think you're going to get a lot of energy from Craig Johnson, Robbie Cole, like aggressive, good pressers. I think that they're really good at setting the tempo for the team. And I thought particularly under Michael Tidser, that's something we really remember. I think it was the second game of last season. And basically, like Kyle Banner in particular, playing centre back for Century, he had quite a tough time of it, because any time he would get the ball played back to him and take a touch and look up, Craig Johnston's coming down on top of him, and I think he found that quite difficult. He's quite panicky, so you can do that just by that enthusiasm. You can unsettle them. However, just spooking defenders isn't necessarily going to lead to goals. I think Johnstone got 6 goals last season. Robbie Cole just got the 2. So I
don't see anybody. You can maybe get away with that if there's guys in midfield that are chipping in with 8. I don't see that for this team either.
Well, certainly since Ross Cunningham's departed, he's gone on to Stirling Albion. And I think that he was quite a good player, kind of stood out in a mediocre team, a bit of a moments man in terms of someone who could drift around the fringes of the game, but then suddenly space would open up and he could have a pop. They don't necessarily have anyone like that. You're right. I think James Graham is coming from Stirling Albion, quite a nippy striker, previously at Dumbarton.
And I think so they do have a cooperative thing with Aberdeen, but I'm looking at it and you've got, I think it's Lewis Carroll.
Oh, they're through the looking glass with that signing.
A 17-year-old centre-half. Cooper Masson.
I said they're through the looking glass with that signing.
Yeah, I heard. Cooper Masson, a 16-year-old central midfielder, and Joseph Teasdale, a 17-year-old left winger. That I think to ask 16 and 17-year-olds to step down to League One, which is a big physical league, a hard league, I'm sure it will do them the world of good. I think it might help them individually more than Kelty, though.
I think that that cooperation agreement with Aberdeen makes a lot of sense because Aberdeen have done quite well in terms of sending players down to Kelty. Like the examples, Conor Barron, Alfie Bavage, Jack Milne. And so when you see these guys have all gone on to, like, there's Conor Barron now did Aberdeen make money on him? Rangers pay a fee for him?
I think his deal was up, but they must have got something.
Right, well, certainly. Might not have benefited him, but he's playing for Conor Barron's playing for Scotland now. Alfie Bavage is probably one of the most sought after young players in the country, and Jack Milne was playing a Scottish Cup final there and won a Scottish Cup final. So that's brilliant. You'd be like, these are class. And as Kelty, you must be rubbing your hands and thinking, oh my goodness, who's the next hyper talented youngster we're getting? And these kiddies all pitch up. I think Joseph Teasdale still has a sniffing blanket that he takes his bed. The whole thing with the cooperation agreements, I'm not too sold. They seem like a good idea in principle, but if you're a club and you have, say, like Alfie Babbage, take him as an example, if you've got someone like that who a number of teams are interested, why would you just give him away to Kelty Hearts when you can have a wee bidding war for him and maybe like I don't know, Airdrie might fancy him, or Inverness Caledonian Thistle or Cove Rangers might be interested in trying to drum up interest and get, maybe not just get his wages covered but get a fee for him as well.
That's exactly why I wasn't entirely enamoured at the Raith having if it comes to pass, Raith having a link with Rangers. Less to do with the fact that it's Rangers, more to do with the fact that surely their most talented 19, 20-year-olds are going to go to far better clubs than Raith Rovers to make a difference. So exactly that. I'm sure these guys have got talent, and I'm sure it'll help their development long term. I don't think it's going to help Kelty Hearts short term, unless they're really good, and then who knows? I mean, I know nothing about them. I'd be surprised though.
Yeah, maybe you've probably heard of these guys before. I think that's just the way that group chats and so on and stuff like on social media and the internet message boards, that when you hear these young guys that are promising, you tend to hear them before, and for the best will in the world. I hope I'm wrong, but will Cooper Masson be playing for Scotland? Maybe. Hope so. So I don't want
but not next season.
I don't want to be too down on any of these young boys from Aberdeen. I hope they're absolutely class for Kelty. I suppose other boys, Luke McCarville was occasionally good last season. Scored a really good goal against Dumbarton early on in the campaign, but did lose a wee bit of form over the way. Yeah, it's quite hard to think of Kelty, because I think that in terms of physicality, there's some big boys at the back. Where's a strong player? Where's a really good player actually? And it'll be interesting. That's the big interest to see how he can adapt to being a player and a manager. It feels like he's been coaching for a long time. Certainly he's been doing it at Queen's Park. He's new to Celtic Women. I think he was doing it. There's another big club as well. Rangers. I think he was coaching at Rangers. So in terms of coaching, there's obviously a lot of like big teams that are taking interest in him, believing what he's doing. Big difference between managing when you're making the decisions. You're the one that's got to be responsible for the players. You're up at night wondering, should have played Joseph Teasdale in that position, or Conor Masson, tossing and turning every night. So that's the real interesting thing. Because one thing doing it on an interim basis, but then it's one thing actually having to come in and make the decisions. But he seems like quite a strong-willed character. So I think he'll probably take it in his stride. Certainly seems like he'll enjoy it a lot more than Charlie Mulgrew did anyway.
How do you think he smells? What about his appearance?
Not as nice as Sean Crichton. let's just put it that way. Not as nice as Sean Crichton. Yeah, I don't know for Kelty. I think as well, I'm going to imagine they're technically a really nice team. I think they might be, when it all clicks, might be one of the best looking teams to watch in the division. I think they'll come against like Kelty Thistle and who will eat them up.
I think you can say that about a lot of teams, though, in terms of coming up against Cali. And I think that there's probably a number of teams in League One, maybe even more than normal, albeit 2 in the administration last season. But just in terms of quality, I think they're a bit short. I think Kelty will be fine. I don't see them finishing in the bottom 2.
I disagree, man. I think Kelty are going to have a difficult time at this season.
I mean, I would not be surprised, because I don't think there's too much between the teams, but I've got them to just keep their noses above the water.
8th place.
Yes,
I'm going for 9th.
Okay.
I think Hamilton will finish bottom, and then Kelty just above them.
How many points are you taking from Hamilton to make them? So I
thought you had how many points Stenny were going to take off them.
No, sorry, I did. So if you think Hamilton could finish bottom, how many points are they getting deducted?
30. It's a super punishment. Just for your cheek. That's we're fed up of dealing with you. There's a 30 points. Don't come back. Now, last season we're going to talk about Montrose here, so I should have introduced them. Last season was not a vintage campaign for them, though. There were concerns in the summer over budget cuts, and this prevented them from bringing in the necessary quality to build on the previous season's 4th place finish. And there were times early on when it looked like they could challenge for the promotion playoffs, but they drew too many games, the highest in the division. They fell away from the top end of the table, and they actually had quite a nervous end to the campaign, finishing in 8th place. Feels like finances are stretched once again. I think this could be a difficult season for Montrose.
I think so as well. Remember just over a year ago now, we were at the Montrose kind of summer.
That was brilliant. Summer lunch.
And Stuart Petrie had kind of said to us, "Oh, listen, if we finish 8th next season, I now would take it as a success, because we're very much tightening the belts." And we were like, "Oh, come on,
yeah,
you're always thereabouts for finishing top 4. You'll be fine again." And obviously, he was absolutely spot on. This season very much feels like more of the same, and I always think it's a wee bit of a red flag when a number of a team's summer signings are just guys that were on loan the season before. So I think they maybe only brought in 4 players. Yeah. One is Kieran Freeman, who was on loan there from Raith last season. Another's Craig Whiten, who was there on loan from Dunfermline. I think I've only brought in another 2.
Yeah,
that always concerns me, because they aren't. That's not improving the team.
Not freshening. It's not freshening up.
You're essentially just treading water. So I am a bit worried about Montrose, and I suppose similar to Cove, if they are going to have even a decent season, it's very much going to be the same names that we've been taught about for Montrose for quite a while now.
Do you want to talk about those same names? No, but Craig Whiten's coming, and to be fair, I know that he'll be the marquee signing. I think he's one of the more eye-catching signings in the division. No, but you're making a face there, but I'll explain. I'll explain what I mean by that. Because I think people are like, Craig Whiten, wow, what is he doing playing for Montrose? It's because he's got a long-standing knee complaint. Yeah. I think there was actually talk that he might be retiring or even going to like Dundee North End. Yep. So it's a bit more local, where the football's a wee bit less intense. I think that Whiten, if he can stay fit, is a quality player, especially for a good signing for that level, but especially for this level, because he can really lead the line well. I think he's got the kind of the touch and the technique and the skill set that marks him apart from a lot of other players at this level. You know, bit of an all-rounder. And I know that sounds like damning him faint praise, but I think it's just very apparent at this level. And it's just the only worry is, how do you keep him fit? Maybe it's going part-time, where he only has to train twice a week and play with the game on the Saturday. And if he's managed after games and he's looked after, then that's what his body can take him through. And that's class. That's brilliant for Montrose if he can do that.
Yeah, you might be right. I think you're right in terms of part-time football, less wear and tear on your body, and that might be absolutely ideal for Whiten. And in terms of somebody else that they've brought in, I watched the game against Airdrie. I thought I'd heard good things about Ewan Loudon, but in terms of his goal that he scored against Airdrie, I thought he was alert to kind of pick up the ball. Really good finish, kind of low into I think it was the bottom right-hand corner. But that might be something that could, because I think in terms of forward areas, they've always had somebody that will keep them going, and they still have. Like, I know Graham Webster's getting on, but he generally scores goals. Blair Lyon's still there. You've mentioned Whiten. If Loudon can chip in as well, they might be fine. But in terms of who they have brought in, the fans seem kind of tentatively encouraged by what Loudon's shown so far.
Certainly with Loudon, he's got a really, really good record in the Highland League. I think it was in the previous 2 years, 33 goals and 31 goals in the last year. So a brilliant return. And I know the Highland League, you've maybe got to temper your expectations that given that the quality opposition really falls off.
He probably scored 17 against Strathspey Thistle.
Also, goals against Strathspey Thistle don't count all of a sudden. But you know what I mean. The quality does drop off. And I remember just like Grady McGrath at Cove Rangers, who we were discussing earlier. You know, he had a really promising spell at Brechin City before moving to Cove, and now is ultimately back there. So hopefully that's not the case for you and Loudon. Certainly it sounds like it's been a promising start. That goal against Airdrie was really, really well taken. But that's good. There's two strikers. It's keen to see how Whiten can handle moving into part-time football and playing in that environment on a regular basis. If he's fit enough, talent, not an issue. It's whether he's fit and he's motivated enough. And Loudon, whether or not he's got the quality to step up. So there's I don't think that they've got a sure thing in attack, but if it does click, that's really, really good. Kieran Freeman, the other player they joined, he was on the Rovers for like half a season before going on loan to the Mo.
I think the decision was made fairly early in terms of Kieran Freeman. I wasn't impressed with him in the League Cup games, albeit that was probably far too quick to make a judgment call. But ultimately, he only played one or two league games and then just disappeared. He never came off the bench. And then to the point where they were almost seemed quite happy to run with like playing Danny Mullen at right back.
Right.
And then they eventually went out and got like Fankety Dabble, who came in on a short-term deal. But Freeman certainly wasn't up to championship standard. But again, Montrose fans seemed reasonably happy with his performances last season. So again, drop him down to League One seems fair enough. But it feels like they are, in terms of maybe the middle of the park and in terms of centre half, they're relying on players who are maybe coming back from injury, like Kerr Waddle, for example.
Yeah, I've got him down as
and Terry Masson and Sean Dillon are still there. They're still kicking a ball. It's the same guys that we've been talking about now for 7 years.
It's a shame one of them, Paul Watson, we won't be able to talk about him anymore because he departed after 13 years. He's now the Brechin City assistant with Ray McKinnon. And it's a shame because I think he still feels like he's got a lot of football to offer at this level. Just he wasn't guaranteed game time, so he still wants to keep on playing, and he's got the opportunity to with a pretty senior position at Brechin City. So I hope he does well. I like Paul Watson. You know, I was actually thinking when I talk about any player that I've come into contact with, he's a nice guy. Everyone's a nice guy. I'm trying to actually think of the people that I've met that I don't like, and it's actually not that many because everyone's just generally really, really sound. But I do like Paul Watson. I do like Paul Watson. The couple of times that I've met him, he was really cool. So hopefully he gets on well there. But yeah, the guys that you mentioned there, Kerr Waddle, great to see him back. And I think he's in an absolute nightmare time with injuries. But he did begin to return. I think it was at ACLs on one in each leg.
I think so, yeah.
Something like that. Something horrendous. So he's shown a lot of resolve to bounce back. Came play, I think, the final 7 or 8 games of last season. Hopefully he can return because he's a right good defender, reads the game really well, and he's big and he's strong, and I've met him before. He's a really nice guy as well. And I think that Sean Dillon, outside Craig Gordon, he's the oldest player still in Scotland just now.
Aye, that must be the case, surely.
Unless someone picks up Kirk Broadfoot.
Yes. And I think he's older than that. I was going to say Alan Fleming would have been there or thereabouts, but I think he's older than Fleming.
It'd be 42 at the end of the month.
Yeah, there you go.
And you know something? Similar to how we were describing Connor Salmon earlier, in terms of Sean Dillon, I don't know if you've got him on Instagram, like he is ripped. He is absolutely ripped. And if you're 42 and you're still like looking after yourself and still eating the right things and still training hard, and that's a great thing to have around. A couple of things a coach there is Montrose as well.
Just have a think back, remember Connor Salmon was awarded that pizza. He looked very annoyed by it.
This.
That's why. He's not putting that muck in his body.
I'm not eating this. No, a Zempic. if it was a Zempic topping, I'd take that, but I'm not eating this muck. Yeah, I mean, it's the Terry Masson as well. This is his 16th season at Lynx Park. Just extraordinary how they're able to extract so much from this core of players. But I suppose then if you're building a squad together, you don't want to be turning it over. I know that, and sometimes it's good to. I wouldn't.
Montrose is an extreme example of not turning a squad over.
Yes, and I can't wait until 6 months' time. Surely this summer, this is the summer where Stuart Petrie is going to turn this team over, and it never happens. It never happens. We'll still be talking. Hey, listen, Sean Dillon's going to be 43 at the end of this month, but listen, see that he keeps himself in brilliant shape. You know, doesn't he? And you're like, aye, Connor Salmon. Remember talking about Merlin? He had the pizza and he didn't eat it. Aye, that's where that was from. I think that in terms of going forward, I'm really keen to see how Blair Lyons gets on. I think he was won their Player of the Year last season comfortably. Montrose's best and most exciting player. You know, quite unpredictable, can make something out of nothing. Maybe his decision making isn't the best. Feels like quite an instinctive player. Just let him have the ball and let him see what happens.
And quite a confidence player as well. I think when his confidence is up, he'll be one of the better players in League One. I think maybe things aren't going quite so well, then it really affects him.
Sometimes you can tell quite early doors with him. See if he gets a run at the fullback and he can skin him, you think, right, he's on it today. But if he tries to get by him a couple of times and it doesn't quite work for him, you think, right, here's your problem.
Take him off.
We're only 8 minutes in. 4 minutes in. We're putting Machado on. There you go. But like, the idea is then it's your problem solving. If you can't beat him doing this, how do I do that? How can I influence the game when I'm not at my very best? And that's something I'm probably not going to learn that at this stage. This stage is clear. Just give him the ball and hope. But Shaughan, I know that you and I we haven't quite managed it yet. We haven't quite managed it ever. But you know the expression "having a laugh." I tell you who we should bring into this podcast to help us have a laugh: the guy who's running Montrose's social media accounts.
I admittedly I laughed at it when he said he was away to get pished.
That's funny.
They're very much ringing it out for as much as it's worth.
Yeah, aye.
Maybe park it.
I saw the tweets from they played Dundee in the League Cup group stages at the weekend, lost 5-0, and some of the tweets from that are just like, ooh, this is a bit much. Like, listen, stop showing off. That's it.
And it's been a wee bit sweary.
Aye, stop showing off. Christ, next thing is when Sean Dillon shanks a clearance, stuff like that, sort of noises.
Maybe it's Sean Dillon that runs the social media because he's very sweary.
He
Goodness me.
Yes, he punctuates. It's like the word fucking is a punctuate. He says fucking like I say M's and A's. But he's a great guy.
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
Yes. Mate him. He's a good guy, isn't he?
Montrose are all great guys.
Yeah.
They're all just
agreed.
Listen, we've said it before. If you want to launder your reputation, invite me and Shaughan out to a big club event. We will report back in this podcast. We'll say how great your setup is, how nice the folk at the club are. We'll do it, no bother. We don't have any shame. Doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother Shaughan.
All it takes is a nice dinner.
That's it. Just a dinner, a couple of pints, transport expenses. It's fine. But Stuart Petrie, this is a man who has had a lot of not ups and downs. He's been mostly like on a vertiginous actually his time at Montrose. This is a challenge though this season to see how do you get the same from less. How do you try and bring these players in, because it's certainly one of the things that you always tend to see from Montrose, certainly over the last few seasons, somebody like signed from university football. You know, I think it's like I can't remember, I think it's Ross Campbell's his assistant who works at the Orium, and so he's got access to. He's like got access there's a warehouse full of these like university footballers that he just brings up to Lynx Park. But you know, he'll have a good idea of the boys that are worth keeping an eye on, and they've had that in previous years. That's not been the case this time. So you thought that
I think a few of them probably haven't worked out. Maybe the last couple, was it McKeever Redwood?
Ben McKeever Redwood,
was one of them, and was it Lancelot Pollard? Was he one of them? Was he not?
Football,
I thought he might have been.
Lancelot Pollard, you know the boy Josh Nisbet that played at Ross County? Lancelot Pollard was smaller than him.
Ah, right, okay, I'm getting mixed up.
But what a player though. Seriously, he was a smashing player. Just
I know. Not Lancelot Pollard.
No, Lancelot Pollard was a good player.
I don't remember him doing too much at Montrose.
I saw him. He came on as because he only came on as like late subbies and that. But he was. I don't know if it's because he's really wee in that he looked like he was doing a lot.
It's because he's had to move his legs really quickly.
You know that way where you think like shorter players, well, he's absolutely rapid, and he's like walking one of those like airport what they call you when you're basically too lazy to walk at an airport, so you just go. It's not an escalator; it's like a flat escalator.
Is that a conveyor belt?
A conveyor? No, it's not quite a conveyor belt.
It's not that either. I know what you mean. Though.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
It's like in Gladiators. See if the travelator was just basically like a straight line, but going in the opposite direction to take you forward and make it difficult. That is what he looked like. God, if you know the names of those things that you see at airports, please do get in touch with myself and Shaughan, because you'd be really helping us out of a jam. How do you think Montrose are going to get on then?
I do think in Stuart Petrie they've got the best man for the job,
best asset. Yeah,
like we sometimes wonder if players just get fed up listening to the same manager. I don't think that is the case at Montrose under Stuart Petrie. So.
And likewise, he never gets fed up with the same players either. So it's
just very handy.
It's very worthwhile.
I think they'll struggle, but I think they'll have enough. I've got them down as like maybe 7th. I think they'll be okay.
I think they'll be 8th. I think it's just there's no that lack of stardust. You're relying on the goals coming from someone who fitness issues and someone else who's making a big step up from the Highland League.
Yes, but I think there's teams that have been inactive during the summer and teams that have had difficult summers. So I don't necessarily think they'll be fine because they're really good. I just think there are a number of poor teams in this league this season.
Aye. And are we coming on to discuss one of them just now? I'm not sure, but we'll find out, because we are going to talk about Peterhead. After the relegation 2 years ago, the Blue Toon are back in the big time. Over the course of the last season, they enjoyed a real tussle at the top of the League 2 table with East Fife, and when the teams met in a do-or-die clash in the penultimate game of the season, it was Peterhead that prevailed, and they returned to the third tier, far better condition than they found it, with like Jim McInally and David Robertson's international supermarket sweep, bringing all these waifs and strays in from all over the place. And I suppose this season there's been minimal turnover. In fact, just a handful of players in, handful of players out. We'll talk about their incoming business. First of all, the key signings: Jack Newman's returned to the club on a permanent basis. Niall McGuigan's in. Craig McGuffey's joined from Dumbarton.
I think the big red flag, and it isn't because he's a poor player. I just think that every single time Craig McGuffey signs for a team, it's a team that ends up not achieving what they want to do. Yeah. So his time at Falkirk, his time at Queen of South, his time at Dumbarton, and I like him. I think he's a good, on his day, is a very good player to watch. But I just think that's an immediate red flag. In terms of the rest, Jack Newman might be okay.
Yeah.
Niall McGuigan, I'm probably less sure about.
Watched Niall McGuigan on Saturday when they played Stenhousemuir. Stenhousemuir Peterhead 1-0 in the final game of the League Cup group stages, and Niall McGuigan, he's 30, just turned 38. You know, on loan at Greenock Morton last season, wasn't particularly successful or well liked by the sports. I think they were quite glad to see the back of him. However, I don't think he's going to give you 90 minutes, but you can tell some of the stuff he's doing. He is like, there's still a wee bit of magic in those boots, just in terms of the way he can use his body, the way he can create space for himself, some of the passes that he was able to pick out his teammates with. I don't think there was really any other player in the park that could do that kind of thing. However, you're only going to get it for short bursts. Yeah. So like coming on for half an hour, maybe like a decent first half or something like that.
I just think that a lot of the stuff that we said about East Fife is probably also applicable to Peterhead, not in terms of because they haven't brought anybody in. I just thought they might have brought in bigger and better names, I suppose, bigger and better players. I've been surprised at their lack of activity, because I remember discussing Peterhead when they won. I think when they beat East Fife to win the league, and we said, how do you think Peterhead will compete next season? We're like, right, well, they already have a decent squad. I think they've got like a really good management team. As long as they've like a decent transfer window, I don't see any reason why they can't have a successful time of it in League One as well. Not necessarily pushing for the top four, but being fine, mid-table, comfortable. I'm not so sure I see that at the moment.
I don't know. When I was thinking of the Peterhead team, what would they have needed to succeed? Because largely it was like a very settled team. You'd go and see Peterhead and you would know what you were going to get. There's a lot of experienced guys in there, guys who are, for whatever reason, have dropped into like part-time football for Peterhead. You know, guys like Peter Paulett and Cammy Smith, and there's guys like Kieran Dunn there as well. Like, all really good players. And then there's the like Andy McCarthy and Dylan Forrest. Maybe another striker. I think that Oliver Quality's still a bit of an unknown quantity. We're not really, I don't think we've necessarily seen the best from him. Kieran Shanks, there's a wee bit of protraction about whether or not he would actually stay at the club, and that's good to get that resolved because he'll be an asset for them. I think they could maybe have done with another striker, but again, a lot of clubs could have done with another striker and maybe a bit of a midfield cover. But from having seen them on Saturday, they were, I thought Stenhousemuir there wasn't much between the teams, but I thought Stenhousemuir were the better of the two sides. But it was at about half an hour to go that they made a number of changes. They brought on Andy McCarthy, they brought on Kieran Shanks, Seb Ross came on. So guys who I'm imagining are closer to their starting 11, and they were a lot better after that. The game quickened up a lot. But bear in mind, this was against the Stenhousemuir job squad, like all these, like with all the amateurs and trialists that they had in. So I think Peterhead, based on that, I think it was hard to tell because it's a dead rubber game. You know, there was nothing riding on it for both teams other than who could finish higher up in the group. So there's a wee bit of money at stake. However, I thought that Peterhead, maybe just a wee bit of defensive cover. I think they were playing Caleb Goldie at centre back alongside Jason Brown. I think he's more of a full back. They were just all right. I think it was maybe just slightly better players to complement what they've got.
It's a weird thing to say, but like you kind of think back to, so why was it that Peterhead won the title last season over East Fife? And I think I was saying, right, well, did they have a better defence? No sure. Did they have better forwards? Definitely not. I mean, ultimately it was because in the 4 games against East Fife, I think it was 2 wins for Peterhead and 1 draw. And obviously the league was so tight. That's what it came down to. But now we're into a new season, and I know we've talked about the fact that East Fife surely still have players to come in. But I kind of look at the 2 squads at this moment in time, and I don't necessarily think that. I almost fancy East Fife a wee bit more than I fancy this Peterhead team a wee bit.
I'm not sure. I would. When I look through the constituent parts of the Peterhead team, if you want to compare them, who's a better goalie, Matty Rollo or Jack Newman? Probably go for Jack Newman.
Jack Newman, albeit I don't think he's great by any stretch of imagination. And other than his first loan spell at Peterhead,
very briefly. I think Dundee United had to recall him because of who's a guy, Mark Biragiti, or probably something to do with that. They had,
but you're probably right. Yeah, Newman's probably a better goalkeeper.
The back, Andy Munro or like Jason Brown. Probably go for Munro. Maybe. Like in midfield then, so you got Kieran Miller, Conor McManus, or you could have Andy McCarthy and Dylan Forrest.
I like Dylan Forrest, to be fair.
Good. Wide players, you could have like Max Barry, like Adam compared to Adam Laref, or I think who's plays another one like Seb Ross, and who plays wide right for East Fife. It's not. We're just going through, and then up front, I can see what you say about the constituent parts up front, like Troughton and Austin compared to the likes of Kieran Shanks or Quality. I think you'd maybe rather go for Troughton and Austin out of the two of them. So I think, listen, you can build a constituent team between East Fife and Peterhead. That's got 4th place in League One written all over it.
I mean, funnily enough, I'm not, as much as I've said that, like, I'm by no stretch of imagination am I writing Peterhead off. And bear in mind, I think I went for East Fife to finish 10th, so I clearly expect Peterhead to finish above them. I suppose I've just been a wee bit disappointed at the business they've done over the summer. I expected more.
And I think as well, the players that left the club, there was 3 big name players that left the club, all to join for Martin as well. Rory McAllister, Scott Ross and Stuart McKenzie. And I think Ross and McKenzie will be missed because I think they played a lot of football last season, and I think for Martin are really look like they're going to try and win that title, and they've signed a lot of proven quality in there, the 3 of which we've just discussed. And although McAllister wasn't necessarily a regular with Peterhead, he was coming off the bench, like just best lower league striker of the past 25 years. Say this every time we talk about it. It feels like this show's almost become like eulogising Rory McAllister, but I do think it's important to say that I'm kind of sorry he's not in the SPFL anymore. I think him and his family were given like a lifetime season ticket for Balmer, which was like fantastic to see.
I suppose it probably maybe was time for him to go though.
Probably.
Like it felt like maybe the right time. And then McKenzie as well, what was he, 34, 35? Probably, I know that's not old for a goalkeeper, but in terms of being able to get Jack Newman in, again, that kind of makes sense as well.
Again, maybe similar to Connor Scully, where it's you've got a young family and I think like the McCask's got like 2 or 3 kids, and if you're like, oh, I'm way down to Annan this weekend, or away to Stranraer or wherever, away over to Elgin, it's like you're out the house all day, and your partner must be up to like her wit's end, having to deal with these screaming banshees and stuff. So you can go, but you're only going as far as Bucky or Fraserburgh. I want you back in for dinner time. So it's sad to see these guys go, but like geographically, you can understand why. But in terms of what I do really like, Peter Pollock, that's who plays on the right. Sorry, I should have scrolled down my notes there before. I was like, who's this guy? I watched him play yesterday. He was actually all right. But my favourite thing about Peterhead is definitely that combination in the middle of the park between McCarthy and Forrest. I think that when McCarthy wasn't playing on Saturday for the first part, you kind of, not that they were easier, like I'd say like Mikey Anderson had a lot of fun in the middle of the park, but when McCarthy came on, McCarthy's a bit of a, he doesn't like to see people enjoy themselves, I think it's fair to say, with Andy McCarthy, and so he's a bit of a disruptor and just a bit of a shit in the middle of the park, just the way he carries himself. And then you've got Forrest, who can play a wee bit further forward, and Forrest is a bit more diminutive, but he's just really just good at popping the ball. And there's one pass that he played yesterday, it was just a wee thing, the ball came more from the right, and basically just did this wee thing. I think it was either just his studs to take a bit of the sting out it, roll it past the Stenny player and just into the path of one of his teammates who was just over his shoulder. I was saying, that's just such a nice wee touch, such a nice wee flick, and there's not many other players that are able to do that.
I suppose the League Cup campaign has been concerning. So to lose to Stenny, and I know you said they made changes, but the loss against Clyde, now I know that's not a great example because Clyde scored their 2 goals very late on. But I watched that game and just over the piece, Peterhead didn't do too much. Like, didn't really bother Clyde over the 90 minutes. And as much as 1-0 might have been about right, it was a fairly flat performance from them. And you expected them to lose to Morton. And I know they gave Motherwell a really tough game. I think Motherwell scored, won it late on. But it's been a pretty flat cup campaign from them.
Yeah, the guys I was when Quality was playing, I was thinking, right, so you're like a New Zealand like youth international. I think there's been quite a bit of investment to get you over here. And I was watching him and thinking, I'm not sure. Like, quite easy for Greg Buchanan and Joe Ellis and this ringer that Stenny had playing, quite easy enough for him to defend against. It was only really till Shanks came on that their attack improved. And Quality, when you see him, like, I mean, he scored a penalty against Morton, but he's a big handful. Looks like he should be a difficult player to play against. And I just think for a lot of guys, it's just getting used to the rough and tumble of the SPFL. Just, you're going to get shoved around and shove him back. You know, and maybe that's something that Quality needs to learn how to do. I mean, Shanks has got no problem with doing that. I mean, Shanks is quite a wee bustling sort of guy. Doesn't mind like. You can't see what I'm trying. You can't see what I'm trying to do. I'm sort of putting my head into my shoulder and sort of leaning.
No, they were like James Forrest there.
Yes, a wee bit. Like Shanks is quite good at doing that.
Hiding his neck.
Hiding his neck.
But like Colletley has to learn like quick. Like, if they're going to be relying on him, then he needs to learn this very promptly. He's already been here a while, and I don't know if it feels like there's been a huge progression from him so far, so it is a concern.
We'll need to see it. But the guys who are progressing well, like Max Barry, was really good last season. You know, he'd stepped up from the Highland League, absolutely no bother at all. So he's a smashing player. And then you've got from the more experienced players. We talked about Peter Pollock, Cammy Smith. They'll add a lot to the team. I think they did last season. I mean, Paul ultimately scored the goal that won the league against East Fife. And perhaps the most noticeable thing from when I was there yesterday is just how much Jordan Brown looks like Joel Sked. Like, there's one point he was wearing a cap and he was taking part in the warm-up, and I was actually genuinely thinking, wow, our Hearts playing here today. Because I'm seeing Joel Sked. They're identical to one another. And I really like what him and Ryan Strachan are doing. I think the pair of them deserve a lot of credit, and maybe so too do the people behind the scenes. But when they came into that club, Peterhead were in an awful state, if you remember. I mean, like, they were going to finish bottom of the table, and it was just like trying to restore a degree of pride within the team and try to build on for next season. And the next season has been built. They've finished in second place the previous year, won the league this year. I think they'll be looking to a lower mid-table finish this season. That's what I'm going for this.
Yeah, I think so too, but I've got them very low mid-table. I think they might be ninth.
You think they might be ninth?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
I just expected that. I expected to be able to look at this team and say, yeah, there's definitely been 2, 3, 4 upgrades here, and at this moment in time, I'm no seeing it. So I do think there'll be in a bit of bother, which I didn't necessarily expect at the end of last season.
So you don't think Craig McGuffey's 145-yard strike every 60 games is going to be enough for them? Well,
not for the other 59 games, no.
No, that's up to you. That's up to you. So we'll go from the northeast of the country, we'll go down to the very south. And Shaughan, I'm going to start with this. All I need to say are the words Grinning Pete and I'll get a laugh off you.
I am absolutely delighted that Grinning Pete is back in my life. Although, funny enough, I've not actually watched any of his interviews in the League Cup yet. I've seen a few Queen of South games. I've not watched any of his interviews, but my goodness, God bless him.
Yeah, it's like just that rictus grin on his face while Sandra asks him the same question for 12 minutes. Different version of the same question.
And different versions of the same answer.
Different version of the same answer. All the while, just with that charming...
just make it a 3-minute interview.
It's fine.
You'll get all the same questions and answers.
Exactly. It's fine. It's honestly, it's fine. We don't need to... I just imagine by then, what are these interviews, Peter's like, he's rubbing his cheeks because of that sore, the muscles. Do you think Peter Murphy practices mewing? You know that it's the art of you practice all these jaw exercises to help build your...
Do you think there is literal misery behind like going on in his head as he does his interviews, or do you think he's just a genuinely jovial chap?
I think he's a genuinely jovial chap, but even then his face does begin to hurt when he's when you're grinning for 13 minutes after you've just drawn it home against East Fife.
After 12 minutes, it was like the bride of Wildenstein. Trying to keep that face straight.
But it was a funny season for Queens last year. I mean, for me, they were one of the best teams in the division, capable of playing some really fast and eye-catching football. But while they were excellent at home, really, really strong at home, their away record was absolutely atrocious, and they didn't win on the road until the middle of February. Absolutely inexplicable, and I think that's what ultimately cost them the title. They did, however, have a really, really strong finish to the campaign, and the run of form over the final quarter of the season was exemplary. Finished in third place, but perhaps a bit surprisingly beaten by Cove Rangers in the playoff semi-final. Not the greatest showing in the League Cup group stage, losing to Stranraer on Saturday, not fantastic. But I do think the Dunhamers are in decent shape to challenge for the League One title.
I think so as well. It was just a weird season of disparities. So, brilliant home record, terrible away record, poor up until whatever it was, January. I mean, there was points where we were comparing them to Marvin Bartley's team from the season before. That's how poor they started the campaign. But were very good in the second half of it. He has brought in a number of players who'd done him a turn in the second half of the season. I think so Jordan Allen, although albeit he has already picked up a knock, but I think they expect him to be back maybe start of September, maybe even a wee bit quicker. I think the resurgence last season, some of that came down to the fact that Kai Kennedy came back after a long-term injury. He started this season really well. I think in Ross Stewart, they've probably got the best goalkeeper in the division, albeit his red card yesterday at Stranraer was absolutely wild.
I've not seen it. Go and describe it to me.
So he'd already got a booking. It might have been just after Stranraer scored. Very funny. So Stranraer scored Ryan Edgar. So the Queen of South, their ultras, or young boys were certainly behind, right behind Ross Stewart's goal. Stranraer scored and Ryan Edgar run right into the net and right up to the fans, and he was giving them it back
like Daniel Amakachi in the '94 World Cup when he's in the net celebrating.
They didn't seem to be like kind of swiping for him. So I don't know if there was maybe like a bit back and forth, but certainly Ross Stewart was really annoyed at something. Looked like he came running out his goals and then got yellow carded for remonstrating with the referee. Now I can't remember. It's the young guy came on. Is it Thule? That's signed for Stranraer.
Oh,
yeah. On the books of Partick Thistle.
I know. I've got his name down here.
So he's quick, and he went down the left hand side, and Ross Stewart came out, and I don't know if he was just annoyed, like maybe at the back of his head he was still seething at this earlier yellow card that he got. He must have been 30 yards for goal, maybe. I don't know why he came out because he had a lot to do, and he missed. I mean, he was nowhere near the ball and he absolutely wiped it away. I think it was probably a straight red, but he just got a second yellow. But they'd run out of subs.
Who went in goals?
I can't remember who was it went in goals. It was, I think, Reece Lyon.
Went
in goals.
Right, there's none better. It's a great feeling. You very rarely see outfield players going in goals.
But yeah, you're right. That was a disappointing performance and a disappointing result. But regardless, I think they've brought back some of their more important players that made that late season run so successful, and I've got full faith that Grinning Pete can repeat that rather than the early season disappointment.
I think that if you were to try and ask like Queen of the South fans, somebody who went to all the games last season, why were Queen of the South bad away from home, I don't think they could answer you. Mm-hmm. I genuinely don't think they could answer you, because it's, to repeat points made in previous podcasts, it's not like you're going to like Galatasaray away. You know, it's like you're going to Stenhousemuir. You know, you're going to Alloa. Not exactly like, you know, there's no welcome to hell. You know, like the Stenny Ultras are going to be setting fireworks outside your hotel at like 4 a.m. to keep you awake at night. You know, so I don't know how a full time team will go to these clubs and struggle. I think it's inexplicable. And I think that Peter Murphy and Colin McMenamin sitting down with hours and hours and reams of data could even get to the bottom of it as well. Perhaps some things are just best left not solved, like the Bermuda Triangle, for instance.
They did miss about 13 penalties over the course of the season.
They did.
I don't know if they were all away from home. There's a real downside to do that.
There was one they missed at Stennis. It was Jordan Allen had a penalty. He slipped on him and he basically kicked it with the 2 feet. And it was disallowed, just absolutely ridiculous. But I think the business that they have done, as you've touched on there, it's been good business. I think that you were talking about like Montrose, when you're signing guys that you had on loan. It's basically you're going to get the same thing that you had last season. But I do think that it's a big difference between being able to get like Taylor Charters and Jack Hanna back and really strengthen that defence, and it is to get Kieran Freeman back, if you know what I mean, and like Jordan Allen compared to Craig White. And I think there's a degree of excitement there. I think that what they've got there, it's a team kind of similar to Inverness, where there's a lot of big boys all across the pitch, and you've got 2 very nimble, very nifty wingers there. I'm really excited to see what Kai Kennedy and what Liam Smith can do, because they really came onto him. Kennedy especially. Yep. Big guys in the middle of the park. Maybe a wee bit light up front. Who isn't? But if they can sort of address that problem, they've got a boy Cole Birkin from Kilmarnock who can sort of play across the front line. Whether or not he's any good or not, I don't know. I think Kilmarnock have got these cooperation agreements in place, one with Queen of the South and one with Annan Athletic. So I think Annan are getting the very, very young guys. Queen of the South will be getting the guys who've perhaps got a wee bit further on in their development.
I think somebody who they've just brought in, and possibly in terms of his attributes, it helps the fact that he has so many big targets to aim at. But Callum Penman. Now I thought he was a right back, but I think they needed a left back, and I think he might have played left back yesterday. I'm not 100% certain.
Because when he came in, I thought, oh, that's a really good signing. But I thought Mikey Hewitt had a good year last year.
I don't quote me on this, but I think he started on the left.
Right.
Or whether that's a position that comes naturally to him, I suppose we'll find out as the season progresses.
Charters was their left back.
But he also has this ridiculous long throw. So the fact that they've got so many tall players that can get up for this is great.
On top of that as well, like Matty Douglas has got a really long throw for them as well. Oh God! Imagine playing that. We all dream of a team of Rory Delaps, but it actually comes to fruition.
Imagine if that is ultimately what stops Queen of the South from winning the league. That Matty Douglas and Callum Penman fall out because over who takes the long throws.
Oh, and it causes a big schism in the dressing room. That's it all.
Everybody has to pick a side.
Yeah, that's it. Like a sort of footballers' wives kind of thing, but except a bit more lower stakes and set in Dumfries rather than Manchester. I think that's good. And Callum Penman, I mean, interesting to see where ultimately he fits in, because I think there's a degree of like great signing, but it's not necessarily what we need. I think if Queens did need anything that needed addressed immediately, centre forward. You could say that about so many teams. But Penman was a standout at Arbroath last season on loan from St Mirren, and from speaking to people who are St Mirren fans, I think Fraser Taylor was obviously the standout player on loan from St Mirren at Arbroath last season. He was really eye-catching. However, it's Penman's the one they expect to go a lot further in the game. He's got the attributes to kick on, and I mean, I'm sure there's a St Mirren's thinking behind it. Is maybe it's Queens are paying all his wages or whatever, and it's like that. But you always feel if you've done well at one level, would you not want to send him St Mirren, basically give him to Arbroath again?
Yep.
And let him play in the Championship. Maybe Arbroath didn't fancy him, but it seems like that. I'd like to know the thinking behind it.
Yeah, totally. Sorry, I'm totally excited about the fact there's a squirrel. Just kind of like peering in the window there at us. But there we go.
There we go. Listen, I wonder who that squirrel supports.
Kilmarnock.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was going to come up with a team that already spoke about, Kelty Hearts. Anyway, enough about that's a strange non sequitur there. But yeah, the players that they've brought in, we mentioned there, like Jordan Allen, Taylor Charters, Jack Hanna. They all really brought something to the club last year. I think that's a good move for Montrose, for Queen of the South to be able to get them in on loan. Just strengthens that team. And I think that Harry Cochrane moving on might have been a surprise to some. I don't think he was actually offered the contract. And I think that Murphy felt that he was able to get more or get something similar with less money. Jack Stott's come in from Middlesbrough, another really big boy who can run in the middle of the park. He's shown up quite nicely in the early games, and I think that just shows that they've got that interesting relationship with Middlesbrough. Not interesting relationship, but it's been a profitable relationship with Middlesbrough, where they've been able to send up young guys. Queens have benefited from them, and Middlesbrough are benefiting for these guys further down the line.
I mean, they have lost players as well, in terms of, I think, Miss Brooks, who's went to Crusaders.
Crusaders.
And in terms of Cochrane, I think they will miss him. I do think he was a wee bit underappreciated. I know you've got someone like Benji Louison who could play in the middle of the park as well. So I'm not saying it's going to be like a huge loss, but I thought he was a reasonably decent player for that level. But in terms of the business that they've done, in terms of who they've brought in terms of the fact they maybe haven't lost quite as many key players as maybe Inverness did, for example, I think they've ended the summer in a really good position.
Yeah, and Curtis Guthrie leading the line up front as well.
Not quite so sure about him. I mean, I know to be fair, he has a decent CV, and maybe he is physically can put himself about. I don't envisage him scoring many goals, to be fair, but we'll see.
I think that it's, at best, he might add something different to the attack line. I think that Livingston fans don't speak of him particularly highly, and his record at the likes of like the Jersey Bulls, who, by the way, Stenhousemuir a couple of years ago beating a friendly 4-0. Maybe that's great. Maybe we can beat Queen of the South 4-0 as well.
Did he play quite a lot? Am I making an error here? I thought he played a reasonable amount of games for Livy.
I did.
So you would like, if David Martindale's picking you reasonably regularly for Livingston, then like that doesn't happen by accident. Like, I think he must have something about him.
But still, the fans weren't particularly enamoured with him, and I think that it's another big guy up front. I think the Queens are going to be a pretty big team as well. They were a big team last season. I think that was something I was quite impressed by Murphy's recruitment. That when he started, it was guys that he'd worked with previously, like Louison, Lyon, Matty Douglas, but on top of that, big personalities. But big in the literal sense that they're guys who, I mean, look at the size of Louison. You're not going to shove him around. I mean, Louison's quite limited as a football player, but he can shuttle around the park quite well, win the ball back and give it to the likes of Lyon that'll do a bit of damage. And Guthrie is just adding to the options up front. If you can't necessarily play your way through a team, just boot it long to the big guy and try to win flick-ons. And I think that a lot of what I'm really excited to see from Queens is, as we mentioned there, the wide players, Liam Smith and Kai Kennedy. And I think that it's a big season for both players, but I think it's a really big season for Kai Kennedy, because it feels as though that, if you remember when he was on loan at Inverness Kelty Thistle a couple of years ago, there was teams, I think it was like Bayer Leverkusen were interested, and there was teams other teams in the continent that were interested, and you think, wow, this is amazing, this young boy at Rangers that teams are really keen on. And then it was a series of loan spells with diminishing returns. He went to, he was Dunfermline Athletic after that. He
was at Raith, didn't do great at Raith.
At Falkirk, he didn't really do much there, and then goes to York, and you're thinking, what are you doing at this low level? Maybe it's similar to some of the guys that have gone to Falkirk in the past, where you think, Falkirk's like Falkirk in League One, that you're dropping down a bit. Similar to what we've spoken about other players, though. this is maybe it's a bit of a wake up call for him when he pitches up at some of the more modest grounds. When he pitches up at the Rex or at Oak View and think, fuck, I was at Rangers and look where I'm.
And he's still only he only recently turned 23, so it's still young.
And he's still, I mean, his excellent form over the last part of the season. Yeah, it was the season was disrupted by injuries. See if you can get a good run of it this year. Kick on, like go and kick on and going back and play like much further up the food chain, because for a lot of guys, it's talent's not the issue. You know, it's just that you pick a wrong move somewhere, you get a bad injury, your form's been disrupted. Hopefully that's not the case for Kennedy. I think that's to a bit of a lesser extent for Liam Smith. I mean, he was in Manchester City and Swansea. I mean, that loan to Partick Thistle, he was absolutely buzzing for. So you really think, having seen him, think he can sometimes. I remember seeing him early in the season. He was doing a lot with the ball without really doing anything with it. You know, he could beat someone. But so what? The goals are that way, you know. Get down and get a ball in. But I do think they've got two really exciting players, and if it's for Curtis Guthrie, if it's for someone else, you've got a fairly lot of pretty, I'm trying to say, heavy artillery out wide that you can get balls into and attack.
I can only imagine how grinny Peter Murphy will be if they can win the title. And I do think they've got the tools to do it.
And that's, we've not even spoken about Brennan Dickinson. I don't know, Brennan Dickinson is a terrific player, really good, can play pretty much all down the middle of the park. I think he can play at fullback as well. And it's just a shame that his season has been so badly disrupted by injury, because last season, because when you see him, there was times, remember he played up front and you're like, what are you doing here? How? It's like you want to say, you're like, it's unfair. You want to appeal to someone to let them know this man shouldn't be here. But then again, there's probably a reason why he's playing at Queen's at this stage of his career, because he just can't necessarily stay fit.
Do you think he's maybe also kind of curtailed a bit by the fact that he kind of feels like he's somebody who has to fill in places rather than necessarily making a position his own and then just that's where I play?
Maybe. I'm trying to think what would his best be. I think it would be as a forward. I think he's that good a football player, and Murphy's got such a high degree of trust in him that he knows that I can play you at centre back, and I know you're not necessarily going to miss a beat, and that's going to make the team better. So I think that when I look at Queens, maybe I'm trying to think if they're stronger than Kelty Thistle when you put it like that.
I don't think they're any weaker, and I think they probably have maybe more options off the bench, and they have a 5-point head start on them. So that's why I'm certainly leaning towards them. Where you might have a situation is, though, I do wonder if Scott Kelleher is a better manager than Peter Murphy, which also comes into play.
Yeah, I was going to say there about like with Murphy. Since he's had a full season at Queen's, I'm still not sure if he's any good or not. The run that they had over the latter part of the season was excellent. That was really strong, and that really, flew up the table and cemented that place in the playoffs.
But the defeat in the playoffs made you doubt things again.
Yeah, aye, that's it. And as we said earlier, how do you go 2/3 of a season without winning a game away from home in League One
as a full-time team?
As a full-time team. As a full team, I don't understand that. I think that probably he comes into the season with a wee bit of pressure. I think that defeat to Stranraer really hasn't helped. I really don't think that's helped. And if there were doubts over him, like there's no real shame in losing the likes of Ross County or Partick Thistle. Teams that are above you, teams that are expected to challenge. It's a tough group.
I think it was. They were unlucky to lose to Ross County. I think the nature of the defeat to Partick Thistle, it was 2-0 going on. Significantly more, so that's an issue.
But no beating Stranraer.
Aye,
that's not good enough. And I suppose that just if any doubts, that's it. That kind of clicks more. I suppose we'll get a good idea. Then they're playing Cove Rangers in the first game of the season, so that's two full-time teams who'll be expecting to finish in the top 4. We'll get a good idea of them. So where you got Queens?
I'm going to go for them to win the title.
To win the title.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going for second.
Makes sense.
But maybe second in the sense of the true table, but before the deductions.
So what does that mean?
First. It means but without any points deductions, that's what the true table is. It's not real. It's like John Rankin's table.
Right, okay.
Like John Rankin's got the true table, but it's not a real table. You see what I mean?
So, well, no. Are you saying they're going to win the league?
They could do.
Right, that's not very definitive.
Yeah, well, listen, I like to keep my options open. I don't like to be tied down. Listen, why buy a book when you can join a library? Right, we will wrap up League One with something interesting for a change. Yes. We're going to be talking about Stenhousemuir Football Club. Now, after winning the first league title in their 140-year history, we thought the club might struggle with their winning promotion to League One, but instead they flourished and were somehow challenging for the title in February. But a poor final quarter, marred by a series of disappointing results that saw that title bid fall away, and the team eventually finished in 4th place, losing out quite comfortably to Airdrieonians in the playoff semi-finals. Now, over the past 2 seasons, it has been an absolute privilege to watch this group of players and this manager, but this season the expectations are tempered a little bit because the club are experiencing severe financial losses in recent years. A new board was appointed in November 2024, and at the recent AGM, it was revealed that Stenhousemuir aren't in a particularly good place. The board have put their own money in to the club to keep it going. It should be on an even keel by the end of next season, but for the meantime, it has necessitated a reduction in the playing budget for the season ahead. So with that in mind, the Stenhousemuir have largely gone for the same group of players as last season. A couple of players have moved on that we might like to have kept. What do you see happening for the Warriors this season, Shaughan McGuigan?
I mean, all teams go through a cycle, I suppose, and it feels like this team it's not quite at the end of its cycle, but it was starting to break up, and it's quite clear that they don't have the finances to properly replace those players that you've mentioned they would probably want to keep around. I mean, the fact that they brought in 7 players on the same day, I think 5 of them were amateurs, is that right?
Yes, they're all amateurs.
Oh, are they all amateurs?
Yeah.
Right, okay, to get them through this kind of injury difficulty. But I kind of feel like even when these players are back, that's still a kind of gossamer thin squad. Feels far too thin to make it through the rest of this season in a kind of decent shape, I suppose. So even though this is a good team that done so well last season, I expect, you know how they tailed away last season, I expect more of that rather than more of the first half of last campaign.
Yeah, I think the fans are, I don't think it's going to be quite as grievous as that. I think that we're all expecting it to be quite a difficult campaign. We've been spoiled recently, particularly, maybe not so much to, I mean, you won a league title, I'm not going to complain about that, but last season finishing in 4th place, that was, I don't think many people would have expected that at all. Even the sort of more hardcore observers would have fancied Stenny to finish 4th. It's just that the frustrations perhaps not being able to build on that, and that'll be a frustration that's felt all across the club from the board that just can't give the finances to the manager that's probably had targets in mind that he's not being able to get over the line, to the players themselves, you know, who'll just want a bit of freshness and a bit of excitement in there. You know, as fans get excited about new players coming in, players will be the same. However, I think that I keep getting this like saying, however, I've noticed I've been doing that a lot, so I want to apologise to the listeners for that. I think that the manager does have a wee pot of money there that he is looking to sign other players to come in. It just has to be the right player. It's not just because you've got an injury crisis, go out and sign someone. That's not how you deal with resilience. It's probably if you're going to have an injury crisis, and we've joked about this, me and my friends, that it feels like having won that league title by virtually picking the same 11 players every week. This is karmic realignment. So you had absolutely no injuries then to all the injuries in the world just now. I mean, it was so bad that this Gary Naismith was interviewed after the defeat to Motherwell in the League Cup group stages, and he said that they'd actually were contemplating going to the SPFL and getting the game cancelled against Motherwell because it was that bad. It was that bad. They would not have been able to put a team out against them. So Martin Christie, the head of recruitment, was able to bring in 7 players in short-term amateur deals, basically just to tide them over to the. I think this will be some of them are moving on. Some of them might be worth a look at again, but just to tide them over for players coming back. So I think this is going to be a difficult start to the season. But once it settles down, and if Naismith does have that wee bit of wriggle room to bring in maybe 2 other players, I think the team will be all right. I look at that division outside the 4 full-time teams. You look at the part-time teams, I don't think there's that much to be terrified from.
I agree. I just think you might be able to go through the other teams and there maybe just be like that wee bit more individual quality, which maybe Stenny might not quite have.
Go on.
So in terms of, don't get me wrong, I think they, like Dan Jameson, a really good goalkeeper. I think you get to defence, there's already concern about the fact that Nicky Jameson is still injured. When is he expected to be back?
He bumped into the Morton game. He estimates that he's going to be back by probably the Cove Rangers game, second game of the season.
All right, okay.
He'd said that he had picked up, just for a wee potted history about Nicky Jameson, he picked up quite a bad injury at the tail end of the league winning season, and so basically we just rested for those games, because he wasn't going to be really. Same with Nat Wedderburn, although Nat Wedderburn just had a knock. But basically, you're not going to play for the rest of the season. Just concentrate on getting better. And he came back. He played 2 League Cup group stages. This is 12 months ago, and then played against Ayr United again in the League Cup. Went to clear a ball and keeled over, and then that's been him. Hasn't been seen since. He played 45 minutes in December in the Stirlingshire Cup, and then was absolutely gubbed. Went for an operation, and the operation was down by a fancy doctor in London, the kind of who the Arsenal players and the Chelsea players go to.
That's fancy.
And the operation had gone successfully, but he was running back in pre-season. He's in a phenomenal shape, the boy. There must be single-digit body fat, and he was running and he could feel the muscle go again, and he was thinking, I've gubbed it again. However, it was just he went back down to the doctor and was told, you're just training too hard on it. You just need to let it rest. So he should be back for the Cove Rangers game, which is great. I did bump into one of the players, one of his teammates on Saturday, who said Nicky will be an absolute bomb scare for those first couple of games he's back. So just do watch out for that.
Great that he's back though.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
He's back.
He's a great big guy, and it's great when we were at the Morton game. This first time I'd seen his dad in ages. His dad's a really cool guy. We went to see when we were taping A View from the Terrace in Greenock. David Jameson.
He came along.
Aye, so I like Davey a lot. Not just because he came to see A View from the. That's not how it indexes how much I like people, but just
But it helps.
But no, a good guy to talk to.
Middle of the park, I like Mikey Anderson.
Best part-time player in Scotland.
I mean, that's a bold claim, but you might be right.
Better than Tam O'Brien.
Ewan O'Reilly is good out wide. I think up top you have and Matty Aitken and
Corey O'Donnell.
I like O'Donnell.
Oh, did you see his miss from Saturday?
I have not.
Oh, that thing. There was a Peterhead. The last man miscontrolled the pass, and Corey O'Donnell basically ran about 40 yards just the goalkeeper to beat. 20 yards just the goalkeeper to beat. Put it past the post. Unbelievable.
In terms of players you've brought in, I thought Finlay Gray was like a really good signing. He picked up an injury. I don't know how long he's out for.
I think he's a wee bit away. He had to get surgery. It was a collision or sort of a pretty bad tackle from Tom Lang in the Stirlingshire Cup game against Falkirk. I think it was quite aggressive. Again, I don't think that Lang went to hurt him, but he did hurt him, and so Gray's arms in a sling, and I think he said surgery is still a wee bit. It's a shame because I'm really looking forward to seeing him. He's effectively going to be Matty Yates' replacement and play in the number 10, and I think that he's just got that aggression and drive, and he really fits into a Gary Naismith team. I think he's a really smart addition.
Scott McGill should be good, but appears to have made the biscuits.
Yes,
he spends a lot of time on the kind of injury table.
Hamstring issues, aye.
So I just think yes, there is definitely quality there, but I just think the other teams that we've spoken about, the kind of part-time teams, I just think that there might be a wee bit more individual quality. I'm not saying necessarily better teams, and Gary Naismith gets a huge amount, or has got a huge amount out of this team over the last 2 years, but I think it feels like they're kind of running on fumes at this moment in time.
I suppose with injuries, I agree with what you're saying. The fact that O'Reilly's out, Aitken's out, Gray's out, Jameson's out, Kelsey Ewan's out. I think he was on the bench though at the weekend. There's a lot of players out, and I think even when they're all fit, you're perhaps short in a couple of positions. But as we said there might be money to spend when the right player becomes available. Gary Naismith and Dick Campbell fighting for the same kind of players. But when I look through the team, I think that Jameson's, as you mentioned, Darren Jameson, very good goalkeeper. Gib Buchanan, excellent centre back. And at the moment, I think it'd be interesting to see who starts the season alongside Buchanan in the meantime, because a boy has come in from Queen's Park, Archie Graham, let go from their academy. He's looked quite raw, but he did look quite good against Motherwell and against Peterhead. He's not afraid to put his head where it hurts, and I think he's quite raw, but he can develop. Or they might play Kinley Billum there. Kinley Billum's normally Stenhousemuir's left back. He's only about 5'8", 5'9", but he's got a phenomenal leap in him. Reads the game really, really well. And if you've got somebody that can deal with long balls at this level, like very, very good. It just depends what that means is rejigging defence. I don't think the manager will trust Ross Meakin to play at centre back anymore after the 6-1 game against Clyde from a couple of seasons ago. But Meakin will cover in at fullback. I think Meakin will actually be playing central midfield this season. The last time Meakin played central midfield for Stenhousemuir was in the 2014-2015 season, the season that we avoided relegation, finishing 9th place and avoided relegation. Meakin was a bit of a maligned figure when he first came in. He came in from Partick Thistle, but played all across the back, but was really in front of defence. We're like, this guy's actually good. That's where I fell in love with him, when he played in that position. And I think that just because of the lack of numbers in midfield, we do need cover in midfield. I think Meakin might play there because he's incredibly fit and can get around the park. And I think that he can basically just screen the defence and allow like McGill or Anderson to play further forward. And Anderson, I think Anderson's amazing. I do. I mean, I do think he's, I say, one of the best part-time players in the country. I just think that he can do everything, and it's not just like a jack of all trades, master. And he can pass the ball. He can drive with the ball. He can break up play. They call him the Spider. That's his nickname, the Spider, because he's got these extra legs that you would never thought of. And on top of that, we said that if he could add goals to his game, he'll be a superb player. He's done that. It's not like Frank Lampard numbers or anything.
His finish against Clyde was brilliant.
It's a great goal. It's a great goal. It's like, just love the way Meakin's cross just hangs up to the back post. I mean, badly defended, you've got to say. There's a bit where I think it's Liam Scullion's turning around to scream at someone who's been him because the ball just drops between the pair of them. But it's a brilliant finish. Anderson can do that, and I think that I would love to get him tied down for longer. His contract's up at the end of the year. I'd love to get him tied down because I think that he's a player that's got a really high ceiling. Good job outside of football, and maybe his age is the sort of thing that would put people off.
25. For some reason in my head it was a wee bit older than that, but
maybe if he was younger, and with the job that he's got, he could maybe say, well, I'm going to give it a go, see if I can be a full-time football player. But I think just he's maybe a wee bit too old. That's our benefit. I hope he stays at Stenhousemuir for a long time.
He'll maybe do what Mikey McKenna done and go full-time at 33.
Why not? Listen, he can look at himself in the mirror and say he's given it a go. But I think that if Anderson's been one of Stenhousemuir's standout players in the pre-season, Ross Taylor's looked fucking class as well. Ross Taylor scored the winner against Peterhead at the weekend there, and when he came into the team, rapid. He is absolutely rapid. He's quite a slight wee fella, like all pipe cleaner legs, take you this way, take you that way. Oh no, he's away. He's too fast for you. And there's sometimes like a couple of injuries that he's had that have kept him out. He can be a bit rash. See if you're a defender and you take time and you're about to launch the ball and you see Ross Taylor running towards you, you just think, don't jump in, please don't jump in. And he can't help himself. He'll always be good for a few bookings, maybe even a red card sometimes. If he can stop that, he can easily kick up a level. Like the performance against Peterhead, so impressive. Just any time he was in the ball, it felt like something was going to happen. He actually had the ball in the net like 2 other times, but they were ruled out for offside. But his finish was really good. Slipped in by a boy, Ryan Duncan, one of the Magnificent Seven, and rounded the goalkeeper and finished. And I think there's a lot of high hopes for that he can really kick on because he's looked really strong in pre-season, even against Morton and Motherwell. Didn't see much of the ball, but when he did, tell us flashes of quality there.
So I very much get the impression that you don't think there'll be in any, not necessarily challenge for the top 4 or anything, but nobody in any bother, or do you think there might be? Because I just think that they already have a small squad. It is kind of riven by injury, and I know you're saying there is a pot of money. However, the stories that you hear about their finances would suggest that will be a small pot of money.
That was worrying. So that probably takes us nicely onto that topic about where the club are at the moment. I think that would have taken a lot of people by surprise. I think when people tend to look at Stenhousemuir, think, well, it's a well-run community club, especially off the back of the 2 seasons, winning the league title, finishing the playoffs in League One. And I think that is perhaps covered up for the fact that the club were in a bit of bother. And I don't like speaking about the old board because I know them and they're all nice guys, but certainly from what the new board have been very critical of the old board, and it's effectively like naivety in terms of that, like signing up for deals, spending a lot of money on stuff that wasn't necessary, and it's like
washing machines.
Like stuff like washing machines. I signing these like I'm not saying anything that's not out there in the public already, but they signed like leases, like a lease to hire two washing machines, a tumble dryer at like 300 quid a month. It's like ridiculous.
Just buy a washing machine.
You could. You could free washing machine with every season ticket at the price that they're going at. So it's stuff like that. But this is one of many examples at the club that why they're pissing money away and why they'd gone from quite a large pot of money prior to the pandemic to into the red at the moment. But the new board, it's led by a guy, Dan Wharton, who owns Lock Hire. You'll have seen his like the containers all over the place. And I think that one of the first meetings I put my hand up and said, like, why do you want to get involved with Stenny? There's a boy on the board, Johnny Thompson, who's been a fan since I've been there. I was like, I know why he wants to get involved. Why do you want to get involved? And he's basically saying it's just like when I get I feel like I'm part of the community. I've moved like to the local area recently. I've come along to this. My kids in the mini maroons, and it's like when I get like stuck into something, like I kind of really want to get. Well, he's like just a successful businessman. I think that Stenny comes
That's
in part of that. So it's in good hands. Hopefully they're not looking at like the land values or anything like that, and we become the new Dumbarton. I'd hate something like that to happen. But there's a lot of good stuff that's happened at the club. It's one thing about like finances in terms of like players on the pitch, but there's a lot of good stuff done just in terms of like the inside of Oakville View's been renovated. Like there's new POS systems at the kiosk. It's all like contactless, like squishy guns for drinks rather than opening like a fucking 2-litre bottle of Iron Brew. It's actually like squishy Iron Brew. And the changing room has all been repainted. And on top of that, for every individual station, there's like a wee picture of each player up at each station.
So it's just, you charge your phones?
No, that's the thing. We should have gone to Darvel and asked them about what we should be doing. But it's nice. Basically, it's just about like the infrastructure and putting that in place. And there's various works around that still need to be done. So I do think that it will be in a good place. It's just that stay up, consolidate, take your medicine a wee bit at the moment, get the club back onto an even keel, and then we can think about like kicking on, and that's like looking to try and challenge it, emulate what Arbroath have done. When we talked about Arbroath earlier on, that season ticket offer, that's fabulous. You'd love to be Stenhousemuir in a position to do that, where you can come into town. Like basically being a supporter of Stenhousemuir helps unlock FK5, and you can get access to various bits and pieces through your season ticket. So I believe in Gary Naismith. I believe in him. The players that he let go, Yates, that we'd spoken about when it came to Hamilton. Sorry to see him go. I'd love to have him back in some capacity, although I can't imagine that will happen. If he is going to go part time, imagine it'd be like the East Kilbride who could offer him a decent wage. Blair Alston was another one. I think people were quite surprised to see go. He was.
Got the impression you were okay with him going though.
Aye, he was.
Didn't justify his wages, did he?
He signed a 2-year contract with the club, and so he had another year with us, and he'd scored goals, and it was like, what are you doing other than scoring? And that was a sticky bit. What are you doing other than scoring? I don't think anyone could really answer that. It felt like a moments man. I am the moments man. I come from down your way. He would, when the team were playing well, he could do all these wee flicks and stuff like that would really like slicken up the attack. He's really good at greasing the wheels and that. But when you were struggling, he just wouldn't put himself around enough, and Yates would do that. Yates was like the kind of Gary Naismith player, someone who worked really, really hard for the team. Alston wouldn't do that. It felt like a bit of a misfit, and I think that the general consensus was like, really appreciate the goals, and he did score some really important goals, but I think we need more from off the ball. Finlay Gray will give us that when he comes back from his surgery. So Alston, all the best, but he's not been picked up yet from anyone.
I was going to ask because I hadn't seen him being picked. I was wondering if you knew better than me, but I hadn't seen him.
No, haven't seen him picked up. So I'm not 100% sure. Like the decision, how they arrived at it, I don't know if it was financial, if it was footballing, might be in a bit of both, but not really sorry to say. Well, I mean, he did us a good turn. I don't wish him ill or anything like that. Yeah. But from a playing perspective, it's not too fussed.
It's interesting what you see about so it's what they've done internally through Oakville View, because I sometimes think that fans, so let's say a team does, like
you've done it at Raith Rovers,
they kind of do up the main stand and they do up the dressing rooms and they do up the offices, and I think sometimes, especially if results aren't going very well, fans say, well, who cares, but that's important. But in terms of like the staff and the people that work there and the players, that's their place of work. So I think if you make their working environment a better place to be in, then it has to be a positive.
Definitely. I think that it's the sort of stuff that, see, when you talk about it's a word that I find a bit uneasy to talk about in Scottish football, ambition. And a lot of the time when we think about ambition, we might come on and speak about a club who this definition of ambition falls under. But it's basically to like just, you don't have the infrastructure, but you just want to get as far as you can as quickly as possible. And that means like spending money on players. And that's fine. That's fine if you want to do that and you can justify that. But I think like ambition's just like being as good as you can possibly be in the moment. I think that Stenhousemuir, they might take a hit on the pitch and they might finish 7th or 8th. I think they'll finish higher than that. but it's all about like the club for like 10 years down the line. Like for instance, like Arbroath, like Arbroath could have easily like all eggs in one basket tried to get into the Premiership. The season they were challenging, you could have done that, or you could have spruced up Gayfield and given Gayfield added like another 10 years on to its lifespan. Arbroath did all the right stuff with that, because I mean, let's be honest, if Arbroath were to go into the Premiership, probably a really harrowing season for them. Be as good as you can be, and something. See if everything in the right place at the club. Like Gayfield's absolutely immaculate. You got good hospitality. The shop's nice. There's that goodwill in the community. Maybe Arbroath could be in a position to go and challenge the Premiership. They probably went a couple of years ago. Yeah. But so you put all those building blocks in place, so when these things happen, they can happen naturally, rather than just like paying players money. The team got the divisions, and then once it pops, what do you have to show for it? Like Arbroath come back down the season. And it wasn't grievous because the club was ultimately in a good place. Sometimes teams go down and the off the field stuff isn't right, so a relegation can be an absolute disaster. That wasn't for Arbroath.
I suppose Kelty done something similar-ish. So yes, they were spending an absolute fortune on players, but I do think in the background,
New Central Park,
they were doing a really good job at improving New Central Park. So that's
hospitality's supposed to be really good there as well.
Yeah, social club's really good. I think a stadium, obviously you'll have seen the stadium. I think that's a really good place to go and watch a game. So I think behind the scenes they were putting things in place, so when they did move on, they were still fine. Like they wouldn't just drop them off a cliff.
It's a funny thing though, because you kind of get spoiled. Like we were talking earlier, you always want to see your team get better, and that means, so you finished in the playoff semi-finals, let's get to the playoff finals, let's see how we get on there. But it's also being realistic that you can't, that's unlikely to happen. I think for a lot of part-time teams in Scotland, like trying to get out of League One is as good as great. Not saying it's as good as get for Stenhousemuir. I think you look at Arbroath as an example of what an Alloa and Dumbarton have done it recently, although albeit they haven't been as successful. But you look at these clubs and think, well, if Alloa and Dumbarton are doing it, why can't
Cowdenbeath can stay there for X amount of years? Then why not?
Cowdenbeath can do it, then why can't other teams? So it's been ambitious, and I suppose that it's this season. It's just let's be as competitive as we possibly can be. I'd much rather be in a position where you finish in 7th place, but the ground looks class and all that, and it's some good, so that when the club is back in an even keel, it's in a really good place. That if there's different kinds of investment, then we can really kick on.
Yeah, I think they'll be lower than what you may suggest. When you said 7th or 8th, I think that is where they'll
5th,
where they'll be. I don't think they've got a big enough squad, and clearly it feels like they don't have enough money to kind of supplement that. I mean, the fact that they're signing 7 amateurs, I don't think they signed them all on the same day. They certainly announced them on the same day.
Yeah, there was
that's weird.
2 had been signed. I think the trialists, Finn Robson and Josh Walker, had played in the game against Morton. I think they had played during pre-season. So Josh Walker had been let go by Queen of the South. Finn Robson had been at Forfar Athletic. Both fine. Don't think Walker, from what I've heard earlier today, I don't think Walker's going to stick around. It's a shame because I actually thought he'd be quite good, but as one of my mates pointed out, it doesn't feel that Naismithy kind of signing. The other guys that I'm just trying to think, the boys that you might have heard of, Cammy Rowley looked quite good. He was an Airdrieonians young youth player. Okay. He played at right back. Yes, I quite liked the look of him. Jarhead, I think he's got quite a hard player. Okay. I think somebody might take a look at him. Boy, Joe Ellison, I think he was formerly at St Johnstone centre back. He was okay. Ryan Duncan, former I think maybe in Queen's Park. This boy Ryan Duncan, I'm not sure. Max Guthrie was on loan at Stranraer last season. Could be a B-inspired model. And a boy Peter Mendy, formerly of Albion Rovers. No. He did score against Clyde.
You're not telling me anything over the last 30 seconds that's making me think, oh, maybe they will be 5th.
Rowley, I'd taken a look at Rowley, but we do need like another forward and another midfielder. Midfield, because it's like if Meakin's playing there, And I'm not adverse to it, because I thought we can be good there, but it's like seeing him there, it's like, oof, this is a bit of a throwback. It's a bit of a throwback.
What, to poorer times?
Hey, listen, that's the man I fell in love with. The guy that just like ran around the middle of the park and just crunched into everyone and just gave the ball to better players. It's good, man. It's good being back, though. It's good being back at the football.
I didn't think that with 2 minutes to go against East Kilbride.
No,
you're
imagine.
Right. It is good to be back.
I can imagine that. It's good to be back. And with that, Shaughan, we've talked enough about Stenhousemuir's promotion prospects. Well, I've talked enough about Stenhousemuir's promotion prospects. So let's take a look at League Two. I think this season's version of League Two, it feels quite fresh and exciting. Two teams have been relegated from League One. We've got a side competing in the SPFL for the first time in their history. Some very good sides in there. Some teams will probably go on to have some prosperous seasons. No obviously dreadful sides in there as well. Maybe one. Shaughan, give us an overview of League Two.
You could argue it's similar to last season, but not quite as pronounced. So last season, we made the error with Clyde. We said that Clyde would probably win that division by whatever it was, 8-10 points, something like that. We said, and we'd written off Edinburgh City not before a ball was kicked, because they had a really poor League Cup.
I think it was when they were beaten 5-0 by Clyde.
We very much wrote them off. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Clyde were muck. Edinburgh were quite the opposite. They had such a brilliant campaign. I do think East Kilbride will win the division. I think they'll have too much for everybody else. I can see them being involved in games that end up finishing 5-5, like the way that they play football. Yep. In terms of the other end of the league, I think the one that stands out from a negative perspective is the first team that we're going to talk about, and that is Annan Athletic. Yeah, and that leads us nicely on to this is, of all the teams we're talking about, there's some teams I've been 100% sure about. Some teams that have been quite positive about. Some teams have been a bit negative about. This is the one where I'm kind of going very one way towards the end, and I think this is a team that I'm the least keen about this season. Annan Athletic, after 2 seasons in League One, Annan have returned to the basement tier. I think everyone expected last season to be a struggle, and so it proved. They had an advantage over some of the sides around them, with 2 teams deducted 15 points after going into administration. But Annan were decimated by injury, perhaps to the greatest extent in the lower leagues, even including teams like Airdrie and Queen of the South and so on, with every starting 11 seemingly more makeshift than the last. And the team would experience long losing streaks, punctuated by the odd win. And although they gave a fighting chance by finishing in 9th place, they defeated Elgin City in the playoffs, but they just couldn't quite get the better of East Fife in the finals and were relegated into League Two. Willie Gibson will continue on as player manager, but it feels as though there have been cutbacks at the club once again. There haven't been any major signings. They were humiliated in the League Cup group stages. They lost 21 goals across their 4 matches, and I think this is going to be a really difficult season ahead for them. Yeah, I was trying to think of the word. What game was it I was watching? I think it might have been Ayr, and they lost 6, and I just thought they were feeble. And Willie Gibson was interviewed at full time, and I think it was like, well, Willie had a difficult afternoon, a difficult evening, whatever it was. Could you summarise it? And I'm paraphrasing it, but he just says something along the lines of, "I'm so glad this cup's finished." And I think see if there was YouTube videos of maybe interviews with British soldiers when they were coming back for the trenches in 1918. I think they would have like a similar appearance to how Gibson looked. He just looked shell-shocked. And I know during that interview, he went through the list of injuries that they already have, that's kind of built up already this season, similar to how they ended the last campaign. I mean, I felt sorry for them. I think if they'd had everybody fit against East Fife, because they kind of gave them a game.
They gave them a right good go.
And that's why I wondered if they'd maybe be actually perfectly fine this time around. But in terms of how they've performed, I know they finished up all square with Forfar, so maybe it's not quite as doom and gloom as I anticipated. But the fact that now you've got this shallow squad of players that is beset by injury, and then the news that came out that Tommy Goss had handed in a transfer request, there is absolutely nothing, other than holding Forfar to a draw, there is nothing positive that has come out of the League Cup campaign or the summer in general.
Miles Gaffney scored 2 goals against St Mirren, got a contract.
Well, there was that, I suppose.
Young Gio Clark made his debut in the 82 Cup defeat against St Mirren. Tweeted, "Not quite the result we were looking for, but proud to make my professional debut. Keep that to yourself." You know, I know it must be actually a thrilling personal milestone. You've just lost 8 goals. Keep that one to yourself. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think even before the news, the Tommy Goss news dropped last Sunday, I thought this is going to be a really difficult campaign. It's even going to be even more difficult now. I suppose we'll touch on the Tommy Goss news. He submitted a transfer request really came out of the blue. Submitted a transfer request saying that he wants to play at the highest level possible. That's class, good on you, but you're still under contract, so whoever signs you, you're going to be signing a player who didn't play very often last season. Still made a big impact when he did.
Even on one leg in the playoff final, he made a massive difference.
Quite literally on one leg. In one leg or on one leg, did you say?
Both.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah, he did. I mean, the games against Elgin City and the first leg against East Fife, he scored in that game. He just couldn't run. So phenomenal player, incredibly useful striker, but has missed a lot of football through injury. Hasn't played at all this season.
And I don't think he would go full time, because I think a lot of people suggested, he'll go to Queen of South. They need a striker, and it's local to the area.
Yeah.
But I think, does he run his own business? I think. So
Plasterer.
Presumably he'll want to stay part-time, which I suppose limits his options.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at a part-time team in League One, I suppose.
Yeah, but then
or East Kilbride.
I maybe just wants away from Annan, and they're just trying to tart it up as that. Maybe they wants away from Annan and they're not prepared to sell him to another team in the same division as him.
You wonder if there's been some kind of breakdown in relationship with Willie Gibson in some shape, way or form. You wouldn't
cross my mind.
You wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, cross my mind as well. It's a shame. Goss is, on his day, he's such a handful of a player. You know, he's big, strong, he's fast. He's got a decent play with his back to goal. Can run towards the goal. You know, quite a difficult guy to keep a handle on, and a lot of Annan's recent success has been from his goals. So it's a shame to see it end. It appears like in pretty shabby circumstances, and part of me thinks they'll be able to resolve it in some way, just because of the circumstances. Maybe it might be a move to a team in the north of England. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know, but it just feels like a really disappointing way for this relationship to end. And you think there's somebody that could come in that could mediate between him and the manager and the board, and just say, listen, guys, let's get together. Let's make sure this club finishes as high as it possibly can and not fall away. But at the moment, not great stuff.
Even I was even going to say as well, in terms of the players that have either been brought in or stuck around, I was surprised that Danny Carmichael's still there.
There was talk of him going on loan to Gretna 2008.
And McGuigan, I always felt that watching Annan, I didn't always notice he was there. But for a player of that stature, you would think even at League One, or especially it's going to be League Two next season, so maybe he'll be fine. But again, I wasn't entirely sure he always justified a place in the team.
I thought one of the criticisms I had of Annan last season was that they were good players in possession. They could actually pop the ball around really well. Like McGuigan, Josh Todd, Gibson himself, they're all very, very comfortable on the ball and quite difficult to get it off, and they've got that experience just to be able to drop the shoulder, create a wee bit of space for yourself and be able to move the ball, and they were very, very good at that, but quite slow in the turn. And that was a lot of time, quite difficult to get the ball off, but if you did, or there's a misplaced pass or whatever, they would struggle to get it back, and so McGowan's sticking around.
Keeping Smith, still having Aidan Smith.
Yeah,
I think that's good. And in terms of maybe somebody they've brought in, I was like, and I think he's already injured. And I think Gibson has alluded to the fact that they're waiting on a scan result.
Mbongo.
And it's not looking good, but Mbongo feels like he's going to miss a big chunk of the season.
Yeah, it's a shame now. Mbongo's not a player I rate at all. I think that having seen him playing for Dumbarton last season, he's got all the tools. And you look at him, you think, this guy looks like he's going to be a class player. But just his first touch, the ball's bouncing off him. He doesn't know how to jump. He's quite easy to defend against for such a big guy. If you've got a meat and potatoes centre back that can just head the ball, you can defend well against him.
Oddly done okay at Queen of the South though.
Yeah, that's
he was okay at Queen of the South.
that's a weird ripple in space and time that allowed that to happen. But I think that they wanted someone that can play with their back, or in theory can play with their back to goal. With Goss out, Mbongo comes in 10 minutes into his debut, and he's out for like a long time, could be beyond Christmas by the sounds of things, which is absolutely devastating especially for the player, but for Gibson as well. You think it's a new season, new sense of renewal, and you're coming there. There's your new star striker's injured, and that suggests to me that they brought him in because Goss is going to be out for a long time. So I don't know what that means in terms of moving him on or his sale or whatever. Scott Hooper is injured. I think though from what Gibson said in that interview, he'll be back soon. But Josh Dixon's going to be out for a long period.
Is Max Kilsby injured as well?
Could be.
You might have referenced him being out just now. To start a season with so many injuries is wild. Absolutely wild.
Like Stenhousemuir starting, we just spent a fair deal of time talking about the Stenhousemuir injuries, but at least there's a degree of positive. I'm positive about Stenhousemuir's season. I don't think there's anyone that's positive about what's coming for Aaron.
And again, we've spoken on a number of occasions now about these cooperative agreements. The fact that you're putting in a load of kiddie winks from Kilmarnock, who you would imagine might see a lot of game time.
Well, there's the boys. I can't say I know much about 3 of the 4 of them, but Xander Craik is a name who I am familiar with. He had a loan spell with Queen of the South in East Kilbride. He barely featured at all at Queen's, played sporadically at East Kilbride last season. You hope that he can get a run of games. I think he's quite a big strapping boy. Hopefully he gets a run of games, can add something different to the front line. But for a lot of these guys, I suppose the good thing is they might see a lot of game time. Whether or not they're ready for it's another matter. But that's the whole point of these cooperation agreements, is to give these young guys exposure and experience to men's football. Like the other boys they've signed, like Ewan Devaney's coming after a trial period, decent fullback. Miles Gaffney, two very well
scored
taken
a couple of goals.
The goals against St Mirren were really well taken. I think he was absolutely feeding off scraps, but he did really well with both goals. Beyond that,
Cammy Bryson came in for Dalbeattie, I think, and then is it Zach Balfour has come for Queen's Park? I mean, it's slim pickings.
Yeah, that is really slim pickings. I mean, I suppose you're trying to think of the positives. Like Gibson's still a very good player. You know, Gibson, like in terms of being able to cover so many different positions, is such a boon. Rarely injured as well, Gibson. So he's
about to turn 41, but still, I think he's still reliable.
Still reliable. Still, like, just fundamentally a great football player. And on top of that as well, like his delivery from set pieces is really, really good. It's just a shame that if he's playing at centre back, you're losing him from somewhere else. I actually think he's probably his best position now is at right back, where he can do a sort of like weird midfield, like Guardiola playmaker hybrid sort of thing. I think he's good there. But the fact that they were finishing the season with him, who's basically play everywhere now, but him and Josh Todd, a centre midfielder at the back for these really crucial games, it kind of sums up just how. And
a centre half up front, and Tommy Muir,
and a centre half up front with Tam Muir. There was quite a funny moment actually. I've got this in my notes here, and I should have mentioned this when we were talking about Paul McGowan. You know, Paul McGowan's got the reputation as being one of the moaniest players in Scottish football. There's quite a funny bit in the game against Arbroath. I don't know if you noticed this, but you know, Aaron Pettifer got a hat trick for them, and the combined distance from the goals must have been like 5 yards from how far he was out for each of the goals. One of the goals though, it's like Ryan Dow skips down to the bile and just hangs across into the centre of the goal, goes over Paul McGowan's head, and he headers it in. And McGowan turns round to scream at someone, and it's kind of like he turns round raging, and he's like, well, "It's my fault." So he just kind of makes his gesture where he's really angry, but he's no one that he can divert it. I think he really quickly realises when he turns around, he's like, "No, that was my fault that happened." If you're trying to look at the positives, you mentioned Aidan Smith. You know, not necessarily prolific. I think 5 goals in the league last season. Probably good for the same number again. Quite like the way watching him play, but you think he needs to have a focal point up front that he can hit and he can bounce stuff off, and that might be Tam Muir. You know, somebody who can play at centre back or centre forward. I've done that. You can't see that the gesture I'm making with my hands, but I've gone the wrong way about it. But Muir got 13 goals over the second half of last season, which is a pretty decent return for somebody who's a bit of a
stopgap.
A stopgap. I'm still not sure what Tamir's best position is these days.
Might be up top.
Might be up top. Where's number 5? But so did Zinedine Zidane, and that turned it all right for him. It's the, I suppose, maybe similar to Elgin, that I think Elgin will be coming into this season like completely demoralised. Although at least Elgin can say, well, we came up against like some really good teams. I think in Elgin's group as well, all those teams who were playing an expected challenge for promotion. You know, like St Johnstone, East Kilbride, Raith Rovers, Kelty Thistle. They're all teams that you think are going to go for the top 4. With Annan, I mean, to be fair, like you'd say, like Ayr or Luton's challenge, maybe not so much St Mirren and Arbroath, but it's like the calibre of the defending. It looked like a team that had just really like massively out their depth, and that'd probably be the most alarming thing, was that how you're not going to come. St Mirren are a really, really big team, and you've got Fraser Taylor in there pulling the strings, who looked like he was really enjoying himself and with a point to prove as well. Like trying to cement a place within the first team with Stephen Robinson this season.
And then they're probably not going to come up against George Oakley and Curtis Main, for example, standing the players like that every week.
But even so, it's like it's a small squad right down to its very bare bones. Where like who's going to play at centre back? You're probably waiting a couple of weeks for Scott Hooper to get back. You're going to talking about Gibson and Josh Todd playing at centre back. It's just I do feel really bad for them, because Annan are a team that I really like. I've said numerous times that Gallowbank's my favourite place to go and watch football. I love standing behind the goals at Gallowbank and watching it. I think the people there are super friendly, and the social club is brilliant. And I like the drive down to get to Gallowbank, but it feels like I think they might finish bottom of the table this season.
They're my
a real stink about them.
They're my favourites to finish rock bottom. And it's funny, like I think last summer we said, well, Edinburgh could be the first team to get promoted and then go back down again. It turned out it was Bonnyrigg. I wouldn't be overly surprised. I hope it isn't, but I wouldn't be overly surprised if Annan are the second team to do it.
Well, to be honest, Annan weren't ever promoted in via means they won membership to come in.
So they did. But still,
I get your point. I hope it's not the case. It's just I look at Gibson, and you know, so far in his managerial career, 2 relegations, one with Queen of the South, one with Annan. And I just wonder, I look at the Goss situation, and I look at some of the situations with other players that have worked with him. He's just such a, like, I don't think, I don't say suffer fools gladly is not the right word, because that sounds like an old curmudgeon, but it just feels like he can really easily fall out with players. Yeah. And like saying that the whole situation with Goss, how's it allowed that at this stage of the campaign, or just when we're about to kick off, that Goss decides that he wants to have a shot further up the food chain?
I mean, without having met him, without knowing too much about him, he seems like a very angry man. I think he would be very, very easy to fall out with him. I mean, even when he was a player.
Yeah.
I mean, he was always kind of on the edge in terms of such an aggressive type of player. So
remember when he fled the Falkirk dressing room? Do you remember that?
Remind me what happened again.
I think that the story... he basically got subbed off. It was Stephen Presley was a Falkirk manager, got subbed off in a game, basically an altercation with him, and then just didn't come back. He was the change room. Remember, sure, it was David Weatherston when I did a Pelly podcast with him. He was talking about the change rooms. It was like that's where because they were all in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then there was a quarter. Then it was 10 and 11 were next to each other. And I think David Weatherston was wearing number 10, and then Stephen Presley changed him, and pointed over at number 11, which is like this empty space right next to us. And he'll never play for my team again. Something like that. I'd need to dig out the old Pelly podcast, but David Weatherston told it very funny.
I mean, his managerial CV, it's not looking great. So I do have my doubts that he is maybe the kind of right man to steer Annan away from difficulty. We'll
see, but I suppose that for what you do get for Willie Gibson the manager, what you lose, you get Willie Gibson the player, who has still got a lot to offer. I think Willie Gibson might, in pure football in terms of like ability, might be like one of the best players in the lower leagues still, even at his age. Just what he can do with the ball.
So here's a question: would you rather, if you were an Annan fan, would you rather have Tommy Goss sticking around but losing Gibson?
I'd like a situation where we can mediate and have both.
I mean, I don't think that's what the question was, but fair enough.
I've answered. I've just answered the question.
No, I'll just have to accept it.
I'll just have to accept it.
I'll just have to accept it.
So we're going basically Annan for 10th.
Yeah, 10th. Yeah.
Not great. Now we'll talk about Clyde Football Club. Big things were expected from the Bully Wee last season. An experienced manager and Ian McCall at the helm. They brought in a number of high calibre players from the upper echelons in the SPFL. They looked strong in every position. And in Logan Dunachie, they had found the next Didier Drogba, and the big defender turned striker scored a wonderful goal in the League Cup group stage win over Partick Thistle. And I think you had very much had them pegged to win the division. We were miles off it. Shows how much we know. If you've been listening for the last couple of hours for insight and folk getting stuff right, you are in the wrong place. Shaughan and I don't know a single thing. McCall didn't really find a balance to his team. I think he was too well stocked in one area, didn't know what his best 11 was, moved things around in a bid to try and find something, and they won just one of their first 12 league matches. McCall departed in mid-October. He was replaced by Darren Young, a League 2 specialist and a title winner with Albion Rovers and Stirling Albion. And although Young couldn't bring about an immediate upturn in form, he was able to put together some decent results over the latter part of the season, and the side would eventually finish in 7th place. However, it's important to say there were issues off the park. The club found themselves in serious financial difficulty. The chairman, Alan Maitland, had mismanaged the budget, and that would ultimately cost him his job. And the club had to rely on crowdfunding to make up a £55,000 deficit. Going into this season, however, although the club are working on a reduced budget, it's still a very competitive budget in relation to the rest of the division, and I think they could be in with a shout of challenging for the top 4.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, you mentioned the kind of unbalanced nature of that squad that they cobbled together last time out.
I wasn't so much cobbled, that was expensively assembled.
I think that was an issue. Also, it just felt like there was a bad vibe about the place. Now, whether that was to do with the attitude of the players, I also think it probably stemmed from Ian McCall as well.
Kind of gave the impression that he wasn't really that fussed about being there.
Which feels like a weird thing to say.
You're only going by his post-match interviews, but when you compare it to Young, for instance, Young's quite interesting to listen to. Ian McCall's always interesting to listen to. But it was just so much like his body language and just his tone and so on. I never kind of got the impression he was really up for it.
Yeah, I thought his demeanour was weird. And I don't think you have that this season in terms of Darren Young. He very much looks like he wants to be there. He has been, I mean, had McCall ever been that low down in terms of a manager in Scottish?
No, I don't think so. Even when we started off with Clyde Bank, I think it was just
part-time
first division, maybe with Clyde Bank.
Maybe. But I think Darren Young has had success at that level before. I think he comes across really well in interviews, and as much as the kind of summer recruitment has been limited and far more thrifty compared to 12 months ago, I think there is reasons to be positive about it. I think they've ended up signing Jay Hogarth because of the injury to
Brian Kinnear.
Yep, which is unfortunate for Kinnear. I thought Hogarth was excellent on his
against Stenhousemuir.
Against Stenny,
played well
as a trialist. I like James Hilton. I think he's a decent signing to play. Good
like League 2 player, isn't he? He's probably not quite good enough to play in League 1, but somebody who just like links the midfield and the attack well. You're right behind the striker, maybe pulling out wide from time to time.
And I suppose the big signing is somebody who I thought was a big signing for another team in the division, and Mohamed Yang. I think that's an absolutely brilliant signing.
Yeah, that's a really interesting signing, and I'd like to know exactly what had happened from him, because he'd left Dumbarton. He was a Player of the Year, signs for East Kilbride, and when he signed for East Kilbride, like, well, that's a pretty good signing. But then just a couple of weeks later, he's signed for Clyde, and we only really have Mick Kennedy's explanation for it, who said that he couldn't guarantee Mohamed Yang, first of all, a start every week.
And I suppose that's fair enough, but you also think that is a discussion that's potentially had
before you sign the player. Yeah, aye. So that was a bit strange. However, if he's not quite what East Kilbride are looking for, certainly it'd be what Clyde are looking for. And I do think that Clyde's strongest, adding him into an area of the park that was already quite strong. I think that when you've got like Nyang, Andy Murdoch, Barry Cudahy, there's some good options in there. And similar to when we were talking about Alloa Athletic, there's all sort of a series of midfielders that are all good, but good at doing different things and should all knit together quite well.
Yeah, I think in terms of there's more chance of playing it wide, but like Marley Redfern, I think he is a decent player at that level. Again, you can maybe wonder where the goals are going to come from, but I quite like Scott Williamson.
Yeah, Scott Williamson. I think that he's he missed a really, really good chance against Stenny. It was like a header from 6 yards. He should have really been smashing the back of the net with that. I think that what I like about him, and this is similar to what we talked about Craig Johnson when they were at Kelty Hearts together, is that he's really energetic. Like he can set an example, pressing from the front and really just like being disruptive and putting defenders out their stride. I don't think he's quite got the goals to match that enthusiasm and that pressing. And I think that he's still raw. And I wonder how when somebody goes to just being like raw to being not amazing, I still think his touch can be a bit erratic. Sometimes he'll be a bit wayward. So I don't think he's necessarily going to be relied on. Neither Kyle Connell. I think he only got 2 goals last season. Kind of feels like this might be his like last chance in SPFL football if he doesn't.
It's funny,
get it together.
Kyle Connell is a striker, but it feels like his best weapon is his long throw, which is unusual for a striker. Yeah. But I mean, I wasn't overly impressed with him at Starts Park, but albeit that's 2 levels up. You don't always hear positive things about his attitude at times. Maybe that needs to be a wee bit better. But you're right. Maybe this is his last chance saloon at maybe sticking around at an SPFL club. So hopefully he can kick on this season. Yes,
I suppose the other guy to point out at these sides as well, Sam Campbell from East Stirlingshire, 20-year-old defender, won the Shire's Player of the Year and Young Player of the Year, left-footed, left-sided. Loan spell at Annan on loan from Motherwell a couple of seasons ago, but has already made quite a positive impression. I think, when you look at that, he looks like a football player. I think that's something you can say about Campbell, just a big, strong laddie, and I think that he'll form a decent defensive partnership. It might be with Logan Dunnicky if you want to go 2 big bruisers.
The experiment of Dunnicky playing up front seems to have ended as he's now very much a
centre back. The Clyde official website, the profile has been changed from forward and he has been moved to defender. Something that I think that was an experiment worth going with. That goal that he scored was just against Thistle was like a ridiculous goal, but then you would see him and it's almost like a cruel joke at his expense.
He's very cumbersome.
He's very cumbersome. Imagine if you walked into a game with Logan Dunnicky playing centre forward. You think, I've walked into this game and it's the 90th minute, and this team are chasing this team are chasing the game here.
Was that a 1/2 kickoff?
That's right. They've sent the big man up front here to try and chase something. But regardless, he might lack the skill set to make it a centre forward, but it's still, like, for a boy of his size, he can still be a very capable centre forward. I know it's become a bit of a joke with like Dunnicky and that goal against Thistle. However, he still can make it as a good player. So I think between Campbell, Howie, Dunnicky, decent options at the back there. Tommy Robson, you'll be hoping for a good season from him. Maybe a muted campaign last year. Always got the quality. Certainly got the quality.
I was surprised at how kind of mediocre his campaign is, because I think he's somebody who I was surprised he dropped down to that level, but actually that level looked about. But it's where he should be.
But I suppose it's a left back. How much can you influence the game at left back? It's not like if you're a centre midfielder who's been playing amazing, you can drop down and suddenly you can make things happen. Or you're a striker or a goalkeeper that's dropped down. If you're a left back, I'm not sure how much you can influence the game. So it might be quite easy to get dragged down to a level you're not familiar with.
I know what you mean. I do think in terms of what they've got, the ambitions is a lot more humble, I suppose, far less grand than last time around. But I don't see any reason why they maybe wouldn't have finished top 4.
Ross Lyne still kicking around at right back.
Okay, so that might be an issue as to why they won't finish top 4. But nevertheless, I still think they have enough about them.
Yeah, I like the guys. Well, I mean, I'm joking about Ross Lyne. I think Ross Lyne's done well to hang around there for as long as he possibly has, for someone who's quite a limited. A limited player, but I think between him and Darren Hines, they'll be competing for that right back spot.
And I suppose if your budget is limited, then there's decisions that have to be made somewhere.
You've got to be like, right, well, we can't exactly sign. I'm trying to think who's a high quality right back. That's shit. I've been pulling together these notes for ages, and I can't think of a decent right back.
Ross Millen.
You can't sign Ross Millen. That's right. So you've got to go with Ross Lyon. That's it. That's the sacrifice that you have to make. I'm keen to see Liam Scullion's development as well. I think Liam Scullion has turned into just a really useful lower league player. Since he's grown his hair out a little bit, he looks quite continental.
You really enjoy when players grow their hair out.
Well, as someone who has
grown their
hair out, and who has it cut, and who
just took it back in.
I'm going to grow it out again.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to grow it out again.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the whole point of cutting it was for the whole point of growing out. Sorry, was for a change. But then the change becomes the norm.
Yeah,
and so then you want to change it. So this is a change, and then it's going to become the norm. So I'm just going to grow it back out.
So so let's say from this point on, you're just going to.
I'm just going to grow it back out
again.
Just going to grow it long again. Oh. Quite sexy when it's long.
And I'll be honest, I think you look much neater, much tidier when it's short.
Well, no one asked. No one asked what you think.
I'm just trying to help.
No, it's fine. I appreciate it. I think as well, we were talking about the areas that Clyde might need to strengthen, and another striker wouldn't go amiss. Maybe someone to play on the right wing, because they don't really have anyone. I think it's at the moment a lot of the play goes through Marley Redfern down the left. They don't necessarily have the same option to go down the right, so it might make them a wee bit predictable. But I do think that Young, he's been very patient with his recruitment. It'd be very easy to go out there and sign a raft of boys that you don't necessarily believe in and trust. And I think that's a really important thing. You'd only do that if you're absolutely desperate. I don't think Clyde are in a position where they're absolutely desperate yet, so they can have a degree of patience, and maybe in the coming weeks when the season gets started, a bit of movement, then we can maybe see what they're thinking of doing.
And it's funny you talk about patience, because if you'd said, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, I would have looked at Clyde's recruitment and thought, that's nothing.
It's a sign of Mohamed Niang.
Yeah.
Niang's changed the perception of how Clyde's have built their squad for the season.
And then Hogarth, I think, coming in, as much as it was kind of an emergency, I suppose, I think that very much strengthens them. So you're right. They've left it till late in the day. I wondered if they had any money to strengthen, but it would appear that they did, and they've been the beneficiaries of it.
Yeah, like Hogarth, I didn't really fancy him when he was at Dumbarton. I thought maybe it was a game against Stenny where it was a pretty savable free kick that he got down to, but he pushed it in front of him rather than to the side, and Ross Taylor was able to follow up and score, and Stenny ended up winning the game 1-0. Always thought his distribution was a wee bit wonky. However, he seems like a really nice young guy. He's his dad is the Stenny coach, Miles Hogarth. His brother's Nicky Hogarth, and who's in it at Falkirk at the moment. So he comes from decent pedigree. I hope he does well, because like I say, he does seem like a nice guy, and it must be frustrating for Clyde. Like Brian Kinnear had missed a lot of football over last season. Like I think it was like mid-September he got injured and then didn't play again, and he comes back in injured against Peterhead, has to go off, and that must be so demoralising.
It's his ribs, isn't it?
Is it ribs?
I think it's a rib injury.
Ribs doesn't sound too. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not a doctor, but ribs doesn't sound too bad.
I don't think he's expected to be out for months on end.
But he's still your goalkeeper to come in, so that's good. You've got two decent goalkeepers there. It'll be interesting to see how they compete with one another as the season goes on. I think that if, and this is a big if, and this is something that Clyde have struggled with, but if they can keep that spine of players fit, so Hogarth / Kinnear, you've got like Craig Howie in there, the whoever going to partner him, whatever Young wants to do, Niang, Murdoch, Cudahy, Williamson up front, Redfern, of course. I'm just listing. Jinky Hilton, of course. If you can keep all these players fit, then I think they've got a team that can challenge to get into the top four.
Yeah, I think so as well. I have them down as fourth
place.
Yep.
I think that's about right. I mean, beating Peterhead gave Stenhousemuir a really good game. I wasn't at that match, by all accounts. A really entertaining game of football. I think Clyde really stepped it up in the second half.
Dan Young rotated a lot of his squad, so he probably started. His starting 11 probably wasn't where he would normally start a league game, and then when he changed it in the second half, that's when he started to come onto a game.
Well, just bear in mind it was Stenny's job squad.
I know that. Yep, I know
that. Let's put it in perspective. So we're going for Clyde playoff challengers.
Yes.
Right. Excellent. Now let's talk about Dumbarton. This is a lot to get through for Dumbarton. Looking forward to this. Very difficult season both on and off the pitch for the Suns. I mean, their financial issues had been an ongoing problem for some time, but they'd always felt as though they were bubbling away in the background. But much like a mighty geyser, they very suddenly rose to prominence, rose to the surface, and they went into administration in November, and the subsequent 15-point deduction would anchor them to the foot of the division, and they would stay there for the remainder of the season. And there were points early on, not long after that deduction, that it looked as though they could overcome the punishment and maybe reel in Annan in 9th place, but it all petered out, and Stevie Farrell admitted that the remainder of the season would be used primarily to ensure everyone got game time, and they were relegated back into League 2 12 months after leaving it. Now, the off-field issues at the moment are appear to have been brought to an even keel. Mario Lapointe, a Canadian businessman and entrepreneur, has taken over at Dumbarton. He gave an interview with the club website at the end of May, said he'd been looking to invest in a European soccer team for the past year. He was talking at locations like Italy and Portugal, but he settled on Dumbarton because he fell in love with the Rock and said it was a Disneyland-like location, only if the stand was turned 180 degrees, so you can actually see that Disneyland.
It's
like
that picture for above.
It looks amazing.
That does a lot of heavy lifting, doesn't it?
Just imagine just going to sit in the stands like. You can't see what I'm doing there. I'm doing the impression of somebody confused sitting.
But all you can see is the back of the stand.
Exactly. Now, the club came out of administration. Oh, that's the other thing. He was really impressed with the crowdfunding that the club had done to see them over the course of the season. I think between those two aspects, that Dumbarton, that's the club for me. And the club came out of administration in late June. Step in if I'm wrong here, but they created a new company to exit administration successfully. They liquidated the old one, started a new one, similar to what Rangers did in 2012. But the big difference is, although Dumbarton have been done over by atrocious owners, they've got nothing to show for it. Absolutely nothing to show for it. Now, Mario Lapointe certainly talks a good game. I think he wants Dumbarton and the Rock to become a community asset, wants to encourage more young people to come along and watch the team. Has also spoken about buying a bell that the young team rings whenever Dumbarton score a goal. Wants to maximise the use of the stadium, maybe bring an artificial pitch in at some point in the future. I think most importantly, and this is the vibe I'm getting from what I'm seeing from the interviews and from speaking to Fraser Clark, who's features prominently on this podcast, or semi-prominently anyway. It's for the first time in a long time Dumbarton have got someone who's in charge of the club that views it as a football club and doesn't just see it as an inconvenience on which land that can be sold for development is built upon. So that's hugely positive. And on top of that, Lapointe's plans for Dumbarton, they're not particularly radical. But they're all very sensible. It's like remember there was somebody who's a socio collector, an NFT collector from Dubai, wanted to raise a consortium and turn them in full-time football, get them in the championship, play attacking football and develop young players. Never going to happen. But what Mario Lapointe wants to do seems entirely sensible. This is what I mean when we're talking earlier about ambition. This is what it means, where to be as best as you possibly can be within certain parameters. And I think that Dumbarton, I think they sold about 700 odd season tickets. There really feels a fair degree of positivity coming into this campaign, more so than a good wee while anyway.
Yeah, I totally agree. So when last season finished, I thought to myself, I can see Dumbarton finishing 10th in League 2 again.
It was the same.
Then he comes in, and yes, some of his ideas are out there, like could anybody donate a bell so the young team can ring it when we score a goal? I think he'd suggested having a train that ran around the track that could potentially make a noise if they score a goal. Like some of his ideas are more out there. And if there wasn't a lot of stuff to read about him in terms of what he does in Canada, you'd maybe be a bit wary of him.
Yeah.
But I think he's involved in teams. Is it Ottawa? No, wherever he's from in Canada, he's involved in teams there, and it's very much a case of them benefiting the community and the community benefiting them. So there is examples of what he's doing or attempting to do at Dumbarton. He's already done it in Canada, so that all feels you're kind of comfortable with that, comfortable with having him as an owner. I think there is a wee bit of a cultural difference in terms of it, and in fairness, it looks like they might meet it. He said something like he wanted to be 800 or 900 season tickets, which at the time seemed a bit fantastical considering what their crowds have been recently. It looks like they won't be far away. I do think though, what he needs to realise is people are only going to turn up if Dumbarton are winning games. And I sometimes think in maybe North American sport where
you could go boozing for the entire day and eating hot dogs.
And like you don't get relegated. You're just in the same league forever. And maybe losing a game isn't that important. But it is in Scottish football. It's the only way that people are
especially in this division.
Yeah.
Especially in this division.
When you can disappear from the SPFL, which would be a disaster for Dumbarton. So no, it sounds like I'm dwelling on the negatives. Not at all. I think for the first time in a long time, they are in kind of capable hands, certainly in terms of an owner, and I think there's reasons to be positive about the squad that they've put together as well.
Yeah, we talk about the players that have left, and it's all players that we've touched on. There was the 3 players that moved to Queen's Park. That was Michael Ruth, Matty Shields, Carlo Pignatello. Finlay Gray went to Stenhousemuir, and Mohamed Niang went to Clyde via East Kilbride. And I think that they would these are all players they would have liked to have kept, but I think that Ruth certainly was always going to move on. Gray felt not at his best last season, and a change of scenery might have done well for his development. I think Gary Naismith is just a better manager and coach than Stevie Farrell. That's something he can offer. And Niang, I was going to say Niang at the time, I imagine too good a player to have been playing League 2 football, but that's obviously come to pass. I'm sure he'll see himself as he's not going to Clyde just for a kickabout. He'll want to win the division. So all those guys have moved on. I think that had they been able to keep a hold of them, that would have been a huge boon. However,
well, look at how many of them have moved on to teams that are at in some cases a much higher level than Dumbarton are, which is really interesting.
Yeah, the 5 guys, there's 4 of them have moved on, albeit 3 of them have all gone to the same the same football club. But I know what you mean. Yeah, these guys have moved up a level. So that says a lot of how coveted they are. It's the guys that they've brought in are really interesting. I think the first player that came in, Morgan Neal, signed from Alloa Athletic. Steady, no nonsense defender, and I think that him and Mark Durnan, that's just a really solid centre back pair.
Yeah, perfect.
Slow,
yes.
slow, and I think they'll get turned easy. But these are the kind of players. Make sure that ball is kept as far away from the back as possible. And 2 guys who are vocal. I think Durnan will be the captain. And I'd read, I think it was Fraser Clark that had told me, Morgan Neal, I don't think he was particularly good at Alloa last season. I think he was maybe a wee bit out of shape, maybe not at his best physically, but statistically he won the most aerial battles in League 1 last season.
Well, there you go.
So that's astonishing. So if that is indeed the case, then brilliant. You've got somebody who's just very, very good in there. And at this level, if you're good at heading the ball, then that can go a long way. So I think straight away you've got, like, for the level, a very decent centre back pairing, and then you can build the team around that. And you've got Shea Kelly.
I was just going to say, when a player does get by them, you've got a really capable goalkeeper. And I know they've got Brett Long, but he's injured. But in terms of
he's out
being able to bring a replacement in, that feels like about as good as you're going to get. I've been really impressed with him.
Yeah, I think there's the general consensus is that they're surprised that they've got him on a full-time basis. The price St Mirren let him go. I mean, he was on loan there at the second part of last season. Difficult spell for Dumbarton, already relegated, but I think he was a player that had showed up quite well. So to get him in, that's really good. And he's also the brother of Scotland international Liam.
Oh, there you go.
So there you go. Runs in the family. They've got this sticking with St Mirren. They've agreed a cooperation agreement with them, and they've taken a couple of young boys on loan. I think it's Thomas Falconer is the pick of the bunch. Can play left back.
He seems to be the kind of pick of the bunch. Yeah, excited to see him.
Yeah, excited to see Chris Johnson in action.
He needs to shift a few pounds.
I don't like starting with a negative when you talk about a player, but when you saw the signing, the photograph that accompanied the announcement of his signing, I think that's what everyone was saying. The guy's not in the best shape, so he needs to straight away. If you want to play like SPFL football, get yourself in decent nick.
But it was to such a degree that you're kind of thinking to yourself, I'm not even entirely sure you're shifting that over the course of a pre-season. Like, you're going to have to do a lot of hard work to get down to even because I think in the past you would maybe say, okay, so players in League 2, they're maybe not necessarily fittest. I think the vast majority of players now in League 2 are.
You look at the. I mean, who's it? Aaron Linus. Remember seeing a photograph of him with no shirt on? And don't ask me how I came across it. Right enough,
you'd asked him.
I catfished him, but it was a photo of Aaron Linus, and like the guys are ripped. And this is like a job in fullback that's playing for Dumbarton. The guy's in absolutely incredible shape, and this is playing part-time football, so you can't muck around. We've spoken about it in the past about how the levels of fitness at this level has changed so much. I mean, I've been watching football for more than 20 years, and you've gone from sort of like chunky guys that are perhaps maybe talented but don't have the fitness. No, if that's you're playing like West of Scotland, East of Scotland football, you're not going to get away with that in the SPFL. And so Johnson, if he wants to make an impact in this team, and I hope he can, because we've seen how good a player he can be in the past, need to eating right and training right.
Yeah, agreed. I think it'll be a while before we see him regularly. Put it that way.
But I just remember.
But hopefully we do.
Hopefully we do. I just remember when he was breaking through it. I mean, it was a long time ago. I think it was a game at Tynecastle He was playing for
I
Kilmarnock.
scored an
Hearts.
absolute rip snort.
He was really, really good, and obviously his career hasn't quite worked out there. But I remember
He was really good at Clyde when they got promoted.
It was Annan. He was right good at.
I thought he was good at Clyde maybe when they got promoted, or the first season back in League One. I thought he was pretty good.
Might have been right good at Annan. He was really good at Annan. But hopefully he can offer Dumbarton something. Because you don't want to be a joke figure at the club. That's not helpful to you. That's not helpful to Annan. They've also brought in, sticking with wingers as well, Scott Tomlinson is coming from Ayr United. Now, I saw him on loan last season at Stenhousemuir. Not quite sure what to make of him, because he is a big lump of a boy. He must be about like 6 foot, and he's like quite burly, and oh my goodness, he can shift. It's just the problem is he can only really run in straight lines, kind of like a poor man's Oliver Burke. There was a game, he made his debut against Queen of the South. He came on as a substitute, and it was Oscar McIntyre that he was up against, and the ball went over the top. McIntyre had about like a 10-yard head start on him, and Tomlinson closed him down and like forced him into a mistake, and we were like, my God, this guy is absolutely rapid. Let's just get the ball out to him and see if he can make a run with it. And it never quite, honestly, he scored the goal against Cove Rangers, beat Cove Rangers 3-0 in a midweek game. He scored a nice goal, and that took it well. But that was probably the best thing, a run to close down a ball and a goal. A lot of the time, I think folk wanted him to do well, but his decision-making was a wee bit awry. And I don't think the times that we're really able to maximise his pace in the way we want. I hope that Dumbarton can do that, and they've certainly, their pitch was a joke for a number of years. It was probably like Bonnyrigg got a hard time of it. Really,
Dumbarton's was worse.
Dumbarton's was probably worse. At least you could play football in Bonnyrigg, which not to a great extent. You couldn't play football in Dumbarton's, but
they don't have Broomhill anymore, so that helps matters.
Don't have Broomhill being there. They're now defunct. They're out of business.
I think they've. Remember the time where they brought the pitch in?
Yeah.
Which, if anything, hampered them.
That was
I think they've moved it back again.
Apparently that pitch was to take advantage of Aaron Linus's long throws.
Who didn't have a long throw?
Took a long throw all season. Unreal. They spent £25,000 upgrading the pitch, and I don't know if you watched them. This is just posted over the weekend here, so I don't know if you saw it. It was a YouTube update from Cam Watson. He is the Sun Supporters Trust representative on the Dumbarton board, and basically it's a 13-minute video. So he's basically just holding his phone and he's walking on the pitch. It is lush.
Good.
It is rich and green, and it looks in immaculate condition. And you're watching it. Cam, can you shut up for a wee second? Can you just move your phone so I can get a look at this pitch? It looks incredible, and I think that's something that Dumbarton Dumbarton, there are good players, and there have been good players in the Dumbarton team, but because just the lack of care at the Rock hasn't allowed the club to flourish. But a wee bit of investment, the pitch has been winded. It's been £25,000, a lot of money to go into it, but it's the sort of thing that it's like when we're talking about Stenhousemuir, you spend a bit of money on the upkeep and well-being of the club. That just increases esteem. People, I don't know if last season Stevie Farrell was going to sign players. Like, give you 150 quid here, and somebody at Stranraer says, I can give you 150 quid, and you'd be like, well, I'm a football player. I'd much rather play at Stranraer. We can actually put my foot in the ball rather than this pitch at Dumbarton. Now that should be an attraction for players now, which just increases the pool of players they're allowed to sign. But the update was brilliant. It was basically 1 month after coming out of administration, and he's going through all the list of stuff that's coming up, all the stuff that's been done, and the club's just in a really positive place.
Class. I was pleasantly surprised that they managed to bring in Leighton McIntosh. I know he's no world beater, and I know he's not necessarily somebody who is going to get 15 goals a season, but I do think he's somebody who is capable of playing at a higher level than League Two. I do think maybe League One is his ceiling, to be fair, but I was surprised that they're able to bring him in. I do think he will give them a focal point up front.
I think he and Ali Roy will get 11 goals between them this season.
Whatever you do, don't put Ali Roy in your group chat.
Oh my goodness! Listen, I found out the hard way. I suppose, there's one more addition to talk about as well before we come and talk about Stevie Farrell. They've brought Neil Watton is an advisor to the board on football matters.
Okay.
So you know what familiar to?
I recognise his name somehow, but I can't remember why. Did he play for Falkirk when he was young?
I don't know if he played for Falkirk. Basically, he's best known for his time as the Stranraer manager 2 decades ago. Won the 3rd division title and then won promotion to the 1st division like the following season. So a legend down at Stair Park. Managed Ayr United less successfully and was like a director of football at Clyde, albeit during a really shitty period. I think this when the club were tumbling through the divisions. So he's been out of the game for a wee while. I think it was like 12 years ago that he was involved at Clyde, but I think he is quite independently wealthy as well. I don't know if that's helps matters, but someone who's experienced should have a good degree of knowledge of football at this level. And I think this is what fans are quite interested in, is the fact that Stevie Farrell for a lot of time has had no one basically checking his performance. Now I think that's because nobody's really been interested in football matters. They've been like, when can we sell the rock? When can we get the houses up in it? So Farrell's not get away with bad performances, but perhaps other managers' performance might have been called into question at a far earlier stage than his. I think that's what they're hoping for, is that there's a bit more checks and balances, or that if Farrell isn't doing well, there's someone he has to answer to, rather than a completely uninterested and faceless board.
It's funny, so you mentioned Stevie Farrell, and I know he spoke about, he almost felt like his job last season was to keep everybody happy and kind of rotate the squad. But it almost felt like, and I'm sure this isn't the case, but it almost felt like he went, well, we've had 15 points deducted, we'll definitely get relegated. Therefore, I'm now just going to rotate the squad. It almost felt like the results were kind of secondary to keeping all the players involved. I think if I'm a Dumbarton fan, that probably isn't what I'm wanting to hear.
I think it's at that stage, it's like when the team's officially relegated, then just say, listen, we're going to rotate the goalkeepers and bring on. Not when you're like halfway through the season, still on a fighting chance. I mean, it's easier said than done. Sometimes you've got to be like realistic about something, even when it's not like mathematically impossible. If you're like 15 points behind and you've got that deduction, that's going to be difficult to come across. But at the same token, you still want to give it as good a go as you possibly can.
Yeah, people are like, fans are still turning up on a Saturday and like hoping for the best, I suppose. But if you're maybe not picking 3 or 4 of your best players, I thought that was unusual. I saw where he was coming from, but I disagreed.
Well, there's certainly no excuses this year. I think even although there's the points deductions in place, they'll begin the season with a 5-point deduction similar to Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle. That gives them an immediate disadvantage. I do still think a lot of people are saying, listen, I'd take 9th place right now, and I do think there will be Dumbarton fans that would take 9th place. I think they can maybe go a wee bit better than that.
I think they should be aiming a good bit higher than 9th. Whether they will or not, I'm not entirely sure. I don't see them. I don't see them finishing top 4. I don't think they'll trouble those spots either. And obviously that 5-point deduction is a hindrance. But I think it'll be mid-table.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think they can, if they can. I'm looking through the constituent parts in that team. You've got a good goalkeeper, or certainly a young, promising young goalkeeper. You've got 2 good centre backs, so straight away you're doing all right. Cammy Clark's still there, not to everyone's taste. And you've got some like decent options in the middle of the park. Roy and maybe I was slagging off Roy and then McIntosh earlier. Maybe with a bit of luck, but I would say you'd be looking 7th or 8th. I think for Dumbarton.
And no, I think they'll finish a bit higher than that, because I do have a bit of faith in that squad. I find Stevie Farrell just like, I like him.
Yeah,
I find him a confusing manager. Even after all this time, not entirely sure if he's a good manager. That might hamstring them a bit. I'm not sure about him. But in terms of, you think of where they were, whatever it was, 6 months ago, less than 6 months ago, to where they are now, tremendous.
Far better. Yeah. Aye. In terms of a manager though, it's a lot of the time when you think about a manager, I'm trying to think who's in such a well-run club that there's Who's a manager? Why am I struggling to think of a manager? Who's
Spartans.
In charge? Right, okay, Dougie Samuel, right? So what does Dougie Samuel have to worry about? Picking the team.
Yeah.
Right? What does Stevie Farrell have to worry about? Everything. Yeah. Right? And that's there's the challenge. There's a challenge. There's a challenge there where there's so much more going on. Like, I mean, Spartans lose a match. not the end of the world. Dumbarton lose a match like the very future of the club and its existence.
No, you're right.
Is at stake.
That's a valid point. It'd be interesting to see Faro at a more stable club, I suppose.
Yeah, and hopefully that's it. Hopefully that's at Dumbarton. I want to say as well, sorry, before we move on, Fraser Clark, who we mentioned, he has been appointed the club's head of media.
Perfect.
Regular listeners will know him from his appearance in this podcast, and his contributions are nothing less than brilliant, and I am absolutely delighted for him. Perfect, you said it, Shaughan. He is absolutely the best man for the job.
The only downside is that he'll very much need to watch what he says in Pine Bovril. His post-match summaries were always absolutely tremendous.
Now
need to be far less honest.
I quite like now folk are just asking him questions, and he's basically just like a customer services rep now for.
I like the furore about the order that he put the team out on social media.
He was like, I put them in numerical order. Or something like, what were people looking for? They wanted it in terms of
so the goalkeeper, but then they wanted it in defence, midfield, attack. Well, he doesn't do that. He puts it the goalkeeper, then numerical order.
Did he not cave though? And did it? I'm sure he did for one of the more recent games. He caved. So there you go. Always listening to the people. There you go, Fraser. The customer is always right. You're learning. Nah, brilliant. Listen, if you can't play for your football team, then that's the best thing you can do is put the team lines out for them. And now, for the very first time in the history of the Terrace Scottish Football Podcast, this is our preview of East Kilbride. Welcome to the Scottish Professional Football League. Since Kilby's inception in 2010, the team have always been looking to gatecrash the SPFL, and after a couple of failures in the League 2 playoffs in the past with defeats to Cowdenbeath and to Stranraer, they finally reached the promised land after defeating Bonnyrigg Rose 3-1 on aggregate. And I've got to say, very good so far. What we've seen, some very eye-catching results in the League Cup, thrilling victory over Raith Rovers, cruise past divisional rivals Elgin City, conceded 5 goals in 15 minutes to Inverness, Caledonian Thistle. I'm not going to say anything particularly revelatory here. I think they're going to win the division by probably about 8 or 9 points. And I imagine most people listening to this, and even most people who've got sort of passing knowledge of Scottish football, will pick EK as their favourites.
Yeah, like very much so. I suppose what has been interesting is you've seen teams come into this division previously, whether it was Kelty or Cove, and they sign players that you think, oh geez, you've only managed to attract them to this level because of the money that you've spent. Names, I suppose. I don't think East Kilbride have necessarily done that. And up until Nyang, I actually thought everybody was quite
sensible.
Almost kind of muted. Not muted.
I know what you mean. I was thinking that the
almost dull.
I was thinking that the East Kilbride team that won the Lowland League and got promoted, I was thinking, see if they didn't sign anyone else. I think that's probably a side that could look to get into the top 4. Now with these additions that they've made, you've made the squad better. But I thought they were going to sign. I remember thinking Scott Allen. Now, weirdly enough, Scott Allen has turned up at East Kilbride, but albeit he's retired from playing. Now he's a coach. Sam Stanton, Aaron Muirhead. These were the kind of guys that I thought that they'd be going for. And they might have gone and spoken to them, but it just feels like the signings are sensible, and you can see why they've been signed, what they're going to add to the team, how they're going to improve the team, how the squad feels like a lot better than it was like a couple of months ago. I think it's been smart signings across the board.
Yep, no, agreed. In terms of how they play, it was interesting to see them kind of up close.
Yeah, were you there for
that was at that game. It was funny because like when you leave Starks Park, you kind of need to. If I'm leaving on a Saturday, if I'm maybe going down the high street after the game, I would leave Starks Park and then go down the hill and then along to the high street. But if I'm going home, it's slightly quicker to go up the hill, and at that point you have to walk past the away stand. So East Kilbride go 3-2 up. I goes, well, the Rovers really needed to win this game, so this game's dead, even though it's still another 3 or 4 minutes to go. That's this game done. I'm just going to get myself up the road. But I had to go, or I went up the hill because it's slightly quicker to get home. And then it was almost like it's kind of having your face rubbed in it a wee bit, because just as I was getting in line to the away end, East Kilbride scored their 4th, but I didn't realise they scored their 4th because these guys are really celebrating full time. I know it's a big result, and I went, actually, I think they've maybe just made it 4. But I was really impressed with how they played. I know they could have been 3 or 4 down at half time. Even at the start of the second half, again, they could have conceded. Then they had the wonder goal from Jack Healy. They kind of dug in, and Raith started to struggle the longer the game went on. But there is
in terms of the style of play, I really don't think the defence and goalkeeper is comfortable with it. You're asking good League Two players, but League Two players nonetheless, to play out for the back, and I don't think they're always comfortable about it. But see, in terms of the midfield, see in terms of Jal Baldy, for example, even though he had race players pressing him, whether it was Brown or Matthews,
comfortable in the ball.
He's comfortable, and certainly you can say that about a lot of players in the middle of the park.
I think that a phrase that we'll be using a lot over the season to describe East Kilbride: high risk, high reward. Because so I went to see them as well. I went to see the game against Kelty Thistle, as I'd mentioned earlier, and you can. The second half's not as interesting because it was just basically a collapse. The goalkeeper Joe Morrison didn't have a particularly good game, and it seemed like everything that Kelty Thistle hit went in. So 5 goals in 50 minutes. The first half though was really interesting. I really enjoyed it as a game of football. You're right in terms of what you say about the back. It's guys who perhaps aren't as comfortable when moving the ball at the back. However, I think they can be. I've done it again. However, I think they can be guilty of a team that folks say, "Oh, they're just possession based for the sake of possession." I think they want to get the ball up the park as quickly as possible. But it's done in such a way where you're right. Something like Lewis Spence will come deep. It'll get popped off, then popped off to the fullback, and then popped into the 10. And straight away you've cut the team open in a handful of passes. So you're going for the goalkeeper having the ball to just an attack, and then you've got the guys in the team, and it's guys who are the forward players, all really comfortable dribblers. Jack Healy, give him the ball, no bother.
Nathan Flanagan
can dribble, no bother. And best of all, John Robertson.
Goodness me, aye.
Who has got 6 goals in the League Cup group stages, and just he looks really good. However, so I've done it again. So I need to watch that. Sorry, dear listener. So for that stuff, the high risk, high reward, that's the high reward. When you can get the ball up quickly and you can get into quality players like Flanagan, Healy and Robertson, the risk is, and I think this happened in every game they played in the League Cup group stages, mistakes were led to the goals. St Johnstone, it was 3-1 to St Johnstone, and the second and third St Johnstone goals came from mistakes at the back. Against the Rovers, thrilling ending to the game in Kilby's favour, but Rovers could have scored numerous goals from mistakes at the back. Against Elgin, cruised past Elgin ultimately, but Elgin's best chances came from mistakes at the back. And against Kelty Thistle, it was just bad goalkeeping.
Yeah, that was the only time where they were actually, essentially, the opposition capitalised on every mistake, whereas they kind of got away with it in almost everything. And I know St Johnstone still scored 3. But another day St Johnstone could have had about 6 or 7.
And same with the Rovers as well. If you'd taken advantage of those chances that you could have scored. But if we're coming down, if you're going to use the Elgin game as a barometer, very, very comfortable against them.
I don't know if it was necessarily a 4-1 game, but they were clearly better.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think they do have money to spend. I think there's no secret in that they've been able to do it. But in terms of the players that they've brought in, we can kind of go through the constituent parts and talk about them. There was a guy, Ped Innes on Twitter, had said that they had signed, I think it was Uzi C, Jack Healy, James Lyon and Josh O'Connor, and he got them all right. Ultimately, Josh O'Connor went away to Elgin City. We can talk about him in terms of later on. But first player of the window, they signed Uzi C from Edinburgh City. Now, I think he's currently injured at the moment. I saw him at K Park. He was in crutches. I've never particularly rated Uzi C, if I'm being honest, but that's a different word to however there. But he. I really liked him at Edinburgh City last season.
Was great.
Really liked him at Edinburgh City, and in terms of that attack where you're playing with the 3 10s and the 2 number 9s, with him and James Stokes up front, he could do a lot of the heavy lifting and just batter into defenders, and that creates the space for Stokes and for Malik Zaid and Innes Lawson, and that's really important. It's I don't think he'll be the first choice striker. Certainly, I don't think he'll get ahead of Robertson and Cammy Elliott when he's back from injury. But he gives them something different in attack as well. And it's important to have 3 strikers for that system that you can rotate around. I think that's good options to have.
I thought it was a brilliant, really interesting and really good first signing. And like you saw when Connor Young left Edinburgh, like we were like, how do they deal with this? They probably don't. And I know there was other players picked up the slack as well. But But see, maybe more than anybody else, meant that they didn't really miss Young as much as as much as I thought they would.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Then Jack Healy from East Fife, we talked about him when we previewed East Fife season. We talked about him in terms of the outgoing players.
His goal at Starks Park was absolutely phenomenal. Goodness me.
You know what Jack Healy, I'm putting this down rather than a good goal, I'm putting that down to bad defending from
J Rowe. Lack of awareness from J Rowe. He maybe never heard him.
You know what Jack Healy wants to do? He wants to come in onto his right foot and leather it into the top corner. So he's a wee bit of predictable player how to play. However, it's one thing knowing what a player wants to do and knowing how to stop it.
Like Joe Cardle.
Just like
done the same thing with his entire career.
Just like Joe Cardle. But what made that goal so good, just the camera angles, the ball was like past the posts before dipping back in there. So it's one of the goals of the season so far. I think that Healy, I mean, he didn't quite kick on at East Fife, as you said. I think a change of scenery will benefit him, where I think you're certainly with Kennedy and Mick Kennedy and Simon Ferry, they'll want their players to express themselves. And I think that we're talked about the high risk, high reward. If you give the ball, if you've tried to do something, but you give the ball away, I don't think they're necessarily going to be in the players' backs because you want to do something that puts the team in attack. You want to create something, and if you make a wee mistake, particularly in Healy's case, is that far up the pitch. That's the whole point of a team, that folk can cover for you to make mistakes.
We spoke about maybe how Dick Campbell saw Jack Healy. I think Kennedy, I don't think he said it after the game. I think he tweeted it actually, and it was about the goal. And he shared the goal.
Boy can be whatever he wants to be.
Whatever he wants to be. And it's interesting, I suppose the difference in terms of maybe how he interacted with Campbell is in terms of how he maybe interacts with Kennedy.
Aye, and on top of that as well, if you think that that's all he wants to do, is just wants to come in onto his right foot. He had an assist for Nathan Flanagan against Elgin City. The defender thinks he's going to go into his right, but then he comes into his left and just hits the thing across the face. Goes out. That's a well worked goal. I mean, maybe could have been defended better from Elgin's perspective, but the fact that he's gone something different, and there's Flanagan in at the back post to finish, so he's got a wee bit of different thing as Arsenal. James Lyons, a player I'm not too sure about. He came in from after a short spell at Kelty Hearts. He'd been full time at Partick Thistle. I think he'd been alone at Stenhousemuir a couple of years ago, so that's why I'd taken an interest in him. That game against Caley Thistle, he came on as a sub. And the first thing he did was foul a player. No, the first thing he did, was he basically dawdled on the ball and got robbed in Caley Thistle on the attack. The second thing he did was he fouled someone and kind of pushed them down the ground to get himself back up, got a booking. The third thing he did was foul. I think the fourth thing he did was basically give the ball away again.
This isn't positive.
It's not particularly positive. I think what Kennedy said, that he was a player that he liked. I appreciate he might have lost his way after, maybe not so much lost his way, but it was somebody that they thought they could develop at East Kilbride. I think he's the kind of player, like, there's a number of players like that in the team, like Regan Mimma, Lewis Spence, who are quite slight, especially when compared to like João Balde, for instance, quite slight, but technically proficient. I think that James Lyons got a wee bit of work to do to try to get up to speed with what East Kilbride are looking to do.
I suppose in terms of the names that you've mentioned, though, you wouldn't be expecting him to be first choice. So maybe he will be more of a project than somebody who's going to start games at the start of the season.
You know they want to play a 4-2-3-1. I think the two is probably going to be Spence Mimna, Spence Balde, and Baby Lion might come in as an alternative. Another player that I like the look of, Magnus McKenzie, who they've brought on loan from Queen's Park. He was on loan at Alloa Athletic last season, and you know, one of the parts of criticisms at Alloa was that the loan players they got in weren't the same calibre as the ones the season previously. McKenzie actually finished the season really strongly, and kind of similar to like players who have done well at one level going on loan to the level beneath. And this isn't a criticism of East Kilbride at all, but I don't know why Queen's Park wouldn't want him to necessarily go back to Alloa and play there. Maybe they've got plans for like Callum Waters. They hope that he can be fit and can play ahead of him. But McKenzie, quite a slight boy. I think once he fills out, though, you've got a really good defender there, and I think that'll be what they'll look to do at East Kilbride, just turn him into like maybe a more rounded player. He played against Caley Thistle. He played at left back at the start of the game, moved over to right back for the second half. Quite a hard assignment to try and deal with Louis Longstaff. I think Louis Longstaff got the better of him on a couple of occasions, but I do think he's got something about him. You can tell just once he bulks up a bit, he'll be a handy player.
In terms of centre half. I've been impressed. I mean, I thought Sula was kind of, again, made sense. Probably
Made
like
sense,
a decent League Two.
But then I know that the East Kilbride have got injury issues at the moment. I know that like Sean Fagan Sean Fagan played against St Johnstone, probably should have been sent off and then was subbed at half time. Jamie Hamilton's not been playing. Jordan McGregor's not been playing. So they've signed Rhys Breen from
feels like
Dunfermline.
a really impressive sign. I know he missed a massive chunk of last season with an injury. However, when he was available, I thought he looked good in League One. And I know I always thought the Championship was maybe a wee bit too, wasn't quite suited to that level. But the fact that we know he can, he's absolutely fine at League One. I think he'll squish League Two.
But and this might come on to. We'll come on and talk about this just shortly. There was a guy who, when they announced the signing, he played as a trialist in the 6-2 defeat to Kelty Thistle.
He didn't look so good. He didn't look so hot against him, but he's just getting back to his best.
When Mick Kennedy quote tweeted the signing announcement on Twitter saying like I've been chasing you all summer, welcome to the club. A fan replied saying, great signing, the boy looked to stand out, especially in the first 45 minutes. No mention of the second 45 minutes. But Breen, once he's up to speed, should be a good signing.
I think so.
And they've also taken Freddie Owens and Dean Cleland on loan from Hibernian. That's a cooperation agreement with the Premiership club. I don't know if Scott Allen's association with them has smoothed that pathway in there.
Not sure about Owens. I do think that might be an area that they may need to look at. Although maybe a goalkeeper at East Kilbride won't have too much to do.
Morrison was the goalkeeper against East Kilbride. It wasn't particularly. I mean, he did make some really good saves in the first
Inverness?
half.
He struggled.
Made some really good saves in the first half, but wasn't too hot in the second. But I think Dean Cleland's another striking option. I think he was our under-18s player of the year, 36 goals in all competitions. I think that's quite high hopes for both players. But just what you said about Breen, and this is maybe one of the criticisms that East Kilbride have had in the past, it's dealing with resilience, where we talked about Gary Naismith going through the injury crisis, and it's like, be patient and let's get through it. It's something that East Kilbride just like accumulate players, and that's something that they did in the Lowland League, and I'm just not sure how you're able to do that in the SPFL when you don't have the luxury of being able to like move players on just on a fairly constant basis.
It is definitely something that Kennedy is going to have to learn. I mean, I'd imagine he will. Let's face it, East Kilbride are in an ideal position for the fact that Kennedy probably has some bits to learn this season in terms of managing a squad or managing injuries or managing suspensions. Even if they have an injury crisis, I think they'll be absolutely fine. But you're right, there's probably like a learning curve for him this season.
But it's like you've got so there's the centre backs, Fagan, Ferguson. David Ferguson can play there, but like Hamilton, McGregor, Sula, and Breen. I mean, that's 4 players for 2 positions. I don't know how you accommodate them. And I know some of them can maybe fill in at fullback if need be, but just if all these players are fit, it just feels like it's a really big squad of players to work with. And I suppose that's the challenge they say in management, isn't it? It's not about it's not about managing the players who are getting picked every week. It's about making sure that the players who aren't getting picked are fit and engaged and motivated.
And it's interesting because like there's always suggestions that I mean, even in terms of the 2 players that went in, Senna and
Josh
O'Connor, like there was suggestions, and I think there were complete rumours that maybe there was a fallout with Kennedy, and there's suggestions about how he gets on with players. See, in terms of listening to him, I quite like listening to him, and I know that's totally different between doing a post-match interview and how he communicates with players, whether it's in the dressing room or on the training ground.
That's your only interaction with these.
But I enjoy listening to him. I think he comes across quite well.
There's some people have got a visceral dislike of him. Just for they think that Kilby are like buying their way through the divisions. They don't like the way he conducts himself on the touchline or whatever.
I understand why they're unpopular. I totally get that. But just in terms of listening to him talk about football, totally. I think he comes across okay.
I've said it every time when we speak about him. Like, he was on a view for the terrace. He was great company. I would usually spent the whole afternoon with him talking about football, because he was talking about, we were talking to Stenny a lot. I mean, that's it. talk about Stenny, but we were talking about, he was talking about all the players at the level. So I find them interesting to listen to. I find a lot of posts, other than Colin Hamilton's post-match interviews, I really enjoy watching a lot of the other post-match interviews. The player we kind of touched on and didn't really go into too much detail, John Robertson, who was a very good player at Edinburgh City, moved to Linfield, left Linfield in a bit of disgrace, winds up with East Kilbride in the Lowland League. He looks like he has come back with a lot of fire in his belly.
I mean, he's as much as I was impressed with East Kilbride in general, I thought Robertson was still a cut above everybody else in that team. Like Raith really struggled against him. He is, I mean, he's not just a talented player. He's strong and he's bustling and he's hard. And I'd imagine he's just a nightmare to play against. And you're talking about defender like Paul Hanlon, for example. He's not going to play against centre halves like Paul Hanlon in League Two. I can see him having a bit of a field day this season.
It was against. I mean, it wasn't as effective in the second half, right enough, but just against like Danny Devine and Remy Savage doing the thing where he's getting the ball played and he's basically just like backing at them and just trying to shuffle them back so he can take the ball in and cushion it and pop it off to someone else. It's something that he can do really well. But I think perhaps most noticeable of all, the calibre of the goals he scored. You see the goal that he scored against Dunfermline in the friendly, basically picked up the ball inside his own half. Picked up the ball, this at K Park, picked up the ball inside his own half and just sprinted with it and finished. He basically running like 2/3 of the length of the pitch to score. I mean, he scored a banger against St Johnstone in the League Cup. There's the hat trick against Raith Rovers. Scored a free kick against Inverness Caledonian Thistle, albeit the game was done to make it 6-2 right at the end. But I've said it before, I'm comparing him to Wayne Rooney. Like I think that's the best. If you've never seen this guy play before, it's Wayne Rooney. It's just like ultra competitive, ultra aggressive, but marries it with quality. He looks like who's he giving a bollock to? You been to K Park?
No, yeah,
we'll touch on that just shortly. But you're quite close to the action, so you can hear. I think it was Magnus Mackenzie didn't play the ball up to the park quickly for him, and he's fucking bollocking him, and the play goes on. Then he's still, the play goes on out of play, and he's still shouting at him to just speed up. Like he wants it. He just wants it quickly when he's in there. But someone who, again, similar to picking East Kilbride to win the division, I think he'll finish top scorer this season. So it's all looking like really good for them. And I suppose that I don't think it's quite as cut and dried. I'd say it is looking really good for them, but perhaps not quite as cut and dried. Having seen them in the game against Inverness Caledonian Thistle, I think that they might struggle against bigger teams. And I was thinking like against the Dumbarton, for instance. Now, they're a better football team than Dumbarton. They'll be able to play around them. But what if Dumbarton don't want to play football and want to slug it out with them a wee bit? Now, I think that East Kilbride can do that. We saw that for a manager who doesn't want to compromise his principles and wants to have his team play in the same way. That game against Bonnyrigg, when they had the 3-1 aggregate, they were leading by 3-1 in aggregate going into that second leg. Now you're thinking, Christ, like, how's he going to pass his way around the pitch at New Dundas Park? Didn't just turn the game into an absolute shitfest, and it worked. They got over the line. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Yeah. So he is a manager that can compromise. I just think against, like, if you're playing against Dumbarton or bigger teams that are a bit bigger, and Dumbarton has a lot of big laddies across part, like guys like Tony Wallace, for instance, like Leighton McIntosh, the two centre backs that we're speaking about. I just wonder if for those smaller guys, if they are up for the challenge for that, and that's something I'll be interested to see over the course of the season.
And in terms of, you think about how many goals they conceded, albeit it was a tough group, they're up against Championship St Johnstone, Championship Raith, and Inverness, who are one of the favourites for League One in Elgin. Conceded 11 goals over the piece. And I think part of that is, as we've already said, comes down to the style of play and the fact that they make errors at the back. I think over the course of the season, it doesn't matter, because you'll have John Robertson scoring 1 million goals. But I think from week to week, they will have games where they are wasteful in front of goal, and I think they will always concede goals at the back. So I do think they'll have difficult afternoons, but not enough over the course of the season to hamper them.
I can imagine a lot of the games, say they go to Stranraer, they beat Stranraer 3-0, they go to Annan, they beat Annan 4-0, they go to the Spartans, they lose 5-1. Something daft like that, where I think we saw that a couple of times in the Lowland League where they can just have an off day. But the good thing is about the league is that you've got another game coming up that you can quickly rectify that. And on top of that as well, I think more so than any other club, say you're getting to January, or in fact there's still room just now, but say you get to January and you're a wee bit off it, say the Spartans are ahead, or you're in third place, Spartans are pulling away ahead of you, Edinburgh City are doing well, Stirling Albion creeping up behind you, for example. They can go into the transfer window and they'll be able to sign players that I don't think other teams will be able to do it.
Yeah, very much so. What about your trip to K Park?
It's I've got to say it's not the best ground I've ever been to. I'm trying to be diplomatic because I know we got in a bit of bother last time we were critical of it, and I think that probably it was the wrong thing to say because neither of us had been there. So it's wrong to criticise something you've never been to see. But I can't say I particularly enjoyed the experience of being there. That's wrong. I take that back. There's elements of were class. There was elements I didn't like. It's right in the outskirts of town, so it's only really accessible if you've got the car. I think public transport to the area is quite limited, so you need to drive out to it. You need to bring apparently midge spray as well. I did that in advance because it's in next to like a park. It's next to a zoo, so it's quite a wooded area, particularly on a sort of summery night. Make sure you're sprayed. I'd put down some mosquito repellent and stuff.
Just imagine like people with season tickets are wearing like a kind of beekeeper outfit.
But you go down in the complex and so on. It's very. Somewhere like you'd watch a high school game of football there. Perhaps I was actually quite uncomfortable sitting there because the chairs don't have a back on them. The seats are quite low down, they don't have a back in them. And I went and actually sat in the back row so I could lean back in something, but even so you were leaning back at a funny angle and it was hurting your back. And there's not really conducive to a good atmosphere. Now I know that Simon Ferry was speaking on the Sacked in the Morning podcast very recently. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did see the clip that was posted on social media, and he talked about the East Kilbride want to be a championship club within the next 5 years. They're planning on building a 40,000 seater stadium in a
think it was four.
Was it 4,000? Sorry. I'll take that back. They're planning a 4,000. God, I mean, if you build it, they will come. Third biggest stadium in the country. Fucking hell. Sorry, a 4,000 seater stadium in town. And if that is the case, I would love them to make the seating more comfortable. So from that aspect, to get to and actually to sit, I was quite uncomfortable. There's older boys were sitting next to you. They'd gone for a coffee midway through the second half and didn't want to come and sit back down because it was a bit painful for them. So in that regard, it's not that great. What I would say, however, is it felt like a real community place. There was folk just walking by, like saying all right to each other, like just fans just having conversations. Somebody would go down for a pie and end up having a chat with someone. Just nice. It's kind of thing that you would see at Stenny. Beyond the stand, there's a group of younger supporters, or certainly the more vociferous supporters that stand down just by the stand in the corner. So that's obviously where the ultras quote unquote go. So that's pretty nice, and everyone's really friendly. The three boys sitting next to me were ground hoppers up from England. Okay, they were kind of similar to me. They were collecting the K Park because they'd never been there before. The old boy next to me went most weeks. Everyone there seemed like genuine East Kilbride fans, apart from the guy sitting just in front of me who was streaming the Rangers Panathinaikos game on his phone. So it's not a great place to go football, but I think that there's an acknowledgement that's the case. You know, I think that when we pointed out that K Park wasn't a great place to go and watch football, the response was, we're looking to build a new ground. Kind of not answered the question there, but it's just almost like saying, yeah, we know it's not fantastic, but it's going to get better. So if this 40,000 seater stadium does come to fruition, that would be class. And I think that East Kilbride, I think when we talk about the ambition, that's the kind of ambition where it's like get up as quickly as possible. I think in that clip, Simon Ferry said that the week after they'd won promotion into the SPFL, the owners had said, what do you need to win League Two? And it just feels like you want to do everything as quickly as possible. Kind of similar to what Kelty did when they came up.
So that was a comparison I was going to make, because so obviously the people who are involved at Kelty are now involved at Raith. Mm-hmm. And I think they were people who were wealthy, but not multi-millionaires. Mm-hmm. And I think they had enough money to spend on a team to get them out of the lower league. Mm-hmm. And I think they had enough money to spend to get that team out of League Two. It's a much bigger ask to get a team from even just League One to the Championship. That needs a lot more money than probably even the guys at Kelty had at that point. Now, I don't know what the kind of owners of East Kilbride,
Keane brothers, isn't it?
I don't know what their situation is, and it'll be interesting. So if they do go up this season, it'll be interesting to see if they're able to kick on from League One and go up even higher. Yeah,
it's because I wonder, you want to be a championship club, it's like, why? That'd be the question. Why? I think it's like success can take many forms, and be a successful club, that's to like establish yourself. You don't necessarily need to have like external backers paying for players you wouldn't be able to afford. You can have this new 4,000 seater stadium if it comes to fruition. And it's a great real community asset that people are able to go to and enjoy. I think that's success. Yeah. Whereas not just like getting up as quickly as possible and getting into the championship is success. Like, what's the difference if it's between 5 years, 15 years, to get into the championship? It's all still get into the destination. So it's just that's perhaps the stuff that I'm a bit uneasier with when we talk about ambition in Scottish football, like teams spending money. But it's interesting that we've got a manager in the SPFL, and I think that's the other thing about Kennedy as well. I think he's through social media, through his Twitter page, he's very open to talking to people, like posts his thoughts and stuff. Fans of his will get in touch. People who don't like him will get in touch, and he really just responds to everyone. So I think there's that. You don't see him going to bother, like Dougie Samuel, for instance. You don't see him posting pictures of himself inside the gym. And I've got to say, Kennedy looks in absolutely amazing shape. I don't know if you've seen any photos that he's put up. He's in absolutely terrific shape. So fair play to him. And I suppose that
maybe Dougie Samuel is as well.
Maybe Dougie Samuel as well. We just don't know. He's just not sharing these images. But when you think about like interactions with managers on Twitter, the only one I can think of really was when that Dunfermline fan in I think it was 2023.
Oh, the McPake.
McPake said Todorov must be shagging McPake's daughter or something, and McPake replied with, "Dunfermline fan or not, you're an absolute wanker. My kids are 9, 8 and 3. Come away from social media and come into the club and say that." And it's just nice that we've got a manager who can interact with people that doesn't end in threats of violence.
Dougie is there as well, but I don't know if he interacts that much. He just normally posts stuff.
Good stuff. That's fair. And I suppose that as well with Kennedy, it's an accusation that's followed him around his career. He's like a checkbook manager, needs money to spend, and that might be in the case of like Colville Park and Darvel and East Kilbride. However, we saw with Clyde last season, and I do still think East Kilbride will win the division, but we saw with Clyde last season, just because you've got a lot of money to spend doesn't automatically translate to.
You still have to manage it right.
You still have to manage it right, yeah. And I can imagine for him on, like, if he reads the stuff, the replies on Twitter, and he reads stuff on Pine Ball where he gets like a lot of flack from stuff. Like, if you can put on the best coaching sessions in the world, you have the players you have signed, you have met with them, and you get to know their personalities, and you wonder how they'll gel with the existing group, and you make the places as brilliant a places to come for. You put in so much hard work, and you just get dismissed as being a checkbook manager. That must be quite demoralising. But that's Scottish football, isn't it? That kind of stuff goes with the territory, and that's something that you just kind of have to put up with.
And I suppose this is a brilliant example to prove how good a manager he is, and potentially ram those suggestions down people's throats, I suppose.
Because the kind of football, it makes it easier if you've got good players and
money to spend. Of course it does.
If you've got good players, and you've got money to spend, but in order to create that environment where, as we mentioned earlier, like with Jack Healy, where you can take risks, where if the defenders like are trying to pass out for the back and make a mistake, the coach goes like, "Listen, that's on me. I'm the one that told you to do that, so that's on me." It's not like going back to the start of this podcast, like Scott Brown, where it's very much where we win but they lose. Where I think.
Or I mentioned Brian Graham. Where it felt like players were maybe afraid to make a mistake when Graham was there.
Where it just feels like East Kilbride, it's like we make mistakes. It's not you make mistakes. It's like you make mistakes because this is what we were trying to do. Talking at Stenny game, and we were talking about East Kilbride, and I was telling them, having been at because some of the boys had gone to Clyde, so I was asking about the Clyde 2, Stenny 2, and in turn they were asking about the EK Kelty Thistle game. And one of them said, I wonder about that style of play. I don't think it can work. You need to have an alternative, like a plan B. I was thinking, you get 2 nights a week to work with these players. One, I don't know how necessarily training works, but you do like a bit of shape work with them. Then you do like that one night, then you'll do like ball work and drills and stuff like that. The other night, so you can't really work in that. So it's like, if you've got a plan A, just make plan A as good as possible. Just make plan A as good as possible. I think that is something that the East Kilbride are capable of doing.
Yeah, I think so. As well.
And on top of that as well, they got a bit of punishment, and they make mistakes. But we saw last season in that run to the SPFL Trust Trophy final, they beat 3 Cove Rangers, Airdrie, the semi-final. Cove Rangers, Airdrie, and Ayr United in the quarterfinals to get there, and they took on Queen's Park
And
2
run them
each.
close.
Just ran out of puff at the end. Kelty Thistle first half gave them a good game. Just sometimes it happens. I've seen Stenny against Clyde lose all those goals just whenever they hit the goals, and you've probably seen games like that as well. These things can happen, but I'm very, very keen to see what happens to them this season.
Same. They are. I think I've already used it a couple of times on Pie and Burrows to describe them. A fascinating team.
Yeah, fascinating team. They're good to watch. Like that game. The 2 times I've seen them in the flesh, I've been really entertained by it. And I think they'll win the league this season.
I'd make that 2.
And on top of that as well, it's a total sidebar. But with them, we talked about Formartin when we were talking about players leaving Peterhead. I think that. I can't remember who I was talking to about it, but it's this idea now that East Kilbride are out the way. A lot of teams are basically coming out of hiding and being like, well, here's the obvious team that's going into the SPFL. We've got rid of them. Finally, this might be our turn to do it. And I think that's what Formartin I've seen.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't know about other teams in the Highland League. If they're Formartin are settling when they sign like Hamish Ritchie and like Rory McAllister, Scott Ross, Stuart McKenzie. I'm not sure who the favourites for the Lowland League are this year. I know Trent got a right good result by beating Hearts B.
See, I had in my head that Trinent had kind of scaled their spending back, but maybe that's changed as well. I'm not sure.
We'll find out. It's like because I did really take an interest in the Lowland League when East Kilbride were there.
I mean, remember if you go on the Cali Braves website, you can see how much money they've raised over the last 2 or 3 years, and it's something like $2 million. Maybe they'll put that to good use. If it's still there.
I was still there. Somebody heading to the airport with a big briefcase full of unmarked bills. Right, Shaughan, finally, after talking about 24 dumplings, we're now at the bit of this podcast you and I have all been waiting for. Edinburgh City, yes. It is their 10th season as an SPFL club, and my goodness, they have packed a lot into the past decade, but we're only going to focus on the past 12 months. We got a lot wrong on last year's preview podcast, but our outlook on the Citizens was by some distance the most egregious of them all. We both thought the team would finish bottom of the division and be the first promoted team to be relegated out of the SPFL entirely. Instead, I thought certainly pound for pound the best team in Scotland. At their very best, Michael McIndoe's team were absolutely thrilling to watch. They used an unorthodox 4-1-3-2 formation, ceaseless rotations in the middle of the park, all-out attack, and some of the best games I went to last season involved them. Both times beating the Spartans actually 2-0 and 5-0 at Meadowbank. And although they finished in third place, defeated by their bogey side, East Fife, in the playoff semi-final. And regardless, I think that was one of the success stories of the season. And everyone at the club, the manager, the players, the fans, the people behind the scenes, should be absolutely delighted with what had transpired because they were so close to going out of business. So that's absolutely incredible. Now, they had some harrowing results in the League Cup, beaten 8-0 by Ross County in just 14 seconds in their final group game. And they scored just once in their 4 matches. Now, we'd mentioned in a previous podcast, Shaughan, that you and I had been invited to Edinburgh City's Player of the Year event in April. Brilliant fun. Thank you very much for having us. We had the privilege of talking to Michael McIndoe, a supremely compelling individual, and he said his team would win the league this season. And Shaughan, is Mr. McIndoe correct? Will Edinburgh City win League 2?
Far be it from me to disagree with Michael McIndoe, but I am struggling to think that will be the case. I mean, you know what you're going to get with Edinburgh. They will have one of the smaller budgets in that division, if not the smallest. Yeah. So they are very much reliant on McIndoe being a bit of a miracle worker. Probably every season. Yeah. He's going to have to do it again. I don't doubt that he can. I suppose some of my concerns would be, and again, I've no doubt it just comes down to how much pounds and pence they have in their budget, but in terms of John Robertson leaving or Josh Grigor leaving, it just feels like the small amount of experience that they had, a lot of that's left again over the summer. Just as much as I still think there is names that have come in that excite me, and I think he'll do well, especially like Malik Zaid coming back.
That's a great signing.
Brilliant, great signing. But again, I still think it'll take an incredible job from Michael McIndoe and that group of players to replicate anything similar again this time around.
It's when he said to us, like, winning the league, especially when this was in the playoffs, you weren't sure if they were going to be in League 1 or League 2. thought that's a wee bit far fetched, but maybe that's just the kind of the bluster that he gives to get people to buy into what Edinburgh City are doing. But I think that it's when he said, I think I'd said to him that what was so impressive was the fact that, or maybe something that why you haven't kicked on or kicked further up the table as you might have liked, is the fact that you only seem to trust about 13 players in that team. You've got a squad of about 16, 17, but there's only really the same 13 outfield players that are being used. And he said, I'm going to go with an even smaller squad next season. It's going to be about 14 or 15 players. And you're thinking, see, if anyone else had been saying that, you'd be thinking, you're off your head. But the fact it's Michael Mackindo demonstrably can prove that what he's done is working.
I do still think he's off his head, though.
Yeah, both things can be right there. It's a really small squad, and I think that most of it is going to be made up through academy players. Academy players have been given game time over the League Cup group stages. Whether or not these are players are going to be good enough and they're going to come in and actually make an impact in the team rather than just make up the numbers, you certainly hope that's the case, because I don't think you can be in a position to just run the same group of players. I mean, there's Malik Said has yet to feature this season, been absent through injury. Already feels he's not even played, but it feels like he's a loss. Yep. And so you're by running with such a small squad, and I think it's a calculated gamble similar to what he did last season. But if you can get away with it, then you do have the quality there to finish in the playoffs. We know that, but that's the big if. That is the big if. If you can keep this group of players, these 12 or 13 players, fit over the course of the season, you don't need to rely on the young players. You can bring them on when you're beating Spartans at Meadowbank again. Then you might be able to get away with it. And
I also think in terms of another couple of names he brought in, I thought Bradley Barrett was like a decent sign. Like he had a decent record in and let's face it, not exactly the most expansive Bonnyrigg side, but he done okay, he done a job. And
scored one of the best goals I've ever seen at Oakville View in a 1-1 draw. Hit the ball for 30 yards, hit the underside of the bar and went in.
Oh, there you go.
What a hit.
And Robbie Mann, who was a success at Edinburgh. Was in League One. Yeah, and he was playing really well for them at that point.
Played on loan, I've got here, played on loan over the first half of the doomed 23-24 season. So he's come back, and I think he was a bit of a coup getting him back, and somebody who'll join in with that attack. Scored an own goal against Partick Thistle. I don't know if you saw it.
I did see that game. I don't remember the goal, but I did see the game.
He basically passed the ball back to Mark Weir. Kind of not really paying attention. Weir was off balance, and then Weir tried to just fell over to get it, and the ball sort of trundled into the.
Not really his fault. I'd say that maybe. No,
both parties are culpable.
Yes.
Both parties are culpable. Aye, it's the players that have come in. Zaid is by far the most exciting. I think Zaid, I'm trying to think who's the best signing in League 2 this season. I was swithering between Josh Lane going back in at Stranraer, maybe Malik Zaid going back to Edinburgh, because Zaid is. What a fun player to watch he is. What a fun player. Just the kind of guy, he plays football like he's wearing ice. No, that sounds bad, because it'd be shite playing football if you're wearing ice skates.
It's really hard.
He glides across the pitch. You know that way when he gets the ball, like on the half turn, he's always standing like 180, like basically 90 degrees, because he just wants to know he can get the ball in, get under control and dribble forward. That's all Malik Zaid wants to do, is to dribble the ball forward. And he's such an important conduit in linking that midfield and the attack. And it's not just being able to dribble, it's when he gets into that final third, the decision making's always right. It's always the correct pass into whether it's going out wide or whether he's going to slip someone in. So he's a huge boon. Having someone in here, I don't think there are many players in League 2 that can do what he can. And I think getting him back is massive.
I was just going to say, I think that probably says a lot about the club and Mackindo. Yeah. That they were able to get him back, because surely he had other offers.
I'm going to say that, and I think it's something that Mackindo talked about when we were speaking with him. The fact that Connor Young, and maybe this is something about what I meant to say this when we were talking about Mick Kennedy at East Kilbride. See, with Dylan McDonald and Kai Montague moving to Airdrieonians and Raith Rovers respectively. See young boys that fall out of football, who have been let go by a full-time club. You can say, come and sign with us. See these two guys, they're here with us 1 or 2 seasons. They're back. That's our jobs now. They're full-time football players. That's why you should come and sign with us. Connor Young is the example that he will have gone to Zaid and said to him, listen, I'll make you a better player. You come here, you'll be playing every single week here. You might not get that. Say if you were to go to Raith Rovers, for instance, you go to Raith Rovers, probably not going to play every week. You come here, I trust you, I believe in you. You play here every week, and we will help you get back into full-time football. That's what he can offer them, and he's holding up a picture of Connor Young the entire time. And I'm sure that's what he'll have said to all to the younger players that have maybe come in, that have maybe fallen through the cracks and somehow wound up at Edinburgh City. That's the sales pitch. That sales will be Connor Young, and Connor Young hasn't just done Edinburgh well in terms of the goals, hasn't done well just in terms of financially, but it's reputationally as well. Having a player like that is when for guys who want to be full-time footballers, have to drop down. If you're being careful with the club that you're going to, they can basically say, yeah, this is our track record, Connor Young, and he's now on the bench. The bench
now can he get a game
Dunfermline.
at Dunfermline? It was interesting to see how Daramola kicks on. Somebody we spoke very highly about a few years ago when he went to Kelty. Didn't work out for him. It feels like he might get more minutes because C's left, for example.
Aye, it's he scored a fantastic goal against Falkirk in a pre-season friendly, and he was doing all the stuff that you would really want to see Tui Daramola do, and that's basically you've got a lumbering centre back who's in a part of the pitch that he doesn't want to be in, where you can go on and just rob the ball off him, and you're far too fast for him, and then you go on and it's a really nice finish. And that's when I think of Tui Daramola, that's the kind of player I'm thinking of. We saw it when he was at Kelty Hearts. There was a game against Stranraer when they beat Stranraer 2-0 in that League Cup match.
Did he not actually score against, I think he might have scored against Edinburgh as well in the League Cup for Kelty. I'm sure he did.
I think he did, I think he did. But I remember specifically a game against Stranraer, and he scored one, set up the other, and the goal that he set up, I think it was Sean McIntosh was dithering the ball, and boom, he's in there, and the ball's pinched, and it's set up for someone to score. You just didn't really see that at Kelty. Now, I'm not sure if it was the manager, was it Potter? Might have been Potter at the time, but played him out wide, and you kind of missed the point if you do that. Like, he's explosive pace, but just get him inside the box, get him where he can just run onto through balls and finish. We didn't see a lot of that. He had a move to East Kilbride, didn't work out. Went to Clyde Bank on loan. I'm not entirely sure how he did there, but when I saw Edinburgh signing him, I was thinking, well, you're going to a coach there who can demonstrably make you better.
We'll see.
Wait and see. We'll wait and see.
I think it's interesting because we've spoken about like creative players at Edinburgh, but like they kept a ridiculous amount of clean sheets last season as well. So defensively they were decent. Yeah, and I was going to talk about the defence. And you start with Mark Weir, who kept. I think it was challenged getting 19 clean sheets. It was a really weird amount of very specific.
I think it was half the matches. It'll be half. You keep a clean sheet in half your matches. I think he got 14.
Because I'm sure he said at that awards thing we were at that he was getting a hard time because he'd only kept 14 clean sheets.
That was some
club record or something.
Like club record. But I mean, he'd proven himself to be like one of McIndoe's best signings. Mark Weir. You know, I think again when we spoke to him. Listen, lovely guy, Mark Weir, and great to talk to him. And this was, I don't want to sound big-headed, but when we saw him, we're like, fucking hell, that's Mark Weir. When he's just like, fucking hell, that's Telfer and Shaughan. So that was really funny. But talking away to him and just saying like I was a scuddy at Bonnyrigg and just like the backup goalkeeper at Stirling Albion, and then I get the chance to come to Edinburgh and some of the saves that he can make, just like he's a big guy, you know, a big guy. So maybe not quite as mobile as he could be, but
the reactions are excellent.
The reactions are absolutely phenomenal. I remember seeing him playing for Bonnyrigg against Dundee in the Scottish Cup, and Dundee went on to win that match 2-1, but they were really close. Was
he man of the match that game?
He was man of the match.
Yeah,
he was outstanding. There was a game against, weirdly for Edinburgh, against Bonnyrigg. We covered it in the pod, a 2-each draw. The calibre of Weir saves is absolutely outstanding. Like really, really good. Really, really good. And there'll be a lot of pressure on him this year. One of the things that I'm not quite sure what McIndoe's done, you touched about John Robertson moving on. So what he's done, Ian Lynch has been moved to right back, and Lewis MacArthur and a boy, Jake Service, is coming. Jake Service is coming from University of Stirling. I think it was. I think maybe had played under McIndoe at Gretna 2008. Or certainly might have been an overlap. But what's happened now is you've gone from having, like John Robertson, later on in his career became a fullback, but first and foremost was a central midfielder. So by having a central midfielder at fullback, you gave yourself far much more options, like just in terms of what you can do with the football, because John Robertson was ultimately just a really good football player.
Lynch isn't going to give you that right back.
So John Robertson could take the ball into the middle of the pitch and basically become like another midfielder from right back, and the team could shift over it. And it's the same on the other side as well with Quinn Mitchell, because Quinn Mitchell's like a smashing wee player as well. And on top of that as well, like Robertson could join in the attack as well, and was just a lot more clever with his use of the ball. And as you said there, I love Eden Lynch. You know, he's a hero of mine for winning the league with Stenhousemuir. I don't think he's at his best at right back. I think you're weakening the centre of the park and reducing what you can do on the flanks, because you don't necessarily play with wide players. You know, I think that's something that Robertson could do, can go up and down. Mitchell can do it down the left. I don't think you're going to get that from Lynch. And I think that you've got a guy there who you can put pressure on under the ball, maybe want to go long more than you like. And when it comes to playing a fancier pass, it's more likely to go wayward, just because he's simply not as good at a footballer. And so that's why I think that's the worry at the defence. And that's why I thought that Josh Gregor should have been kept on. I was surprised to see him let go. And I remember when Edinburgh, they were saying that they had options. It was like every player had signed a 1-year contract with an option for a second year. So I think that might have been at the club's discretion whether or not they wanted to keep them on.
I don't think he's went. I know he's been picked up.
No, I'm surprised. Really surprised at that.
I wonder if they go back to him.
I think they could. I mean, the guy could play across 3 different positions. 4 if you want to include the in front of the defence as well. And I think when you're running with as small a team as that, then he's a good player to have in your arsenal. And I think, like, I love Lynch, but I know his limitations, having watched him at Stenhousemuir. Meat and potatoes centre back. I remember saying in our podcast before when we were talking about Edinburgh, we said the outfield players, 8 of them are really good at football. The 2 worst players in that team are the 2 centre backs. So they're the guys that you want to give it to Jason Jarvis in the middle of the park, give it to Joe Robertson, give it to Quinn Mitchell, guys who are really comfortable in the ball. And now you've got 3 guys in the team that aren't necessarily comfortable. We need to see a bit more from Service, but you've got 3 guys that aren't. So that's
And the thing is that doesn't sound like it'll make, like, if you go for 2 to 3 that aren't great on the ball, but actually how important Robertson was, it feels like it's going to make a massive difference.
Because if you think about it, for that system to work, that 4-1-3-2 formation to work, a lot of pressure has been put on Jason Jarvis, I think Jason Jarvis at points, Dylan Wells at other points. Basically the one and the single pivot, as it were. But what Robertson could do and what Mitchell could do, depending on where the play's going, they can come in and basically offer a wee bit of protection in the middle of the park as well. I don't think Lynch will not want to get dragged out of position. He's a wee bit cumbersome, a wee bit slow in the turn. And again, I don't like slagging off Eden Lynch, because, like, I love the guy to bits. You know, he's a lovely big guy. Gave me some of the best days of my life at Stenny. But there's, for instance, you're not going to ask like Mark Durnan to play right back. Do you know? But do you know what I mean? This is the same sort of thing. You're not going to ask these guys to do that job. And just on that as well, do you remember when we covered the match where they beat Elgin City 2-0 at Meadowbank? Yep. Real interested by Alan Hale (Left's post-match interview, where he said that we know what Edinburgh want to do. They're going to want to, they're going to want to come inside a lot of time because they don't have a lot of width. And I remember thinking, that's really interesting, because you're right, they don't. The fullbacks can only get up and down so much, but the 310s are all basically wanting to play centrally and link the attack. And I wonder if that was the tail end of last season, so that'll be like the 4th time, or the 4th or the 3rd or 4th time that they'll have played each other. And I just wonder, and I've no doubt that McIndoe's thinking about this already, but if teams might have sussed out what they want to do. When I heard that,
yeah, potentially. But I suppose every team finds himself in that position by the time it comes to the 3rd or 4th time.
Yeah, especially in Scotland, when you've
apply that to anybody. But I know what you mean.
And it's just the again, going back to the conversation that we had back in April, just where he gets his ideas from football, from different sports. From different sports. Yeah. He said he's tried something he saw in the NFL, it didn't work, which was quite funny. But just that degree of innovation and that's what I'm excited about. And we've not even spoken about the most important of all. They have kept 4 of their best players from last season. You've got Quinn Mitchell, who we've mentioned, smashing fullback, can play in the middle of the park. And it's Lawson. I'm going to imagine he was one of the most coveted part-time players in Scotland. I think he could have gone to any part-time team in League 1 or League 2 last year. James Stokes, turned into a right good striker. Jason Jarvis as well, really versatile player that's had to a lot of pressure. I think he started off as quite a more forward-thinking player that's been turned into the back. So again, tactically versatile. And from speaking to that awards ceremony, someone that thinks quite deeply about football. So I think having kept hold of them is really good. And on top of that as well, McIndoe gave a interview at the end of, I think it was the start of pre-season, end of last season on YouTube for Edinburgh City, and he said last season had been dominated, the summer had been dominated by basically, well, we don't have a team of players, we need to basically put this team of players together from scratch, and we don't know if the club are still going to be going next season. Now this season, the club know where they are, they've got half the team signed up, so it's a far easier transition for McIndoe to bring the players that he wants in and embed them with the players that he has. So it feels like they certainly in last season a head start, but that's just to every other club a start. Just
yeah, no, but you're right, because like quite often we'll talk about the fact that when a team doesn't have a big turnover, that can only help matters because the players are already familiar with each other and how they play and how they can complement each other. And you're right, there hasn't been that massive turnover at Edinburgh, but the kind of small amount of players that have come in kind of feel like they will add something to the team.
I think so. I certainly hope so. The worries that you'd have as well, so maybe not so much a worry, like having kept these guys on, that was a big thing last season. I mean, how much SPFL football had the four of them played? Mitchell had probably played a couple of games coming through with the 20s. The rest of them, I can't imagine very much. Yeah. Now that's a season under the belt, so they know what the demands are from League Two. It's just that I think other than Mark Weir, he's the only, since Robertson's left anyway, Mark Weir is the only player there over 30. And I just wonder if the lack of experience cost them. You might have said that last season. Yeah. No, it turned out to be the case. The lack of bodies let them down. They got away with it broadly last season. You managed to get the same from using effectively the same players every, maybe a change here or there depending on suspension. You had Grigor that could come in and play at centre back at points. It's just, I think there'll be people anxious after the League Cup group stages because one goal and it was against Partick Thistle, and it was basically hit off the bar and bounced down to Daramola. So it wasn't like you created a chance just at the right place at the right time to get it. One goal and then pumpings against Queen of the South and Ross County.
And even the game against Stranraer, I don't know if you watched that.
Watched the highlights. It was quite a stuffy game.
Yeah.
Good penalties.
Yes, that's true.
So they're the team I want to win the division. You know, there's no secret. I've been saying it for the past 12 months. I'm a big Michael McIndoe mark. I want Edinburgh City to win the division. That's my pick. If I could pick a team to win the division, I want it to be Edinburgh City. The difference is last year, no expectation at all. Or certainly the expectations were all negative. So they had something to kick against. You could be like, you could basically sat the team down, played this podcast, you and I saying, never heard of these guys, all shite. And the players get angry about that. Yeah. This year, the expectation, we all know who these players are now. We all know what they're good at. We've watched them enough and know how all the constituent parts fit together. There is a positive expectation. We're expecting you to go out there and to challenge to win this title. That's the difference this season. So there's a lot of stuff has changed for Edinburgh. A lot of stuff stayed the same. A lot of stuff's changed. And that's why I think they're in the division next to Kilbride. Fascinating side to watch, and it's how they can deal with this, and it's pressure that they've put upon themselves.
Yeah, they've created it themselves because they were so successful last season.
And I suppose your manager saying we're going to win the league next season.
We'll win any league we're in next season, even if it was League One. I mean, that's quite an extraordinary claim. I don't think they're going to manage it, unfortunately. I think they'll have another good season. I can see why maybe fans are concerned, as you say, because of that League Cup campaign, because of drawn so many blanks in front of goal and had a torrid time defensively. But I still think they'll do well. I don't think they'll finish runners up. I do think they'll finish in the playoffs. I've got them down as third.
Good. They're playing Stirling Albion in the first game of the season. I think that'll be a really interesting match because I think Stirling Albion, who we'll come on and talk about, I think Stirling Albion looking reasonably good shape for the season ahead.
That'll be a good barometer and a good test for both of them.
Yeah, before to mention, it's East Kilbride Spartans first game of the season.
I think, and also another good barometer for both sides.
I'll be very good. Looking forward to giving you my thoughts on the Spartans. Now we'll move on to Elgin City. Now, their improvement under Alan Hale, brackets left, continues, having pulled the club away from immediate danger after joining in November 2023. He led them into the promotion playoffs in his first full season in charge. The last time they achieved that was in the 2020-21 season, but that was during the pandemic, and so doesn't count. Now, Elgin finished in 4th place. They took on Annan Athletic in the playoff semi-finals, but I think that a lot of the damage was done in that first leg at Borough Briggs, which was quite a comfortable win for Elgin City. They ended up losing 5-4 on aggregate. Now, results in the League Cup haven't been fantastic. Conceded 19 goals in their 4 games, including a pretty cruel 8-0 blitz at the hands of St Johnstone on Saturday. But it has to be said, Elgin's results since the advent of the League Cup group stages have never been fantastic. They've got about 5 wins in that period. And on top of that, it was a hard group, all teams who were looking to win promotion from their respective divisions. The challenge for Hale this time around is like, one, put those results behind you, and it's build on the side's development and progress. It's all pretty much been a straight line up the way since Alan Hale's come in at Elgin City. Can he build on last season's performances? Will they finish top 4 again, or do you think it's going to be something a bit worse?
I think they'll slip a bit this season. I think in terms of players that have left, like Aidan Glavin was only on loan, to be fair, last season, but I thought he looked really good.
Rovers,
in goals. He is, yeah, so he'll probably be back up this season. Jake Dolzanski, centre half.
Forfar.
I think he's a bit of a loss. I think Dejon Golding, I know he didn't play loads last season. I know he probably didn't quite as impressed last season as maybe we would have hoped, but I still think he can change a game. He's a match winner.
I mean, that goal he scored against Stranraer is
tremendous,
a superb goal.
And then kind of came out of nothing. And I think without that, he was always going to be a loss if he moved on. And yes, they've brought players in.
Another player to mention, Ross McEwen, having left, he had to retire because of injury problems. It's a real shame because he'd been at the club since 2019. I think he'd done them a pretty good turn, but last season was just like completely disrupted through injury. So kind of wish him all the best for the future and whatever comes next after his retirement.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. And I've not, in terms of the players coming in, some interesting names. Like in terms of Josh O'Connor, again, we kind of taking advantage of the East Kilbride situation to bring him in. I was surprised that Mikko Virtanen kind of dropped to that level. And I know he, again, somebody who initially went out on loan. I think it was Arbroath was his first loan team. Really impressed, and again never really reached those heights. But I think he might be local to that area.
Is that right?
I think he's from the north of Scotland, or he stays in the north of Scotland.
I was just going to say a name like that.
I think he stays in the north of Scotland, so that probably makes sense. But I'm not entirely sure that the players are bringing in are quite to the standard of who's left.
Yeah.
So I'd be, as much as I was really impressed with the job that Hale has done so far in terms of firstly keeping them away from that 10th spot in his first season to qualifying for the playoffs. Last season, I do think they've got a really good manager. I would just be surprised if they're able to reproduce what they've done last term.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think this is the division on the whole is it was like, see when you're thinking, not to keep talking about East Kilbride all the time, but it was like if East Kilbride are going, if it's not East Kilbride winning the division, who is it? And it's quite difficult that's quite a difficult thing to predict. And similarly, when you look at Elgin, you think like, what have they done that makes you think she can repeat last season's top 4 finishes? Not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. I think that the guys who come in, we can maybe talk about the guys who come in and how they complement the existing options. But Josh O'Connor coming in from East Kilbride or Crusaders, another weird one we talked about, like Mohammed Niang had been at the club for 10 days and then was apparently in trial at Elgin. And I think what had happened was that the story, and this is printed in the record. This is Mick Kennedy's perspective. It'd be good to know what Josh O'Connor has to say about it. But that he had come into the club and wasn't particularly fit and needed. It was a big season for him in terms of his future of his career. So he wanted to be playing all the time, but wasn't particularly fit. Was told that we can't guarantee games at East Kilbride. And like, you need to get fit before we give you games. It doesn't work the other way around.
Well, he's played the vast majority of the minutes for Elgin so far, so I'm not entirely sure about the lack of fitness. Whether he was good enough to play every week for Kilbride is a different story.
Fit enough for the standards that they've got. As we've been told, there's apparently players that go in and are absolutely astonished by the calibre of the training sessions that go on at East Kilbride. But nevertheless, Josh O'Connor's coming. You kind of hope he can find his way again. I think he was quite highly rated at Hibs. I think a lot of people at Hibernian wanted him to do well, given that his dad's Gary O'Connor had done all right at Airdrie, if I remember, without ever without ever looking like, wow, he's amazing.
He looked like he had something about him where he could develop and kick on, and that's never happened.
Yeah, aye. So I don't know how well his spell as Crusaders went. It's a pipeline, isn't it, between Crusaders and the lower leagues? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like going in Mary's toe poking and seeing all these weird Irish teams. I don't like it. But you'd hope that he can add something to the front line. You know, he's quite a big physical presence. He's quite like rangy. I would describe him as. The only clips I've seen from this season was against East Kilbride. Didn't look particularly great against me. He snatched at a chance at near post and he'd one similar shot as well. It was work that he kind of fluffed over the bar. So I think he probably needs a wee bit of time to develop. But hopefully that's what these League Cup games do.
And maybe confidence. You know, a goal might go in off his arse, and suddenly he's away.
Yeah, I definitely. But very different kind of player to Deshaun Golden. But I don't know if he's more reliable than Deshaun Golden is.
I think he just wanted to go back down south. I mean, I think he was from London or something, so I think he was just keen to...
Long way for home.
Yeah, that's keen to get back down there.
That's fair enough. For Tann's an interesting one because he didn't have the best of campaigns with the Wasps, and I don't think they were particularly sorry to see him moving on, but he does have something about him. If he can recapture that spell that he had at Arbroath, and thinking, wow, this guy's like a real high calibre, like aggressive defensive midfielder, then he can really add something to the middle of the park, and maybe free up the likes of Mark Gallagher to play a wee bit further forward. Maybe free up the likes of Brian Cameron to do his best football like a wee bit further forward. That's quite exciting in that regard. And I always think maybe if you're dropping down a level, it might unlock something. It might be the pace of the game, the speed of the game might be.
I agree with
you a wee bit more.
I agree, but then I think he impressed at the Championship when he initially went to Arbroath, and then when he goes to Alloa, I think right, well, surely you're going to kick on for here. Instead, he's kind of dropped down again. We'll see.
You don't know if he's still got the stomach for the fight. Maybe you don't want to get pushed around by. God, why do these Scott Brown? Why do these players? We've been talking about these players for the last couple of hours, and all these players' names are just completely deserting my skull. But you hope that he can come in and do a job. And on top of that, they've got this the cooperation agreement with Aberdeen, taking like youngsters on loan. I think they're all defenders.
Yeah.
So,
and I think they're all 16 or 17. So how much use they'll be, I'm not sure. I watched the first game.
Were you there for it?
No, I was abroad.
Right.
I was away on holiday, but because I was abroad, I was able to stream it.
Brilliant.
So I was pleasantly surprised by how easily Raith won the game. I mean, there's a massive disparity in quality. We know that between the Championship and League Two, and I expected the Rovers to win, and I thought it would be straightforward. But they could have had maybe 7 or 8 on the day. It could have been another similar to the St Johnstone match. And bear in mind, Elgin were at home and had 11 men. I was surprised at how straightforward it was. And the thing is, Raith eased up in the second half. I mean, the game was done by half time. I thought they were really poor, to be honest. Surprisingly so.
I think that's, as we touched on when we introduced the team, I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge for Alan Hale over this week on Tuesday night and Thursday night at training to get the players in and say, I mean, that match against St Johnstone, I can't imagine that was fun at all to be in. You know, to be down to 10 men after the goalkeeper gets sent off, and you're playing against a side that's expected to make an immediate return to the Premiership. It just looked shit, and I'd love to know what it was like to play in. I can't imagine it was fun, but it's to get the guys in there and just to. I don't know how you do it. You sit the players down. Maybe did that on Saturday after the match, or the bus on the way back up to Elgin. You sit them all down and you just say, listen, this is the league season begins. I mean, they've got the game coming. It's Annan Athletic away. It's a long journey for them, but
that perfect
opportunity to set down a marker and be like, you're playing against a. I was listening to Shaughan and Craig Telfer talking. They think Annan are the worst side in the division. We think this is the perfect opportunity for us to go down there and set a marker. That's the challenge. But it was the game against East Kilbride where East Kilbride they've got a lot more going for them than Elgin do. But when you see how easy they were cut open, and Elgin, like East Kilbride are just this like high caliber team who are just really precise with the passing. As we said, they can move the ball up the park really, really quickly, cut through teams and get it to Healy and Robertson and all that. You're not going to face that every week, but even so, it's just you've got the season to prepare for. Can you not take on Just get on the Tuesday night. A Strathspey Thistle available. You are fantastic. Get here. Stick a couple of goals past them. Job done. Everyone's in a good mood.
You're talking about sticking a couple of goals past somebody. It feels like it's a big season for Kane Hester.
Yeah, definitely. I remember when he got the move from Elgin to Montrose, it made perfect sense. It felt like he had done all he possibly could have done at Elgin. Absolute superstar in his seasons at Boroughbridge. You would probably get him like 12, 15, even more so in some seasons. I need to go back and check the injury records, but he was always good for double figures a season.
Might have been at about 17 when he left in January. I mean, he was having an amazing season.
It gets moved to Montrose and it just didn't work out. I think Montrose spent a lot of money on it. It didn't work out, and I think when they had the chance to recoup what the fee, they were quite happy to take it. And I remember thinking when he came back, you're thinking, right, that's class. That's going to be really good. But he didn't manage it. You know, he missed 2 of the months through injury as well, which didn't help. And you hope that he's had a good pre-season. He had a chance against St Johnstone. I think that he forced Stewart to, I think it was Stewart was playing goals, to tip onto the crossbar there. So he does still have a wee bit of ingenuity about him. I really like the guy. I think that when he plays, he can, for somebody that's not a particularly tall player, he can play like with his back to goal. He's a powerful player, good finisher, clever player, quick off the mark as well. And you hope that he can find form. So I think that's really important. And I think there's a lot of investment put into him. And I think he needs to repay it. But there are some, we've been quite down on Elgin, but there is still a lot to like about them. I think they've got one of the best centre halves in League Two, and Jack Murray, a really, really good player. I think Hale signed him from Bucky Thistle 12 months ago.
Yes.
And I think that strong centre back, reads the game well. Caledonian Thistle were apparently keen on him, but just couldn't agree a fee from the Elgin wanted more money than Caledonian Thistle would be prepared to pay. But the fact is that they're looking at him to compliment them. Is a boon for them, and I think that form a decent partnership at the back with Ross Draper. Ross Draper's like
36. I mean, he's getting on a bit now.
Aye, but if it comes to just heading the ball and keeping it away, as we say a lot of the time, Ross Draper's good for that. And on top of that as well, Ross Draper's got a lot of quality in the ball, so he's kind of like a much more, or sort of much less mobile Rhys McCabe. In a way where you've got a centre mid playing at the back that can play it out.
That really is a mobile.
That is a mobile. I just imagine Ross Draper having to get up in the morning. He's actually
all of his joints making noises.
I always just somebody has to. I just imagine his bedroom. It's just packets of cod liver oil, just all strung out of the place. He's necking cod liver oil. Him up and away.
Sounds like somebody's stood on a cat.
Did you see the clip? I can't remember what game. I think it was it Dunfermline against Hamilton? There was somebody, I think it was Connor Ferguson put it on social media. It was a slow motion of one of the goals scored. And in the background it sounded like somebody in Tom and Jerry when Tom gets his foot hit with a hammer, like, yeah. Did you see the clip? Oh, somebody watching this will have had to see the clip. They're probably saying, yes, I know it. It was quite funny. It was very funny. That's what that noise was. I think as well, Brian Cameron might not necessarily be that swashbuckling midfielder that we saw 4 or 5 years ago. He was always good, for a good 4 or 5 goals a season. Really dropped off in recent years, and I think that he's still good presence. He's the captain of the team. I just you want to see a bit more from him, and hopefully maybe like we mentioned there with Vertanen coming in, he can do that. I think what else is important to mention about Elgin, they've signed 4 academy players on professional contracts. 3 of the 4 players actually live in Elgin or come from Elgin, and hopefully we get the chance to see them get some game time as the season progresses. I think this is something that Alan Hale Brackett's Left's really keen on. It's for the good of the club and for the community as well. I think that they're really keen to see a pathway for young locals to actually come and play SPFL football. All very well in theory, hopefully it develops in practice, but I think with Elgin, they want to, rather than picking up offcuts from likes of Ross County and Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle, to develop their own players, bring them on and flourish. If you imagine Elgin, what you up to this weekend? I'm going to watch my mate play. They're playing Stranraer are up, so we're away to watch my mate play centre forward against Stranraer. That'd be class.
I did think you talked about them bringing in kind of young local guys. I kind of thought they might have tapped into the Highland League market a bit more. this summer. I don't think they brought in, like, it's Jack McKeever from Bucky. But other than that, I kind of expected again to bring in maybe 3 or 4.
I think he scored, hasn't he, for them this season? So that's, I think it was, albeit it was a penalty, and penalties, of course, don't count. But it was something. I think it was Ryan Sargent and Jack Murray were the two real success stories that he brought in last season. You think it was a market that they might have gone in for more? I don't know if money's tight. Maybe they had the opportunity to sign O'Connor. They've spent a bit of money on bringing O'Connor. They hope they can get him and Hester working up front together. For Tannen was maybe a signing that was too good not to turn down. And I don't know. I don't know what sort of wage. You need to speak something about wages that someone would command. Is it cheaper to sign guys from the Highland League, or do you got to pay more money to get them? Because rather than playing like Bucky and Fraserburgh and Inverurie and Forest, all of a sudden you've got days where you're going down to Stranraer and going down to Annan, which is a...
And as you've already alluded to, maybe a lot of Highland League clubs are pushing the boat out a wee bit more this season because it's an opportunity. So maybe it wasn't quite as easy a market this summer.
I was thinking about that. I was talking to a boy at the football yesterday. We're talking about like signing players, and we're talking about the Magnificent Seven that were in at Steny. And see if you're a young player, say if you're playing Highland League football, you're like 21, 22, and a club says, do you want to come play SPL football? You'd be like, oh, fuck it, let's go and do it. See stuff like travelling and all that. I think that becomes a big factor. So when if you've got a well-paying job that necessitates you being close to home, you've got a young family. But see if you don't have that and you can basically do what you want, you're still staying home with your man and dad, be like, I'll go and give it a shot playing with Elgin, because you never know. You stick out at Elgin, you might get the opportunity to go in and have a career elsewhere. So that's maybe a bit of a stick for some guy, not just in the Highland League, but anywhere. You get the chance to play for a team, you get your name in the papers, you're on Sky. If you score, you're on the ticker on Sky Sports. all these cool things, all these cool things that you wouldn't normally get. We've also employed John Walker as an analyst.
Yes, feels like it hasn't started that well in terms of the goals that they've conceded. A lot to analyse. He's a busy man now.
I just imagine just like all these paper data charts that have come up for the eight goals that St Johnstone scored.
Just a big supercomputer spitting out paper, just reams and reams of paper.
I just imagine his glasses all steamed up and his hair all this. His house, much like if Ross Draper's house is covered in cod liver oil packets, his just all these paper being streamed out. So hopefully, I mean, hopefully that I can't say too much about John Walker's work. I know him from social media. He certainly talks a good game there, and hopefully that can translate into some kind of advantage for Elgin. I think it was maybe Alan Hale that approached him and asked him.
Well, I don't know too much about the appointment, but I'm just aware that it occurred.
And hopefully, as well, if it gives Elgin the advantage, it gives John Walker the advantage of working with Rangers at some point.
Listen, that's where he sees himself.
And fair play. Listen, you've got to start somewhere. I think
dream
big, and hopefully, like you say, he gives Elgin City the advantage over their opponents, and he's recycling all this paper that the supercomputer's spitting out into his room. Where we seen them?
I think they'll miss out on the playoffs. I can see them finishing maybe 5th or 6th.
It's exactly what I've got. I think they'll finish in 5th or 6th as well. We'll move from Elgin City to Forfar Athletic, and I think that last year was a pretty dreadful campaign all in for the Loons. They went into the season having addressed none of the problems from the previous campaign. Patience with Ray McKinnon had worn thin, and he probably should have been moved on in the summer, and they still hadn't sorted out the issues they were having in front of goal, and the team really continued to stink the joint out. McKinnon was dismissed in mid-November, and former manager Jim Weir returned to the club. Weir couldn't bring about an immediate upturn in form, and at one point the team were 10 points adrift at the foot of the table, but they were able to put together a couple of sterling results, and coupled with Bonnie Rose's dismal form, they chipped away at the deficit and ultimately moved ahead of their rivals and into 9th place. That doesn't quite tell the whole story, however. They came very close to chucking it all away.
Yep.
They held a 7-point advantage over the Rose with 3 games remaining, ended up finishing above them courtesy of superior goal difference, and that's after Bonnie had been deducted 6 points early in the campaign for the state of their pitch. a decent showing in the League Cup group stage against decent opposition, but on the whole, Shaughan, a repeat of last season simply cannot be allowed to happen.
Yes, and I don't think it will. I think back to when we were discussing Forfar 12 months ago, and we spoke about the fact that they'd done everything the same again, that hadn't worked, that had failed to work the season before, which was essentially approach Dundee, Dundee United and Aberdeen, ask them for some teenagers and not have any strikers. Now that doesn't sound conducive to a good season, and funnily enough it wasn't. But Jim, you look at like the ages of the players that he's brought in. So we've mentioned Dovzanski has come from Elgin. I think he's 29. Angus Mailer's come from Bonnyrigg, fullback at 27. Lewis Martin's come from Brechin. He's about 28. In terms of up front, Martin Rennie's come in.
Scott Shepherd.
Scott Shepherd's come in, so he's whatever it is, 28, 29. I think Martin Rennie's 31. I don't think that necessarily solves the goal scoring issue. I expect Shepherd to be more work rate than goals. Rennie will chip in. Rennie might get 10 to a dozen. But in terms of just upping the average age, and in terms of just having like experience and leaders in the dressing room, it feels like they're in a far better position now than they have been for a good few years.
I think you're right. I didn't actually pay any attention to the players' ages, but that's a really interesting observation in that regard. I think the big issue has been goals. It's been goals. 29 goals last season in the league, comfortably the lowest in the division. And I think that the three players they've brought in to try and address that are all quite interesting. I suppose actually maybe talk about the players, the strikers that left them in that way, because it's effectively it's like a 3 in, almost like a 4 in, 3 out in terms of the guys that have moved on. Russell McLean is the most obvious one that's left. A purple patch in the middle of last season, but didn't necessarily convince. And I think that McLean, managers might take a look at McLean and think this guy's got everything he needs. I can mould something into be a really good striker. But what can you do with a warped brain? There's nothing you can do with someone that just isn't
a warped brain
with someone who just isn't that interested. You're all capable of doing extraordinary things, but I just think it's a languid and casual style of his that can really frustrate. I think that there's a lot of his previous clubs. I think you say Russell McLean, that just they don't really have necessarily anything positive to say about him,
and it must frustrate everybody, fans, teammates, managers. It must frustrate everybody at the club,
because there's times he can do stuff, spectacular things. I'm sure when he went through that purple patch,
he scored a hat-trick.
He scored a couple and good goals as well, like the kind of goals that you've got to be like a talented player to kind of score. Those are the kind of goals that he was chipping in with. But there are times when it's not going in his favour. Sometimes, like if a centre-back's pushed him about a wee bit, he's lost a couple of aerial duels, he just won't jump with them, and he'll try to do stuff like daft flicks rather than actually get the ball under his spell and make some of it. Try like a daft flick to a teammate that's not in the position to pick up the ball, and then sulk, and that just, I think that just winds up everyone.
It feels like the opposite of what you should do if maybe things aren't going your way. Like obviously I'll never be a footballer, but I was never going to be a footballer
unless there's a King Ralph situation.
But you think like, so let's say you get to the hour mark or half an hour and things aren't going your way. That right, I need to dig in here, and maybe I just need to do the simple things well and take it for there. But he seems to do the opposite.
Yeah,
you're right. He does daft things rather than the simple things.
Yeah, our players left. Declan Byrne, good player. Particularly, I think it was a spell at Albion Rovers. He looked like a smashing player, but injuries have really limited his contribution. Josh Skelly, I think that 2 years ago when we did this preview podcast, he looked, I think it was a game against Arbroath in the League Cup group stages. Really impressive showing, and not just in that match, but across a couple of the games. And we'd really high hopes for him. Just didn't translate into the SPFL. I mean, just one goal last season. Now he's off to the Midlands League, and not necessarily a striker, but someone who plays a forward. Bradley Rodden, he had agreed a new 12-month deal with the club. I don't think this wasn't a move that Jim Weir would have wanted to make, but Rodden had agreed a new deal, but he stays in Glasgow, wanted to be closer to his family and play for a team closer to home, so he's had his contract torn up so he can play and get to spend more time with his family rather than travelling. So I don't know if that means that Rodden drops down a level out of the SPFL entirely. I don't know, but he did score a last-minute penalty against Stranraer. That was a match that me and Craig Fowler went to, actually, and that played an enormous part in their title bid. So I suppose he goes with their best wishes. But those three strikers, maybe less so Rodden, because Rodden was the player's decision rather than the manager's decision. feels like they've been upgraded to an extent.
Yeah, I think so.
Like Rennie, we've spoken about. Rennie's probably the closest thing that Forfar will ever get to seeing Chris Templeman on the pitch again. You know, sort of a big lanky guy that's not that great in the air, but my goodness, when the ball's at his feet, he can do incredible things. Scored one of the goals of the season against Stranraer with that free kick.
Yes.
They hit that knuckle puck free kick. He scored against Annan Athletic. I mean, you've got to say it's against Annan Athletic.
How many times have we used Annan as a negative example?
Like, it doesn't count. It's like the pandemic. If anything happens in the pandemic, it doesn't count. If you score against Annan, it doesn't count. But I like certainly watching him. Somebody who can make something happen. And I think he's maybe a wee bit similar to Russell McLean in that he'll want the ball played into his feet. When it comes to long balls, he's not necessarily going to put himself about in there.
Still more of an end product. Though.
Still more of an end product than McLean.
And more of a team player.
And ultimately more
Obviously.
more obviously 9 goals in 30 league appearances last season for Clyde, which is for a team who didn't have that too great a season.
I don't expect him to be prolific by any stretch of imagination, but he will be a threat.
Yeah.
And Forfar just, let's face it, they haven't really had that at all for a while now.
He'll work alongside Scott Shepherd up front, returned to the club from East Fife. I think quite positively a Shepherd, not necessarily a prolific player, but someone who will work really hard for the team. I think that's the kind of player that fans will take to.
Aye, and he might create his hard work and the fact that he might be a pest for defenders might create a more space for Rennie, who might capitalise on that and then get more than 9 this season, I suppose.
Yeah, and the wild card coming in is James Richardson, who had he's a former Dundee player, so they have still, you know, that well still hasn't quite run dry yet. But he's 20, so he's not a teenager. But he had 3 spells at Dundee North End, so it was a big drop in the Midlands League. But he was relatively prolific at that level, so it'll be interesting to see how that translates.
And I think Dundee North End I think they're the best team
Yeah,
in that
I think
division
quite
by a
comfortably as
mile.
well, yeah.
So he potentially has something about him.
So it's not just it's not just the attack that's been upgraded. The defence as well has been completely reshaped, as you've said. Martin, Mailer, and Dolzanski. So I think that's perhaps the two areas. Let's stop conceding goals and let's score more goals. So the 6 players that have come in, as Jim Ware's been like, we're no score. Definitely, everyone knows that they're no scoring. Stevie Wonder knows they're scoring enough goals, and he cares nothing about lower league Scottish football. And at the back as well, where they just need to make themselves a wee bit tighter.
And I suppose who they will be able to call on at the start of the season was somebody who they thought could probably bail them out last season was Craig Slater, who I think they signed him, spent maybe a bit of money on him, and then almost immediately got injured. But he started again this season, so again somebody who maybe isn't quite good enough for a level or two above, but at League 2 in the middle of the park, he's a steady influence.
Yeah, I think he'd been one of Forfar's better players. Maybe if you'd say Forfar's best player over the last 5 years, particularly the spell that he had when he left to go to Arbroath. At that period, he was playing some really good football at Forfar. Probably maybe not mobile enough for the championship. Maybe the game's a wee bit too fast paced for him. But when he's afforded the time and space, he can make stuff happen that no one else can. Really good at pulling the strings in the middle of the park. And it'll be interesting to see who he decides to. In fact, jumping back, Craig Slater, 100th appearance for the club against Ayr United in the League Cup. So that's a pretty good milestone for him. And it'll be interesting to see who they pair him alongside. I don't know if Stuart Morrison might be played further forward. I think that's something that Ray McKinnon did, was to play him in the middle of the park. Nominally a centre back, but can play that a little bit further forward as well.
I know, I don't know if you've seen about Kieran Ingles' goal against. They lost. I'm sure they lost the game 2-1 in the League Cup, but Ingles' goal, but Ingles' goal was an absolute rip snorter. So he started the season well as well, and can play in there.
And I think Ingles was a player that I think was a year ago we spoke quite positively of. He was a player who had. To me, must be players doing well at Brecon. Again, we've talked about a lot like Grady McGrath and all that, guys who have done well at Brecon in the Highland League and then moved over into the SPL or returned to the SPL for whatever. Didn't quite work for him at points last season, so hopefully that goal's given him the impetus that he needs, because I think he's quite a talented player. Kieran Ingles, he's quite fun to watch, quite good in those small spaces, so you hope that he can develop and kick on from that. On top of that, 2 solid goalkeepers.
So it's funny, I was going to say that we've spoken pretty positively about Forfar, and rightly so. I was going to say that
maybe an area of concern is one that you wouldn't necessarily have said it a season or two ago. But I do think Mark McCallum, there's been a wee bit of a drop off, and I think a lot of that comes down to his fitness levels, perhaps.
Not in the greatest shape. And I think there's, do you know, we might have talked about it earlier. We probably did. We've been speaking for a long time, but it's players. You're at this level for a reason, and it's Mark McCallum's ability isn't in doubt. It's the fact that he's not particularly fit. You're not going to get away with that like further up the food chain. I think for a long time though, McCallum's gone without any competition. It's basically, and I think it's something I touched on there. I think it can be quite smart if you've got guys that are fit and self-motivated. You spend a lot of money on a good goalkeeper, and you sign a kiddie from the local high school, and you stick them on the bench. And if anything goes wrong, you're straight on the phone to Derek McInnes or to David Gray and say, "Listen, can we get a shot at a goalkeeper, please?" I think though McCallum, just judging what you said there, might have got away with that for a wee bit. So this boy they've got, Neil Stafford's coming on loan from Hamilton Accies. He had a pretty solid debut against Annan Athletic, but against Annan in the League Cup group stages. So I think that's important for him, because it's like that. If you're not pulling your, for want of a better expression, you're not pulling your weight, you've got somebody waiting in the wings that can come in here and do it. And Stafford's shown already that he can be a capable player and can add something to Jim Weir's team.
No, agreed. But that, as I said, it's probably the only area of maybe slight concern that probably you wouldn't have expected that was the case, I suppose.
No, not at all. I think that a challenge, there's a couple of challenges for Jim Weir this season. One, as you said right at the start, you can't repeat last season. You should, a team like Forfar should never be in a conversation to be relegated out of the SPFL entirely. And the fact that it was Bonnyrig's points deduction that ultimately saved them for that, it's no good enough. You should be doing it, if you're going to finish in 9th place, you should be doing it on your own merit, not because the authorities punished another side. So that's the big challenge for there. I think that the areas, it'll be interesting to see how those areas are addressed, how they all gel together. I think that the players that have come in, Martin I think is quite highly rated, again, albeit at Brecon, but he had played with Dunfermline, he'd been at for a number of years. I think he was quite good at Dunfermline.
Yeah, I think it was injuries have kind of blighted his capabilities, I suppose.
Dolzanski, good player. Mailer, maybe one of, I think a lot of the Bonnyrigg players who have remained in the SPFL, Bradley Barrett, Aaron Arnott, they've got alliterative names. Maybe that's what it is. Angus Mailer's letting the team down. But these are guys like Angus Mailer's not going to put butts in seats, but he's just like a steady fullback. And sometimes like you just need that, somebody who's a strong defender, won't get pushed around, can organise, work well with others, tell other people what to do. Angus Mailer can probably do it. He's got that kind of profile. So that's a steady defence. And Matty Allen as well is another defender that they've got in there who's a useful option they can call upon. So goalkeeper, you've got competition in there. Mark McCallum, we all know is a good goalkeeper. You've got someone who can maybe give him a kick up the backside. Strong back four, option in the middle of the park, options up front. Move away from, there's the first of Weir's challenges, don't finish in 9th place again. Be fun to watch is number 2, because that's something under McKinnon they just weren't.
Yeah, I would imagine that. Well, you know something, I think you can actually, like, without even checking what the attendances have been like at Station Park, see, just in terms of watching highlights, you can see there's just far fewer people like behind the goals, in front of the camera. It just looks like people are essentially turning off and kind of tuning out.
Yeah, but he'll still mute the microphone.
He's left. Yes, I don't think they have anybody to do. As far as I'm aware, I read it on Pine before that there isn't anybody to do the highlights at the moment.
That's a shame.
But they are, totally. But they are looking to change that and hopefully getting somebody else in. But hopefully somebody who retains the swear words. Don't edit them out.
Imagine they hire the guy from Montrose. Montrose sack him. They bring the guy from Montrose who just lets all the effing and jeffing remain in every broadcast. That's something that I think it'd be great. I mean, obviously it costs money to do it. When you look at the calibre of Raith Rovers highlights, when I was watching them this morning for their game against Kelty Thistle, they're just so well produced, so stylish, so classy, and it'd be great if every club could do that. And I think that's something the SPFL should put in their budget, as you should give discrepancies for clubs to get good highlights packages put together, get professionals in.
I'm sure I've got it in my head that John Sim kind of forked out for when he was more involved in Starts Park. I think he put his hand in his pocket and just bought a lot of really top class equipment.
Yeah, it's such an it's such an underrated thing to do, and obviously it costs money. If you've got a wealthy backer like John Sim, who understands the value of having like good social media, good highlights, and providing people the equipment they need to make good stuff, then they can do it rather than Stenhousemuir still relying on Pixelot.
That's bad.
It's bad. Aye, it's bad. It shouldn't be the case. So, what are we saying for Forfar then?
I don't think they've got enough. I think it's probably slightly too many better teams in this league for them to try and gate crash the top four. I think I don't think they'll get sucked into any nonsense at the bottom, but I think it might be, I don't think it'll be exciting, but I do think it'll be
an improvement.
Lower mid-table, but certainly an improvement on what we've seen. I
think it'll be an improvement as well. And I hope Jim Weir does well there, because it feels like, for having a long and winding managerial career with like ups and downs, and maybe it's fair to say more downs than ups. I think he was at his best at Forfar.
Yeah.
The team, we talk about it a lot, but the team that finished in the playoffs to get into the championship, that Dylan East and Thomas Riley, and there's probably a bit of money, the team more money than they've got just now to be able to attract these players, but they were great to watch. They were really exciting. John Baird as well, really exciting team to watch, and I know that the only reason he stepped down from Forfar because of the car accident and he needed time to recuperate. But it's great to see him back in, and I think that Forfar's a club that means a lot to him, and I think you've got that degree of professional pride, so regardless who he was managing, he would give his all to. But I think that Forfar does mean a lot to him, and to Gav Price as well, who's his trusty lieutenant. So I hope the pair of them can move Forfar away from any such predicament and just become like a stable part-time club again.
And then build, if that is what transpires this season, to build on that again next summer.
Definitely. We will move, Shaughan, from Angus to the capital city, and we will talk about the Spartans. Now, their second season as an SPFL club wasn't quite as successful as the first. Their maiden campaign in 23-24 in the big time, they came very close to winning promotion to League One via the playoffs. Last time around, however, a title challenge that a lot of people expected for them never materialised. Instead, they were battling for the top four and ultimately just concluded in fifth place. Couldn't get the better of Elgin City or Edinburgh. Now, I think it's fair to say a lot more will be expected this time from Dougie Samuel's team, and I think they should probably be looking alongside East Kilbride to try and win the division.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not surprised that Dougie Samuel's still in charge, but there was certainly chat at the end of last season that maybe he would step aside. I think there was a suggestion that maybe James Cragen would potentially take over.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Dougie Samuel should have been let go last season, but I don't think that last season's squad, I don't think it would have been cheaply put together by League Two standards. And they maybe weren't bad as such, but let's face it, they were seriously underwhelming.
I think
and they certainly underachieved.
I think so, yeah. I think that more so than any other manager, if you were to stack all the managers in the SPFL into a pile based on job security, I think that the only you would have, I think you'd have two managers in a tier completely beyond everyone else. It's David Martindale at Livingston and Dougie Samuel at the Spartans. I mean, he's done. I'm not advocating that they move on Dougie Samuel at all, far from it. The only, like I said earlier, the only managers I would want to see sacked are shite steady managers. It doesn't matter whether or not Spartans results do not affect me at all this season. But it's because he has got such a long-standing presence at that club, and because he's done so much for them both on and off the park. It feels like he's in such an untouchable position. And I think, say if it had been Ray McKinnon was a Spartans manager last season, that you're not getting a playoff place with it. I'm going to assume there's guys like Callum Booth and James Cragen, they're not there for a kickabout. You would have expected far more from them. It'd be interesting to see what happens if I think they'll finish top four. I think they'll go. I think they'll go better. But if they have a similar season to last, what that mean?
I think they'll improve this season, and as much as they haven't brought too many new players in, I mean, largely, broadly, they're going to be running with more or less the same group of players that underperformed last season. But I think in terms of two players that I think that are an upgrade, I think Paddy Martin. I think Paddy Martin is an upgrade on Blair Carswell. I mean, he, again, somebody who maybe didn't look like he had the required fitness levels.
Are you the Pilton Shilton? Are you questioning his ability?
Not necessarily his ability. I just think Paddy Martin is an upgrade. And Sean Welsh,
and I know in the past he's had injury concerns. However, I thought at Queen's Park he was really good.
I played most of last season as well.
Exactly, but he was so injury blighted at Inverness. You wondered if he could do a job. But he was excellent at Queen's Park.
Another good one for Duncan Ferguson there in terms of his player trading.
And I know he's not getting any younger, but I fully expect him to have a really good season this time around. So yes, I haven't done a lot of business, but I think the limited business I have done does improve the team.
Yeah, we'll touch on those players. I want to talk about the players that left first. I mean, the only two players, no great losses. Hamish Ritchie went to join Formartine. I remember seeing him at Peterhead and thinking, this guy looks absolutely class. I thought he'd be a great signing for the Spartans. Just never materialised. I think that they were just really happy to keep going with like Jamie Dishington and Cammy Russell as the players in behind the striker, and Ritchie never got much of a shot. But we also have to say Danny Denham, who retired from professional football. No, he didn't play much for the Spartans latterly. Spent the tail end of last season loan at Forfar Athletic. But fair play to him. What a career to look back on.
Has he definitely 100% hung up his boots? Because I believe he was, I think at the very first Forfar League Cup game, he was involved. And was he a trialist? Or he was on the park.
I think he might
before the game anyway.
I think at one point that he might have gone in at Steny actually just to help them out. I was like, you fucking better not, because we recorded that podcast where you retired. You made me look a right idiot, a right Mr. Confused. You know, you're staying retired. But you know, I think that's him completely checked out. Now the League Cup group stages are out of the way. Nobody needs a hand anymore. You know, so you can stand down, Danny. You can stand down. You can switch your phone off. We don't need you. We don't need you. But brilliant. What a career, and what a nice guy.
Yeah, fair play to him. We've both met him. Yeah. Normally it's just you saying, I've met him, he's a really nice guy. I've met him as well. Can confirm, nice guy.
They're all nice guys. Yeah. they're all really nice guys. Hoping to play badminton with him at some point. But I think I might have received a message from him saying that the badminton, the courts are closed. There we go. So Danny and I were supposed to be playing badminton next week, but the courts are certainly sort of the end of July, but the courts are closed. More information as we get it.
Have you played them at badminton before?
No, this will be the first time. This will be the first time. But
do you know how good a player he is?
I'll find out. I'll find out, and you better believe you'll get the exclusive on the Terrace Scottish Football podcast.
Unless he hammers you, in which case you'll never mention it.
Just pretend. Pretty much like when East Kilbride played Hearts in a pre-season friendly and lost 8-0 and just never mentioned it. Just like that, It was like, it never happened.
I'd imagine he will be good. I'd imagine like one of those people that are just like reasonably good at everything.
But just imagine that you share the dressing room with some of the greatest part-time players in recent memory, like Tam O'Brien, Bobby Lynn, and now you're playing badminton against me. How embarrassing.
No wonder he's trying to get back in at Forfar.
Definitely.
Better than this shit.
It's like, Jim, you don't understand. This guy thinks I can play badminton with him. I don't want to be anywhere near him. Phoning around any club that'll have him. Oh no, I can't play that day. I'm in training. But we were talking about the guys that the Spartans brought in. Do you remember this is back in late April? Mixu Patalainen was announced the club's sporting director. I haven't heard anything since.
It's funny, that popped into my head the other day, and I was like, wait a minute, have I just made that up? I've not heard anything. I mean, I don't know what his role involves, if it's maybe, because obviously they have so many kind of underage teams. I don't know if it's more to do with that, but I don't know what his role, how that works with the first team. No idea.
Because, I mean, so let's see, you signed Paddy Martin for Bonnyrigg. Wow, never heard of him. That's a real uncovered gem. And you signed James Craigan's mate to play in central midfield. And Jordan Tapping, who had a year in Australia that's just come back. You know exactly earning your corn there, Mixu.
I do wonder if his role is less to do with the first team and more to do with, I mean, like Spartans have got dozens of teams that under that banner. So I do wonder if his hands-on approach is more to do with them than the first team. No sure.
It's just when the way I was working with this document over the course of the summer was basically I'd written down the names of all 30 teams that we were covering and just adding bits in as they were happening. And so that would be in late April. That was one of the very first things that had gone in. So I was redrafting it into something that I could with more clearer notes. I'd completely forgot about that. I've not heard anything. Then basically put him up, and the only last thing you hear from Mixu Patalainen was
the appointment,
the job at Spartan. So not 100% sure how that will work out, but I suppose the proof will be in the pudding, and the pudding will be a playoff place finish. Yeah, the signings, Paddy Martin, great goalkeeper. Yep. I think it's you called it right, an upgrade on Blair Carswell. Missed a lot of football last season through injury, so
yes,
hopefully he's
Bonnyrigg always.
because I could never work out why they needed so many lone goalkeepers when they had Paddy Martin, but I hadn't realised it was injuries rather than maybe a loss of form or
just
whatever.
like a clumsy Clouseau-esque waiter. And Sean Welsh winding down his career, I think, if you're moving from like Queen's Park and the Championship to the Spartans at part-time. But when I went to see the Spartans against Queen's Park, funnily enough, him and James Cragen were really good in the middle of the park. There's a they really complement one another. Like Sean Welsh, he's not afraid to get stuck in as well. You know, I think that a lot of time think it's just like just keeping it simple and tempo. But no, he was really good in that game. And Cragen's just a very, very good player. And the player that we mentioned as well, Jordan Tapping, returning to the club after a spell in Australia. I'm not sure if he was out there playing football or just gallivanting, but
Was he the Tapping that was at Steny?
No, we had both Tappings,
Right,
not
okay.
at the same time. We had Callum Tapping, who played during the pandemic, and then we had Jordan Tapping, who Stephen Swift signed.
Ah, right, okay.
Aye.
A red flag immediately.
For funny enough, like Stephen Swift, for all that I didn't particularly rate him at Stenhousemuir, he did, I'll give him to his credit, he did sign a lot of the players that would go on to become like really important players for us. So like Nicky Jameson, Mikey Anderson, Adam Brown, Nat Wedderburn, Ewan O'Reilly, Matty Yates, all guys that were the fulcrum of that championship winning team. You didn't have a clue what to do with them, right enough. That's like, you know, that's like me buying a pair of nunchucks and being absolutely rubbish with them, then giving them to a trained ninja, and the trained ninja being absolutely amazing. He's a lot. But imagine Mikey Anderson shaped nunchucks. Like, wow, look at him go. This guy knows how to use a pair of nunchucks. So tapping at Stenhousemuir, I think it just he didn't play that very often. Like Swift had signed so many like centre backs at one point. I think Tapping was just brought in to be a cover from the Shire. But the impression I had of him, I'd need to go back and check. But I think every game he played in, there was a mistake that led to a goal. Been far better than the Spartans. So say that, I just think Stenhousemuir was a bit of a blip in his career because he seems to have done quite well elsewhere. But I think he'll come in and provide cover for Ayrton Sonker and Kevin Waugh at the back.
And it feels like wherever you go in the Spartans team, and yes, it's an aging team, but it feels like there is a name, B, somebody who's played at a higher level, and C, still a player who has quality about them through the spine. I think they've got a really good spine. I think on the flanks they have as well, whether it's fullback or wide. I think if anybody can give East Kilbride a challenge, it probably comes to Spartans. As poor as they were last season, or as much as they underperformed last season, I still think if any challenge is coming, it's coming for them.
Aye. When we were talking about where they struggle against like a big team, a lot of big boys in this Spartans team, a lot of big boys. I mean, you look across the back four, they are like Ayrton Sonker is an absolute unit. Like in the middle of the park, you know, Cragen and Welsh aren't necessarily the tallest guys, but you got Blair Henderson. Touching him shortly, Cammy Russell, Jamie Dishington. Russell's quite a tall player. I think he's into mewing as well. He's got phenomenal cheekbones. But there is some Bradley White's other player. It looks like Bevo, the TikToker. Do you know who that is?
No.
There might be somebody listening who knows who Bevo is. Go and bring up a picture of both players, dear listener, and let me know if you think that Bradley White looks like Bevo. Mark Stowe is there as well to add a bit of something on the flanks. Brogan Walls, you know, I remember when he moved from East Fife, I think, wow, that's a pretty interesting signing, but it's never, I don't think ever really quite worked out for him. At the back, you go across that back four, Kieran Watson on right back, Callum Booth at left back, then Sonker and Waugh in the middle. I think they're really slow. I think that's quite maybe not so Watson and maybe Booth, but Waugh and Sonker are really, really slow players. You know, for all the good stuff they can do in terms of the heavy stuff, they're slow, they can get turned. I've seen, unfortunately, I saw Waugh 3 times last season, I think, and unfortunately 2 of the games he was really, really poor in. Those both games against Edinburgh City. One of them, it was his foul that led to a red card, and it was a penalty I think it was red card and a penalty that Connor Young scored from. Basically, he just got turned in a way and tried to grab him back and think tripped him and was sent off there. So if you run at him, you can go past him. You're not going to catch him. So that's something to watch out for.
And East Kilbride, they have a forward line that can run at you with pace and skill. So that, you're right, that's something they'll toil with. That's
a worry. But the two central midfielders, really, really like them. James Cragen,
I'd love to see him at Steny at some point. Not just for his football ability, because he's such a nice guy.
Just a nice guy, isn't he?
They're all nice guys, aren't they? But he really is a nice guy. He's I think he's a really professional, really kind of glowing the way he sort of carries himself.
And an interesting tale of how he ended up in professional football, I suppose.
Playing university football. I think it was the same as Mark McGuigan. I think it would be the same
down in Preston.
I think he'd gone through Preston's academy and he was playing university football, got spotted. Jackie McNamara was the Thistle manager at the time, spotted James Craig and Mark McGuigan doing stuff for like a university team and signed a pair of them. And both players had varying degrees of success at Thistle. Mark McGuigan, I think he scored in his debut, might have been at Somerset Park, and jumped into the fans behind the goal. And then Cragen scored the goal at Thistle that ultimately won them the league title against Morton in 2013. But a player who I've always liked. Yeah, same. And I think as well, remember when he was at Edinburgh, he was playing at fullback. Quite like that. I quite like that sort of versatile midfielders that can play.
And the fact he's like 34 now, it kind of felt like...
Is he as old as that?
Yeah, I thought at that age, maybe that's just where he needs to be now. But that hasn't happened at Spartans.
Something I didn't realise that the Spartans were as old as that. Maybe if you're thinking Booth will be in his 30s, Waugh, I'm going to imagine he's in his 30s, Welsh and Cragen are in their 30s, Henderson will be in his 30s. Maybe it's a good balance of ages there, like the guys who aren't 30.
No, was only 27.
Oh.
There you go. But no, I still think it's an age inside, absolutely.
Yeah. So in 5 years' time, are we going to say, Dougie Savage says he really needs to turn that team around? What about up front, Blair Henderson?
I was going to say you can't knock him. We generally do, but that man can score goals.
It's the 2 seasons that Spartans have been in the SPFL, 27 and 23-24 and 16 last season, so a bit of a drop off, but you can't fault his numbers. That's it. I say every time. It sounds like it sounds like it's a personal issue with him. I don't have it. I thought he was quite good against Queen's Park, just good at winning knockdowns and really giving like Fox and Murray something to think about. But I just think, what if he's not scoring? He just doesn't impose himself enough.
But generally, he does score, so he gets away with it.
Yeah, that's it.
I know what you mean. He's not somebody who's not necessarily going to run the channels. He's not necessarily going to bring others into play. He's not a well-rounded forward, but as long as he's still producing those numbers, that's fine.
I think that's a bit of the challenge for the Spartans, is that if he's not playing well, they don't really have anything in attack that's an alternative. But if you're running with a smallish squad and you've got one out and out striker who generally stays fit and who's generally going to play most of the time, it's very difficult to try and recruit an alternative to come in and basically play second fiddle. Maybe similar to Partick Thistle. Yeah, in that regard, we're like when you had Brian Graham up front, who's going to come in and be reserved to that.
But it is certainly the one area of the team that, like, just forward thinking in general, it's something that they haven't managed to bring anybody in over the summer.
Yeah, I suppose that the squad looks like it's going to be supplemented by young players from the academy side. There's boys that are coming off the bench: Archie Wiley, Given and Lovu, Mackenzie Scott. I can't say I know too much about these guys, but I think that's absolutely something that the Spartans should be looking to do. If you've got one of the best academy sides in Edinburgh, then you are the best community. Use it. Yep. Use it. Get boys in there to come and supplement the first team.
And as it gives the youngsters that are involved at Spartans at various age levels, gives them something to aspire to.
Yeah, I'm sure Adam Corbett came through the Spartans and went on to captain them, and I think for a period he was like the poster boy at the Spartans, basically saying, you come in as a Wayne, you work hard, you can come play with Spartans, and you can move to Stenhousemuir.
Everybody's like, oh, no bother.
That's fine.
I'll leave it. I'm going to play my PlayStation.
I'm with my mates to tag, put some graffiti somewhere. But in all seriousness, I think that's a good thing to do if you want to see progression. I think that's an important thing doing. I think that maybe the Spartans could be doing, or maybe just the players aren't good enough. Maybe they need to win Dougie Samuel's trust before he'll give them a go. But yeah, interesting to see how he does this season, because you're right, it feels like if anyone's when you look across all the other 9 teams in that division, if there's any side that's going to give East Kilbride a run for their money, it might be the Spartans. But I just think that, not sure if the strength and depth's there, not sure if the alternatives are there to change things up. So that's probably why I'd maybe maybe mark the Spartans down a wee bit.
Yeah, I don't see them winning the title. I think they'll probably finish in a solid second position. I'd like to see them do well, and I'd like to see Dougie Samuel interviewed after games. I don't know if I know what his voice sounds like.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, it feels like any time Dougie Samuel's been interviewed, there are times his voice has been portrayed by an actor to protect his identity.
Even so, here's transfer market here. Even just like there's no picture of him.
There's no picture.
It's just a silhouette.
This is a manager.
He's real.
This is an SPFL manager. They should all have real photos. Yeah, that's a frustration with the Spartans. And what else is difficult? What else is difficult to try and talk about them unless you go to the games. And that's one of the reasons why I went to see them take on Queen's Park. I've got to say, I think I mentioned they were pretty good in that game. Queen's Park had a bit of a collapse at the end, and they lost a goal from a corner. And fair play to the Spartans for taking full advantage, but they lost a goal from a corner, and then it was a daft penalty right at the very end, and Spartans took full advantage. Cammy Russell had a really good game there. But one of the points of going to that game is, as we've mentioned numerous times, Pine Bovril is a massive help for us to pull together a podcast to get a rough degree of, when we watch highlights, who should be looking out for. If somebody gets a mention, we know who to look out for. I don't think there's a single Spartans fan that uses Pine Bovril.
Yeah, them and Cove are a strong, of course.
Cove actually do. Cove have got a decent number of. Cove. I'd say so. There's about 3 or 4 Cove fans that are
because at one point it was only 1, but I was going to say that they might have about 3 now, which I could do with more.
Yeah, certainly.
And also producing highlights would be great.
Producing highlights would be great. I maybe put that oil and gas money into getting some decent cameras. But it's that deal with the Spartans. Unlike we're fortunate that we've got a decent knowledge of the lower leagues. So a lot of the players that the Spartans have signed, like Ayrton Sonka, we've seen him at Albion Rovers and Annan and Stranraer. You know, like Callum Booth, everyone knows he's a legend with St Johnstone. James Cragen, we've all seen him. Blair Henderson's been around enough. So there's all these guys that you've got an impression of. But other than that, there's no fans talking about the game. There's no post-match stuff with Dougie Samuel. The only time you can tell them if they're playing away from home against like Stranraer or Bonnyrigg or whoever that do produce highlights, that's the only sort of interaction you're getting with them.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, they do highlights, though.
Oh, do they highlights?
Yeah, the Spartans do highlights, yeah.
Aye.
They just don't interview Dougie Samuel afterwards.
Surely that'd be the easier of the two things to do, interview the manager rather than produce match highlights.
Because there's a lot of clubs that do it the other way. No highlights, but interview the manager. No Spartans do it in that method.
I did not know that, so you made me like an arsehole in this podcast. Even more so than I normally do. Right. Team number 29, this is Stirling Albion. And last time out, we think, Sean, we expected a transitional season for the Beanos, and that's exactly what we got. The squad was effectively a handful of experienced campaigners mixed in with young boys taking their first steps in the game. And Alan Maybury's side were sometimes very good and flirted with a top 4 finish, and sometimes they were mediocre and were sucked into the nonsense in the lower end of the table. And that's why they finished in 6th place. Lost all 4 League Cup games, didn't register a single goal. Even so, though, I think there's a fair degree of hope that the team can go better than last season and maybe should be looking to challenge for the top 4.
Yes, I think there is kind of cause for some grounds of optimism. I think in terms of last season, you summed it up. There was, I mean, bear in mind, I think when Alan Maybury went in, they had about, like they hardly had any players. I'm sure they might have had 3 or 4 players when he arrived at the club, almost starting from scratch. And he was essentially reliant on young players that was maybe able to kind of scavenge from teams further up the pyramid. I don't know if you heard his interview before the Hearts game.
No.
And he essentially said he talked about how a big part of his job is essentially developing players and youth development. And he tries to entice players by saying, I can improve you and improve your game, you can improve us. Couple of seasons with us, and then you could leave here a far better player.
Rejected Pet Shop Boys lyrics. I can improve you, you can improve me. Let's make lots of money.
So last season, it felt like they had a wee bit too many young players, I suppose, and maybe the balance of the squad wasn't quite right.
It did get better as it went on. I think at the start of the season when they were able to bring, I think it was guys like Adam Brown and Robbie McNabb and so on. You're thinking, oh, hang on a second, these are players with a bit more pedigree.
But funnily enough, as much as it's not necessarily all young players this time around, it still feels like the balance of the squad isn't right. It feels like certainly in terms of the top end of the pitch,
Yeah.
they must have like about 5 or 6 forwards.
When you say that, see when they signed Ross Cunningham from Kelty Hearts, thinking, well, that's an interesting signing. He was Kelty Hearts' best player last year, I think, joint top scorer in League One. That's interesting to see him drop down. But then I was thinking, where does he fit into this team? You've got Adam Brown in the team. And Adam Brown was Stirling Albion's best player last season, somebody who will kind of like float around the margins of the game, get on the ball, maybe make things happen in the moments. How do you accommodate both players into the same team? And then when I'm seeing the rest of the transfer business, I was thinking, these all on paper look like decent signings, but how are you going to get them in unless there's you're going to stumble across a formation, maybe a player's played out of position, maybe somebody's not going to play at all. But it seems like a bit of I'm keen to see what Maybury does to answer these questions we're having.
Because bear in mind, they've brought in Russell McLean, who we've already mentioned, but they already had, in terms of the forward areas, Dale Carrick, Dale Hilson, Ryan Shanley came in. So that feels like a squad that is a load of options in those forward areas. Maybe a wee bit like the further back you go.
There was talk, though, that
I think one of the Dales is it Dale Carrick has put the transfer
request in, so I don't know. I keep saying it'll be interesting. I don't know what the story is there. I've certainly not seen anything official. I think it might have just been street talk, but I think that'll interest a lot of clubs. Hilson, Carrick had a pretty, maybe not a decent season last year. I think what's the disappointment with Dale Carrick is that the season when they won League Two in 22-23, he scored 25 goals in all competitions, comfortably the best player in the division. He only got 11 in League One the following season. Maybe excuse that for the step up in level and the fact that Stirling Albion struggled, but only 7 last season. So you're seeing a drop off in numbers, and I wonder if teams might look at that and think that, is this a punt worth taking for somebody that's perhaps a wee bit injury prone, not as he's relied on his pace. He doesn't have that same degree of pace as much as he done earlier. But there's also the clamour to sign attacking players. So he for them to let him go, at least they won't be short-handed if they let Carrick go.
It'll be interesting in terms of personalities as well, to a degree, because I think, without knowing too much, just in terms of what I read, I think Shanley might be somebody who can get under the skin of possibly opponents and maybe teammates as well, and McLean might.
You add Russell McLean into that mix.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Shanley. I remember when Shanley left Falkirk, or when Shanley was rumoured to be leaving Falkirk. I think there was a lot of clamour for him as well from a lot of clubs who were looking for strikers. Certainly, I remember thinking if he pitches up at Stenhousemuir, we were needing a forward. I think that's actually a really good piece of business. I haven't seen him at Stirling Albion. I think it may be a bit of a bullet dodged. Yeah. I don't necessarily think he's shown up particularly well at all. I think it was
there is something there, but you're right, he hasn't necessarily demonstrated it so far at the Beanos.
I'm just thinking that I think it's maybe similar to, I can't remember who was we were talking, Mikey McKenna. We were talking about him earlier, where somebody has dropped down. You're going from a team who were chasing, who ultimately won the championship in Falkirk, a team who at that point were involved in the top end of the table. You're dropping down all the way to League Two. I think people might be looking, this guy should be scushing it, and that just hasn't happened. So when every time you're not doing that, there might be a perception that he's the best paid player at the club or whatever, and he's not achieving what people want from him. That kind of leads to, that frustration leads to anger and hostility sometimes. I think that's the case with Mikey McKenna. He's Fife in some instances. It might be the case here as well with Ryan Shanley.
I suppose at the opposite end of the park, a key signing is somebody that looked like they'd left. Derek Gaston, because he was. I mean, he had left the club. And then whether it was a few weeks later, he was back, which like that felt massive.
Yeah, I think that if you've got to go out there and maybe not necessarily upgrade your goalkeeper. Say if the Spartans kept Blair Carswell, for instance, you probably, well, that's not the worst thing in the world. But then you can upgrade and get Paddy Martin in. That's brilliant. Now, it's one thing doing that. See, if you don't have a goalkeeper and you have to go out and get one, that's really tricky, especially if you lose a goalkeeper like Derek Gaston, who I think could have had the pick of the clubs, or certainly most of the clubs in League Two would have been interested in signing him. I think there was a bit of dispute about what his role would be at the club going forward. Subsequently, he has been made a player coach. He got what he wanted, and I think that would have been a difficult position for them to fill. Not just a goalkeeper, not just a coach, but a groundsman as well. See, but it wasn't the only player who left the club and returned. Ross McGeeky did that as well. Big presence at the back, been there a long time at Stirling Albion. can cover, can play at fullback, can play at centre back. Strong player, very slow, very lumbering, and I'm not sure if in the moment he's best using the centre of a back three. Certainly, if it depends on what maybe he wants to do. I mean, he's completely reshaped that Stirling Albion defence with the guys that he's brought in. So there's plenty of options there. Stuart Murdoch's coming from East Fife. Kyle Banner's come back to the club. Lee Hamilton's come back to the club. So
Hamilton, I thought Hamilton was quite an interesting one. It feels like a coup, and if I was a Clyde fan, I'd probably be quite annoyed at how that panned out. Because for what I can gather, he essentially said he might not be able to basically play. And he couldn't necessarily commit to the training. I think might have been the issue.
The key word there being might and could. So that turns out he can.
He can, but just not at Clyde.
Just not at Clyde.
I think there's a suggestion he can only train one day a week. And maybe Clyde just weren't willing to put up with that. But the fact that he was under contract for another year, he's a good centre half. The fact that he leaves Clyde and then goes to what is probably a playoff rival, like that would really annoy me if I was a Clyde fan.
That would annoy me as well, The other boys you brought in, Stuart Murdoch we mentioned, he's pretty much pushing on a wee bit in
34, I think he is.
Yeah, he lost his place in the East Fife backline to Andy Munro and to Brian Easton. Good professional, good organiser, police officer outside of football, but he's I think he missed long spells through injury and he's yet to play since he's come in. Another player, Kyle Banner, who I saw last season at Stenhousemuir, he can play centre back, can also play in the middle of the park. Quite a big, tall, lanky fella, and I don't think he had a really bad game against Cove Rangers. Stenny lost that. I think that was around late January, early February. Stenny lost that match 4-0. Banner had a particularly poor game, was culpable for 2 of the goals out of the 4, and I don't think Gary Naismith ever trusted him really. He got subbed off at half time and he would come on, he would do all right, but I think that he wanted guarantees that he'd play more often, and the manager said we can't do that, so he was allowed to leave. No hard feelings or anything like that. I'm not sure what his best position is, if it is at centre back or is in the middle of the park. There were times at centre back where maybe there were, like I mentioned earlier, when they played Kelty Hearts, like Williamson and Johnson gave him a bit of a fright. That game against Cove Rangers, he had a bit of a spook. And I think maybe in the middle of the park where he is quite leggy and can decent passer of the ball. So I wonder how what Maybury sees him as.
And it helps that he can play multiple positions, because I was thinking something like Callum Crane can kind of play a few different positions as well, whether it's left back or sometimes in the middle of the park. I was thinking of young player. They talked about the fact that they brought in a number of young players last season. The one that feels like they've wanted to keep him around and have done is somebody like Harry Wright, who I've watched him a couple of times. Something about him, I think he's like a decent kind of wide player, quick, but maybe a wee bit slight is the only thing that maybe potentially holds him back.
There's time for these young boys to beef up and get toughened up. So that hopefully that's the case for Harry Wright. When I look through the team as well, so they've made some intriguing signings. They've kept some good players. I think the pick of the bunch, we touched on them there when we talked about the Cunningham, the Cunningham, the conundrum, the Cunningham with Ross conundrum. The conundrum with Ross Cunningham was as Adam Brown, who, again, a hero of mine from the Stenhousemuir team that won the league in 23-24. They couldn't offer him regular game time. Stirling Albion came in for him and he left with everyone's blessing. Very sorry to see him move on, because he was a very good player for the Warriors. Maybe not quite like League One's maybe a bit too fast for him, but it's still an Albion. Superb. I think the fans absolutely adore him. Brilliant at dead balls. You're probably good for double-digit assists over the course of the season from free kicks and corners. Certainly that year we won the league, just corners onto the head of Nicky Jamieson and Greg Buchanan. Brilliant dead ball delivery. One of the best in the lower leagues. On top of that, always love the way Adam Brown carries himself when he's playing. He's always sort of like chest, like it's almost like his legs move independent from his chest. He's sort of got the head in a swivel, chest puffed out, and he's always just looking for the correct pass. And I think games can sometimes pass him by. He kind of occupies that space out wide on the left and can drift in behind the striker. When he's on it, that he can do stuff that the other players can't. It's all just really clever wee threaded passes, and he's no shy to take a shot. And I was delighted to see him move to a team where he's like well liked. I mean, 27 appearances and 20 goal involvements, like 11 goals and 9 assists.
His corner kicks at Stenhousemuir felt like some kind of cheat.
Yeah.
It was like there was just absolutely nothing you could do about it.
It was crazy that season. That season in 23-24, it felt like every time we got a corner, it was like we're going to score. I genuinely, it felt like that. We got so many goals from that, and you might think, oh, big physical Sten. I don't give a fuck. You know, it was brilliant. Just boys in there, just boom, get the header on it. Aye, some brilliant moments, and Brown played a big part in that, and he scored that amazing goal against Peterhead as well. That got goal of the season. So aye. Very good player for the Warriors, and it's great to see that Stirling Albion fans have really taken to him. And I just hope that Cunningham coming in doesn't create issues for Brown. I hope that's the case.
How do you? Because it feels like we've been pretty positive about them.
Yeah,
it sounds like we're talking about a team that should be challenging for the playoffs.
It's middle of the park where I think it might be. I think that the player they would have wanted to get back on loan, and it might still be the case, Ricky Waugh was on loan from Queen's Park and proved himself to be, give him a bit of bite and a bit of dig in the middle of the park, and he might come back whether or not Sean Crichton figures out if he's got a use for him. I think the players that remain there, you got Robbie McNabb. One of the most handsome men in the country. Beautiful boy. Like, he's plays with enthusiasm of a Labrador puppy. You know, I remember seeing him described as a very infectious personality and easy for fans to get behind. There's also like Cooper Knox and Mackenzie Carson there. However, I think they all want to do the same kind of thing, and that's they're quite like ball carriers and ball winners rather than folk with a decent range of passing. So maybe that's an area, if they can maybe get Waugh back in, that strengthens that area of the park. Banner can play there, of course. So, excuse me, when I look through the team, I don't necessarily see any obvious weaknesses. But it's how Maybury fits these players in. And on top of that as well, I mean, I'm not going to criticise Stirling Albion fans. They see their team much more than me. Maybury's not well liked amongst the Stirling Albion support. When you see the team, if there's a loss or they drop points on social media, a lot of the replies like Maybury out or like classic Maybury ball and stuff like that, like quite sarcastic. I don't necessarily understand it, but I'm not going to criticise it because I don't watch it every week.
I always think that, to see at the start of the season, I'm fairly certain that Stirling Albion fans had roughly the same opinion, where bear in mind that Maybury went in with almost no players. I think their thoughts were, if we can have a transitional season, that's absolutely fine, which is what we suggested in the summer. I think a transitional season in theory is a lot different than watching it in practice. And I think if you're having a fairly bog standard, mediocre campaign in the fourth tier of the SPFL, very little to get excited about. And even though the suggestion was at the start, that would be fine, I think watching that 36 times a season becomes a chore. So I can see why he doesn't have credit in the bank, even though I'm not saying that's right.
Yeah, I think it's just the tactically substitutions that like.
I wonder if he's a better
players.
coach than he is a manager potentially, and maybe we'll get a better idea about that this season.
Yeah, it was certainly like very much his own group of players. That transitional season, you've had that transitional season. On paper, the guys you're allowed to bring, you're completely allowed to reshape the defence. Pretty much similar to what Jim Weir's doing at Forfar. You've reshaped the defence. You've signed a lot of attacking players. It's time to get in the top four, and I would fancy them. I'd fancy them for a top four finish.
I don't.
Nah.
I think they have the players, and as much as I mentioned Alan Maybury there, I'm not dismissing him. I'm not saying he can't manage. Maybe he just needs to prove it, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I think they'll miss out. I can see them being fifth or sixth. I don't fancy them for the top four.
Right. Okay. Right. First of all, if you've made it this far, then fair play to you. And second of all, to the Stranraer supporters, thank you very much for sticking with us to this stage of this podcast. This is team number 30. This is the Blues. This is Stranraer Football Club. Last season, a definite improvement on 23-24. That was something that we said, basically, that can't happen again. Yep. And ultimately, it didn't. Even so there was improvement, it was very incremental improvement. After winning the League Two playoffs in dramatic fashion, probably one of the most... Christ, I'm just thinking back to that game where they beat East Kilbride 3-1. Probably one of the most ludicrous games of football that of my lifetime. I would say, you know, when Jimmy Glass scored that goal for Carlisle, like, is it Aidan Gilmartin or Craig Ross when he got put them ahead and Aidan Gilmartin scored? That's even more ridiculous than that. I think there was a hope that Stranraer would kick on and push up the table. It didn't quite happen. Scott Agnew left the club early into the campaign after a disappointing start, and he was replaced by erstwhile Stranraer midfielder Chris Aitken. It just seems to be that you've got to be a midfielder for Stranraer. That's the qualifications to get the job. Now, Chris Aitken wasn't the most exciting of appointments, but he was ultimately able to secure the club's safety by around mid-March, and they'd finish in 8th place. The aim at the start of this season is the aim at the start of last season: improve in the previous year and avoid relegation. And you've got to say, they've got off to a pretty promising start in the League Cup group stages. Brilliant win against Queen of the South on Saturday, and took 6 points from the 4 matches, a draw with Edinburgh and a draw with Ross County, and they beat Ross County in penalties, so 6 points. So I think there's a reasonable degree of optimism.
I'm pleased with what I have seen from them so far. As ever, their highlights are excellent.
Superb. Yeah, that's something. Another brilliant season, like George Frank and Lawrence Nelson
and Lawrence is
Brian
back.
Martin.
Lawrence is back from his holiday.
Brilliant.
Reunited.
Where was his holiday? Was it East Kilbride or somewhere like that?
No, he's in Germany. He was in Germany for 3 weeks.
Right. Sorry, there was a game a couple of weeks ago, a game toward the tail end last season. I think it was Cammy Ritchie that had to step up because Lawrence Nelson was on holiday in East Kilbride. And it's like, I really want to know more about his holiday. But sorry, it's great to have them back, because they do incredible work, and it makes for, I think that when we are doing the podcast, the lower league podcast, outside the Raith Rovers and Stenny, easiest team to cover Stranraer.
Yeah, I was worried. I was worried about this summer. Now, don't get me wrong, this was a squad that absolutely needed turned over. So as much as there was maybe players that I thought, well, you maybe want to keep them, maybe you keep them around. I can totally understand why they were moved on, whether they were offered a deal or whatever, I don't know. But to bring in almost exclusively an entire new squad from the West of Scotland League, I must admit, there was alarm bells ringing. Now,
Same.
We've seen it before. I think it was was it Gus McPherson recruited a load of guys at Queen's Park,
and that went 14-15,
and that went really well. It doesn't always work that well though.
Stenhousemuir,
under the Swifties.
Aye, the Swifties. Aye.
However, I think what I've seen so far is quite encouraging, and yes, as much as there is, it feels like there's a leap from the West of Scotland League to League Two. I think so far, most Stranraer fans would be pretty content with what they've seen, quite encouraged, and especially on the back of a derby win against a League One favourite, Queen of the South.
Is that a derby?
I believe so.
Is it?
Even the footage starts with the road sign that on one side says Stranraer, and
amazing! That's superb.
Dumfries. It's brilliant.
That's brilliant, yeah. We'll touch on, because there's a lot of players to talk about in terms of coming in. Maybe touch on the players that left. First of all, Grant Gallagher, perhaps the most notable absentee, been at Stranraer for over a decade, 338 appearances, and we mentioned that game against East Kilbride. His goal in it is one of the all-time great Stranraer goals. It feels as though that after the season that they had, the couple of seasons had, maybe like even last summer, it had been the right time for him to move on. But fair play for him to moving on. And Scott Robertson has retired as well. I mean, he played for Stranraer for a number of years, even managed the club on an interim basis. Famously said that he didn't like football, but he did like winning. So I wonder how he's going to fill his weekends now. There's a big Stranraer-shaped void in it. And Craig Ross, going all the way back to the start of this podcast, we talked about Airdrieonians. Brilliant to see someone who has worked at part-time level, developed, got better, and can kick on in full-time football, and I hope he's a massive success there. But that's the players out. They have brought in a lot of players. I think maybe out next in the lower leagues, I think they've brought in the most players out of any other club.
It must be the biggest, even in terms of out and in, it must be the biggest turnover.
A lot of the players that left were loans and so on, going back, and a lot of like players who, I don't want to be disrespectful, but aren't perhaps worth talking about outside of those big name players that departed. But the players that come in, I think we'll start, Shaughan, by talking about the boys that have come in from the West of Scotland Premier Division. 3 from St Cadoc's,
Yes.
3 from Beath Juniors, and if you want to include, there's a 7th player, the reserve goalkeeper's coming from Whitlett's Victoria.
Yes.
Now, I was the same as yourself when I saw these boys come in, because neither Cads nor Beath had particularly outstanding campaigns last season. It's not as if you're signing like guys like Clyde Bank, who absolutely scooshed the division. You're signing sort of mid-table guys. And the wonder is, how can these players adapt to the man to League 2 football? Now,
I think BJ Cole has played at this level before. He was at Forfar, I think.
and Stenny. He
Right,
was,
okay.
he was one of the Swifties.
Okay, right, okay.
So it's like the time, it really reminded me that I didn't actually think of Gus McPherson's time in charge of Queen's Park. That was a hugely successful recruitment drive. I mean, some of the boys that came in, Willie Muir, one of the players, turned out to be an excellent goalkeeper from him. David Galt turned to be like sort of a real iconic player for them. A couple others, but those are the two most notable who went on to have a sustained period of success at Queen's Park. And fair play to McPherson. It just goes to show you. I think we had Queen's Park to finish. We actually, when I remember writing it for Telemis Pelly, no idea where we would pick, because it's like I've never heard of these guys before. The Stranraer guys we have heard of, but it reminded me of the Stenhousemuir recruitment drive in the summer of 2021. So that was, Swift had signed 6 players from BSC Glasgow. The club had managed that. 2 other players from the Lowland League and 1 from the West of Scotland Premier Division. Now, a lot more hits than misses in there. The only guy that's still Michael Anderson, who is blossomed into an absolutely fabulous footballer, but a lot of the guys like Ross Lyon still playing SPFL football. I think that might be the only one out the guys that's brought out. Jordan Tapping, who's at the Spartans. But anyway, more misses than hits. And the impression that I got was, rather than improve the overall standard of the team, the standard of the team decreased to being like a Lowland League sort of standard. And I think we were quite fortunate that we had quite big personalities in there, like Nat Wedderburn and Sean Crichton, that were able to, when the team, I mean, that Stenhousemuir side went bottom of the SPFL. I'd never seen Stenny as bad as that before, but because you had those players, you were able to kind of wrestle yourself out from that position. Now, Stenhousemuir at that time were in a far better position than Stranraer are now. So the fact that they have signed these 6 players, I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. However, having done a bit of research, and thank you very much to George Frank as well for the extensive notes, 1,500 words that he sent over to help us make sense of what Stranraer are doing. I've got a far better picture of it now, and what George has sent me and the evidence that we've seen on the football pitch, far more at ease with what the club are looking to do.
It's interesting as well, because when I was looking through their kind of their ins and outs, and then started to watch their highlights. This was like maybe a week or 2 ago, and it's like you're trying to make sense of like what are they up to here, and looking at the squad. And this was before George sent notes across. I was like, right, I don't know too much about this defence, this midfield. However, it feels like they're reasonably strong in the forward areas. We've mentioned
Ryan
Salah.
Edgar.
So they've still got Ryan Edgar. They've still got Darren Lang. They've brought in Salo Toure. I think they brought in Daniel McManus. And I quite like the story. Did you see Tommy Sharp? Did you see his goal?
No, I didn't, so I've not seen it.
He's got a really good goal in the League Cup, and of course his dad was Lee Sharp, who, not that Lee Sharp, but used to play for Stranraer. So it's a really cool story.
Brilliant.
There. So looking at it, I was like, right, it feels like there's quite a lot happening in the forward areas. But funnily enough, George seemed to be suggesting that actually, in terms of how the squad's shaping up, he actually thinks that might be the weakest part of their team. Now, I'm probably wrong as usual, but if that is the weakest area of that squad, that kind of augurs well for the season ahead.
Fair play, man. We'll talk about the players that have come in. So we'll talk about the 3 for Cads first of all. BJ Cole, as you mentioned, experienced fullback. I think he might be one of East Kilbride's record appearance holders. Okay. Something like that. A long period at the club. Started off his career at Queen's Park, moved to East Kilbride, a long time there. Spell at Forfar Athletic, we spell at Stenhousemuir for 6 months, and then back to East Kilbride, and then St Cadoc's and Stranraer. So there you go, there's basically BJ Cole's entire career. Now, he has been installed as the vice captain behind Mark Russell, and he is, I'd say, I've described him aggressive. That's a describe him. He has got very much a will to him. I remember some of the tackles he put in when he was at Stenny. Boys would get thumped. Boys would get absolutely thumped. I remember against Albion Rovers, he beat a player, went in for a 50-50 again, beat him using a wee roulette, just to spin away from him. It was like, that was proper getting the crowd off their feet. But he's what's interesting about him, he is, I think this weekend, today, Sunday the 28th of July, I think he's getting married today.
Oh really?
Aye, so over the past couple of months, he'd been working with a personal trainer, one to get in shape for football, but ostensibly to look as good as he possibly can for his wedding. He's in amazing shape just now, and I think with him, he's obviously missed the game against Queen of the South, but he's in like really great shape to come and hit the ground running for Stranraer, which is great. Somebody that's might not get another chance to play SPFL football, and just so if you're fit enough and you can do it, then brilliant. And so he has given himself the best opportunity. So congratulations on one, getting the move to Stranraer, and two, your marriage. I hope you and Ruby have an absolutely fantastic marriage together. I hope it's a brilliant relationship. The other one is a name that might be familiar to some listeners, Ronan Hughes. That was certainly a name that I was familiar with.
I'd recognise the name, but I must admit I didn't go and look to see as to why I should recognise his name.
He played for Hamilton. He
came
through the youth ranks at Hamilton. He actually played in the Premiership with them. Didn't quite make the grade there and ended up dropping down. I think he was another player that went to East Kilbride. Clever footballer, very technically proficient, and I think that once he gets up to speed with the demands of what League 2 has to offer, he'll be a really strong option in the middle of the park. I think that when I was doing a vlog, and that's something I need to get back into, it was St Cadoc's versus Largs Thistle. I think it was Ronan Hughes that scored. I missed the goal.
Of course you missed the goal. You missed every goal you've ever
I saw it. I saw it, but I wasn't filming it. But what much is that? I seen Bigfoot the other day. Oh, did you? Did you film it? No, I didn't. Well,
no, I forgot.
Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I was too busy fixing my hair. Fucking dumpling. And Daniel McManus is the third player that's come in, who I think he had missed the start of pre-season training. And wasn't necessarily his best against Edinburgh City, scratched at a couple of chances, but I think there's high hopes for him. And I think that's a player that fans will enjoy watching.
And the kind of fleeting moments I've seen of him in the highlights, it looks like he definitely has something about him.
The other players as well, there are certainly players that have come in from Beath, perhaps a bit less sexy. Scott Ruff, big defender, he'll probably play alongside Lewis Reid, centre back, who's signed on a permanent basis from Queen's Park. Evan Dunn had a bit of competition in the fullback positions, and Jordan Stewart will be a bit of a terrier in the middle of the park. So that's really interesting, they're able to sign him. And I think that one of the reasons that they were able to bring in these players or identify them is that Martin Fellows, who's a former East Kilbride manager, former St Cadoc's manager, he's been brought in as a technical advisor to the Aitken brothers, Chris and Stevie, and he's working in the club as a sort of capacity as a sports scientist. I think that's something the club are looking to upgrade. Their video analysis improved. It's not just, George was telling us, it's not just the players have to watch the videos of Lawrence and Brian slagging them off. It's actually data driven sort of stuff rather than these two old curmudgeons slagging them off. So they've been using like sports, the sports bras that you see, and it's I think there's something a lot of clubs do. It's not sports science isn't like a new thing, but I think it's new to Stranraer. And it's the sort of thing, much like with John Walker coming in at Elgin City, it's something that might give you that wee bit of an advantage. So they're able to track the players' progress, see who they're doing. And I think with Martin Fellows having the knowledge of like Hughes and Call and McManus, certainly was able to suggest taking a look at them.
It's interesting if that's potentially had an impact on how fit they are for this League Cup campaign. I'm not saying they weren't fit last season, but it was really interesting. I think I've watched all 4 of their games. Funnily enough, maybe the least impressive was oddly against Edinburgh. It just wasn't a good game.
A scrappy match, yeah.
But there's obviously there's clearly a difference in quality when they're coming up against Partick Thistle and Ross County and Queen of South. But at no point, like you expect when you're watching it, it's like, right, well, the last 10-15 minutes here, that's when they're going to be holding on because fitness comes into play. Didn't necessarily get that impression, albeit you're not watching the entire game. But certainly they were more than a match for them, and fitness-wise, very impressive.
Yeah, that's great to see. I mean, like you say, it's not a massive thing, but it's new for Stranraer, and that just kicks them on a wee bit. And you can tell you've got the data there how fit someone is, and I think it's one thing with the eye test, seeing how fit someone is, and then compared to actually like. I can see this player's in the red zone, this guy's emptying absolutely everything for it. So if those are the guys that have come in from the West of Scotland League, who, as you say, have looked pretty impressive, then perhaps the best signing they're made, and we touched on this earlier, the best signing that any team next to Malik Zaid at Edinburgh City. Josh Lane coming back in from Hamilton Accies, really liked the look of him in that loan spell. I think he played, kept 6 clean sheets in 11 appearances for a team that were scrapping down towards the wrong end of the table. Really impressive. Some of the, not the most commanding of goalkeepers, but someone that can spring off his line, command the area. Not the most commanding, but someone who is confident coming off his line for cross balls. His best though is reflexive saves. I can't remember who it was against last season, but he made some saves. You're like, how on earth are you stopped?
I know what
that?
you're talking about.
I think we might have covered it. It was like a save. It was like, I can't believe that's not a goal.
And again, I suppose we started this podcast a wee while ago now talking about young goalkeepers, and there's a lot of them kind of dotted throughout the SPFL. I know it's different in League 2 because sometimes you're kind of getting what you can when it comes to loan players. But it feels like that's one position that Stranraer have done really well over the last 3 or 4 seasons, getting in good lone goalkeepers.
Yeah.
And he might be as good as they've got.
Yeah, less said about Jacob Pazikis, the better. But I agree with you in sentiment. I agree with sentiment. But that's like when we're talking about Derek Gaston going in at Stirling Albion. Once you've got that position sorted, it's like it must just be like a weight off your mind that you just got a right good goalkeeper, and then you can build a team around that. And I think like Lewis Reid coming on a permanent basis for Queen's Park, I think I have hopes of him making a return to full-time football at some point soon. He is a unit, an absolute unit. I think he must be about 6'3", 6'4", shaven headed. He looks like a bully from Oor Willie.
I tell you what I was disappointed by, because I didn't realise until George sent the notes across, because we're speaking about forward options. I didn't realise that Robbie Foster had picked up an injury, because apparently he'd come back looking fit as a fiddle, and then was an injury in training?
Yeah, something like
First
that.
training session or something. I think he's out for a while, so that's a shame.
I don't keep mentioning George notes. We don't like. Shaughan and I like to give off the impression that he and I that do all the research, and we get a hand here and there. But no, George has been an absolutely miracle worker for the past couple of years. Honestly, could not do without him. But yeah, Robbie Foster a bit of a loss. One player final player I want to mention is James Dolan, who's returned to the club. I think he'd been there the season, not last season, the season previous, and done quite well. He'd really come on to a game. He'd signed from permanent basis from Ayr United. He is a student studying Spanish, so he spent the year abroad in Spain. Because
I knew he was unattached, but I didn't really know the story as to why that was.
Student in Spain, so he's back over here. Very, again, just complimenting players on their degrees of handsomeness. He's a model outside of football. When I remember I was doing some work for the Scottish FA, it was a Scotland game, and they've got loads of really good looking boys and girls in front of the reception at Hampden to lead you to your seats and all that. And when I was coming back up, I was taking my lanyard off. I was like, that's James Dolan. And he kind of looks around and I think Stenny had played Stranraer the previous day, so I was able to talk to him for a wee bit. I was like,
a nice guy.
You're all nice guys,
aren't they? They're all nice
guys, but they're all quite as dashing as he is. He's very, very, very good. But yeah, we've talked a lot about the good stuff that's come into the club, like they've strengthened in goals. Lewis Reid coming back, but we hope he can build a good partnership at the back with Scott Ruff. Beg your pardon, Scott Ruff. Lewis Hunter's coming from the Spartans. Hope he might add something a bit different in the middle of the park. But the up front is where there might be a bit of stickiness, and I'd have probably agreed with that, because when I look at the options, Foster, he might have worked really hard in pre-season to come back.
I think that he scored one, but it was almost a case of falling over it on the line, if I remember correctly.
He couldn't have not scored it. He was delighted for him, because I think fans have really taken to him, because they're really they want him to do well. He's quite. There's a lot of good things about his game, but there's also a lot of elements that
are lacking.
Yeah, what would I say? Enthusiasm, passion.
I could be getting mixed up here, but I've got a funny feeling we covered the game where he scored the goal, and we mentioned the fact that after he scored it, almost the entire team went running to celebrate with him, which suggests to me that he's very, very popular at the club.
Everyone wants him to do well, so that's great to know that he's well liked, but it's just a shame that you absolutely knock your pan, and everyone's got high hopes for what you can achieve this season, and you're going to be out till probably Christmas. The other strikers, Bang Bang Darren Lang, great theme songs, but great theme songs don't score goals. Just 7 times last season, and again, you'd probably say the same thing for a lot of the Stranraer strikers. Just enthusiasm and abundance, but don't necessarily have the quality to back up. And I think that with Lang, similar to Foster, he's, well, not actually similar to Foster, but he missed pre-season training with an injury, and so he's just been managed back into it. And there's Ryan Edgar as well, who's
a good story, because he's a local guy, and again apparently really popular in the dressing room.
Big, enthusiastic, 5 goals last season.
If only they can improve that. Just that one final step.
Exactly. I just, all these guys just really, really want to do well, but just like run into each other.
I suppose they now have about 8 forwards, so if they all chip in 5 goals each,
that's 20.
That should be fit. That's 40.
8 yes, that's right. Sorry, my arithmetic, that's up there with East Kilbride's 40,000 seater stadium. They do have as well, on top of that, like Mark Russell was the standout last season. I think he was probably one of the best players in the lower half of League Two. Just when you're picking for really 5 teams, so I'm kind of damning him with faint praise. But I think remember at points last season where Chris Aitken was being interviewed, and he basically said the other players need to actually start contributing more, because if Mark Russell's not scoring, then no one in the team's scoring. So that's a bad habit that they need to try and break. But Russell's a really good player, and I think there's been quite a bit of investment into him from Stranraer. Been given the captaincy. Hopefully, since Gallagher's moved on, hopefully that he can kick on. I think there's, like a lot of these really talented players, sometimes they kind of struggle. The games can pass them by a wee bit. They can struggle to impose themselves, but he's got that degree of quality I don't think anyone else in the team has. Maybe outside like Ronan Hughes, where something can happen out of nothing. So I'm really interested to, it's like a lot of these teams, but I really hope Stranraer can kick on. I've got a soft spot for Stranraer. In fact, there's a lot of teams like in the lower leagues that I quite like for just talking about them. Stranraer definitely one of them, and that's to do with the highlights package and so on. That really feels you've got not just the highlights package, but all the other bits and pieces that Stranraer's media team do. You really feel accessible to them as a club. And it feels like, I've no connection with Stranraer. I've just been down there like a handful of times to watch games. But because of all the hard work they do, it's like it's just a soft thing. Does it translate into money through the turnstiles? No. Is it something that the club, if they were making cutbacks, they could probably do it? Probably yes. But does it improve the esteem and the reputation about Stranraer? Absolutely. And it's great work. That's one of the great things they do. And I hope that they can have the team on the pitch that match all the great stuff they do off the pitch.
I spoke about it last season in terms of I went down to their game. Was it the last game of the season?
Bonnyrigg.
It must have been they played Bonnyrigg.
That's right.
Bumped into Brian Martin in their wee social club, the social clubs class, and he was like, "Oh, great to see you. Listen, come round and speak to Lawrence and George at full time if you get the chance. They'd love to meet you." And it just feels like a really good environment and a really good community. It must be great to be a part of it. Put it that way.
When Fowler and I went down for the game against Forfar Athletic, we went down there. I think we left Glasgow quite early, and we were down there like really, really quite early, and just folk just talking to us and being really friendly. I'd say you get recognised because of the stuff of Youth for the Terrace, but going down and getting the chance to speak to George and just being able to actually thank him in person for all the hard work, and being like, so where's Lawrence and Brian? Said, they don't do the midweek games. Absolutely crestfallen. But then going down there and speaking to like the Forfar players and getting like Bradley Rodden to sign my top, and speaking to Danny when he was down there, it turned out to be quite an engaging game of football that you'll never believe Stranraer actually lost. It was class. It's a good place. Like that, Stair Park's a really good place to go and watch football. The grandstand is really quite steep, so if you go up to the back, you get a really, really good view of the pitch. In fact, you don't even need to go that far back. You can still get a good view of the pitch. And if your mind takes you, there's a covered terrace on one end, the uncovered terrace, and the sort of the old, I don't know how you describe the stand the other end, where the Clyde fans go, where that wee boy was giving the Stranraer players the fingers that time.
I did just a really good place to go and watch football. And I know, it's funny, we have almost been completely not complimentary, but we've spoken about them positively. I'm still not sure about how this season's going to go. And part of the reason is, for loads of teams that we've mentioned here, we've either said we've talked about East Kilbride running the league, we've talked about Spartans running them close, we've spoken about loads of teams that will challenge for the top 4 or will be in the top 4. There's only so many teams can finish in the top half of the division, and I still suspect that Stranraer won't do that. So by default, that means they'll probably be closer to the bottom than the top again.
I think that. I think there'll be improvement. That's what I think. I think there'll be improvement. I think they'll build on last season, but I think it's going to be a slow process, as you say. There's in that, but then again, in that division,
I'm even as positive as we've been, I'm struggling to think of a load of teams or a number of teams that they're going to finish above.
Yeah,
and part of that is down to the fact that we don't know that much about a lot of the players that they've brought in. To be fair.
I suppose that's the thing. Maybe come back and do a Stranraer special after the first quarter, and once you've had a look at like Cole and McManus and Tuff and Dunn and all that, and we'll see how and Garden, we'll see how they get on. I think that's going to be really interesting. It's just that I don't want to be disparaging the West of Scotland Football League. I don't want to be disparaging of any football league. There's a multitude of reasons how players have found themselves down there, because it's like an injury or a lack of luck, or they just late bloomers or whatever. So there are good players there, but I don't believe that there was like 3 or as many players were playing in mid-card teams that were just waiting to be plucked out to come up. Maybe if the 3 players had gone, one had gone to Annan, one had gone to Stranraer, one had gone to East Kilbride or something like that, you might think, there might be something in it, but all at the same time, in fact 6 at the same time, wait and see. But I've no doubt the people at Stranraer fans will be the same. There'll be these guys they might have never heard of. I've heard of the guys at St Cad's, I hadn't heard of the guys at Beath. I think Evan Dunn's former Dumbarton player, so I might have heard of him that way.
My concerns would have been eased slightly, judging by the League Cup performances and results.
But you never
but still,
judge
just at the back of your head, there's still this concern. I think they stay up, and I hope that they don't get involved in any nonsense again at the bottom of the table. But I don't think they'll be. I still think it might be 8th, something like that.
Just going back, Shaughan, something you said right at the start of the podcast, you had backed Airdrieonians to have a great season after beating East Kilbride 8-0 in the League Cup group stages. You're back in Stranraer to have a great season after being Queen of the South.
Yeah, remember how caught up we were in Josh Skelly and his League Cup performances, and look what happened there.
Yeah, that might be good to go back on. Things we've got wrong. In fact, I mean, probably longer than this. I can't believe how long this podcast is. I cannot believe how long this podcast is. That's an absolute disgrace. So, where are we putting Stranraer then?
8th.
Okay then, mate. Give us your predictions for League 2 then, right? Give us your champions.
East Kilbride.
Okay, who's finishing in the top 4?
Spartans, Edinburgh, Clyde.
Okay. 10th place.
Annan.
Are Annan staying up?
No, I can see them going down.
Right, you've kind of ended this in a really sour. Yeah, you know what, we should have done another one. And who's going to the division? East Kilbride. There we go. We should have gone the other way and just finished with a bit of a positive. But I think that'll do us.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think there's anything else to discuss.
I mean, this has been thorough. Let's face it, it's been thorough. Good though.
It's been good. I've really enjoyed it. I honestly, mate, the time has absolutely flown by. The time has absolutely flown by.
I know this includes breaks. I cannot believe we've been here for almost 11 hours.
Aye, so just full disclosure, Shaughan and I arrived at Craig Fowler's flat at 10 o'clock on Sunday the 27th of July. It is now
10 past 9.
10 past 9. So we've been recording for 11 hours, and we did have a wee break to get some tea. There's been a couple of toilet breaks midway through, but on the whole, there's been a lot of talking.
There really has.
Yeah, but it's been great. But I mean, that's it. That's the end of the lower league preview for the 2025-26 season. And before we head off, there are a few people that we have to thank. First of all, Craig Fowler.
He hasn't been able to use his living room all day.
We have commandeered the big man's house, effectively like a pair of Larry squatters. You know, what is it? What do they call it? Cuckoos. Like people, like if there's somebody who's needs a wee bit of help in the community, and these bullies come over and just like come around to the house and just drink, and the person's confined to their room, and we take his cards off.
He's locked in the shed.
Aye, he's locked in the shed. We have done that to Craig Fowler. We have cuckooed Craig Fowler. But listen, it's been worth it. It's been worth it. So we want to thank him. He also got us a couple of burgers in.
Yeah, thanks,
earlier,
mate.
so thank you very much for that. That was several hours ago. I'm absolutely starving.
It's well past dinner time.
It's brilliant. But the big man, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to sit here and record it and use your facilities. We also, as always, want to pass on our thanks to Laurie Spence of Nary's Toe Poker Every summer, Laurie creates a database listing the transfer business of every SPFL club, and it's an invaluable resource for us when we are researching this podcast. I mean, to be fair, I do keep a note myself, so it's not all on you, Laurie, but it's certainly just as good. You see when you hit the refresh and the screen jumps, so you think, oh, there's a transfer afoot here. Who is it? Let me put on my winkle pickers and winkle it out. But no.
But then you just give it to somebody for Aberdeen, so it doesn't
Not
matter.
interested. Not interested. I would have signed some dud Scandinavian. I don't care. I'm not interested in the slightest. But Laurie, you're some man, and thank you very much again. And we also have to express our gratitude to a number of people who have helped us pull this podcast together. We mentioned Shaughan and I think we've got a reasonably robust knowledge of the lower leagues of Scottish football, but we reached out to a couple of people for their analysis and advice in several teams, and this podcast would be nowhere near as insightful had it not been for their input. And these august, incredible men are Colin Telford, Alistair Gemmell, Sean Hamilton, John Maxwell, Andy Moffat, David Wharton, Fraser Clark, Duncan Mackay, and every single year, gorgeous George Frank. We appreciate your time and effort in service of this episode. And the last person we really have to thank is you, the listener. Yes, you, for sticking with us. You could have been doing anything else with your time, but we hope you have been bewitched and enriched, and we hope you're fully prepared for the season ahead.
Are you giving them a word?
As always, we have a code word for the true heads who have made it all the way through to the very end. Please get in touch with myself and Shaughan and let us know you've finished this podcast by sending us the word bejeweled. Send us the word bejeweled and we will know that you have made it through to the very end.
But no cheating.
No cheating.
No cheating.
I don't know how you
We'll know.
Somebody
We'll
skips
know.
right to the very end. That's cheating. We will know because there's a quiz question. There's a quiz question buried in there somewhere. That word for a final time is bejeweled. Now, Shaughan and I will be back at some point. I'll say at some point, probably next week, to analyse the Scottish lower leagues. Earlier in the week, I was actually visiting the patent office to have the licence in our 3-game podcast extended. They were more than happy to help us. So please do tune in for that. And as well for the grab bags, the listicles and other sorted toot we churn out on a weekly basis. I will also mention the Terrace's Patreon. For as little as £2 a month, you can have access to hours and hours of bonus content. It's well worth your time. Listen to an excellent podcast with Craig Fowler and Fraser Clark, a new series called Seasons from Hell, where they talked about clubs that have had bad seasons. And they were talking about the St Johnstone season, and I think it was 21-22, where they basically sold all the best players on transfer deadline day and finished in 11th after winning the cup double. So
Can't believe that wouldn't work.
yeah, absolutely horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. But do listen, it's a really, I enjoyed it. Do subscribe. I really enjoyed it. And I think we'll leave it at that. That's more than enough for one podcast.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Pleasure, mate. That's the sound of Shaughan and I shaking hands.
Great radio, this.
Great radio. This is the sound of two men touching one another. It remains for me to say one final thing. Enjoy your football, but unlike the Dunfermline Athletic fan who got on the wrong side of James McPake on Twitter in 2023, please do so respectfully. Thank you.